3211 Everyone is happy. 2. Xia Ruofei was obviously still hesitating about whether he should bring Ling Qingxue along. Chen Nanfeng was slightly moved by Xia Ruofei's words. In his opinion, Xia Ruofei was obviously trying to fulfill the reputation of the First Heaven Society. That was why he had asked for a spot and had no intention of using it. According to Xia Ruofei's plan, not only would the First Heaven Society's reputation not be damaged, but they would also have 3 spots. Only 3 people had passed the music selection. It could be said that they had used all the spots. And the Surging Waves sect and Soaring Flower Valley would also have 1 more spot, so naturally everyone was happy. Only Xia Ruofei's side had not changed much compared to Chen Nanfeng's distribution plan. Chen Nanfeng couldn't help but feel touched. He said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, thank you for always thinking about us. The First Heaven Society will remember this favor and will definitely repay it in the future." From Chen Nanfeng's statement, it was clear that he had agreed to distribute the spots according to Xia Ruofei's plan. Mu Xing of the Surging Waves sect and Lu Manxia of the Soaring Flower Valley naturally did not have any objections. They both nodded in agreement. Chen Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had almost missed out on this unprecedented moon landing expedition because of the quota. He couldn't help but cast a grateful look at Xia Ruofei. The Qi refining disciples from the 3 sects were also grateful to Xia Ruofei. They had also been given the opportunity to join the expedition team because of Xia Ruofei's new distribution plan. This was especially true for Su Yuro from the First Heaven Society. Only 3 people from the First Heaven Society had passed the music selection. Now that they had obtained 3 spots, it meant that she would definitely be able to join the exploration team. Therefore, Su Yuro was very grateful to Xia Ruofei. She looked at Xia Ruofei with gratitude in her beautiful eyes. Everyone was supportive of Xia Ruofei's plan. The sects quickly selected their candidates to go to the moon. Naturally, the First Heaven Society did not need to select their 3 candidates. Shen Tianfeng, who was in the intermediate golden core stage, Chen Xian, who was in the beginner golden core stage, and Su Yuro, who was in the Qi refining stage, were the only 3 people who had passed the selection. Furthermore, their cultivation levels matched each other perfectly. There was actually no suspense as to the spots for the Surging Waves sect and Soaring Flower Valley. The Surging Waves sect only had Elder Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei. They were also the strongest among the people who had passed the selection. As for the Soaring Flower Valley, they naturally chose Elder Yang Lu and Lu Mancha's personal disciple, Yu Xiner. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, could not make a decision for the time being. In theory, he had 3 slots, but he only wanted to use one of them. He did not want to have another one. He didn't want Ling Qingxue to take the risk with him. As for the 3rd chosen candidate spot, it was of no use to him at all. Of course, if the news were to spread that this quota was to be sold in the cultivation world, everyone would definitely fight to the death, even if they had to pay a high price. But Xia Ruofei would definitely not do that. He didn't lack spirit stones, and he didn't want any uncertainties to appear in the team that was going to the moon. Therefore, he would rather void the quota than sell it. Moreover, everyone had already agreed to keep this matter strictly confidential. No information was allowed to be leaked. After everyone had decided on the candidates, they went back to their guest rooms. There were still many things to do, including testing whether the spaceship could travel in outer space and solving the spacesuit problem. Therefore, it was impossible to set off immediately. This trip to the moon was full of danger. So he naturally had to be fully prepared. After returning to her room, Ling Qingxue saw that the other sex had already distributed the spots. She couldn't help but say, Ruofei, you have more than enough spots, bring me along. Xia Ruofei said helplessly, Qingxue, we're not going on an outing. We're going to the moon. It was very dangerous. I really don't want you to take the risk with me. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, it seems like you're afraid that my cultivation is too low and that I'll be a burden. That's not what I meant, Xia Ruofei said, with a bitter smile. Your cultivation is not low. Su Euro of the First Heaven Society and you Sheener of the Soaring Flower Valley are about the same level as you. To be honest, the difference between the qi refining stages is not that big. When Xia Ruofei mentioned the two female cultivators, Ling Qingxue could not help but frown. She said, if you don't think I'm a burden, then what's the point? Are you afraid that I'll affect your friendship with these two beauties? I saw the Wei Fairy Su from the First Heaven sect looked at you just now. Her eyes were as tender as water. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you talking about? This time, he was going to do something important, so how could there be any unnecessary things? I'm not even close to them, okay? We'll get familiar with each other after this adventure, won't we? Ling Qingxue said, you said it yourself. This time, it's very dangerous. If you play the hero and save the beauty again, the beauty might just throw herself into your arms. We're talking about the quota. It's meaningless to talk about these things. Xia Ruofei said helplessly. He thought to himself, you really can't reason with a woman. When you're unreasonable, you can't talk her out of it, but when you're reasonable, she doesn't reason with you at all. At this time, Song Wei, who had been watching the show, said with a smile, Ruofei, I think you can actually consider bringing Qingxue along. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't pass the music selection, I would have gone too. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei helplessly and said, Wei, don't tell me you're like Qingxue, thinking of me like that. There are so many female cultivators in the world of cultivation, how could I? We're not that shallow, Qingxue was just joking with you. Song Wei chuckled. Am I right? Qingxue. Ling Qingxue snorted and said, who asked this guy not to bring me along? And he rejected so quickly, and when he mentioned two female cultivators just now, he was so nervous. Don't let me guess what you're thinking by accident. Ruofei isn't that kind of person. Song Wei smiled and said, he's just worried about your safety. Let's talk to him nicely, he might just agree. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei and Ling Qingxue and said, I can finally see that one of you is playing the good cop, and the other is playing the good cop. This move is pretty good. Song Wei blushed and said, don't bite Lu Dongbin like a dog. I'm doing this for your sake, oh? I'd like to hear more details. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei with interest and said with a faint smile. Song Wei sat on the sofa and said, first of all, the other sex have at least 2 people and at most 3 people. It's very disadvantageous for you to go alone. And they didn't even look out for each other. Since Qingxue meets the conditions and you have a lot of slots, bringing her along would definitely be of help. This rule is not valid. Xia Ruofei said, I have the ability to protect myself. Even if Shen Tianfeng can defeat me, it's impossible for him to kill me easily. At least, I'm confident that I can escape from his attack. As for the others, they're not my match at all. 2. Fists can't fight four hands, not to mention in the harsh environment of the moon. Song Wei said, any accident can happen, so Qingxue and I are actually very worried about you. It's also because of this that Qingxue is determined to go with you. Xia Ruofei was touched and said, I know how you feel, but you're the most important woman in my life. How can I take Qingxue to such a dangerous place? If anything happens, how am I going to explain it to Uncle Ling? Ling Qingxue's eyes turned red. I believe that you have the ability to protect me. Even if we are on the moon, I'm not afraid of anything with you around, she said. 32:12 The dust settles. 1. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but hold Ling Qingxue and Song Wei's hands and said, I do have some means of self-protection. If there are no major accidents, I should be able to protect Qingxue. I just don't think Qingxue needs to put herself in danger with me. All you need to do is to cultivate well under my protection. I will do my best to provide you with the best conditions. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other, then said, of course we believe in you, but we don't want to become that kind of people. We don't want to be of no help to you at all. So, this is the second reason I want to say. Song Wei paused for a moment to organize her words before she continued, I believe you've also noticed that the other three sects have all sent their Qi refining disciples to participate in the moon exploration. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yes, but if they want to use up all the slots, they can only use disciples in the meditational stage. The Surging Wave sect and Soaring Flower Valley only had one early gold core elder each who passed the selection of the music. Of the 2 spots they had, the remaining spot naturally had to be given to a Qi condensation disciple. Song Wei shook her head and said, I've heard that the Surging Wave sect and the Soaring Flower Valley have quite a few golden core stage elders. If they were to send more people over to accept the screening of the music piece, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to pass one more golden core stage elder. Xia Ruofei had not thought about this and fell into deep thought. Song Wei continued, in fact, they didn't do so. Instead, they sent a lot of talented Qi layer disciples. Normally, it would be much more dangerous for a refinement stage cultivator to go to the moon with you. If any accidents happened, they would be the first to die. But why would they take the risk and add a refinement stage disciple to the team? Sect leader Mu sent his own son, and Yu Xian'er is Valley Master Lu's favorite direct disciple. Don't they care about the life and death of their own descendants? Obviously not. Xia Ruofei said, however, the competition in the cultivation world is very cruel. This is a great opportunity that others can only dream of. How could sect leader Mu and Valley Master Lu deprive their juniors of the opportunity to obtain this opportunity? Just because there might be danger? Even if they might encounter an accident, get seriously injured, or even die on the desolate moon, they would not hesitate. That's just one aspect. Song Wei's eyes flashed with wisdom as she said, the core meaning of what I want to say is actually the other 3 sects are all intentionally expanding the coverage of their cultivation levels. For example, the first heaven sect's 3 spots are for the middle stage of the golden core, the early stage of the golden core, and the Qi refining stage. The other 2 sects also have 1 spot for the golden core stage and the Qi refining stage. I think they have their own intentions in distributing the spots like this. Xia Ruofei nodded thoughtfully and said, please continue. I didn't pass the music selection, so I didn't experience the moon scene you guys were talking about. Song Wei said, however, according to your description, the biggest opportunity of this expedition is likely to be that faintly discernible secret realm. The music also has a very strange criteria for selecting cultivators. It seems to have nothing to do with cultivation. Whether it's the middle jit on stage, the early jit on stage, or the qi refining stage, it's possible for them to pass the selection. I even think that if there's a yuanying stage cultivator, it's possible for them to pass the selection. Could this be related to the secret realm? For example, there are some areas that only qi refining cultivators can enter. Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up. Or perhaps you'll face some tests. Qi condensation cultivators will face a much easier test than Aurous core cultivators, and the chances of passing might be higher. Song Wei nodded. Seeing Xia Ruofei nodding his head, Song Wei knew that he had taken her advice. She smiled and continued, in short, it is impossible for the refinement stage cultivators to be cannon fodder. Otherwise, what's the point of screening them out by the music? Xia Ruofei nodded and said, that makes sense. That made sense. It seemed that Chen Nanfeng, Mu Sheng, and the others had already thought through this. However, they tacitly didn't say it out loud. They probably couldn't wait for me to go to the moon alone. This bunch of bad old men are really bad. Song Wei pursed her lips and smiled. They're also thinking about the sex interests. Are you Ruofei, so you're willing to? I'll ask Qingfeng to go to the Star Caesar sect and get some more qi refining disciples here. I don't believe that no one from such a big Star Caesar sect can pass the selection. Xia Ruofei said. Ling Qingxue raised her eyebrows and said, Xia Ruofei, are you deliberately going against me? I clearly fit the criteria, but you still insist on transferring people from the Star Caesar sect over to participate in the selection. What do you mean by this? Do you look down on me that much? Xia Ruofei came back to his senses and quickly smiled apologetically. Qingxue. I didn't mean that. I was just thinking that you shouldn't go to such a dangerous place if you can. The Star Caesar sect has many qi condensation disciples, so losing one or two of them is nothing. What? Ling Qingxue was so angry that she was stomping her feet. 32:13 The dust settles. 2. Song Wei used her eyes to stop Ling Qingxue, who was on the verge of going berserk. She smiled and said, are you Ruofei? I think it's more suitable for Qingxue to go with you. Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and then at Song Wei. He did not say anything. It was obvious that he did not want Ling Qingxue to take the risk with him. Even if the Star Caesar sect's disciples are selected through strict selection, you can't trust them completely, Song Wei continued. In an environment like the moon, if you can't trust them completely, it'll be a bad thing. In addition, we also know that you must have some unknown means to protect yourself and the people around you. Unless it's absolutely necessary, you must not use these means, right? Xia Ruofei nodded. His biggest trump card was the spirit map space. He would not reveal the secret of the spirit map space unless it was the last resort. Song Wei said, everything on the moon is unknown. There might be all kinds of dangers in the mystic realm. If you have to resort to those methods, do you think it's better for Qingxue to stay by your side or for a Star Caesar sect disciple who you can't completely trust to stay by your side? Xia Ruofei fell into deep thought. Song Wei's words had indeed moved him. He asked himself honestly, if he was really in danger of losing his life without using the spirit map space, and if there was a Star Caesar sect disciple by his side, he would really abandon the other party rather than risk exposing the secret of the spirit map space to save her. However, if he did that, his conscience would definitely be condemned. And his Dao heart might even be affected. If the person beside him was Ling Qingxue, he would naturally not hesitate to save her first. From this perspective, perhaps Ling Qingxue was more suitable to go to the moon with him. Of course, in that kind of environment, the situation could change in an instant, and they could encounter unexpected situations at any time. If Ling Qingxue went with him, it would be very dangerous. Song Wei didn't want Xia Ruofei to hesitate, so she said, "Don't think too much about it. Qingxue is a ready-made candidate who meets the conditions, and she's one of us. Why do you have to go to the Star Caesar sect to look for her?" Ling Qingxue was also looking at Xia Ruofei murderously. Although she didn't say anything, she looked like she would pounce on Xia Ruofei and scratch his face if he refused again. Xia Ruofei could not take the pressure from two close female friends. Moreover, Song Wei's analysis was very objective and reasonable. After some internal struggle, Xia Ruofei finally nodded helplessly and said, "All right. Then bring Qingxue along." When Ling Qingxue heard this, the murderous look on her face disappeared instantly and was replaced by a happy expression. She smiled like a flower and said sweetly to Xia Ruofei, "Are you au fait? Thank you. I knew you're the best." Xia Ruofei felt goosebumps all over his body from her sweet words. He shivered and said, "Speak properly." Ling Qingxue and Song Wei both laughed out loud. The two of them clapped back in celebration. They had probably discussed this beforehand. Now that their evil plan had succeeded, the two of them were naturally quite happy. Xia Ruofei continued, "Qingxue, you can come with me. However, you must listen to my orders throughout the entire journey. You are not allowed to act on your own. If such a situation really happens, I will immediately imprison you until you return to Earth." Xia Ruofei himself was not sure what kind of situation he would face on this trip. Now that he had to bring Ling Qingxue along, he was naturally under more pressure. That was why he was afraid that Ling Qingxue would not listen to his orders and fall into a dangerous situation. Ling Qingxue stuck out her tongue and said, "I know. Don't worry. I'll be good, as long as she could go on an adventure with Xia Ruofei. She would do whatever Xia Ruofei said." Song Wei revealed an envious expression and said, "I also want to go with you guys. It's a pity that I failed to live up to expectations and couldn't pass the music selection. Actually, going to the moon might not be a good thing." Xia Ruofei consoled. "It's still very dangerous. Also, Wei Wei has a mission to accomplish on Earth." "What mission?" Song Wei quickly asked. "The distance between Earth and the moon isn't too far, so there won't be much delay in real-time communication." Xia Ruofei said, "So, I might set up a communication system between the sky and the Earth. Wei Wei will be in charge of the ground. On one hand, she can keep track of everyone's situation. On the other hand, if anything happens, she can leave behind information for future generations to refer to. I'm sure the other three sects will support you. For the First Heaven sect, the Surging Waves sect, and the Soaring Flower Valley, even if this group of people who went to explore was completely annihilated, they would not stop their exploration. In the future, they would definitely let more people receive the selection and form a new exploration team to go to the moon. In this way, some real-time information of the first team could be transmitted back and recorded. which would have great reference value. Don't say such disheartening words. Song Wei's eyes reddened. You guys will be fine. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it's better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, there are many benefits to being able to communicate with the world in real time. Yes, yes. Song Wei nodded and said, I'm willing to do that. After all, I'll feel more at ease if I can keep in touch with you guys. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, it's late. Let's rest first. There are still many things to do starting tomorrow. The next day, Xia Ruofei told Chen Nanfeng and the others about his decision to bring Ling Qingxue to the moon. Naturally, no one had any objections. Xia Ruofei already had 2 spots, and with the one given to him by the First Heaven Society, it was reasonable for him to bring 2 people. They couldn't say anything, not to mention that Xia Ruofei only used one of the spots. Xia Ruofei continued, I'll make some arrangements for the spacesuits. Also, we can start the initial test today to see if the spacecraft can adapt to the outer space environment. However, for safety reasons, we need to do it step by step. Also, before we get the spacesuits, it's best not to really ascend into outer space. Chen Nanfeng and the others all agreed. At this moment, the voice of Master Yuntai rang in Xia Ruofei's mind. Little brat Xia, what kind of supercomputer are you using to calculate these words? They're useless. Scholar Yuntai said, I'm dizzy from reading 1000. Xia Ruofei then remembered that he had given a laptop with the first calculation results of a supercomputer to Scholar Yuntai for research. In other words, by treating each floating point as a Chinese character, the 1000 writings that had the highest possibility of being simulated would be calculated. Xia Ruofei asked Xia Qing to cooperate with Scholar Yuntai to operate the computer, and then he didn't care about this matter. Later, he changed to a numerical scheme, and then Song Wei found a clue by accident. He was busy arranging music again. He had been so busy these days that he completely forgot that Master Yuntai was still studying those meaningless man groups. After hearing what Scholar Yuntai had said, Xia Ruofei quickly greeted Chen Nanfeng and the others, saying that he would go into the room to solve the spacesuits problem, and then hurried back to his room. Xia Ruofei said to Master Yuntai, Senior Yuntai, didn't I tell you that day? This proposal has already been rejected and those words are meaningless. Did you really read them for a few days? Scholar Yuntai snorted, if I don't read it myself, how can I be sure that there's no mystery in the words? So you're done now? What was the result? Xia Ruofei asked. With a smile. Scholar Yuntai said in a depressed tone, I've finished reading it. There's indeed nothing mysterious about it. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and continued, Senior Yuntai, in fact, we've made a breakthrough in cracking the token these days. And obtained very crucial information. I just happen to have something to ask you. 3214 The Black Phoenix Flying Ship, 1, Wait. Layman Yuntai was not interested in the question that Xia Ruofei wanted to ask him. He asked, Little fellow Xia, you mean you've already solved the secret of the floating point pattern? Xia Ruofei casually set up a soundproof enchantment around himself and then continued to communicate with Scholar Yuntai through spiritual sense. It should be almost the same. Quickly tell me. Quickly tell me. Scholar Yuntai said impatiently, in our era, many experts spent their entire lives studying the Rising Dragon Order, but to no avail. You're just a Jindan stage rookie, how did you manage to develop it in such a short time? Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. As long as we can find the right direction, he said, cracking the secret of the token seems to have nothing to do with cultivation. So, you found the right direction? Scholar Yuntai said, you used Fufu points as numbers to crack the array? To be more precise, each floating point corresponds to a set of numbers. Xia Ruofei said with certainty, we can basically confirm this. We got an answer with more than 3,000 sets of numbers. And then? Asked layman Yuntai. This is actually a piece of music score. Xia Ruofei said. He then briefly explained the process of cracking the code to Scholar Yuntai, and finally said, because the music that was selected is very special, and it definitely has an effect that can only be found in the world of cultivation, we have basically confirmed that so far, our direction is correct. This is amazing. Scholar Yuntai sighed with emotion. I really didn't expect that a few golden core and qi refining cultivators could so easily solve the secret of the rising dragon order. Also, is the supercomputer that you mentioned really that powerful? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Senior Yuntai, perhaps there hasn't been much progress in the cultivation world for thousands of years. However, ordinary people's society has changed a lot after thousands of years of development. Now, human technology is very powerful. It can even make up for the shortcomings of cultivators in many aspects. For example, the super computer we're using this time is such a case. If you use the human brain to calculate, you won't be able to calculate it even if you spend your entire life, because the amount of calculation is too large. However, for a supercomputer, it only takes a few hours to calculate. It seems that I've disappeared for more than 3,000 years, and the outside world has long changed. Layman Yuntai said with emotion. Xia Ruofei asked, so, does Senior Yuntai also think that we've completed the cracking? That's right, just now, we found that everyone's tokens had disappeared. It should be like what Senior told me before. This token has been out for more than 300 years, and it's time for it to disappear. Therefore, we no longer have any tokens for further research. Even if the high-definition image of the floating point pattern is saved, if the real secret is in the token itself, we have already lost the chance. Scholar Yuntai said with certainty, you don't need the token anymore. If such an answer is not the message that the final token wants to convey, it can only mean one thing. The floating point pattern on the token is simply a deliberate mystery and has no practical significance. Then, he changed the topic and said, however, every time the token disappears and reappears, the floating point pattern will be different from the last time, which means that the message it wants to convey will also change. So, the information you get this time may still be valid now, but it will be unclear after a long time. We think so too. Xia Ruofei said, that's why we're preparing to go and explore as soon as possible. The moon you're talking about? Asked layman Yuntai. Yes. Therefore, I have some questions to ask you, Senior. Xia Ruofei said. No one in our era has ever been to the moon. Scholar Yuntai laughed and said, I have never been to the moon myself, so you are asking the wrong person. Senior Yuntai. Xia Ruofei said. We really want to know if a spiritual treasure like an airboat can fly out of Earth and stay in outer space for a long time. Scholar Yuntai was stunned for a moment and said, Earth? Are you referring to the world we live in? It really did look like a big ball, but it should have more water. Right? Why is it called Earth and not water ball? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How would he know why it was a conventional name? However, after hearing what Master Yuntai said, Xia Ruofei knew that at least 3,000 years ago, the cultivators had actually flown out of Earth. They did not know how far they had gone, but at least they had seen the Earth from space. Otherwise, Master Yuntai would not have known that the world he lived in was a big ball, and most of it was covered by the ocean. Xia Ruofei said, Senior Yuntai, I'm not too sure about the name. Anyway, it has always been called Earth. So, have you been to the space outside Earth? Did you take an airboat? Scholar Yuntai laughed and said, You have too many questions. I'll answer them one by one. The cultivators of our era, as long as they are above the primordial soul stage, have basically been to the Earth. Outside the Earth, whether by flying boat or sword riding, it is not a problem to fly directly out. In fact, the real danger is the extreme cold of the outer space you mentioned, and there is no air to breathe. The environment is very harsh, and even the primordial soul stage and even the leaving aperture stage cultivators find it difficult to survive for a long time. 3215 The Black Phoenix Flying Ship. 2. Scholar Yuntai paused for a moment and continued, Therefore, in the early years, there were still people who wanted to explore the outside world, but as we learned more and more about outer space, such suicidal behavior has never appeared again. Of course, cultivators above the primordial soul realm can survive half a day to one day in that kind of environment without any problem. Therefore, most of the cultivators who have reached the primordial soul realm will go out and take a look out of curiosity. Xia Ruofei said, I understand. In other words, if you fly up directly on your sword, you can also fly out of the Earth's atmosphere and into outer space. It's the same for flying ships, right? Almost. Scholar Yuntai said, however, your question just now is whether a magic treasure like an airboat can fly in outer space for a long time. How should he put it? It depended on what kind of airboat it was. As I've said, it's very harsh outside. Sometimes it's extremely cold, sometimes it's extremely hot. If you're unlucky, you might be attacked by flying rocks. Therefore, ordinary airboats might not stand that long. Speaking of this, Layman Yuntai asked again, by the way, since you have my storage ring, you should have already obtained my Black Phoenix flying ship, right? Xia Ruofei almost burst into tears. Master Yuntai finally remembered his black flying ship. After such a long time, he finally knew the name of the treasure. It was called the Black Phoenix Flying Ship. So it's called the Black Phoenix Flying Ship. It's a good name indeed. Xia Ruofei said, I've been wanting to ask you a few times, but you went into seclusion after a few words. I haven't had the time to ask you for advice. Ha ha ha. Grandmaster Yuntai laughed awkwardly and said, Little brat Xia, since the Black Phoenix flying ship is in your hands, it shouldn't be a problem for you to ride it and explore the world. Do you know what the greatest advantage of the Black Blaze flying ship is? The Black Phoenix flying ship was the proud work of Master Yuntai, and he only had Xia Ruofei to communicate with. Hence, when the Black Phoenix flying ship was mentioned, he couldn't help but want to show off. Xia Ruofei was obviously a good sidekick. He asked, could it be that his greatest strength is his speed? Xia Ruofei had been on the First Heaven Society's Clearwater flying boat before. When he compared it to the Black Phoenix flying boat, he could clearly feel that the Black Phoenix flying boat was much faster than the Clearwater flying boat. No, no, no. Scholar Yuntai repeatedly denied it. The Black Phoenix flying ship speed can only be considered above average. In the cultivation world, there have been some People who were known for their speed, but they were much faster than the Black Phoenix flying ship. Then this. Junior doesn't know. Senior, please give me some guidance. Xia Ruofei said humbly. Scholar Yuntai proudly said, its biggest feature is its defense. I've specially searched for precious obsidian crystals and forged it with 18 types of precious ores. At least. In the era I lived in, I've never seen a flying, type magical treasure that's stronger than the obsidian flying ship. As I've said earlier, the environment in outer space is extremely cold and hot. Furthermore, we might be attacked by flying rocks from outer space. An ordinary flying ship would not be able to hold on for long under the alternating effects of extreme cold and extreme heat. However, the Black Phoenix flying ship would definitely not have such a problem. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy and said, in that case, taking the Black Phoenix flying ship to the moon and searching for the mystic realm mentioned in the music piece is a feasible plan? Scholar Yuntai also stopped blowing his own trumpet and quickly said, little brat Xia, are you really going to the moon? Didn't Senior also say so? The disappearance of the token means that the validity period of the message transmitted by the token is not long. If there is really a mystic realm on the moon, then the location of the exit may change soon. So, we naturally have to go to the moon to investigate as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. I was just saying that the Black Phoenix flying ship should have no problem adapting to outer space. Even in the extreme cold and heat, it should be able to ensure that it won't be damaged. I've once steered the Black Phoenix flying ship away from Earth and stayed outside for 2 days. But the Black Phoenix flying ship was completely undamaged, said layman Yuntai. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but click his tongue. He wasn't shocked by the Black Phoenix flying ship's thick skin. He was shocked that Master Yuntai could be exposed to outer space for 2 days. Were all primordial soul realm cultivators so strong? Obviously, the words of Yuntai weren't meant to show off that he could survive in outer space for 2 days without any external equipment. Therefore, he quickly changed the topic and said, little brat Xia, if you're going to the distant moon, transportation is only one aspect. More importantly, you have to be able to survive in such a harsh environment for a long time. You must know that there's no air outside. A primordial soul stage cultivator can go days without breathing, but you, a golden core stage cultivator, can only last for 2 to 4 hours. Furthermore, a few days is not enough for you to travel from Earth to the moon. It was far from enough. In addition, the extremely cold and hot environment that I mentioned just now is not only a test for the airboat, but also for the passengers of the airboat. In my opinion, at least you, a Jindan stage rookie, can't survive in such an environment. Xia Ruofei smiled. I will find a way to solve these problems one by one. I'm not stupid enough to go to my death for a secret realm that might exist. It's obvious that I can't return. It's good that you know. Layman Yuntai said, you are a smart person. I believe that even if I don't say anything, you will not do anything stupid. Speaking of this, Layman Yuntai immediately said, by the way, when I said that the Black Phoenix flying ship can travel in outer space for long periods of time, that was just my speculation. After all, I've never tried to let it fly for more than 10 days, a month, or even a few months in a row. I believe in seniors' professional judgment. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Scholar Yuntai was a master of refining in his own era. Xia Ruofei trusted his judgment of flying magical equipment. The moon is at least a few 100,000 miles away. No one knows what will happen or what dangers we will encounter on the way. Scholar Yuntai solemnly said, no one has ever tried to go to the moon before, so everything is unknown. I can't guarantee that the black blaze flying ship will be able to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, at least Senior gave me more confidence. You let me know that the Black Phoenix flying ship's defense is top-notch. That's enough. The path of cultivation was like sailing against the current and changing one's fate. How could it always be smooth sailing and peaceful? If he dodges every time there's danger, I don't think he'll have any great achievements in cultivation. Therefore, this trip to the moon cannot be guaranteed to be foolproof, but it must be done. After a moment of silence, Layman Yuntai said, little brat Xia, you've really taught this old man a lesson. In that case, I also support you to explore the moon. Of course, you must first take care of the problem of protection, which is the problem of extreme cold, extreme heat, and breathing I mentioned. Otherwise, no matter how confident you are, you won't be able to hold on for long. Lofty aspirations can't be eaten. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, don't worry, Senior. I'm thinking of a way to solve this. Didn't I tell you before? The development of modern technology can sometimes solve problems that cultivators can't solve. This time, we may have to rely on modern technology to solve it. It's good that you can consider these problems and come up with a solution. Scholar Yuntai said, in that case, I'll go into seclusion for a while. Closed up again? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but complain in his heart. This Yuntai Senior was really a closed-door cultivation madman. Yuntai fell silent, but he quickly said, don't worry. I don't want to miss out on your magnificent feat of exploring the moon. Remember to let me know when the time comes. It would be best if I could also appreciate the magnificence of the dark universe. Xia Ruofei was shocked by the sudden turn of events by Scholar Yuntai. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No problem. When the time comes, I'll release all the barriers, and you can use your spiritual power to appreciate it, ha ha ha. Thank you. In advance. Scholar Yuntai laughed. Then, there was really no more sound. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to sense and confirmed that the closed-door cultivation madman, Master Yuntai, had really entered a state of closed-door cultivation. Xia Ruofei then took out the satellite phone from the spirit map space and skillfully dialed a few numbers. 3216 Spacesuits, 1. Xia Ruofei was in contact with Li Yifu, who was on Peach Blossom Island. After the exchange with Master Yuntai, Xia Ruofei knew that the Black Phoenix flying ship's defense was very strong and could handle outer space flight. Hence, he was very confident. What he had to do now was to find a way to solve the spacesuits problem. Li Yifu's family had been developing in the United States. After 2 generations of accumulation, their assets had reached tens of billions of US dollars, and they had a great influence in the United States. If Xia Ruofei wanted to get a spacesuit from NASA, Li Yifu would be his first choice. Of course, China's level in the aerospace field was also leading in the world. The Flying Sky EVA suit that China had independently developed was also very advanced in technology. Xia Ruofei wanted to ask for a few spacesuits from the aerospace industry through Elder Song and the others. It was not difficult. Besides, he would not ask for it for free. He would definitely pay for it. However, the purpose of buying a spacesuit was really difficult to explain. It might even cause unnecessary trouble for Elder Song and the others. After all, the aerospace field was too sensitive. Xia Ruofei couldn't possibly use the methods of cultivators in his own country to steal it just to hide it from others. Therefore, he chose to purchase a spacesuit from the United States secret. Of course, if the deal in the United States did not work out, Xia Ruofei would not hold back. He would not have any psychological burden if he stole NASA's spacesuits. Xia Ruofei had this buy if you can, steal if you can mentality attitude, so he contacted Li Yifu first. Li Yifu quickly picked up the call and greeted him respectfully. Senior granduncle, what are your orders? Xia Ruofei asked, foster husband. Do you have any way to get in touch with NASA? Li Yifu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment before asking, great uncle, master, you mean the national United States? Xia Ruofei chuckled. You heard me right. It's NASA. I want to do business with them. Can you find me a way? Li Yifu said, uncle, master, I can definitely find NASA's connections. However, the aerospace field is very sensitive. I'm also Chinese, so it's impossible to trade some core technology with them. The United States Intelligence Department is watching. I don't want their technology. Xia Ruofei said, I just want to get a few spacesuits. Can you do that? A spacesuit? Li Yifu was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately reacted and said, Senior granduncle, you're preparing to go to outer space. Since it was not a face-to-face conversation but a satellite phone call, there was a possibility that it could be monitored. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not explain in detail and only said, almost. The most important thing right now is to get a spacesuit, and it has to be an EVA suit. Foster husband, can you think of a way? Li Yifu pondered for a moment before saying, Grand uncle, master, if you want to buy a spacesuit from an official United States organization like NASA, it'll be more difficult. Don't look down on just spacesuits, it also involves many core technologies. If the difficulty is too high, then forget it. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I'll think of another way. Xia Ruofei's other way naturally did not refer to purchasing. For practitioners, even if NASA was heavily guarded, they could still come and go as they pleased. The only question was, would NASA have so many spacesuits in stock? In addition, it was said that spacesuits were tailor-made for astronauts. If there were no flight missions, a spare spacesuits might not be enough, and it might not fit. Great uncle, master, I said it's not easy to get a spacesuit from NASA, but it should be possible. Li Yifu said. Oh? Xia Ruofei asked with interest, where else can I get a spacesuit other than NASA? I don't know if Marshall Granduncle has heard of the name of Elon Musk? Li Yifu asked. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said with uncertainty, you mean the owner of the Tesla electric car? Yes. Li Yifu replied with a smile. He's the founder of Tesla, but he also has another identity, SpaceX, the CEO. And CEO of the United States Space Exploration Technology Company. You should have heard of the Falcon rocket, right? Xia Ruofei said, I seem to have an impression of it. I heard that their rocket boosters can be retrieved, right? You're saying that this space technology company also belongs to this guy, and he might be able to get spacesuits from there? This is what this disciple means. Li Yifu said, in fact, SpaceX has obtained a lot of technology from NASA. Their manned space technology is also very advanced. Soon, they will be carrying out independent manned flights. Therefore, the Quality of SpaceX's spacesuits is no worse than NASA's. It's definitely easier to deal with a private company than a state agency. United States. Understood. Xia Ruofei said, adopted husband, please go and coordinate this personally. I need to get at least 18 sets of EVA suits as soon as possible. It would be better if you could get more. In addition, we need as many oxygen supply modules as possible to ensure that at least 9 people can stay in outer space. The oxygen supply modules alone can support 1 to 2 months' worth of supply. 3 from the First Heaven Society, 2 from the Tsang Society, 2 from the Soaring Flower Valley, plus Xia Ruofei and Lingqing Xue. They had a total of 9 people on this trip. The 18 spacesuits were just 1 main and 1 backup. Considering that the probability of everyone's spacesuits breaking down was not high, 1 main and 1 backup were barely enough. 3,217 spacesuits, too, of course, this was a long-term outer space voyage. If the spacesuits couldn't last that long, they would have to change. If that happened, 18 sets would be too much for them. It would be best if they could buy more spacesuits. As for the oxygen supply module, he would definitely need to prepare more. Li Yifu couldn't help but click his tongue and said, that's quite a lot. Granduncle, master, even Masker's company might not have so much stock. After all, spacesuits cost tens of millions of dollars. As long as he has the technology and we have the money, we can definitely produce it as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei said, your task is to get rid of Masker and get him to provide us with the things we need as much as possible and as soon as possible. Understood. Li Yifu said, Grand Uncle, Master, I'll go back to the United States as soon as possible. But as for the Peach Source Island, I'll let Qing Feng bring Jing Yongshu over to take charge. Xia Ruofei said. Jing Yongshu had also learned how to control the formation of the Peach Source Island, and his formation skills were far better than Li Yifu's. With the jade pendant made by Xia Ruofei, he had no problem in taking charge of the daily maintenance of the formation and defending against possible enemies. In addition, Luo Qingfeng, who was a golden core cultivator, was also there, so it was even more foolproof. It just so happened that Luo Qingfeng was in the capital as well and had brought along King Mount to help receive his fellow practitioners from the cultivation world. Hence, Xia Ruofei only needed to give the order and he could call Jing Yongshu to head to Paradise Island together. Yes. That disciple will wait for Luo Qingfeng and Jing Yongshu to arrive, hand over the array control talisman, and then leave for the United States at top speed. Li Yifu said. Respectfully. Then I wish you success. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, Xia Ruofei thought of something else and said, oh right. Foster husband, when you talk to Masker, don't limit yourself to the spacesuits and the support module. As long as you can get your hands on outer space equipment, we want it all, even the spacecraft's experiment cabin. As long as he's willing to sell it, I'll buy it with money. Alright, this disciple will definitely do his best. Li Yifu said, however, the space equipment involves a lot of sensitive technology. I can't guarantee that the negotiations will go smoothly. After all, Masker is not particularly short of money. If money could solve the problem, Li Yifu wouldn't even frown even if he had to spend all his money. However, Musk was also a rich man. He started his business in Silicon Valley as early as the 1990s, and later developed the famous payment tool after that. He founded the famous Tesla and created the Tesla electric car that was popular all over the world. This guy had always been very persistent in his space dream. In 2001, he invested $100 million to establish SpaceX, which was now popular all over the world, which was also the United States space exploration technology company. At that time, everyone thought this guy was crazy. He entered the space field with a private identity that many countries could not afford to burn money. $100 million was only enough to buy a few extra-dimensional spacesuits, so it was destined to not cause any splash. However, they sent the Falcon rocket into space in 2012, opening the era of private space transportation. In 2018, the complete recovery of the first stage booster rocket was completed, greatly reducing launch costs. As SpaceX's manned spaceflight was infinitely close to success, Musk's assets also snowballed. Now, he had a net worth of $40 to $50 billion, which was comparable to Li Fu. For such a rich man, it was definitely not enough to just spend money. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Of course, it's the most convenient to solve problems with money. Although this masker has a lot of assets, he has many areas to burn money in. As long as we can safely earn a large sum of US dollars, I don't believe he won't be interested." "Of course he's interested in making money," Li Fu said. "He's still a businessman by nature. If we can ensure his safety, I believe he'll be tempted. So, I might have to trouble you to go to the United States personally." Xia Ruofei pondered for a while and understood Li Fu's meaning. He smiled and said, "That's true. Such a large pile of equipment and spacesuits are all very sensitive equipment. It's impossible to ship them out of the United States even through smuggling channels. They can only transport them with storage magical equipment. I think as long as we don't ship the goods out of the United States, Musk should have less to worry about." This disciple also thinks so. Li Fu said, "I won't let anyone else handle this matter. I'm going to personally talk to Musk in private." If money can't solve it," Xia Ruofei said, "you can consider other methods. It was also possible to use some cultivator's methods when necessary. In short, we can only succeed in this matter and cannot fail. We have no way out." Even though many cultivators despised using the methods of a cultivator to deal with an ordinary person, the moon exploration was too important. Furthermore, time was of the essence. Besides, Xia Ruofei did not have any psychological burden dealing with an American. "Understood." Li Fu said, "Don't worry, senior granduncle. I'll head to the United States first. If I really can't come to a conclusion, I'll report to you and see what to do next." "Okay, I'll make some arrangements and meet you United States," Xia Ruofei said. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei called Luo Qingfeng over. "Qingfeng, contact Xing Yongshou immediately and go to Paradise Island with him. My adopted husband has an important mission and needs to return to the United States for a while. During his absence, you and Xing Yongshou will be in charge of Paradise Island. Xing Yongshou will be responsible for the maintenance and control of the array. And you will be in charge of the overall situation." "Yes," Luo Qingfeng quickly replied. "This old servant will immediately move out." Xia Ruofei nodded and checked the soundproof barrier again. Then, he whispered, "Make sure to take a few circles on the road to prevent anyone from following you." During this period of time, many cultivators had come to Xia Ruofei's courtyard house. There were also many golden core stage experts. If they were not careful, they might be followed and found on Peach Garden Island. That would be a lot of trouble. Xia Ruofei also knew that the Paradise island would be exposed to the cultivation world sooner or later, but he hoped that it would be as late as possible. It would be best if he only revealed it when his strength had become something that everyone had to look up to. This way, no one would dare to covet it. In fact, the most convenient way would be for Xia Ruofei to take Luo Qingfeng back to the Star Caesar sect with the Black Phoenix flying boat, and bring Jing Yongshou along before flying back to the Peach Source Island. He should have even sent Li Yifu back to the United States by airboat, which would be the fastest. However, now that the First Heaven Society and many other sects were working together to crack the token and organize an expedition to the mystic area on the moon, Xia Ruofei was the key person and had obtained some important information. They would definitely not be at ease to let Xia Ruofei leave alone. However, Peach Blossom Island had to be kept a secret and Xia Ruofei couldn't bring these cultivators with him. Hence, he couldn't use this method. Qingfeng Luo and Yifu Li could only spend more time and energy on the journey. There was no other way. Luo Qingfeng used the phone in Xia Ruofei's room to contact the sect. He quickly found Jing Yongshou and agreed on a meeting place with him. Then, he respectfully bade Xia Ruofei farewell. After leaving the room, Luo Qingfeng was prepared to bid farewell to Chen Nanfeng and the others. After all, he was the sect master of the Star Caesar sect, and his status in the cultivation world was equal to Chen Nanfeng and the others. As soon as they stepped out of the door, Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng saw Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and Lu Mansha walking towards them from the front yard. The three of them did not look too good and were in low spirits. What was going on? Xia Ruofei looked at the three dejected people and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. 3218 The Fragile Blue Water Flying Boat. 1. Seeing Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng, Chen Nanfeng squeezed out a smile and greeted sect leader Luo, fellow Daoist Xia. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Luo Qingfeng naturally noticed that something was wrong with the three of them, but he did not ask any further. He just smiled and said, Sect Leader Chen, Sect Leader Mu, Valley Master Lu, I was just about to bid farewell to the three of you. Oh? Is Sect Leader Luo leaving? Chen Nanfeng asked in surprise. In his opinion, Luo Qingfeng was a firm supporter of Xia Ruofei. Although Luo Qingfeng did not pass the music screening, at least he could give Xia Ruofei more confidence by staying here. After all, he was also an Oris core cultivator. Therefore, Chen Nanfeng and the other two were quite surprised that Luo Qingfeng was in such a hurry to leave. There are still many things in the sect, Luo Qingfeng said with a faint smile. I can't help much here, so I'll go back first after discussing with the first elder. The disciple I brought will stay and continue to serve everyone well. I see, then I wish sect leader Luo a safe journey, Chen Nanfeng said. Chen Nanfeng's mind was not on Qingfeng Luo. Furthermore, Qingfeng Luo did not pass the music selection. Even if he stayed, he would not be able to participate in the moon exploration. Therefore, in Chen Nanfeng's opinion, Qingfeng Luo's departure did not matter at all. Luo Qingfeng smiled and nodded. He then greeted Mu Xing and Lu Mansha, and then nodded to Xia Ruofei. He then left the courtyard house, found a place with no one around, summoned his flying sword, and flew away. In the courtyard house, Xia Ruofei looked at the three and asked, Three seniors, is there something else? You don't look too good, Chen Nanfeng sighed and said, let's talk inside. All right, please come in. Everyone went to Xia Ruofei's master suite and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Fellow Taoist Xia, the three of us took some time to test the Jadewater flying boat, Chen. Nanfeng said. Xia Ruofei looked very surprised. He had just entered the room and talked with Scholar Yuntai for a while, then called Li Yifu to arrange the purchase of spacesuits and other space equipment, and then called Luo Qingfeng over to give him some instructions. In fact, there was not much time. The three of them had already taken the Jadewater flying boat to space. However, he felt relieved after thinking about it. If it was just to test the performance of the flying boat, it did not necessarily need to completely break out of the atmosphere. Besides, it would take enough time to fly up and down. Sect leader Chen, have the three of you reached the outer space? Xia Ruofei asked. Chen Nanfeng shook his head. I don't think so. But I can see the curved outline of our world. It's quite high. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, so the results of the test are not ideal? Chen Nanfeng sighed and said, the environment outside is much worse than we thought. Just as fellow Taoist Xia said, the air at our altitude is very thin. If an ordinary person doesn't have any protection, they may die in a short time. Even a golden core cultivator wouldn't be able to hold on for long with their physical body. It's also for this reason that we didn't continue flying upwards, but chose to return. I'm aware of the outer space environment. Xia Ruofei said, that's why I'm taking the spacesuits very seriously. I've already thought of a way to contact the United States to purchase spacesuits. Of course, there are also some other equipment, including the oxygen supply module. As I've said before, the science and technology of the secular world are sometimes more useful than the means of the cultivation world. Chen Nanfeng nodded in agreement and said, yup. I heard from Xian that there's a space station made by ordinary people flying around above our heads. It's much higher than the altitude we were at just now. But ordinary people without any cultivation can live on it for a long time. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile. There are many redeeming qualities about human technology. Furthermore, their development speed is far faster than the cultivation world. Then Xia Ruofei asked again, three seniors, if it's just the problem of the external environment, you don't have to worry too much. I will definitely find a way to solve it. If this was the only problem, we wouldn't be so depressed, Muxing said at this time. Oh? Could it be that there's something that's hard to solve? Xia Ruofei asked. Let Brother Chen say it himself. Muxing sighed and said. Fellow Taoist Xia, Chen Nanfeng said with a wry smile, to be honest with you, I'm afraid we'll have to discuss our plan again. Because I'm afraid that the Clearwater flying boat can't withstand long-term space travel. Muxing also nodded and said, that's true. We didn't stay for long just now, but the Bluewater flying boat has been damaged in the extremely cold environment outside. You also know that many things in the ancient cultivation world have been lost. This flying boat refining method is one of them. We don't know how to repair it when it's damaged. It's only been a short time, but it's already damaged in several places. Lu Mansha added, a one-way trip to the moon will take 10 days to half a month. We all think that the Clearwater flying boat will not be able to last that long. Moreover, we still have to consider the problem of returning. 3219 The fragile blue water flying boat, 2. Chen Nanfeng waited for his two friends to finish before he said, I remember fellow Taoist Xia also said that the environment in outer space is not only extremely cold, but also extremely hot. Under the alternation of cold and hot, I'm afraid it will be more difficult for the Jadewater flying boat to withstand it. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, that is indeed the case. In addition to the extreme cold and heat, the universe is filled with all kinds of cosmic rays that are invisible to the naked eye, which can also damage the materials of the flying ship. If the materials used to build the flying ship are not strong enough, there is indeed a risk of collapse. In fact, only high-level cultivators like Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and Lu Mansha would have been killed by the cosmic rays if they were ordinary people exposed to outer space like this. Or, they would have been frozen into popsicles or frozen mummies before they were killed by the cosmic rays. Looks like I'll have to change my plan, Mu Xing said with a sigh. Then, his eyes lit up and he said, just now, Brother Chen said, there's a space station in the sky that orbits around the Earth all year round, and there's always ordinary people living inside? Xia Ruofei nodded. To be precise, there's an international space station. Our country also has the Tiangong experiment module. Of course, it's smaller than the space station, but it's also designed for long-term stay. Mu Xing clapped his hands and said, then isn't it settled? If we steal the International Space Station, wouldn't it be great to take the space station to the moon? Lu Mancha's eyes lit up when she heard this. Sect leader Mu, that's a good idea. Since even ordinary people can survive in there, cultivators naturally have no problem. Even Chen Nanfeng couldn't help but show a hint of interest. The Clearwater flying boat had only flown out for a short while, but it had already caused a certain degree of damage. Chen Nanfeng was very distressed. After all, no one had the ability to repair the flying boat now. Moreover, at this rate of damage, the Clearwater flying boat would completely collapse before it could reach the moon. At that time everyone would die in the vast space. Therefore, it was necessary to find another way. Mu Xing's suggestion provided another way of thinking. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't know how to explain it to these ignorant people. In the end, Xia Ruofei tried his best to explain in layman terms, 3 seniors, I'm afraid that's not realistic. Whether it's our country's Tiangong or the International Space Station, they can only fly around the Earth. They rely on the effect of gravity to orbit the Earth, but if they want to fly to the moon, they must break free from Earth's gravity, which is something space stations don't have. The International Space Station naturally had a propulsion system, but it was prepared for orbital fine-tuning when necessary. It wasn't enough to break away from Earth's gravity and fly to the moon. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not tell the 3 Golden Core seniors about the international impact. If the International Space Station disappeared, it would probably cause global panic. However, Xia Ruofei felt that Chen Nanfeng and the others would not care much about it. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Chen Nanfeng asked in disappointment, Fellow Daoist Xia, is this method really not going to work? It definitely won't work, Xia Ruofei said with certainty. Then what should we do? Mu Xing said, since the methods of the cultivation world are useless, we can only rely on the technology of ordinary people. That's right. Chen Nanfeng nodded. I remember fellow Daoist Xia saying that the Americans landed on the moon 50 to 60 years ago. We'll go to the United States, let them send our people to the moon. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. 3 seniors, I'm afraid the United States doesn't have any ready-made rockets and spaceships. Those were the products of the struggle between the United States and the Soviet Union decades ago. At that time, the Apollo program cost a lot of money. In fact, as of now, landing on the moon is more symbolic than practical. Therefore, for the past few decades, the United States has not launched any moon landing programs. In other words, even if the Americans want to return to the moon, they don't have any ready-made equipment. They have to build it from scratch. This is a systematic project, and I'm afraid it won't be completed in a year or two. This can't do, that can't do, Mu Sheng frowned and said, are we just going to watch the moon above us and know that there may be a top-tier treasure land and secret realm, but we can't go there at all? Xia Ruofei smiled. Seniors, please calm down. Actually, I have an airboat. Too. I think we can try to see if my airboat can withstand the outer space environment before we make any plans. Mu Sheng was not in high spirits. He said, little brother Xia, brother Chen has already tried his clearwater flying boat. I'm afraid it's meaningless to try your flying boat again. You'll even damage your flying ship for no reason. Isn't that not worth it? Lu Mancha's thoughts were similar to Mu Sheng's, so she also nodded and echoed, I think it's more appropriate to think of other ways. However, Chen Nanfeng's heart moved and he said, I think there's no harm in trying. Mu Sheng was a little anxious when he heard this. He said, Brother Chen, you've just experienced it yourself. You know how bad the environment outside is. The Jadewater flying boat was damaged in such a short time. It's a bit inappropriate for you to ask Brother Xia to take the risk with the treasure. In the current cultivation world, flying ships were considered extremely precious treasures. Although flying boats couldn't assist in cultivation or help people fight back, flying magical treasures were very rare. Compared to riding a flying sword, it was much more comfortable. In the current situation where the highest cultivation level in the cultivation world was not even at the yuanying stage, the flying boat was still a divine tool for escape. The speed of most cultivators' flying sword was not as fast as the flying boat. Mu Sheng had always been fond of Xia Ruofei, so his words were also quite protective of Xia Ruofei. Even when he was facing Chen Nanfeng, the top master in the cultivation world, he did not speak with false courtesy. Of course, this was also because Mu Sheng and Chen Nanfeng had a good personal relationship. The two would not fall out over such a small matter. Xia Ruofei looked at Mu Sheng gratefully and then smiled. Thank you for your kind intentions, sect leader Mu. However, I'm still very confident in my Black Blaze flying ship. Besides, we'll only know if it works after we try. Chen Nanfeng looked at Mu Sheng with a smile and said, Brother Mu, did you hear that? Fellow Taoist Xia is very confident. Also, do you think that I'm the kind of person who would harm others without benefiting myself? Since fellow Taoist Xia proposed this plan, I believe he must have his own reasons. Shouldn't we show our support? Actually, what Chen Nanfeng said wasn't important. He didn't say the most important reason. He had once sent someone to investigate Xia Ruofei in secret and knew that Xia Ruofei's black flying boat was extremely fast. At least in terms of performance, it was much better than the Clearwater flying boat. Therefore, Chen Nanfeng was also looking forward to seeing if Xia Ruofei's airboat could withstand the harsh environment in outer space if the Clearwater airboat could not do the job. Regardless of whether it worked or not, Chen Nanfeng at least knew that Xia Ruofei's Black Swift boat would not be as fragile as the Clearwater Swift boat. Moreover, everyone was experienced this time and would not be caught off guard. Even the black flying boat could not withstand such an extreme environment. Chen Nanfeng felt that he could at least ensure that Xia Ruofei's black flying boat would not be damaged as badly as the Clearwater flying boat. Mu Xing said helplessly, since you've said so, what else can I say? Let's try it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, in that case, let's go now. Strike while the iron is hot. 32-20 Powerful defense. 1. Chen Nanfeng and the other two had returned in a hurry, mainly because the Clearwater flying boat had been damaged. In fact, the three of them could still hold on. Furthermore, cultivators had very strong recovery abilities, so they were already at full health. Since Xia Ruofei had suggested to test the Black Phoenix flying ship, they naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. Chen Nanfeng even called Qin Xian over. Xia Ruofei immediately released the Black Phoenix flying ship from the courtyard and let it float above the central courtyard. Fortunately, the flying ship had an invisibility effect on ordinary people. Otherwise, with such a huge flying ship quietly floating above their heads, the huge sense of oppression brought by the black hull with a trace of modern technology beauty would definitely make people think of keywords such as an alien civilization invasion. Xia Ruofei and the other 5 people jumped onto the flying boat. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to increase the altitude of the flying boat. Instead, he took Chen Nanfeng and the others around the flying boat. Mu Xing clicked his tongue and praised, little brother Xia, your flying boat looks much bigger than brother Chen's. And this black material looks extremely sturdy. Chen Nanfeng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Could refining materials be measured by hardness? Gold was also very soft. Was he worse than a hard rock? Lu Manxia touched the side of the ship and said, fellow Taoist Xia, what is your flying boat made of? Why do I feel like it looks like obsidian crystal? Impossible. Obsidian crystal is such a precious material. Mu Xing shouted, a fist-sized obsidian crystal can be sold for a sky-high price. How many obsidian crystals will be used to build such a large flying ship? Even with the power of the sect, it's impossible to take it out. Chen Nanfeng said, Brother Mu, you've made a mistake. I'm sure that this flying ship definitely used obsidian crystal, and it's very likely to be the main material. Really? Mu Xing couldn't believe it and looked at Xia Ruofei questioningly. Xia Ruofei nodded helplessly and said, Master did mention it before. He said that this flying ship is made from precious obsidian crystal, so it's called the obsidian flying ship. Even though they had already guessed the answer, Chen Nanfeng and the other 2 still gasped in unison. Such a large flying ship made entirely of obsidian crystal was quite a visual impact. Moreover, when they heard Xia Ruofei mention Master again, they had a feeling that they were right. Obviously, no matter how much of a genius Xia Ruofei was, he couldn't be like the Doryman, who had one treasure after another. For example, this Black Phoenix flying ship must have been given to Xia Ruofei by his mysterious and powerful master. Of course, Chen Nanfeng and the others didn't have any other thoughts. First of all, they were allies now, and they would soon cooperate to explore the moon. Besides, since Xia Ruofei's master had given the Black Phoenix flying ship to him and he had taken it out in front of everyone, it meant that he definitely had a way to keep it. Otherwise, an ordinary man would be guilty of treasuring a treasure. If an ordinary cultivator owned such a flying ship, it was very likely that he would bring death upon himself. Of course, this was also because the temptation was not big enough. After all, flying boats were mainly used as a flying tool, and their scope of application was relatively narrow. If it was a treasure land like the Peach Source Island, perhaps even Chen Nanfeng would find it hard to resist such a huge temptation. Xia Ruofei showed everyone around. Chen Nanfeng secretly felt that the Black Phoenix flying ship was much better than the Clearwater flying ship. However, he did not know how strong the Black Phoenix flying ship's defense was or whether it could adapt to outer space. Chen Nanfeng thought to himself, this flying ship is made of extremely precious obsidian crystal, and its defensive power is extremely high. I'm sure this flying ship is not bad. Everyone arrived at the control room. Looking at the control console that was much simpler than the Clearwater flying boat, Chen Nanfeng asked with a smile, fellow Taoist Xia, what fuel does your flying boat use? Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, spiritual stones or spiritual crystals are fine. As long as you can provide it with energy, it can fly. The higher the purity of the energy, the faster the flying speed. So, I'm going to give it some high purity fuel today. With that, Xia Ruofei flipped his hand and took out a crystal that was emitting a strong energy aura from the spirit map space. Origin crystals. Chen Nanfeng and the others couldn't help but be surprised. Ha ha ha. Little brother Xia, you're really generous, Mu Xing said with a smile. Origin crystals could directly provide rich vital energy and were the first choice of resources for Aura's core stage cultivators to assist in their cultivation. However, origin crystals were also extremely precious, especially when the resources in the modern cultivation world were increasingly scarce. Even golden core cultivators were reluctant to use origin crystals in their daily cultivation. Xia Ruofei smiled. Resources are meant to be used. These aren't gemstones. Do you think they have any value? Chen Nanfeng and the others couldn't help but laugh. But at the same time, they also had a deeper judgment. No wonder Xia Ruofei was able to reach the golden core stage at such a young age. He must have been given the best resources since he was young. He probably didn't know what it felt like to be short of cultivation resources. He was definitely a winner in life, born with a golden spoon. 32-21 Powerful defense. 2. Seniors, Brother Chen, let's go. Xia Ruofei inserted the crystal into the control panel and said, please take a seat and pay attention to your personal safety. The environment in outer space is very harsh. The 3 seniors have already experienced it just now, so I won't say much. Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, Lu Manxia, and Chen Xian all nodded and found their seats. Xia Ruofei also sat in front of the control panel and controlled the flying boat to increase its altitude. Because the goal this time was very clear, the Clearwater flying boat was basically rising straight up, without much horizontal movement. The speed of the flying boat was not too fast at first, but as it kept accelerating, it naturally became faster and faster. In almost the blink of an eye, the flying boat had penetrated into the clouds. Then, the flying boat immediately flew above the clouds. At this moment, all he could see were white clouds, like balls of cotton. Moreover, the cotton soon reached everyone's feet and was getting further and further away. In fact, at this height, the oxygen content was already very low, and the temperature would become very low. If an ordinary person was directly exposed to such an environment, it might only take a dozen seconds or at most a few dozen seconds before they would fall unconscious due to the lack of oxygen in their brain. Any longer and they would have died from suffocation or freezing to death. However, the Black Phoenix flying ship's protective barrier had a certain defensive effect. Xia Ruofei and the others had already filled their bodies with vital qi and changed to internal breathing. They were all well prepared, so everyone was safe and sound. Despite being in such a harsh environment, Chen Nanfeng's expression was still very relaxed. He still had the energy to remind her, fellow Taoist Xia. You must pay close attention to the flying boat's condition. If it's damaged, you must stop it in time and return as soon as possible. Don't try to be brave. Thank you for your reminder, senior. Xia Ruofei nodded. In reality, Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy had not relaxed for a single moment. He was constantly sensing the overall situation of the Black Phoenix flying ship. So far, the Black Phoenix flying ship's performance had been outstanding. Under the low temperature, its appearance did not change at all, and its internal structure was still as stable as before. While Xia Ruofei was controlling the swift boat through the control board, he was also very familiar with the situation of the swift boat. If the swift boat was damaged, he would be able to detect it at once. Of course, the current height was far from the limit. It was only a little higher than the cruising altitude of an ordinary commercial aircraft, but strictly speaking, it was still within the atmosphere. Xia Ruofei didn't hesitate. He controlled the flying boat and ascended quickly. In a short while, everyone had already experienced the effect of weightlessness. Some of the things in the flying boat that were not fixed in place began to slowly float. At this time, looking out of the porthole, they could already see the huge curved outline of the earth. Other than being brought into a wonderful situation by the music, this was actually the first time Xia Ruofei had truly looked back at Earth from this angle. He couldn't help but be attracted by the magnificent scenery in front of him. He leaned against the porthole and stared at Earth. Without any additional control, the Black Phoenix flying ship was naturally rising at a fixed speed. Chen Nanfeng's face also became more and more solemn. This was almost the highest height that the three of them had reached on the Clearwater flying boat. Just now, Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and Lu Mansha were on the Clearwater flying boat. When they reached this altitude, the Clearwater flying boat was already damaged in many places. Chen Nanfeng had no choice but to stop ascending and choose to return. Chen Nanfeng wanted to remind Xia Ruofei to keep an eye on the Black Phoenix flying ship. However, he opened his mouth and immediately realized something. They had just realized that in this vacuum environment, the other party couldn't hear him. Chen Nanfeng did not know the principle that sound could not be transmitted in a vacuum. However, real knowledge came from practice. He had already had practical experience, so he directly transmitted his voice to Xia Ruofei. Fellow Taoist Xia, Chen Nanfeng reminded, this is already the limit of my blue water flying boat's ascent. Pay close attention to the Black Phoenix flying boat. Don't be careless. It would be a pity if such a good airboat was damaged. Xia Ruofei smiled and replied to Chen Nanfeng, don't worry, sect leader Chen. I've been monitoring the flying boat with my spiritual power all this time. He didn't relax for even a moment. So far, the Black Blaze flying ship hasn't been damaged in the slightest, it's performing quite well. No damage at all? Chen Nanfeng was a little shocked. You have to check it carefully. In such a cold environment, it's possible that the exterior doesn't seem to have changed much, but the internal structure has been seriously damaged. Xia Ruofei smiled. I've checked very carefully. Don't worry, senior. Chen Nanfeng's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. When he saw the Black Phoenix flying ship, he had expected that its defensive power was much better than the Clearwater flying ship. However, it was still unscathed after flying for so long, which was beyond his expectations. At the end of the day, Chen Nanfeng wasn't very confident about using an airboat to travel for a dozen days straight to the moon. But now, the Black Phoenix flying ship's performance had given him a glimmer of hope. The airboat continued to rise. Now that they had basically reached the edge of the atmosphere, the outline of the Earth was even clearer. Of course, the environment had also become much worse. The 5 people on the flying boat, including Xia Ruofei, were all golden core cultivators. Chen Nanfeng was the only one at the advanced stage of the golden core realm. Mu Xing and Lu Mansha were both in the middle stage of the golden core realm. Only Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian were in the early golden core stage. In such an environment, everyone's gap was also revealed. The 3 sect leaders were still fine. After all, they had profound cultivation and were far from their limits. As for Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian, Xia Ruofei was still rather relaxed, while Qin Xian was struggling. He needed to use his vital qi to protect his body. In such a cold environment, the consumption of vital qi was extremely great. At the same time, he had to maintain his internal breathing and use the circulation of vital qi to replace oxygen intake. This also had its own consumption. With the two combined, one could tell that Qin Xian's cultivation base was much weaker than Xia Ruofei's Chen Nanfeng. And the other 2 also saw this. Seeing Qin Xian's serious expression, Chen Nanfeng could not help but sigh. Xian Er's title as the #1 genius of the younger generation could be considered to have completely changed hands. Chen Nanfeng transmitted his voice to Xia Ruofei. Daoist Xia, I think this is the right height. We can plan our return now. Xia Ruofei could tell that Qin Xian was having a hard time, so he nodded and said, all right, this place is basically the same as outer space. It's almost there for the flying boat test. However, whether he could adapt to the environment was one thing, but whether he could meet the conditions for a long voyage might still need to be tested. Of course, this test can be carried out after our spacesuits arrive. At that time, we'll let the fellow Taoists at the refinement stage participate. After all, they're also part of the exploration team, and they're the weakest. Our test will only be successful if the refinement stage cultivators can stay in the airboat for a long time without being harmed. Chen Nanfeng nodded and said, I agree. Fellow Taoist Xia, let's end it here for today. Let's go back now. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. No problem. With that, he made a few adjustments to the control panel. And the Black Phoenix flying ship's upward momentum suddenly slowed down. Then, without even changing directions, it immediately began to descend again. After the flying ship entered the atmosphere, everyone felt relaxed. The outer space environment was still too harsh for cultivators of their level. They were still too far away from the legendary ability to fly through the void with their bodies. The Black Phoenix flying ship was traveling through the clouds, and just as it was about to burst out of the clouds, Chen Nanfeng said, Fellow Taoist Xia, why don't we let the airboat stop here for a while and take a look at the situation of the airboat after this flight? 3222 Silicon Valley, 1. The Black Phoenix flying ship had already returned to the atmosphere, so Chen Nanfeng naturally did not need to transmit his voice. He could just speak directly. Mu Xing and Lu Mansha also nodded in agreement. They were also very curious about the Black Phoenix flying ship's condition after the previous flight that had exceeded the limits of the blue water flying ship. They had just seen the terrible state of the Clearwater flying boat. Just The damage to its exterior was enough to make Chen Nanfeng's heart ache. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Of course, no problem. After that, he operated on the console, and the flying boat soon stopped descending and hovered in the clouds. Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and Lu Manxia all summoned their flying swords and left the flying boat. The Black Phoenix flying ship belonged to Xia Ruofei, so he could use his spiritual power to sense the flying ship's condition. Naturally, he did not need to disembark to check. Chen Xian, on the other hand, had yet to fully recover. His face was still a little pale, a clear sign that he had overused his energy. Therefore, he did not leave the swift boat. Instead, he chose to recover his energy in the cabin. Chen Nanfeng and the other two looked around and quickly returned to the cabin. The three of them had strange expressions on their faces. Chen Nanfeng could not hide his shock and asked, "Fellow Taoist Xia, are you really in skate?" Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, "Indeed." However, the flight time this time was relatively short, so the reference value was not great. We'll need more in-depth tests to test if the flying ship is suitable for long-term space travel. This has already exceeded our expectations. Lu Manxia's beautiful eyes were filled with unconcealed joy. We thought that the plan to cross space to the moon by flying boat would be impossible to carry out. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xia to give us such a big surprise. Chen Nanfeng smiled bitterly and said, "I'll throw the goods away if I compare them. Compared to this Black Phoenix flying ship, our First Heaven Society's blue water flying ship is nothing." Sect leader Chen, "You're exaggerating," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. It could only be said that each had their own strengths. I remember Master telling me that this Black Phoenix flying ship is made of special materials, so its defensive capabilities are stronger than most flying ships. However, the other covers may not have such an advantage. At this moment, Chen Xian, who had already recovered a little, spoke up, "Brother Xia, your master is too humble. I can see that our Clearwater flying boat is completely behind the Black Phoenix flying boat. It's not just in terms of defense, but in terms of speed as well. We're much slower than the ship." Three seniors, Brother Chen, if there's nothing else, shall we return to the surface? Xia Ruofei said with a smile. All right. Sure, let's go back. Xia Ruofei steered the Black Phoenix flying boat and hovered steadily above the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. The five of them jumped down from the flying boat and Xia Ruofei kept the Black Phoenix flying boat. Chen Nanfeng and the others were led to the living room of the master suite, and everyone took their seats. Xia Ruofei was making tea for everyone as he said, "Seniors, our top priority now is to prepare the protective equipment in space as soon as possible. I've already sent someone to the United States to get in touch with the spacesuits and related equipment. If everything goes well, we shouldn't have to wait too long before we can conduct more in-depth tests. I think the day we set off for the moon is not too far away." "That's great," Mu Xing said, "Little brother Xia, it's all thanks to you this time. From the moment the token was cracked, you were the one who put in the most effort. If it wasn't for little brother Xia, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to study it before it disappeared. Not even a bit of useful information." "Senior Mu, you flatter me." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "We're all working together. I'm not doing any voluntary work. That being said, little brother Xia's contribution is the greatest." Mu Xing said, "Brother Chen, Valley Master Lu, I have a suggestion. At least we can't let little brother Xia give 4 Free. For example, the journey to the moon, which was hundreds of thousands of miles long, little brother Xia had allowed everyone to ride this flying boat for free, but the crystals spent on the journey, everyone should at least contribute that amount, right? And that spacesuit, I heard it's extremely expensive. Although money in the world is nothing, there's no reason for little brother Xia to pay for it alone. I think everyone should take the initiative to bear this responsibility. I agree. Chen Nanfeng nodded. Besides, the First Heaven Society is willing to offer 20% more. After all, we have a lot of spots. My Soaring Flower Valley also has no objections. Lu Manxia said with a smile. Xia Ruofei forced a smile and said, "What are you seniors doing? Although I can't be considered rich, I can still afford a few origin crystals. We're all working together to explore the mysterious realm, so there's no need to be so calculative, right? That's a different matter. In short, I can't let you put in the effort and suffer losses." Muxing said, "It's settled then. Before we officially set off, we'll gather the crystals and give them to you. Also, we'll pay for all the spacesuits you need. Little brother Xia, it is reasonable to say that we have to pay you some more remuneration, but I don't think you will accept it. However, it is better for us to pool the resources together." Xia Ruofei said helplessly, "If that's the case, then we'll do as the seniors say." The reason I called all of you here today was to tell you that we still have to wait for at least 2 to 3 days for the spacesuits. If there was nothing to do these few days, everyone could visit various scenic spots in Beijing to relax. If there's anything you need to arrange, you can tell me and I'll get someone to arrange it. If the negotiations in the United States go well. Actually, no matter if the negotiations go well or not, I should be going to the US in a few days. We should be able to get there quickly on the Black Phoenix flying ship. 3223 Silicon Valley, 2, no problem. Chen Nanfeng nodded. We'll follow your arrangements for the time being. In fact, after 2 tests, Chen Nanfeng and the others knew very well that even if the Black Phoenix flying ship's defense was strong enough, Xia Ruofei would not abandon them and go to the moon for an exploration at this stage. The reason was simple. With Xia Ruofei's cultivation, it was impossible for him to last that many days without any protection. In fact, even Chen Nanfeng, who had the highest cultivation, could not have lasted that long. However, Xia Ruofei had gone to the United States to make arrangements for the purchase of the spacesuit. If Xia Ruofei successfully obtained the spacesuit and took the Black Phoenix flying ship from the United States to the moon, Chen Nanfeng and the rest would be at a loss. Without the Black Phoenix flying ship, Chen Nanfeng would not be able to catch up to Xia Ruofei, even if he was the #1 expert in the world of cultivation. Even though everyone was in harmony now, this possibility could not be ruled out. Therefore, Chen Nanfeng and the others would not let Xia Ruofei go to the United States alone. It was inevitable that she would go with them. For the next few days, the cultivators from the 3 sects stayed in Xia Ruofei's courtyard house. The older generation generally didn't like crowds and spent most of their time cultivating on their own. The young people were still quite curious about the capital. Especially for those who grew up in sects, everything in the modern city was very fresh to them. Xia Ruofei brought them to all the famous attractions in the capital and even brought them to eat some of the capital's specialties. At the same time, on the other side of the ocean in the United States, a Gulfstream G650 private plane landed steadily at San Francisco, California International Airport. Even after a long flight, Li Yifu was still in high spirits. His eyes were filled with excitement. After such a long time, he could finally help his senior granduncle with some matters. Even though it was only a matter of the secular world, he knew that this matter was of great importance. Yesterday, Luo Qingfeng had brought Jing Yongshou to Paradise Island at the fastest speed possible on his flying sword. Of course, in order to avoid being followed, Qingfeng Luo took a detour, so the time he spent on the road was longer than expected. After Li Yifu had handed over everything on the island, he asked Luo Qingfeng to take him directly to the nearest island with an airport on his sword. He had already transferred his private jet to wait here in advance. Li Yifu took his private plane directly and refueled it on the way. After a total of more than 10 hours of flight, he finally landed in San Francisco at 10 in the morning local time. A black extended Bentley was parked on the tarmac. This was Li Yifu's car. It was a specially customized extended version. The body of the car was equipped with thick armor, and the tires and glass were all bulletproof. The safety level was very high. This was also transferred to San Francisco through a transport plane last night. Chairman, you've had a long journey. A Chinese girl in a black suit stepped forward and bowed slightly. This was Li Yifu's personal assistant, Lin Wei. She was Li Yifu's personal assistant who would coordinate all his affairs. However, Li Yifu wasn't in the U.S. for more than half a year, and he didn't care about the company's affairs, so Lin Wei became very idle. She even took the initiative to ask to keep her assistant position and train in other departments. This time, when Li Yifu returned to the United States, Lin Wei was naturally the first to be notified. She handed over all her other work in advance and became a full-time assistant again. Li Yifu nodded slightly and asked indifferently, "Have you contacted the Elon Musk side?" Lin Wei nodded and said, "Mr. Masker has been in Silicon Valley for a while, but his schedule is very full. Our latest confirmed meeting time is 2:30 this afternoon. It's about half an hour." Li Yifu frowned slightly and said, "Such a short time? Can't you arrange for it to be during dinner time?" Although Li Yifu grew up in the United States, he was still influenced by the traditional Chinese way of thinking and was more used to talking about business at the dining table. Moreover, this matter had to be held in a relatively private place, with only him and Masker having a secret discussion. Otherwise, it would definitely be impossible to succeed. Lin Wei said, "Chairman, Mr. Masker's assistant replied that because SpaceX's manned flight plan is about to be implemented, Mr. Masker is very busy as the company's CEO and Chief Technology Officer. His schedule is particularly full. This half an hour of meeting time was squeezed out at the last minute. For this reason, Mr. Musk even cancelled a meeting." Lin Wei was also worried that Li Yifu would feel that she had been neglected, so she quickly explained. In fact, Elon Musk still gave a great degree of respect to an entrepreneur like Li Yifu, who was a veteran super-rich man. Otherwise, he would not have been able to arrange a meeting in the afternoon. As soon as the plane landed, Li Yifu's mind was filled with thoughts of helping Xia Ruofei do his job well and beautifully, so he did not think about the problem of being slow. He pondered for a while and said, "All right. Half an hour it is. You've confirmed it with them, right? I need to speak to Elon Musk alone." "I've already confirmed this with the other party." Lin Wei quickly said, "Mr. Masker says that there's no problem at all." "All right. Then," Li Yifu said, "let's go back to the hotel first. 2:30 in the afternoon." Tesla headquarters in Silicon Valley. Li Yifu, who had arrived 10 minutes earlier, was led by a blonde female secretary into Elon Musk's office. Elon Musk fully expressed his respect for the entrepreneur Li Yifu and got up in advance to welcome him warmly. Mr. Masker, I'm sorry to bother you today, Li Yifu said with a smile. Please sit, Mr. Li. With a smile on his face, Elon Musk led Li Yifu to the guest area and said, "It's my honor to meet with a business giant like you, Mr. Li. In my heart, your status is no less than that Mr. Li in Hong Kong." Elon Musk had lowered his posture very much, and in fact, it was not too exaggerated. Speaking of which, Elon Musk's net worth should be about the same as Li Yifu's, about 40 to 50 billion US dollars. However, Li Yifu had many businesses under his name, and the cash flow advantage of doing business was huge. The tech giants in Silicon Valley also had very high market values, but that was all fake. Compared to cash flow, they were much worse than industrial companies. What's more, Elon Musk continued to burn money on SpaceX and now needed a continuous injection of funds. He didn't know why Li Yifu took the initiative to look for him, but he felt that this might be an opportunity that could bring him a lot of money. Mr. Masker, you flatter me. Li Yifu smiled and said, "Our two generations have worked hard for decades, but the speed of our accumulation of wealth is far slower than the new software released by some technology companies in Silicon Valley. So, the world is now ruled by the young." The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries before the secretary brought the coffee and left the office. Elon Musk also went straight to the point. His time was precious, so he couldn't keep beating around the bush. "Mr. Li, what business do you have with me this time?" "What's the matter?" Elon Musk asked directly. "I've come to visit you this time to do business with Mr. Masker," Li Yifu said with a smile. Elon Musk raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Oh, really? You're welcome. I love doing business with an entrepreneur like Mr. Li, but I wonder what kind of business Mr. Li wants to do with me. I hope to purchase a batch of EVA suits and related equipment and accessories from SpaceX in my personal name," Li Yifu said directly. The smile on Elon Musk's face froze, and his face revealed a look of disbelief. He opened his mouth slightly and stared at Li Yifu for a few seconds before he asked, "Mr. Li, are you sure you're not joking with me?" 3224, Chapter 1760, Full of Worries. 1. Li Yifu shrugged his shoulders with a hint of displeasure on his face and said, "Mr. Masker, do you think I flew all the way to Silicon Valley just to make fun of you?" No, Mr. Li, you've misunderstood," said Elon Musk, waving his hand. "It's just that the deal you proposed is a little too unexpected." Li Yifu smiled. "I believe that with SpaceX's technical strength, they should already have a mature spacesuit product. As for the other supporting equipment and modules, it's even more so. Why are you so surprised, Mr. Masker?" "Of course, there's no problem with SpaceX's technology." Elon Musk shook his head and said, "But Mr. Li should know the sensitivity of aerospace technology. In particular, I'm very sorry, I don't mean to be racist, but the reality is like this. Mr. Li, your Chinese identity may make this matter even more sensitive. I can guarantee that all the spacesuits, equipment, and modules will not be transported out of the United States. No technical details will be leaked, and they will not be used in the military or terrorist attack," Li Yifu said. "Mr. Li, you should know that such a guarantee will not help in the transaction at all." And I'm very curious, Mr. Li, why do you suddenly want to buy such a large number of EVA suits? Is your group also interested in entering the aerospace field? I'm sorry, but I can't tell you what the spacesuits are for, Li Yifu said after a moment of silence. However, our company has no intention of entering the aerospace field, nor will we become a competitor of SpaceX. This is just a purchase under my personal name. Li Yifu's words obviously could not eliminate Elon Musk's doubts. Li Yifu looked at Elon Musk and said, Mr. Masker, this matter is actually not that complicated. You can see it as a normal transaction, but the amount of the transaction is a little big, maybe more than $1 billion. I think SpaceX's continued investment in the aerospace field, especially now that it has entered the critical stage of manned spaceflight, should have a high demand for funds. I'm very willing to give you a hand at this time. As long as we agree on the deal, I'm willing to pay the full amount. Elon Musk hesitated. Because Li Yifu's proposed purchase of an EVA suit could easily cost $20 to $30 million, so the transaction amount would not be too low. SpaceX did need more cash flow to maintain their high expenses at this stage. Otherwise, when Li Yifu proposed to buy a spacesuit, Elon Musk would have refused without hesitation. It had to be said that $1 billion of cash flow was a huge temptation for Elon Musk. Although the cost of producing these spacesuits and other equipment was very high, the profit margin was actually very large. And considering the accounting period and other factors, in fact, the $1 billion could be regarded as a net income in the short term. However, after an intense mental struggle, Elon Musk still slowly shook his head and said, I am very sorry, Mr. Li. I really want to help you, and I'm also very eager to get more funds, but this deal is too risky. I'm afraid I can't do anything, Mr. Masker, the risk is actually controllable. Li Yifu said, we can sign a series of, I'm sorry. Elon Musk's attitude became a lot more determined. Mr. Li, I know that lawyers have 100 ways to let us complete the transaction without taking any legal risks. But the FBI doesn't care about the law. You should know. At this point, Elon Musk shrugged and did not continue. Li Yifu also understood Elon Musk's concerns. His understanding of the United States was even better than his own country, China. He didn't need Elon Musk to say anything more. He was very clear that agencies like the CIB and the FBA wouldn't talk about the law at all. As long as they were accused of endangering national security, they could carry out any action outside of legal authorization, just like holding a sword. The people did not fight with the officials. Even in the United States, this was an irrefutable truth. Li Yifu sighed to himself. He knew that today's negotiation would not have any results. Although the meeting would last for half an hour, Li Yifu did not continue to try to persuade Elon Musk. Instead, he stood up and said, all right. It was such a pity. If Mr. Masker changes his mind, please contact me as soon as possible. I should be in Silicon Valley these days. Elon Musk stood up and shook hands with Li Yifu. He smiled and said, definitely. Elon Musk personally sent Li Yifu to the door, and then both sides waved goodbye. Although Elon Musk was very polite, Li Yifu could tell that it would be very difficult to change his mind. On the way back to the hotel, Li Yifu's eyes lit up. If normal business methods did not work, he could only resort to unconventional means. After Li Yifu returned to the hotel, he first used the satellite phone to contact Xia Ruofei. The reason why Ying Luo used the satellite phone was naturally to reduce the possibility of the secret being leaked. This was the United States, and monitoring could be said to be everywhere. 3225 Chapter 1760, Full of Worries. 2. Grand Uncle, Master, I'm incompetent, Li Yifu said directly. The negotiation failed. The other party has many concerns. The temptation of money alone is not enough. What are you going to do? Xia Ruofei asked after some thought. If the soft approach doesn't work, I can only use the hard approach. Li Yifu said, I'm just reporting to you. Next, I might use some methods that cultivators use. Please rest assured, Martial Granduncle, this disciple will definitely settle this matter as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei said, don't be in a hurry. Let's wait. I'm going to the United States. Anyway, you can make plans after I get there. Senior Granduncle, it's all this disciple's fault for not doing my job properly. I've troubled you to travel such a long distance. Li Yifu said with some fear. Whether things are going well on your side or not, I have to come over. Xia Ruofei said, I don't have much to do these few days. I might as well come over earlier. Foster. Husband, don't act rashly before I arrive in the United States, understand? Yes. Martial Granduncle, this disciple will be waiting for you in Silicon Valley. Li Yifu said respectfully. Xia Ruofei told Chen Nanfeng and the others about his plan to go to United States. Chen Nanfeng and the others had no interest in going to the United States, but they did not dare to trust Xia Ruofei completely and let him go to the United States alone to deal with the spacesuits. So after some discussion, they decided to let Chen Xian go with Xia Ruofei. On the other hand, Lu Manxia had asked Yu Xiner to go with them, saying that she wanted to broaden her horizons. As for the Zhonglang sect, Mu Xing trusted Xia Ruofei. He also knew that at this critical stage of their cooperation, the possibility of Xia Ruofei and the others abandoning the Zhonglang sect was extremely low. Therefore, Mu Xing simply didn't send anyone. On Xia Ruofei's side, he still brought Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Before he had the ability to protect himself, he did not dare to place his hopes on Song Wei and Ling Qingxue's safety. No matter how solid the foundation of their cooperation was, Xia Ruofei still had to be careful of that just in case. Hence, during this period of time, he had been trying his best to keep Song Wei and Ling Qingxue by his side. The rest of the people who did not go to the United States continued to stay in Xia Ruofei's courtyard. Xia Ruofei also ordered Wu Chang to entertain the guests. The next day, Xia Ruofei and the others boarded the black, armored flying boat that was suspended in the middle of the courtyard house and flew quickly in the direction of the United States. It would take at least 10 hours to get to San Francisco by civil air, even if it was a direct flight. By contrast, the time taken by airboat would be greatly reduced. Because airboat didn't need to make detours according to the fixed routes, instead, it was basically a direct flight. Additionally, the speed of airboat was much faster than the cruising speed of civil aircraft. The difference in speed might not be obvious in short distance travel, however, it would be obvious in long distance travel. Xia Ruofei maneuvered the Black Phoenix flying ship at full speed. In just 2 to 3 hours, the Black Phoenix flying ship had arrived at Silicon Valley in San Francisco. Xia Ruofei followed the address provided by Li Yifu and landed the airboat near the Hilton Hotel where he was staying. Then, he walked towards the hotel with Chen Xian and the others. Xia Ruofei and the others had changed their looks to a certain extent. Xia Ruofei still took on Xia Tian's Appearance. In fact, he had used Xia Tian's appearance when he first walked in the world of cultivation. However, his secular identity had been exposed this time, and everyone had gotten used to his original appearance. As for the others, although they did not have the secret technique to change their appearance as they pleased like Xia Ruofei, it was still easy for them to change their appearance with makeup. After all, none of them had gone through any customs procedures, especially for people like Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, who were still living in the secular world. If they didn't change their appearance, it would be troublesome if they were discovered in United States without any customs records. Li Yifu was already waiting in the hotel lobby. Li Yifu was already very familiar with Xia Tian's image. Moreover, he was very familiar with Xia Ruofei's aura. Hence, when Xia Ruofei and the others appeared at the entrance of the hotel, Li Yifu immediately stood up and went to greet them. Senior Granduncle. Li Yifu bowed slightly. Chen Xian and Yu Xiner were both shocked that this old man would address Xia Ruofei as Grand Martial Uncle. Chen Xian had met Li Yifu at the auction previously, so he still had some impression of him. At that time, everyone had many speculations about Xia Ruofei's identity. Now, they were more inclined to believe that Xia Ruofei's master was the primordial soul, stage elder of the Star Caesar sect, Daoist Qi Yun. With Qi Yun's seniority, it was normal for Xia Ruofei to have a grand disciple like Li Yifu. Is the room ready? Xia Ruofei nodded and asked. Yes. I've booked 3 luxury suites as per your instructions. Li Yifu said. Alright, we'll talk about it in the room. Xia Ruofei said. Naturally, one could not use Xia Ruofei's and the others' passports to book a room in Hilton Hotel. Li Yifu had already booked a room in advance using someone else's identity. For a local like him, it was not difficult at all. Xia Ruofei and the rest followed Li Yifu to the elevator and arrived at the 19th floor. Li Yifu took out 3 room cards and handed them to Xia Ruofei, Chen Xian, and Yu Xiner. Then, he opened his mouth and said, Martial Granduncle, 2 seniors, these 3 suites are all on the same floor. 1 on the east side and 2 on the west side. The formalities have been completed. You can just press the room key and move in. There was a long corridor between the east and the west. A single room was naturally quieter. This was the room that Li Yifu had left for Xia Ruofei. The young Yu Xiner blushed when she was called a senior. Most importantly, her cultivation level was not much higher than Li Yifu's. Therefore, Yu Xiner quickly waved her hand and said, I'm not a senior, you can just call me Xiner. Xia Ruofei chuckled. I see that the seniority in the cultivation world is very messy. It's better for us to discuss our own matters. Otherwise, Li Yifu's seniority would be too low. Xia Ruofei continued, everyone, come to my room and have a seat. Everyone, let's discuss what to do next. Everyone went to the luxurious suite at the east end of the corridor and sat down in the small living room. Li Yifu was busy making tea for everyone but was stopped by Xia Ruofei. He said, Foster husband, don't be busy, no one is thirsty. You should tell me the situation first. Li Yifu then sat down on the sofa opposite Xia Ruofei. He looked ashamed and said, Martial Granduncle, this disciple is truly incompetent. You can't even handle such a small matter, and even have to trouble Martial Granduncle to personally take action. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, this is not a small matter. It's normal for Elon Musk to have some concerns. Tell me about the situation first. Yes. senior granduncle. Then, Li Yifu told Xia Ruofei about the meeting yesterday in detail. In the end, he said, senior granduncle, Elon Musk still has a lot of concerns. I'm afraid that it's impossible to facilitate this deal through normal business negotiations. After Xia heard this, she asked in confusion, Brother Xia, if that's the case, why don't we just go to the factory to retrieve the spacesuits and leave? It was only relative that the cultivation world did not interfere with worldly affairs. If an ordinary person had the most valuable treasure in the world of cultivation, cultivators would naturally try to snatch it just because he was an ordinary person. At the same time, moon exploration was the top priority. The spacesuits had become the key equipment. Under such circumstances, it was normal to use the means of cultivators to obtain spacesuits. It would not be criticized at all. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Miss Xia, you don't know. The cost of an extra-terrestrial spacesuit is extremely high, and it's customized according to the actual body size of the astronaut, so it's basically impossible to have any in stock. The most convenient channel for us is to customize it through SpaceX. 3226 Breakthrough Point 1. I see, Yushiner was enlightened, but at the same time, she felt a little embarrassed. If that's the case, then that Elon Musk is the key person, Chen Xian muttered. Of course. Xia Ruofei said, he has absolute power in SpaceX. And he has the ability to help us accomplish this. It seems that I have to start with this person. Chen Xian's eyes lit up. If a cultivator wanted to force an ordinary person to submit, he had countless methods. Any one of them was enough to make an ordinary person suffer so much that they would rather die. Every second felt like hell. Even a special agent who had received professional anti-interrogation training would probably not be able to last long, let alone a super-rich man like Elon Musk. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, this is the only way. Xia Ruofei had an even more foolproof method, and that was the soul seal. Wang Boshan had already been executed, and there was still a quota for the soul seal. Xia Ruofei could have used the soul seal on Elon Musk directly and turned him into a soul slave. An ordinary person like Elon Musk would naturally not have any room for resistance. It could be said that he would definitely fall for it. When that time came, Elon Musk would carry out any of Xia Ruofei's instructions without any hesitation. Naturally, it would not be a problem for the factory to produce all kinds of parts at full speed and finally assemble them into spacesuits. However, Xia Ruofei would not use this method so easily. After all, he was just an ordinary person. No matter how rich he was, he could only be of limited help to Xia Ruofei. It was not worth it to waste a soul seal slot because of this. Xia Ruofei wasn't a cruel person. Otherwise, he would have killed the other party after using him. This way, he wouldn't waste his soul seal. Or he could try to strip away the soul seal. Although this might turn the soul slave into an idiot, at least he would be alive. Under normal circumstances, Xia Ruofei would not be willing to use such a method against ordinary people, including Ben Aladi, who was still doing odd jobs on Peach Blossom Island. By right, he had lost his value long ago. To Xia Ruofei, the most cost-effective way was to cut him down with one strike and empty the slot for the soul seal. However, Xia Ruofei knew that Ben Aladi was not evil and did not deserve to die. That was why he had kept him alive and did not even try to remove his soul seal. Hence, Xia Ruofei would not easily use the soul seal to deal with Elon Musk. Li Yifu hesitated for a moment before saying, Senior Granduncle, in fact, Elon Musk suddenly left Silicon Valley yesterday, after you met him? Xia Ruofei asked. This has nothing to do with me, Li Yifu said with a bitter smile. He must have some private affairs that are more urgent, so he postponed all his follow-up schedules and left Silicon Valley directly. Through some channels, this disciple is trying to understand the reason for Elon Musk's hasty departure. Elon Musk spent most of his time in Silicon Valley. Most of his industries were in Silicon Valley, including Tesla, SpaceX, and the super battery factory. Furthermore, during this period of time, because of the manned flight, Elon Musk's schedule was very tight. And he had a lot of work to deal with every day. For him to suddenly leave Silicon Valley at this time, it was obvious that he had encountered an emergency. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Find out what he's doing as soon as possible. We can't delay this matter any longer. We have to hurry up and finish it." Understood, Li Yifu said. I've already asked people to speed up the investigation. I believe there will be news soon. Li Yifu's phone rang just as he finished speaking. He took a look at the caller ID and quickly said, "Senior granduncle, it's the person this disciple sent to gather information. I'll pick it up here." "Yes, Li Yifu replied. He picked up the phone, and his voice returned to its usual dignity. "Hello? Have you found out? Don't say too much over the phone, just come to the room and talk. I'm in room 1926. After Li Yifu hung up the phone, he said, "Senior granduncle, we have the latest news. I'm worried that mobile communication is not safe, so I asked him to come directly to the room to tell us. It's necessary to be cautious." Xia Ruofei nodded. Some special agencies in the United States were notorious, and all kinds of monitoring doors were frequently exposed. It was hard to say that the call was absolutely safe for a rich man like Li Yifu. After a while, the doorbell rang. Li Yifu got up to open the door. He looked at the people outside and said in English, "Come in and talk." Xia Ruofei looked up and saw a white man in his 40s following Li Yifu into the room with a respectful expression. The white man's figure was quite standard, at least not out of shape. However, his appearance was very ordinary, the kind that wouldn't be easily found in a crowd. He had unkempt golden hair and a bag under his arm. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man who was frustrated. The white man did not expect there to be so many people in the room. When he saw Xia Ruofei and the others, he could not help but hesitate. "Mark, these are all friends I absolutely trust," Li Yifu said indifferently. "You don't have to worry. Just tell me what you found out." 3227 Breakthrough Point 2. After hearing Li Yifu's words, Mark nodded. He bowed slightly to Li Yifu and said, "Mr. Li, according to your instructions, I started the investigation immediately. According to the initial information we received, Mr. Elon Musk went to Los Angeles. He has a mansion in Los Angeles. According to reliable sources, he urgently returned to the mansion. This time, this should be an unplanned arrangement," Li Yifu said lightly. "Have you found the reason why he rushed to Los Angeles?" Mark respectfully said, "It hasn't been long, so the information I got isn't very accurate. But what I can be sure of is that his sudden departure from Silicon Valley has something to do with his newborn child. It should be that the child has some serious health problems. We are still trying to find out the specific situation, but you know, the medical information of rich families is highly confidential. It will be quite difficult to find out the exact information. After saying that, Mark quickly handed over the briefcase and said, "The specific information is here, please. Take a look." Li Yifu took the briefcase and nodded, "Well done. Ma Ku, continue to understand the specific situation. If there is any news, remember to inform me immediately." "Understood," Ma Ku said. Li Yifu took out a check from his shirt pocket and handed it to Mark. He then said indifferently, "Thank you for your hard work. If you can get more useful information, the reward will definitely not disappoint you." Mark quickly glanced at the amount on the check, and his eyes revealed a trace of joy. He was full of energy. He said, "Don't worry, dear Mr. Li, our law firm is the best in the United States. I'll definitely be able to complete your commission. Then you can go," Li Yifu said. Mark nodded and bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei and the rest. Then, he left the room without a sound. Li Yifu and Mark conversed in English, but Xia Ruofei and the rest could understand. Xia Ruofei's English was good enough for a normal conversation. Song Wei and Ling Qingshua's English was not bad either. Yu Shiner had lived in the secular world for many years and even had a postgraduate degree. She had no problem communicating in simple English. On the other hand, Qin Xian had never studied English before. He had only picked up some English for the sake of convenience when he was learning computer-related knowledge. Therefore, out of the few of them, Qin Xian was the only one who had a rough idea of what was going on. The rest, including Yu Shiner, had already understood the situation. After Mark left the room, Li Yifu immediately said to Xia Ruofei respectfully, "Marshal, Granduncle, the situation isn't very clear yet, but the information provided by Mark is definitely correct. His detective agency has a high reputation in the industry." Xia Ruofei replied, "Yes. If that's the case, it seems like Elon Musk really left in a hurry because of his family matters." Xia Ruofei thought of what Mark had said and suddenly had an idea. He asked, "Foster husband, do you know the son of Elon Musk?" Li Yifu said, "I've really learned about it in the past 2 days. After all, it's best to know your enemy and yourself if you want to negotiate with him. This son of Elon Musk was born a few months ago, and his girlfriend is a Canada pop singer, Grams, who is 17 years younger than him." Xia Ruofei said, "Fuck. An old cow eating young grass. It seems that this Mr. Musk is also a playboy." Li Yifu laughed and said, "This guy has 2 ex-wives. One of them got married, got divorced, got remarried, and got divorced again. It took quite a long time. Well, he should have more girlfriends. After all, he has a good image. Most importantly, he's rich." "Amazing," Xia Ruofei said casually. Ling Qingshui glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, "You seem to be quite envious of him." Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a chill. He turned around and saw Song Wei and Ling Qingshui staring at him with unfriendly eyes. He laughed dryly and said, "I was just saying. I look down on people who go around womanizing just because they have a bit of money. Why would I be envious of him?" Hee hee. Song Wei and Ling Qingshui laughed in unison. Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed and quickly changed the topic. "Foster husband, this Elon Musk must be around 40 to 50 years old, right?" "I think I'm 48 years old this year," Li Yifu said. "That's barely considered having a child at an old age." Xia Ruofei said, "He must be very concerned about this son of his." Li Yifu thought for a while and said, "It's definitely true that he has a child at an old age, but this isn't his first child. He and his first wife had 5 children, ah?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy can give birth so well?" Test, tube baby. Li Yifu smiled and said, "To be exact, he and his first wife had a total of 6 children, but the first child died not long after birth due to sudden death syndrome. After that, he seemed to believe that science could bring him healthy children, so he wanted a pair of twins through test, tube baby technology. Later on, he might have thought that this method was quite good. So he wanted triplets. So, out of the 5 children, she actually had 2. Li Yifu had obviously done his homework, and was very familiar with the situation of Elon Musk. Xia Ruofei nodded thoughtfully and said, "This guy has so many children. Now that his newborn son has health problems, he still left a lot of work and rushed back. It seems like he cares a lot about his child." Li Yifu nodded and said, "At least from the information in the public report, Elon Musk should be considered a good father. He worked more than 100 hours a week. But even if he was overwrought, he still insisted on staying at home every weekend to play with his child. He also took time to take his child on a trip. I remember that when he visited China a few years ago, he even brought the child with him. In order to take care of the child more conveniently, even his ex-wife accompanied him to China." Li Yifu paused again and continued, "In addition, he often posts on his social media about the gifts his child gave him and so on. He also takes his child to his company. What's more, he felt that the schools in the United States were far from reaching his standards, so he set up a school for 5 children." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but click his tongue and said, "As expected, the rich can do whatever they want." However, from the public disclosure of this information, he did care about his child. "Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that it's a character setting. I don't think so." Li Yifu smiled and shook his head. With Masker's wealth and status, he didn't need to set up any character. Moreover, he had always been a forthright person, so he would not deliberately create an image of a good father for the public when it came to the issue of children. Martial granduncle, this disciple feels that this should be a more genuine expression. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "If that's the case, we might be able to find a breakthrough from his child." Li Yifu was shocked. He hesitated for a moment, but he still couldn't help but say carefully, "Martial granduncle, this. I'm afraid it's not very appropriate. As the saying goes, the wife and children should not be implicated. His children were innocent. Besides, he didn't do anything wrong. He just didn't want to trade with us because of various concerns." Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Adopted husband, what kind of person do you think I am? Do I look like that kind of brutal person?" Li Yifu quickly stood up and said, in fear, "Martial granduncle, this disciple deserves to die. This disciple is so slow-witted, I shouldn't have guessed Martial granduncle's thoughts so carelessly. Please forgive me, Martial granduncle." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. "I'm just joking. It's my fault for not making it clear. That's why there's a misunderstanding. Sit down first, then we'll talk." "Yes." Li Yifu sat down uneasily. Xia Ruofei said, "I mean, doesn't his newborn child have serious health problems? Maybe we can help him. In exchange, he'll help us out a little. Isn't that logical?" 3228 A Dangerous Disease. 1. Li Yifu finally understood Xia Ruofei's real intention. He felt even more ashamed because the First thing that came to his mind was that Xia Ruofei wanted to use the child of Elon Musk to threaten the other party. From the looks of it, it seemed that he had a dark heart. Chen Xian and the rest did not participate in the discussion. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Chen Xian could not help but say, "Brother Xia, wouldn't this be too troublesome? After all, we don't know what's going on with the child." Xian also agreed. She said, "I think sect leader Chen is right. And if even a super rich man like Masker can't cure his child, I'm afraid we'll also." Xia Ruofei, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue looked at each other and smiled. Then, Xia Ruofei said, "Brother Chen, Miss Xian I have some confidence in my medical skills. No matter what the problem is with this new son of Elon Musk, I should be able to cure him. If even a super rich man like him was helpless, wasn't that great? It meant that this health problem was very serious, and money couldn't solve it. If we can help him solve this problem, then this favor will be even more important." Ling Qingxue also chimed in, "That makes sense. Being rich wasn't omnipotent. Gang leader Qiao was so rich, he would still die if he had to die. The more serious the condition of Masker's child, the better." At this point, Ling Qingxue also felt that her words were a little inappropriate, so she quickly explained, What I mean is, the child's condition is already like this. If even Masker's money can't save his child's life, then if Faye were to save him, this favor would be even more precious, right?" Xia Ruofei chuckled, "That's what I meant. Brother Chen. Miss Xian if we use the methods of cultivators, we can indeed force Masker to produce spacesuits for us. However, using such a method to deal with ordinary people would not reveal his face, right? Besides, something like this has happened to his family, and we're still forcing him. It's a little too unreasonable. Cultivators were also human beings, and they could not avoid having 7 emotions and 6 desires. This was especially so for female cultivators like Yu Xiner. She had grown up in the secular world and received the traditional education of the secular world. She had only entered the Flying Flower Valley to cultivate after she had grown up, so she resonated with Xia Ruofei's words. She nodded in agreement and said, "If his child is really dangerous, it's not appropriate for us to deal with him now." Chen Xian laughed bitterly. "I'm not insistent on using force to deal with this man. It's just that I didn't know how good Brother Xia's medical skills were. Since you're so confident, it's better to use a gentler method. I have no objections." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. I think soft tactics are always better than high-handed tactics. If Musk is willing to cooperate with us, we can be more at ease. After all, we're the ones using the spacesuits. If something were to happen to the production process, we'll be the ones at a disadvantage." "I agree." Chen Xian nodded. "Then let's follow Brother Xia's method and try it out." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Adopted husband, hurry up and get someone to find out what's the situation with Masker's son. In fact, no matter what kind of illness Masker's son had, Xia Ruofei was confident that he could use his traditional Chinese medicine methods and the petals of the spirit heart flower to treat him. However, before you go to his door to help him, you have to find a way to understand what illness he had, right? If you don't know anything and say that you can cure your child's illness, you'll be treated as a quack and beaten out." "Yes." Li Fu nodded. "Marshal Granduncle, I'll go to a few more detective agencies and try to get the exact information as soon as possible. N. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "It seems like we haven't even warmed up to our seats yet. We'll have to move to Los Angeles again." "Grand uncle, master, I'll go arrange the plane," Li Yifu said. Hurriedly. "No need," Xia Ruofei waved his hand. "We'll take the airboat there directly." "Yes. Grand uncle, master, I'll make some arrangements first," Li Yifu said. "I'm not in a hurry," Xia Ruofei nodded. Xia Ruofei looked at the time and said, "It takes time to gather information. It's already evening, so why don't we stay here for the night and set off tomorrow morning? Everyone, take a good rest in your rooms. Just take it as recuperating. Of course. It's fine if you want to go out. After all, we don't come to the U.S. territory often, then. We'll head back to our room first," Qin Xian said with a smile as he stood up. "Old man, I'll have to trouble you with the matters here." Qin Xian was speaking to Li Yifu. After all, Li Yifu was an old man. It wasn't appropriate for Qin Xian to address an old man with white hair and a white beard by his name. However, Li Yifu's cultivation level and seniority were both very low. Qin Xian could not possibly address him as senior. Hence, he could only use a more neutral term, elder Xuanji. Li Yifu quickly said, "Young sect leader. Chen, you're too kind. It's my duty to serve grand, martial uncle. I don't dare to say that it's hard. Please go back to your rooms to rest. I have already arranged a banquet, so please be sure to come." 3229 A dangerous disease. 2. The United States. My adopted husband was the host, and we were all rich people. "Brother Chen, Miss Xianer, go back to your rooms and rest for a while. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Then I'll accept your invitation," Yu Xianer said with a smile. Qin Xian and Yu Xiner returned to their respective rooms. Li Yifu also stood up and bade them farewell. He went to make arrangements for his upcoming trip to Los Angeles and contact more private detectives to find out more about Masker's family. In the evening, Li Yifu hosted a banquet for Xia Ruofei and his group. Because the things they had to do in the U.S. had not been settled yet, everyone naturally did not have the mood to drink. After dinner, they went back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Li Yifu took everyone to the hotel's buffet restaurant for breakfast, and then everyone was ready to go directly to Los Angeles. Naturally, Li Yifu did not have to personally check out. After breakfast, they went straight to a relatively quiet place. After Xia Ruofei released the Black Phoenix flying boat, everyone quickly jumped onto the flying boat. Xia Ruofei asked as he controlled the flying boat to increase its altitude, "Foster husband, did you manage to find out any concrete information?" "No one has replied to me yet," Li Yifu said with a guilty expression. Xia Ruofei smiled. "It's okay. We don't have much time. Let's go to Los Angeles first." From San Francisco to Los Angeles, an ordinary civil aircraft would take about an hour and a half, but the Black Phoenix flying boat was even faster. It only took them about 20 minutes to arrive in Los Angeles. Xia Ruofei followed Li Yifu's instructions and found a relatively secluded place near the famous Beverly Hills Hotel in Los Angeles. To land the airboat slowly, Xia Ruofei quickly kept the Black Phoenix flying ship after everyone had jumped off. The Beverly Hills Hotel was not far ahead, and Li Yifu had already booked a room there in advance. Li Yifu's people had already made arrangements in advance, and the rooms were also booked under other people's names, so they didn't need to check in at all when they arrived at the hotel. They directly got the room card from Li Yifu's company staff and went straight to the room. This was the most famous five-star hotel in Los Angeles and had a long history. Although the hotel was old, the facilities were still very advanced. In recent years, it had been upgraded many times and maintained a rather high standard. Xia Ruofei and the rest first went to one of the luxury suites. Then, Li Yifu started to make phone calls to understand the situation. Xia Ruofei took out a tea set and the Taoyuan de Hong Pao from the spirit map space. He sat around with everyone, making tea and chatting. It was impossible to find good tea leaves in the hotels in America. There would not be any comfy tea sets either unless he specifically asked the hotel for it. Even the tea was made with the spirit pool water that Xia Ruofei had taken out from the spirit map space. The spirit pond water was stored in a 5-liter water bottle. Many people paid particular attention to the quality of the tea they made. Hence, it was not strange for Xia Ruofei to store some tea-making water in his storage artifact. No one paid much attention to it, but they were full of praise for the taste of the peach blossom. De Hong Pao. After a while, Li Yifu walked over and said, "Master Granduncle, we've basically done a thorough check. Masker's child was diagnosed with strigoi yesterday. This type of tumor has a higher degree of malignant, and the prognosis is not very ideal." Strigoi carnivus? Xia Ruofei said as he took out his phone to search for information. Is this illness very troublesome? Even someone as rich as Masker can't cure it? Qin Xian and Yu Xiner couldn't help but exchange a look. Yesterday, Xia Ruofei had confidently said that there was no problem with his medical skills. Why did it seem like he had never heard of this illness before? Why did he have to look it up on the spot? Did he really use Baidu to see patients? Was this guy reliable or not? Xia Ruofei raised his head and saw Qin Xian and Yu Xin'er's strange looks. He immediately guessed what the two were thinking and couldn't help but smile. Brother Chen, Miss Xin'er, my medical skills are mainly in the field of Chinese medicine. This thing called sarcoma is what Western medicine calls it. I have to check what's going on first. In fact, although Xia Ruofei's medical skills had reached a very high level, he still used a simple and brutal method to treat some malignant or difficult diseases. He directly applied the petals of the spirit heart flower, and it was a tried and tested method. However, this was not something that outsiders could know. Qin Xian and Yu Xin'er nodded their heads doubtfully. No matter how good Xia Ruofei's medical skills were, there was no harm in trying. If this method did not work, they had other means to force Masker to give in. Xia Ruofei quickly checked on the condition of the sarcoma and found out that it was a malignant tumor that appeared mainly in childhood. According to Western treatment methods, it was usually removed by surgery, combined with radiotherapy and chemotherapy. Xia Ruofei quickly browsed through the relevant information and said, "This disease is quite serious, but it seems that the recovery rate is not bad. Masker is so rich. The child shouldn't lose his life, but he will definitely suffer a lot." Li Yifu said, "Martial Granduncle, according to the situation we've grasped, this child's strigoi is one of the more malignant types. It grows on his arm. When he was just born, he thought it was a red birthmark. I didn't expect it to be such a serious illness." It was said that the disease had affected the kidney and some other important organs. Also, under normal circumstances, his survival rate for this type of strigoi is less than 1/3, so it's still quite dangerous for him. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Understood." In other words, he should be able to keep his life for the time being, but the probability of a relapse is very high. Yes, I am. Li Yifu nodded and said. Foster husband, contact masker. Xia Ruofei said, we must make him agree to meet us. Yes. Senior granduncle. Li Yifu replied. Los Angeles, Bel Air. In a somewhat retro Spain-style mansion, Elon Musk was discussing with his private doctor and a few children's oncology specialists. Beside him, his girlfriend, Glams, looked haggard, and he himself was frowning. He said somewhat impatiently, so, the only plan now is surgery? But little X is still so young, can he handle this kind of surgery? Elon Musk named his newborn son Little X. It was a very unique name. It was said that it was not only because his company was called SpaceX. Of course, this was also part of the reason, but it seemed to have more meanings. The personal doctor of Elon Musk, Manu, exchanged a look with several experts, then nodded cautiously and said, Mr. Masker, in order to prevent the condition from worsening, we suggest that you have surgery as soon as possible. Of course, because the patient is too young, some risks are inevitable during the surgery. However, we can make sufficient preoperative preparations through scientific means to reduce the risk of the surgery as much as possible. Dr. Manu, can you tell me what the success rate of the operation is? Manu immediately hesitated. He muttered to himself for a while before saying, the success rate of the surgery itself should be more than 80%. What we need to pay attention to is the postoperative infection problem, as well as the problems of the immune system brought about by the subsequent radiotherapy and chemotherapy. Of course, the most important thing is the probability of recurrence. From a macro perspective, these are the standards to measure the success or failure of the surgery when put together. Then, according to this standard, what are the chances of the surgery being successful? Asked Elon Musk. About 30%. If postoperative infection can be avoided and comprehensive treatments such as radiotherapy and chemotherapy are successfully completed, the survival rate should increase to 40 to 50%, Manu said. 3230 A ray of light. 1. When Elon Musk's girlfriend, Gramus, heard the doctor's judgment, she couldn't help but sob. On the other hand, Elon Musk frowned slightly and said, in other words, if the surgery and follow-up comprehensive treatment are carried out, the survival rate will not exceed 50%. You can understand it that way. Manu said, in fact, the survival rate indicators include the 5-year survival rate, the 10-year survival rate, and so on. However, if little X's illness reappears, I'm afraid, after saying that, Manu shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything else. But everyone already understood what he meant. Elon Musk's face darkened as he fell into a dilemma. After a long while, he raised his head and said, thank you, Dr. Manu and the other experts, thank you. I think I still have to think about the treatment plan, of course. This is very important. Manu nodded and said, I don't mean to rush you, but I still have to remind you that you need to make a decision as soon as possible. The longer you delay, the worse it will be for your condition. I know. Elon Musk rubbed his hair and said, you can stay here for now. I've already arranged a room for you. I need to discuss it with my girlfriend. All right. Manu stood up and said, Mr. Masker, please inform me as soon as you make any decision. I'll be at your command. Elon Musk nodded and asked the butler to bring a few medical experts to the guest room to rest. What do we do now, Elrond? Gramus was a little out of his wits. Elon Musk patted Grams on the shoulder and said, "My dear, don't worry too much. We can provide little X with the best medical facilities and the best pediatricians and oncologists in the world to diagnose him. He will definitely be fine." Dr. Manu must have considered these factors, Grams sobbed. But his estimated survival rate is still so low, which means this disease is really difficult to cure. How could Elon Musk not know about this? He just wanted to comfort his girlfriend. But in fact, he felt that he needed comfort very much. "What do we do now, Elrond?" Grams asked. "Do you need surgery?" If the surgery failed, needless to say, they would not even be able to get off the operating table. Even if it was successful, there would be a series of problems that would follow, and any one of them could cost the child's life. Even if they managed to overcome all those difficulties, the probability of a relapse would be extremely high. In other words, it was very likely that he had suffered a lot of pain that even adults could not bear, and in the end, it was still difficult to keep his life. If he did not undergo surgery and only went through conservative treatment, it might not be as painful, but it was obvious that his life was already on the line. The so-called conservative treatment was, in fact, in many cases, just a form of deathbed care. It did not have any real treatment effect. Elon Musk sighed and said, "I'm indeed very conflicted. Little X is still so young. He shouldn't have to suffer all this." In fact, the moment Elon Musk heard that his child had a malignant tumor, he subconsciously thought of his first child. At that time, the child was only 10 weeks old. Like all fathers, he wanted to let the child take a short nap and then put the child on his shoulder. However, when he went to see the child again, he realized that the child was no longer breathing. Of course, the doctor's final conclusion was that the child had died of sudden infant death. Not because he had held the child in the wrong position, causing the child to suffocate. However, Elon Musk still felt great pain. He stayed in the hospital for 3 days and never talked about the death of his child again. In fact, the sudden death of the child had been a huge blow to him. As a result, all 5 of his children were conceived through tube babies. In the depths of his heart, he believed that only science could ensure the absolute health of children. Only this time, his girlfriend's pregnancy was an accident. But since she already had a child, she had to keep it. When the child was born, Elon Musk was a little nervous. Fortunately, the examination at the time showed that the child was very healthy, and he heaved a sigh of relief. But the good times didn't last long, and the nightmare still came. This child, whom he had named Little X, had not been able to escape his fate in the end. He had actually contracted such a serious illness, and his life was in danger, as if he had been cursed. The psychological shadow that was hidden in the depths of Elon Musk's heart suddenly shrouded him again. "Elrond! Elrond!" His girlfriend's voice woke him up from his painful memories. "Ah?" Elon Musk was a little confused. "I'm sorry, my dear. I was a little distracted." "What did you say?" "Elrond, your phone is ringing," said Grams. It was only then that Elon Musk realized that not only was his phone ringing, but it was also vibrating, but he really didn't notice it. "Oh. Thank you." Elon Musk took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. He could not help but frown slightly. The call was from Li Yifu. According to normal procedures, if Li Yifu wanted to contact Elon Musk, he would have to ask his assistant or secretary to make an appointment with his secretary. However, the two of them were about the same in terms. Of family background. They were both very rich. The last time they met, the two of them had exchanged business cards out of courtesy, so Li Yifu had called directly through the private phone number of Elon Musk. 3231 A ray of light. 2. Elon Musk wanted to hang up the phone and reject the call. After all, he was not in the mood to talk business with Li Yifu. Not to mention that Li Yifu's business was too risky, and he was not interested. However, rejecting the call was obviously very impolite, especially when the other party was a rich man like Li Yifu. If he rejected the call rudely, he might really offend the other party. Therefore, despite his reluctance, Elon Musk still picked up the phone, but his tone was a little cold. Mr. Li, what's the matter? Mr. Musk, I hope to see you again. Li Yifu said. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I've left Silicon Valley. I have something to do at home these 2 days, so I'm temporarily away from work, Elon Musk said. In addition, I think I've made my stand clear on what you want to discuss, Mr. Li. It's true that we can't cooperate on that project because of risk control. I'm really sorry. Is Mr. Masker in Los Angeles? Li Yifu smiled and asked, I happen to be in Los Angeles too. Elon Musk's expression changed slightly, and he said, What does Mr. Li mean? You followed me? In fact, there were many thoughts in Elon Musk's mind at this moment. This was because Li Yifu's proposal to purchase spacesuits and space equipment was too sensitive. Moreover, Li Yifu's Chinese identity made it difficult for Elon Musk not to think that the Chinese government was behind this matter. He had just left Silicon Valley, and the other party had already come to Los Angeles. This made Elon Musk wary. Mr. Masker, please don't misunderstand. Li Yifu smiled and said, I'm not here to talk business with you. I heard that your child has some health problems, which is really unfortunate. I'm willing to provide you with some medical help. A hint of displeasure rose in Elon Musk's heart. Obviously, Li Yifu had spent a lot of effort to investigate him. Otherwise, how could he have caught up with him Los Angeles so quickly and even found out about little X's situation? Although Elon Musk did not deliberately keep it a secret, this did not mean that he could accept his privacy being invaded. Therefore, Elon Musk's tone became less polite. He snorted and said, Mr. Li, what do you mean by medical help? Mr. Li, do you think that I can't find the best doctor and hospital to treat little X? Of course I don't think so, Li Yifu replied indifferently. However, as far as I know, the malignant degree of strigoi is very high, especially your child's condition, which seems to be more serious. Even under the best conditions currently available, I think the survival rate does not seem to exceed 40%, right? So what? Elon Musk felt that his patience was about to run out, and his tone became more and more stiff. This survival rate is simply a gamble. Li Yifu said somewhat exaggeratedly, Mr. Masker, do you think I would still call you if the only condition I could provide was a 40% survival rate, or just a little increase? Elon Musk's heart skipped a beat. He pretended to be calm and asked, Mr. Li, what do you mean? With the medical help you provide, what is little X's survival rate? More than 90%, Li Yifu said indifferently. If you don't take into account some unexpected factors, it's 100%. Li Yifu had full confidence in Xia Ruofei's medical skills. In fact, he had full confidence in Xia Ruofei's ability in any field. To put it bluntly, it was blind worship. After listening to this, Elon Musk couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then, he came back to his senses. He felt that this was impossible, especially in the eyes of a person who especially believed in science. Everything had to conform to the laws of science, including his son's illness. Obviously, from a scientific point of view, the treatment plan proposed by Dr. Munnu's team had reached the top level in the world, and the patient's survival rate had been raised to the limit. Li Yifu said something like 90%. Or 100% as soon as he came up. He sounded like a charlatan. A trace of displeasure rose in Elon Musk's heart. He felt that Li Yifu was making fun of him. "Mr. Li, your joke is not funny," he said coldly. "It seems that Mr. Masker doesn't believe what I said," Li Yifu said calmly. Elon Musk said coldly, "Does Mr. Li think that your words have a trace of credibility?" Li Yifu laughed and said, "Won't we know if it's credible after we try? You don't even have the courage to try, and you're in such a hurry to come to a conclusion? What Mr. Li said doesn't conform to the laws of science at all, so there's no need to try." Elon Musk was unmoved. "Scientific law? Is it a rule that your son must undergo surgery?" Li Yifu sneered. "Does science say that he has to face terrifying chemotherapy at such a young age? Science has also stipulated that there's a 50 to 60% chance that he won't live past 5 years old. Mr. Li, please mind your words." Elon Musk's face was as dark as water. "Little X has unfortunately contracted this disease. This is something that no one wants to see." Li Yifu's tone became a little more relaxed as he said, "Mr. Masker, I'm not trying to provoke you on purpose. I just want to tell you that there's no loss in giving yourself another chance to try. On the contrary, it's very likely that we'll usher in a miraculous turn of events." Li Yifu continued, "I brought a Chinese medical expert here. He'll treat little X from a Chinese medical perspective. Our specialist has already understood little X's condition. He's very confident in curing this type of illness." Without waiting for Elon Musk to speak, Li Yifu struck while the iron was hot and said, "Mr. Masker, using the traditional Chinese medicine treatment method, there is no need for surgery, and there is no need to go through the self-harming chemotherapy, so the damage to the body is almost zero. Even if it doesn't work, you might as well give it a try. Could it be that the situation can get any worse?" Li Yifu's last words finally moved Elon Musk. He hesitated for a moment. "Mr. Li, I don't know much about traditional Chinese medicine. Can the specialist you brought really treat patients with such a condition? I know this may be hard to believe, but it's the truth," said Li Yifu. "In fact, the expert I brought here has successfully cured a serious malignant brain tumor. Please note that it's a cure." Elon Musk took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I'm willing to try a new treatment method, provided it doesn't cause any harm to my body." "Of course, I can guarantee that," Li Yifu said. Elon Musk hesitated again and asked, "Mr. Li, this treatment, is it related to the business you talked about the day before yesterday?" Li Yifu chuckled and interrupted Elon Musk's words, saying, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's see the effect of the treatment first. How about it?" Elon Musk knew that even if the two sides did not sign any agreement, Li Yifu was not a character that could be easily manipulated. If the treatment was really effective, he would most likely have to take the risk to complete the super large order. Otherwise, with Li Yifu's power in the United States, he would not be able to afford to launch a crazy revenge. "All right." After a brief hesitation, Elon Musk said decisively, "Mr. Li, please bring the medical experts to my manor. Right, where are you guys now? I'll send a car to pick you up. Beverly Hills Hotel. Li Yifu said. Okay. Please wait at the hotel for half an hour. No problem. Li Yifu smiled. And said, Mr. Masker, you will know in the future that this is a very wise decision. This decision will bring your child a healthy physical state. 3232 Unknown but powerful. 1. Grams had been listening to her boyfriend's phone conversation. After Elon Musk hung up, she quickly asked, Elrond, have you found a better medical expert? Elon Musk heaved a long sigh and said with a complicated expression, I don't know either. What? Gramus was confused. He looked at Elon Musk with wide eyes. You don't know either? Elon Musk made a hand gesture to calm down and said, My dear, wait for me for a while. Then, he turned his head and waved to the butler, who was standing in the distance waiting for orders. After calling the butler over, he ordered the butler to send a car to the Beverly Hills Hotel immediately and gave him Li Yifu's contact information. In the end, Elon Musk warned, you must maintain enough respect for Li Yifu. He's a senior in the business world. I understand. Sir, I'll personally take the car to pick Mr. Li up. The butler said respectfully. Elon Musk nodded and waved his hand tiredly, go and come back quickly. The butler went to the hotel to pick them up, while Elon Musk turned his gaze to Grams and asked, My dear, do you know about Chinese medicine? Chinese medicine? Gramus hesitated. Yes. Elon Musk nodded. Grams shrugged and said, I've heard some. There are a few Hollywood stars who like Chinese medicine in Chinatown, but they mainly do physiotherapy, rehabilitation, relaxation, and massage. I heard that Chinese medicine also uses grass, roots and tree bark to treat people. The mysterious Easterners may not be able to strictly distinguish between witchcraft and medicine. Elon Musk furrowed his brows and said, Mr. Li Yifu recommended me a Chinese medicine practitioner. Oh. God. Gramus covered his mouth and said after a long while, Dear, you can't be thinking of giving little X that black potion, right? I can't imagine it. Elon Musk pressed down on Graham's shoulders and looked into her eyes. My dear. Please calm down. Li Yifu is a well-known super-rich man in the United States. He shouldn't be so ridiculous as to use a swindler who doesn't know any medical skills to make fun of us. Maybe he has a favor to ask of you, so he knows that you're in a hurry to seek help. Maybe he's been deceived, Gramus said. Anyway, little X is still so young, we can't risk his health. Elon Musk shook his head and said, If it was a normal disease, I definitely wouldn't have done this. But you've also heard Dr. Manu's analysis. The malignant level of flexor carcinus is very high, and the one in little X's body is especially dangerous. Even with the world's best medical resources, the survival rate is only about 1/3. If we use Dr. Manu's plan, the risk is also very high. The Chinese medicine Dr. Li Yifu introduced doesn't require surgery or chemotherapy. Even if there's a certain risk, I think it's worth it to bet on the small probability. Elon Musk was a businessman, so he naturally used the risk-reward ratio to evaluate the feasibility of this matter. In contrast, he was much calmer than Grams. After Grams heard this, he pondered for a long time before nodding and saying, All right then. However, I have to be by little X's side during the treatment process. Of course, I'll accompany you the entire time. Elon Musk said. He actually didn't have much hope for this. In the Beverly Hills Hotel, after A discussion. Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu decided that Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu would go to the mansion of Elon Musk, while the others would rest in the hotel. After all, they were going to treat a patient and not to visit. It was not appropriate for 5 or 6 people to go at once. Soon, the butler of Elon Musk contacted Li Yifu, and the car he brought had already arrived at the hotel. Thus, everyone stood up and left the room. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue stayed in their rooms to rest, while Chen Xian and Yu Xianer returned to their own rooms. Xia Ruofei took out an exquisite first aid box from the spirit map space. Inside it was a set of silver needles used by traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, as well as some traditional Chinese medicine equipment, including abrasures. He carried the first aid kit in his hand and went downstairs with Li Yifu. Soon, he saw the butler of the Elon Musk family. The butler respectfully led the two of them to a Bentley before sitting in the front passenger seat and instructing the driver to return to the manor. Along the way, Xia Ruofei closed his eyes to rest. When the car was about to reach its destination, he opened his eyes and looked out the window. Elon Musk's mansion was located in Bel Air, Los Angeles. Like most supermansions, this small manor was very private. It was surrounded by lush trees, and the whole house was surrounded by a golf course and forest, forming a corner. However, Xia Ruofei took a closer look at the house that could be vaguely seen in the distance. He could not help but feel surprised that the house was not as magnificent as he had imagined. It also did not have the technological sense that matched Elon Musk's identity. On the contrary, it looked very simple and even a little old. "How much does this house cost?" Xia Ruofei asked, smiling. He should have spent more than $20 million on this house. Li Yifu said. Woof. It's really not cheap. Xia Ruofei asked, "Our property prices in the M nation this expensive too?" 3233 Unknowingly powerful, too, Li Yifu chuckled. Senior granduncle, luxury houses are different from ordinary houses. There's no reference price. It's mainly based on the environment and so on. The driver and the butler didn't understand Chinese, so Li Yifu didn't have to worry too much. Li Yifu continued, "I've looked up some information. The owner of this house is environmental protection. You can see that he has installed a lot of solar panels. Masker has always been committed to promoting the development of clean energy, such as electric vehicles. Solar energy is also a key part of his industry." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. This brother is quite interesting." While they were talking, the car had already passed through an arch that looked like a Spain castle and entered the interior of the mansion. Masker, who had been informed by the butler in advance, had already come out to wait. His girlfriend, Glams, was also with him. The Bentley slowly stopped. The butler quickly got out of the car and opened the door on Xia Ruofei's side while the chauffeur opened the door on Li Yifu's side. The two of them stepped out. Elon Musk took a few steps forward. He saw Xia Ruofei getting out of the car on the other side and was slightly stunned. He even looked into the car, hoping to see that there were still people who hadn't gotten out. In America, there was no such thing as the older the doctor, the more popular he is. However, Xia Ruofei looked too young. The learning period of medical majors was longer. Most medical students at Xia Ruofei's age were still in their master's or doctor's. He didn't even have much practical experience, so how could he be an expert who could cure serious brain cancer? Elon Musk suddenly felt like he had been played by Li Yifu. Li Yifu went around the front of the car and met up with Xia Ruofei on the other side. Then, the two of them walked towards Elon Musk together. Mr. Li. There was a trace of displeasure on Elon Musk's face. He frowned slightly and asked, "May I ask if the Chinese medicine expert you mentioned on the phone is here?" Li Yifu looked at Xia Ruofei beside him and smiled. "Mr. Masker, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Xia from China. Dr. Xia has cured many serious malignant tumors." Elon Musk didn't believe it at all, because if this young man in front of him was really so amazing, all kinds of reports would have been overwhelming. If he could even cure late-stage brain cancer, this kind of achievement could have won the Nobel Prize that year, and there would be no suspense at all. In other words, if Xia Ruofei was really that amazing, he would not have been so unknown. Elon Musk confirmed that he had never seen Xia Ruofei in any reports when the Australian Airlines plane landed in Saipan. As a passenger who had never flown a plane before, Xia Ruofei successfully landed and saved hundreds of people on the plane. Such a heroic story was favored by the Western media, and there were many reports on it in the global media during that period. Unfortunately, Xia Ruofei was now using the image of Xia Tian. Even if Elon Musk had an impression of the news of the forced landing of Australian Airlines, he would never associate the Xia Ruofei who had changed her appearance with the legendary hero of that time. There was a hint of mockery in Elon Musk's eyes, but he still asked politely, "Dr. Xia, may I ask which medical university did you graduate from? Which hospital are you currently working at?" Xia Ruofei had a faint smile on his face. "I didn't graduate from a medical university. In fact, I didn't go to college. Also, although I have a Chinese medical certificate, I don't work in any hospital." "Mr. Xia, you've opened your own private clinic?" "What's wrong?" asked Elon Musk. In the United States, private clinics and hospitals were also common, and often these private medical institutions had better standards and conditions. Of course, the cost of seeing a doctor in a private medical institution was also much higher. The general working class would go to a public hospital to see a doctor. Xia Ruofei shook his head and said, "I don't have a clinic, nor have I been hired as someone else's private doctor." Elon Musk raised his eyebrows, then spread his hands at Li Yifu and said, "Mr. Li, this Dr. Xia doesn't seem to be the medical expert you mentioned, Mr. Masker." Xia Ruofei said directly, "Chinese medicine is more about inheritance. Many famous Chinese doctors are taught by their masters. In our country, we also recognize the inheritance of Chinese medicine from masters to disciples. That's why not all Chinese medicine practitioners graduated from Chinese medicine universities." Xia Ruofei paused and quickly continued, "Also, I didn't go to the hospital to work, and I didn't do any medical work because I didn't want to make it my profession. It's just this time, and it has nothing to do with my medical skills." For example, Xia Ruofei glanced at Elon Musk and grimaced. In fact, he had already used his mental power to probe them. At the same time, he had also used the look in traditional Chinese medicine to observe their situation. After a slight pause of 2 seconds, Xia Ruofei smiled and continued, "For example, even though I'm not a professional doctor, I can still tell at a glance that Mr. Masker has not been sleeping well recently, and he has serious tinnitus. In addition, if I'm not wrong, Ms. Glam's right arm had a fracture before, and because it didn't recover completely back then, it often hurts, especially when the climate changes." Both Elon Musk and Gramus were stunned. If it was possible to find out about Elon Musk's health status and medical records through other means, then Grams was not a particularly famous celebrity. Furthermore, she was not even Elon Musk's girlfriend when her arm was fractured many years ago. She had just entered the entertainment industry and no one knew her at all. How could things from that time be found out by an investigation? What's more, Elon Musk's sleep and tinnitus problems had only appeared recently. Because he had been busy with work recently, and then there was the matter of little X's sarcoma, so he did not seek medical treatment at all. He only asked Dr. Manu briefly. So it was impossible to leave a medical record. Unless this young Dr. Xia bribed Dr. Manu. Regardless of whether the probability was high or not, there was no point in bribing Dr. Manu because in the end, medical skills were the only thing that mattered. The patient was there, and little X's illness would not get better just because Elon Musk and Grice were fooled. Elon Musk turned his gaze to Grams with a look of disbelief on his face. He nodded and said, "When I was 18 years old, I fell off the stage during rehearsal and broke my right arm. Over the years, my arm does hurt faintly when it rains and storms." He was very accurate. "This is really shocking," Elon Musk said. "Dr. Xia, you can see so much and so accurately with your eyes. How did you do it?" Xia Ruofei said lightly, "Chinese medicine focuses on looking, listening, asking, and feeling. Looking is only one of the skills. A brilliant Chinese medicine doctor can indeed get a general judgment by observing the patient's complexion without contact. Of course, if you need a more accurate diagnosis, you'll still need to take his pulse and ask about his medical history. Sometimes, you'll also need to rely on some Western examination methods, such as CT, color ultrasound, and so on." "I understand," Elon Musk nodded, not fully understanding. In fact, he was indeed a little confused by what Xia Ruofei said. However, he had personally experienced what Xia Ruofei had just shown him. Therefore, although he could not understand what Xia Ruofei was saying, he still felt that he was better. "I don't know, but it's amazing." The expression on Elon Musk's face immediately became much warmer. He made an inviting gesture and said, "Mr. Li, Dr. Xia. Let's go in and sit down. Please come in." 32-34, lifting heavy weights as if it were light. 1. Elon Musk and Gramus led Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu to the huge living room on the first floor of the main building of the mansion. "Mr. Li, Dr. Xia. Tea or coffee?" asked Elon Musk. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Mr. Masker, you have tea here too?" "It's a gift from a Chinese friend not long ago," said Elon Musk with a smile. "Although the two of us are not used to the taste of Chinese tea, the tea leaves this time seem to be especially fragrant. We would occasionally drink some." "Is that so?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Then let's try this tea." "No problem." Elon Musk smiled and nodded, then gestured to the butler standing at the side. The butler bowed slightly and walked to the side to prepare tea for everyone. The tea cabinet was at a corner of the living room. Although the living room was huge and was a little far away, Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu could tell at a glance that the tea the butler took out from the tea cabinet was the Taoyuan de Hong Pao. From the packaging, it was the most expensive kind. The two of them couldn't help but smile at each other. To Xia Ruofei's surprise, there was an exquisite kung fu tea set beside the tea cabinet. It was probably from the friend of Elon Musk who had given him the tea. The butler's movements were a little awkward. What made Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu both laugh and cry was that the butler basically used the complicated tea set as a filtering tool. In the end, The tea that was brewed was actually in the coffee cups, filling everyone's cups. This cup of tea, if it was a normal tea-tasting cup, could hold at least 10 or 20 cups. No wonder the butler took so long to make the tea. After all, the tea made by this kind of kung fu tea set was only enough to fill 4 to 5 teacups. The butler placed 4 large coffee cups filled with steaming hot tea on a tray and placed them in front of Xia Ruofei and the others. Elon Musk smiled and said, "Mr. Li, Dr. Xia, please have a taste." "Thank you." Xia Ruofei's expression was a little strange. He picked up the heavy coffee cup uncomfortably and took a sip. Although the tea brewing technique was extremely bad, the peach blossom de Hong Pao still had a strong fragrance, and the taste was not bad. Of course, he could only get an evaluation of not bad. It was impossible to get any higher. Every time a good tea leaves were brewed, there would be subtle differences in the taste and sweetness of the tea. People who often drank tea would be able to feel the subtle changes with a slight taste. There were several cups of tea mixed together in the cup, so the taste had naturally become a little strange. Elon Musk also took a bite, and even showed an expression of savoring the aftertaste, and asked, "Dr. Xia, how's the tea?" "Not bad," Xia Ruofei said tactfully. He couldn't possibly say that the tea was impeccable, but the tea brewing technique was terrible, wasting such expensive tea leaves. However, Xia Ruofei still felt that his peach blossom de Hong Pao was not worth it, so he couldn't help but say, "Mr. Masker, in China, there are many things to pay attention to when making tea. Your tea set is pretty good, but there seems to be some problems with the way you use it. Of course, this is not important. If there's a chance, I can demonstrate the correct way to brew the de Hong Pao tea leaves. As for now, let's talk about the illness first." Elon Musk quickly nodded and said, "All right." Little X had been diagnosed 3 days ago, and he had done a comprehensive examination in the past 3 days. "Dr. Xia, I'll get someone to bring the examination report over, and then bring Dr. Munnu's medical group over. How about you guys have an exchange first?" Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "I'd rather see the patient first. Mr. Masker, I've told you just now that Chinese medicine focuses on looking, listening, asking, and feeling. It's very important to make a face-to-face diagnosis for the patient. In comparison, we don't rely as much on medical reports as Western medicine." Elon Musk and Grimace looked at each other. They both thought of Xia Ruofei's magical Chinese medicine Wang formula just now outside. She could accurately judge the disease of the other party with a glance. This was even more powerful than CT and MRI scans. Since they were willing to give it a try and agreed to Xia Ruofei's visit, they naturally would not reject Xia Ruofei's normal request to diagnose in person. Therefore, Elon Musk quickly nodded and said, "No problem. However, I'll have to trouble Dr. Xia to move him to the 3rd floor. Little X is receiving preoperative treatment and can't leave his room." "Of course." Xia Ruofei picked up his coffee cup and took a big gulp of tea. He stood up and said, "Let's go see the patient now." "Good. Please follow me." Elon Musk also stood up. He looked at Li Yifu, hesitated, and said, "Mr. Li, how about you take a rest here?" Li Yifu had already stood up with Xia Ruofei. He said, "I'll join you." Is it convenient?" His martial granduncle had gone to see someone's illness. So how could he, as his grand disciple, sit here and drink tea with a coffee cup? Even if he couldn't help, he had to correct his attitude. Elon Musk felt a little strange, but he immediately said, "Of course. This way, please." Elon Musk and Grams took Xia Ruofei and Li Fu directly through the indoor elevator and arrived on the third floor. 32-35, lifting heavy weights as if it were light, too, the group passed through a stone corridor and came to a room at the east end. Elon Musk pushed the door open and entered. Xia Ruofei and the rest followed closely behind. Xia Ruofei saw a young female nurse in a white coat and a middle-aged woman in her 40s in the room. They looked like nannies who were in charge of taking care of the children. She was probably one of those confinement ladies in China. However, foreigners did not pay attention to confinement, so naturally, there was no such thing as confinement lady. When the young nurse saw Elon Musk and his group walk in, she quickly made a shushing gesture and said softly, "Mr. Masker, the child has just fallen asleep. Please keep quiet." Elon Musk looked at Xia Ruofei, his eyes asking for her opinion. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "It doesn't matter if you're asleep." After that, he walked to the modified crib and leaned in to observe. Little X was still a newborn, and his hair was a little sparse. The skin on his face had not become completely smooth, and there were some parts of his face that were peeling off. He did not look cute at all. Although he was asleep, his brows were slightly furrowed, clearly not very comfortable. On the child's neck, there was an obvious red and swollen area, and even his face was slightly deformed. There was a rack beside the crib, and on it was an infusion bag. Little X was still receiving an infusion, but the child's blood vessels were too thin. Only the blood vessels in the temples were barely enough for the infusion, so the infusion needle was inserted into his forehead. It was a shocking sight. Xia Ruofei reached out and carefully avoided the needle. He gently touched little X's forehead. The nurse's expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but call out softly, "This gentleman, stop." Elon Musk waved his hand to stop the nurse. The nurse stopped in her tracks, but her face still had a trace of displeasure. Xia Ruofei's hand moved away from the baby's forehead. Other than Li Fu, no one else could tell that Xia Ruofei had actually used a small wisp of spiritual power to put the baby into a deeper sleep. In fact, the child's brows had already slowly relaxed after the spiritual power took effect. This was because he could not feel any pain in his body in deep sleep. Xia Ruofei reached out and gently opened the child's eyelids to take a look. Then, he gently pried open the child's mouth to observe the tongue. Finally, he pulled a stool over and sat by the crib. He placed his fingers on the child's wrist and took his pulse. A child's pulse was much weaker than an adult's. Without a certain level of martial arts, it was not easy to check the pulse. However, this was not a problem for Xia Ruofei. After a while, Xia Ruofei stood up. When he was taking the pulse, he had also used his mental power to do a thorough examination of the child, so he already had an idea of what was going on. He nodded lightly at Elon Musk and took the lead to walk out of the room. Elon Musk and the others quickly followed, leaving the young female nurse and the nanny looking at each other in confusion. They didn't know what the Asian that their boss had brought in was doing. He didn't say anything when he came in. He rolled his eyes and pinched the child's mouth. In the end, he even touched his wrist and closed his eyes in deep thought. After a series of operations, he got up and left without saying anything. The nurse thought for a moment, then walked to the corner of the room, took out her phone, and called the personal doctor of Elon Musk, Munnu, and reported the situation to him. Munnu and his medical team lived in this mansion, including this nurse. Strictly speaking, they were all members of Munnu's medical team, so to be precise, Munnu was her boss. She had to be responsible for her direct boss. In fact, providing medical services in this mansion was also a temporary measure. Once the treatment plan was determined, they would definitely have to go to a professional medical institution for surgery and follow up treatment. It was just that the rich could choose the best private medical institutions and receive better treatment than public hospitals. After leaving the room, Elon Musk led Xia Ruofei to the room next door and asked impatiently, "Dr. Xia, how's the situation?" Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "It's indeed a strigoi. The primary lesion should be in the neck, but the course of the disease is progressing very quickly. It has begun to spread to the brain, and there are already tumor cells in the eye sockets. In addition, there are early lymph node metastasis and blood transmission, and there are also signs of infection in the lungs." Elon Musk and Grimace looked at each other and were shocked. Xia Ruofei's judgment was almost exactly the same as the medical team's examination results yesterday. That was the examination result of Dr. Munnu and the rest using a lot of top medical equipment. Xia Ruofei only needed to look at her eyes, tongue, and pulse to make such an accurate judgment. It was simply unbelievable. The reason why it was said to be almost exactly the same was that the medical team did not find any transfer of the eye socket during the examination. However, Elon Musk and Grimace already had complete trust in Xia Ruofei's medical skills. At least, the examination method had convinced them. So they would rather believe that the medical team's examination was not thorough enough and not that Xia Ruofei's judgment was wrong. Elon Musk was somewhat dumbfounded and could not help but ask, "Dr. Xia, how did you come up with such a detailed conclusion?" In the field of Western medicine, Xia Ruofei's method of examination was the simplest physical examination. It could only make a basic judgment and could not be so accurate. Elon Musk had seen Xia Ruofei's simple inspection technique with his own eyes. He even had an illusion that if he learned a few moves, he would be as good as Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "After the preliminary examination, the child's tongue is light, fat, white, and slightly greasy, and her pulse is deep and smooth. According to the symptoms of the disease and the child's physique, it can be judged that the phlegm and heat are combined, and the blockage will transform into heat, so the affected area will be in pain and red. The child's vital energy has been damaged, so he can't fight against the disease." It was indeed difficult to express Chinese medicine's dialectical theory in English. Xia Ruofei had to rack his brains before he could barely translate it, and some words did not even reach the meaning. As for Elon Musk and Grimace, they were even more confused. They had no idea what Xia Ruofei was talking about, but it sounded magical. "Mr. Masker, Dr. Xia's medical skills are second to none in China," said Li Yifu with a smile. A friendly reminder, not all Chinese medicine doctors can make such an accurate judgment in a short time. Also, Chinese medicine generally focuses on treating both the root and the root of the problem. The treatment process is often longer than Western medicine, and the effect is not as fast. So, you must not blindly believe in Chinese medicine. Li Yifu also reminded him out of good intentions, in case Elon Musk became a fanatic fan of Chinese medicine in the future and wanted to invite Chinese medicine doctors to take a look At any illness. If there was a serious illness, it would be easy to be delayed, and the probability of encountering scammers was not low. Li Yifu continued, of course, Dr. Xia's traditional Chinese medicine treatment is different from other people's. Generally speaking, the effect is very fast, even faster than Western medicine treatment. It also has an advantage that Western medicine can't compare with. That is, most situations don't require surgery treatment, so it won't hurt the patient's vitality. Elon Musk nodded and said, "Thank you for your reminder and explanation, Mr. Li." "Thank you." Li Yifu smiled and nodded. Elon Musk immediately looked at Xia Ruofei and asked eagerly, "Dr. Xia, you've already understood little X's condition. Can we use Chinese medicine to treat him?" Xia Ruofei smiled and looked at the eager gazes of Elon Musk and grimaced. He nodded with certainty and said, "I've treated a malignant tumor that's much more serious than this. The patient has now fully recovered. Although little X's condition is a little serious, because it was discovered in time, it's not a big problem to completely cure him." 32-36 If you're not convinced, come and argue. 1. When Xia Ruofei said this, Elon Musk and Gramus could not believe it. Of course, they had great hope, but when Xia Ruofei said that he could be completely cured, it gave them a sense of disbelief. Li Yifu had always idolized Xia Ruofei blindly. When he saw that Elon Musk and Glams were both stunned, he couldn't help but say, "Mr. Masker, since Dr. Xia said he's confident, then there's definitely no problem. He never makes promises easily." Elon Musk came back to his senses. He stood up and said, "Dr. Xia, can you really cure little X completely? What's the probability of a relapse?" The probability of recurrence was still very high. And the metastasis was very fast, especially for the type of strigoi that little X had. Once it relapsed, it was basically a death sentence, which was why the survival rate was so low. Xia Ruofei smiled. "In my opinion, the standard for a complete recovery naturally includes the factors that cause the relapse. If the relapse happens, can it still be called a complete recovery? 100% no. Relapse?" Elon Musk could not help but open his mouth, revealing a look of disbelief. At this moment, an angry voice was heard, "Mr. Masker, I'm sure he's a despicable liar. No one can guarantee that there's a 100% non-recurrence rate for strigoi." As soon as he finished speaking, the personal doctor of Elon Musk, Munnu, walked into the room with a few pediatricians. After the nurse reported the situation to Munnu, he felt that something was wrong and quickly brought a few experts to little X's room. Before they entered little X's room, they heard the conversation between Xia Ruofei and Elon Musk in the next room. When Munnu heard Xia Ruofei say that she was completely cured and had no relapse, anger rose in his heart. He could not help but push open the door and rush in. Seeing the furious Munnu, Elon Musk could not help but frown slightly and said, "Dr. Munnu, Mr. Masker, please forgive me for being presumptuous." Munnu bowed slightly to Elon Musk and said, "I accidentally heard your conversation from outside. I couldn't help it, so I barged in." "It's fine." Elon Musk waved his hand and said, "Let me introduce them first. Dr. Xia, this is my private doctor, Dr. Manu, and his medical team. Dr. Munnu, this is Dr. Xia from China. In the field of traditional Chinese medicine, I'm sorry." "Chinese medicine?" Munnu could not help but interrupt Elon Musk again and said seriously, "Mr. Musk, I know that you are very concerned about little X's condition and hope to increase his survival rate as much as possible. Perhaps it's because Of this, that some swindlers have a chance to take advantage of it. After he finished speaking, Munnu's face was full of mockery. He looked at Xia Ruofei with disdain and said, "As far as I know, your so-called traditional Chinese medicine is still using the most primitive method, extracting the pitifully small amount of medicinal ingredients from roots and bark. There are no scientific experiments, no precise instruments, no clear theoretical system. If I remember correctly, there hasn't been a Chinese medicine approved to enter the United States market yet. Perhaps your country has no intention of applying at all? Because you know that the so-called medicine you make from the bark of the roots can't pass the strict drug testing standards and drug testing procedures of the United States." After firing off like a machine gun, Munnu turned his gaze to look at Elon Musk and said, "Mr. Masker, medical science is a very rigorous discipline. You are a giant in the field of science and technology, a legend in Silicon Valley. How can you believe in this kind of pseudoscience?" It had to be said that Munnu's momentum was still very strong. Even Elon Musk could not help but waver a little. However, when he thought of Xia Ruofei's unpredictable examination methods, and the temptation of Xia Ruofei's promise of a complete cure, he finally became determined again. He said, "Dr. Munnu, I just want to let Dr. Xia try the methods of Chinese medicine. Dr. Xia's treatment doesn't require surgery on little x, and it won't damage his body. It won't affect you and your team's treatment work. How can it not be affected?" Munnu opened his eyes in an exaggerated manner, spread his hands, and said, "All the Chinese medicine has not been tested. If it is rashly given to the patient, it will cause unpredictable consequences. Besides, I can't guarantee that it won't conflict with our medicine. If it goes out of control, it'll be very dangerous." Naturally, Elon Musk was inclined to let Xia Ruofei try first. After hearing Munnu's words, he could not help but look at Xia Ruofei, wanting to hear how Xia Ruofei would refute Munnu's point of view. From the moment Munnu barged into the room, Xia Ruofei had a calm smile on his face. Even when Munnu belittled Chinese medicine, he did not show any displeasure, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Only when everyone's eyes were on him did he adjust his sitting position to be more comfortable. He glanced at Munnu and said lightly, "Mr. Munnu, right? Although your point of view is not worth refuting, since you've said so much, then I'll ask you a few questions." 3237, "Come and argue if you're not convinced." 2. Munnu shrugged his shoulders and lifted his chin at Xia Ruofei with a disdainful expression. "I'm all ears." Looking at Munnu's "If you're not convinced, come and argue" look, Xia Ruofei smiled lightly and said, "Do you know how long the history of Chinese medicine has been passed down? Do you know how deep and profound the theoretical system of Chinese medicine is? Of course you don't know. Thousands of years ago, when Westerners still regarded bloodletting therapy as the standard method, China's traditional Chinese medicine already had a complete theoretical system. You didn't know what the unity of heaven and man was, yin and yang and 5 elements, and you didn't understand the 5 elements and 6 qi, as well as the meridians of the human body, but you could talk big about traditional Chinese medicine. It was like a primitive man who only knew how to use simple stone tools and saw a modern plane. He would never understand the modern means of transportation. However, primitive people would worship planes as gods, but you talk big about Chinese medicine. We usually call this ignorance." Munnu's face was red with anger. However, Xia Ruofei did not give him a chance to speak. He only paused for a moment before continuing, "Isn't It ignorance to attribute everything you don't understand as pseudoscience. And he was treating ignorance as something interesting. Mr. Manu must be very proud of his own argument that Chinese medicine could not pass the RDA standards and enter the United States. What I want to say is United States, the drug test standards in the United States are for Western medicine. Why should Chinese medicine be evaluated according to these standards? Also, why did Chinese medicine have to enter the United States market? Is this our loss or the UA's loss? Then, Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, I don't know. What gave you such a ridiculous sense of superiority? Manu almost died of anger to Xia Ruofei. He panted and said, you can't change the truth even if you say all sorts of things. Cancer is a problem that can't be overcome for a long time. If Chinese medicine can really cure cancer, you guys would have spread it all over the world. I'm sorry, but I don't remember seeing a case of Chinese medicine successfully curing cancer in a top-tier weekly magazine. Therefore, your glib tongue is like a castle in the air, and it can't hold its ground at all. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you can't argue, so you're acting shamelessly? This is indeed very United States. You didn't answer my question directly. Manu felt that he had gotten back 10% of the profits, and his face also revealed a trace of pride. In his opinion, this was an unsolvable problem. Xia Ruofei said calmly, if you had brought up the truth earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. Of course, I'll tell you with the truth. That Chinese medicine is much more advanced than you think. Unfortunately. Before you prove yourself, I won't agree to let you treat my patient. Manu said, Mr. Masker, I'm your private doctor. I have to be responsible for my employer. If you insist on letting Mr. Xia treat little X, then I'll have to resign. Because I'm not sure if such an irresponsible treatment will bring about unpredictable results. For the reputation of me and the team, I must avoid such risks. Xia Ruofei. Elon Musk looked at Xia Ruofei. Manu was also a top doctor in the United States. Naturally, Elon Musk did not want him to resign and leave easily. After all, no matter how rich he was, it still required a little luck to find a reliable private doctor. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, of course I won't use little X's case to prove my medical skills. However, it doesn't seem to be too difficult to speak the truth. Xia Ruofei then said indifferently, Dr. Manu, I wonder if you know about Mr. Elon Musk's physical condition? Of course. Manu replied proudly. I know Mr. Masker's physical condition like the back of my hand. What about the ringing in his ears recently? Xia Ruofei asked. As far as I know, Mr. Musk's tinnitus is very serious, but you don't seem to have a good solution. Manu could not help but be stunned for a moment, and then immediately said, Mr. Masker's tinnitus has only appeared recently, and we have been focusing on little X's treatment plan for the past few days. Tinnitus is not life-threatening and can be treated later. This was also a method to optimize the management of medical resources. Of course, I'm afraid that your Chinese medicine doctors don't understand this at all. Then, why don't we ask Dr. Manu to formulate a treatment plan for Mr. Masker now? Xia Ruofei smiled. Although the tinnitus is not life-threatening for the time being, it is very painful for the patient. Yes. Elon Musk could not help but nod. There were many kinds of tinnitus. Some were high-frequency sounds similar to the chirping of cicadas, and some were low rumbling sounds. No matter what kind of sound it was, if it kept ringing in the ear for 24 hours, no one would feel good. Especially in the dead of night, this sound became more obvious. Therefore, tinnitus was often accompanied by insomnia, headaches, and other symptoms. Manu could not help but be stunned. He looked at Mask and said, "Mr. Masker, I've explained to you last time. At present, there is no particularly effective treatment for tinnitus, and there are many reasons for it. I think it's because of little X's condition and the stress you've been under at work. I believe that it'll ease after some time." When Xia Ruofei heard this reply that was as he had expected, the smile on his face became even more brilliant. He spread his hands and said to Elon Musk, "Mr. Masker, do you see that? Was this the so-called rigorous Western medicine? You can only hope that the minor ringing in your ears will be cured without any medicine." Manu was so angry that he stomped his feet. "You're changing the concept. Difficult to treat illnesses exist in any era. And this is completely different from our professionalism." Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "Then, I'll tell you the truth. The illness that you think is difficult to treat is just a small problem that can be easily solved by Chinese medicine. In fact, little X's condition is the same. You can't come up with a complete plan for your employer even after racking your brains, but in my opinion, it's not that difficult." With that, Xia Ruofei ignored Manu and turned to look at Elon Musk, saying, "Mr. Masker, before I treat little X, I would like to solve your tinnitus. Do you mind?" "Of course," Elon Musk quickly replied. "If you're willing to treat me, I'll be extremely grateful." Elon Musk also had the intention of testing Xia Ruofei's medical skills. After all, Xia Ruofei had only shown his ability in testing. In actual treatment, he had not shown his true ability. Although tinnitus and little X's sarcoma were two completely unrelated diseases, if Xia Ruofei could really solve the problem of tinnitus easily, it would prove that he had extraordinary medical skills. After all, Manu had said just now that in the view of Western medicine, there was no particularly good solution to this kind of nerve tinnitus. What's more, he had been troubled by his tinnitus these days. If it could be cured, it would be a great relief. Xia Ruofei nodded and picked up the small medical kit by his feet. After opening the kit, Xia Ruofei took out a small cloth bag with a set of silver needles and unhurriedly spread it out on the coffee table. He said, "I need to explain first. In the treatment process, I will use these very thin silver needles. This is a treatment method in Chinese medicine called acupuncture. It is not a surgery as defined by Western medicine. Moreover, these silver needles are very thin, so you won't feel any pain. At most, you'll feel like you've been bitten by a mosquito, so there's no need to be afraid." Manu took a look and found that the set of silver needles was indeed very thin as a cow's hair. He knew that such needles would not cause any harm to Elon Musk, so he only pouted and did not say anything. In fact, Manu even felt that these silver needles, which were much thinner than the ones used for blood extraction, would not be able to penetrate human skin successfully. So, he was still holding on to the mentality of watching a show, waiting for Xia Ruofei to give himself away in the next moment. 3238 Facts speak louder than words. 1. In fact, what Manu did not know was that there were countless Chinese medicine doctors who could use the smallest silver needle. This was not a great skill, but if the silver needle was not used well and the acupuncture point was chosen wrongly, it could lead to serious consequences. If this thin silver needle was used by a quack doctor, it could hurt one's life. Manu didn't even know the acupuncture points of traditional Chinese medicine, so naturally, he wouldn't know these things. Elon Musk looked at the silver needles. Although they were thin, they were not short. Thinking about how long they were, he was a little scared. However, there were so many people watching, and his girlfriend, Glams, was also there. He also wanted to use this treatment to test Xia Ruofei's medical skills, so he could not back down no matter what. Elon Musk hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, Dr. Xia, please treat him according to your Chinese medicine method. I have no objections." Xia Ruofei nodded. Because little X's subsequent treatment will also use acupuncture. I'm telling you in advance so that you can be mentally prepared. When Elon Musk heard that he was going to use the acupuncture technique on little X, he immediately burst out with fatherly love and said without hesitation, "In that case, try it on me first." When Xia Ruofei saw that Elon Musk was like a warrior who had left and would never return, he could not help but find it funny. "As long as the technique is correct, there is no danger in acupuncture," he said. "Mr. Masker, please relax. If your muscles are tense, it is not conducive to acupuncture." Li Yifu also laughed and said, "Mr. Masker, Dr. Xia's words are very important. If you keep tightening the muscles of your whole body, the silver needle may get stuck. Or even break inside. So you must relax." Elon Musk was even more nervous after hearing Li Yifu's words, and it was difficult for him to relax. Xia Ruofei could not help but look at Li Yifu and shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He didn't let Elon Musk relax. Instead, he opened a bottle of medical alcohol, dipped a cotton swab in the alcohol, and sanitized the silver needle. Then, he also used cotton swabs dipped in alcohol to disinfect the acupuncture points behind Elon Musk's ears. After that, Xia Ruofei picked up a silver needle with his fingers and said calmly, "Mr. Masker, we will start the treatment now. Please relax your body." These words didn't sound like much to Grams and the others, but when they fell into Elon Musk's ears, it seemed to have an invisible magic that made him relax involuntarily. Of course, this was just a small application of the mental energy hypnotism technique. Now that Xia Ruofei's mental energy had increased greatly, this small technique could be said to be very familiar. There was no possibility of failure when used on ordinary people. Just as Elon Musk relaxed, Xia Ruofei's right hand quickly stretched forward and then immediately retracted. Elon Musk didn't even feel anything. He only felt an itch behind his ear. It wasn't painful at all. Even a mosquito bite was more painful than this. When he saw that the silver needle in Xia Ruofei's hand had disappeared, he realized that Xia Ruofei had completed the acupuncture process. To Grims, Munnu, and the rest, Xia Ruofei's technique was even more amazing. The speed at which he inserted the needle was too fast, causing everyone's vision to blur. They seemed to see Xia Ruofei's hand shake, and then they saw that the silver needle had already been inserted into a certain position behind Elon Musk's ear, and it was still trembling. Before the crowd could react, Xia Ruofei had already picked up the second, sterilized silver needle. Similarly, he did not need to identify the acupuncture points. He waved his right hand and the second silver needle was inserted. Xia Ruofei's needle inserting process was as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. Everyone was dazzled by it. In just a few breaths, Xia Ruofei had already inserted the silver needles into 6 acupuncture points. The order and depth of these silver needles were paid attention to, but Gramus and the others naturally couldn't see through it. Even Li Yifu didn't know much about it, so at most, he was just watching for fun. For Elon Musk's problem of Tinnitus, if he used the petals of the spirit heart flower, perhaps 1/10 of the petals would be enough to solve the problem. However, to Xia Ruofei, who had already integrated many lost and precious Chinese medicine books, this problem could be easily solved with Chinese medicine methods. Naturally, there was no need to waste precious petals. What's more, he was cured simply by drinking a medicinal paste, so how could he show his medical skills? Hence, Xia Ruofei still chose acupuncture, which had a strong, spectator nature. This would also give Elon Musk and Glamis a greater shock and make them more determined to invite him to treat little X. After inserting the needles, Xia Ruofei began to gently twist the silver needles, and sometimes flicked a certain silver needle with his fingertips. If a Chinese medicine master were to see this long, lost acupuncture technique, he would definitely be shocked. It was a pity that there were no audience members who knew the industry. Of course, even though they did not understand, they could still see that Xia Ruofei's movements were smooth and comfortable. On the other hand, Elon Musk felt it more directly. Although he could not see Xia Ruofei's movements, he could feel an obvious soreness at the spot where the silver needle was inserted. It was as if someone had applied a hot towel on him. From the back of his ears to his neck, he felt warm. 32-39 Facts speak louder than words. 2. It was the first time in his life that Elon Musk had received acupuncture. He didn't expect that the scary-looking silver needles would not only not hurt, but also give him a feeling of floating. This feeling was even more comfortable than the feeling of smoking marijuana when he was young. Elon Musk could not help but close his eyes. After Xia Ruofei was done with the needles, she deftly removed the silver needles, disinfected them again, and put them back into the needle bag. He then said, "Mr. Masker, it's done. How do you feel?" Only then did Elon Musk open his eyes. He realized that the acupuncture had been completed. And the feeling of soreness, swelling, and heat at the place where the needle had been inserted was indeed slowly fading. Elon Musk felt that he had not had enough, and blurted out, "So fast?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Traditional Chinese medicine is all about fairness and gentleness. It's best if it's just right. If the acupuncture time is too long, it may backfire. Mr. Masker, please feel it. If there are no accidents, the tinnitus should have improved." It was only then that Elon Musk remembered the important matter. He quickly closed his eyes and felt it. Manu could not help but laugh. "I admit that your performance is very good. However, you want to achieve the purpose of treatment with such a simple injection? Aren't you being too whimsical?" "Shut up." "What's wrong?" shouted Elon Musk with a frown. Manu could not help but be stunned, and he looked at Elon Musk with his mouth slightly open. With an unhappy expression, Elon Musk said, "Dr. Manu, please keep quiet. I'm feeling if the tinnitus is getting better." Tinnitus. If it was in a relatively noisy environment, it was basically impossible to feel any abnormalities. Only when the environment was quiet would the sound of tinnitus be infinitely amplified. Elon Musk was carefully feeling if his tinnitus had been relieved, but Manu kept on chattering at the side. He could not help but reprimand him. Only then did Manu react, his face alternating between red and white as he said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Masker." Elon Musk waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Please keep quiet, everyone. Thank you." The room suddenly fell silent, and only the faint sound of breathing could be heard. Although Manu did not dare to speak any more, he still looked at Xia Ruofei with disdain. He did not believe that acupuncture alone could solve the problem of tinnitus. Elon Musk tilted his head and felt it for a while, and Grams also looked at him nervously. After all, this was not only related to whether the problem of Elon Musk's tinnitus could be solved. More importantly, if Xia Ruofei's superb medical skills were proven, little X's survival rate would increase greatly. However, in order not to affect Elon Musk, he did not dare to speak. After a long while, a hint of excitement flashed in Elon Musk's eyes as he said, "Everyone, I'm very sorry, but I have to leave for a while. Please wait here for a few minutes, I'll be back soon." "My dear," Gramos asked worriedly. Elon Musk smiled and patted Gramos' hand. "It's all right, my dear. Take care of the guests. I'll be back soon." After he finished speaking, Elon Musk looked at Xia Ruofei again. "Please." Xia Ruofei smiled. Elon Musk quickly walked out of the room, then passed through the long corridor and took the elevator to the basement. There was a very advanced film and music hall here. In order to have the best viewing experience, the facilities in the film and entertainment hall were very advanced, including sound insulation. Even the walls were made of very professional sound-absorbing materials. It could be said that as long as the door was closed, the inside would be absolutely quiet. Elon Musk pushed open the door and walked into the studio with excitement and anxiety. After he closed the door, he went straight to a seat in the middle of the room and sat down, quietly enjoying the music. In fact, when he was upstairs, just now, Elon Musk could no longer feel his tinnitus. However, he was worried that it was his own illusion and that the surrounding sound was too noisy, so he could not hear the ringing. In fact, this was the case of being too concerned. He had been suffering from tinnitus for the past few days. After solving the problem, he could not believe the truth of the matter. Elon Musk was now sitting in the studio. He could even hear a pin drop on the ground, but he still couldn't hear any tinnitus. In the past, in such a quiet environment, the low frequency rumbling in his left ear was enough to drive him crazy. If the high-frequency sound like the chirping of cicadas was added to his right ear, it would be a sour feeling. Now, that annoying, never-ending voice had finally disappeared. Elon Musk almost burst into tears. He sat in the soft first-class seat for a long time before he finally confirmed this fact. For the first time, he felt that peace was wonderful. Elon Musk remembered that Xia Ruofei and the others were still waiting upstairs. He could not be bothered to enjoy the silence any longer. He quickly got up and left the studio. He took the elevator back upstairs and walked into the room next to little X. Xia Ruofei smiled as he looked at Elon Musk, who pushed the door open and entered. Xia Ruofei had already used his spiritual power to detect Elon Musk's actions earlier on, so he was very clear about what he was doing. As soon as he entered the door, Elon Musk said excitedly, "Dr. Xia, this is amazing. My tinnitus has completely disappeared. Even in the quietest environment, I can't feel a tingling in my ears." Hearing this, Manu gasped and revealed a look of disbelief. At this moment, Xia Ruofei had already ignored Manu. He smiled and said to Elon Musk, "Mr. Masker, I don't think you have any more doubts about the effect of acupuncture now, right?" "Of course. This is the most amazing medical skill I have ever seen. Chinese medicine is simply too shocking." "My dear," Gramos said in surprise. "The symptoms of the tinnitus have really disappeared?" Elon Musk nodded and said, "Yes. I just went to the recording room downstairs for a while, and the ringing in my ears is completely gone." "Heavens! This is amazing. He was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes, and he used Auntie a few times to express his feelings. On one hand, she was happy for Elon Musk, but more so because of Xia Ruofei's magical acupuncture skills, which had greatly increased her confidence. She was already full of hope for the treatment that little X was going to receive. Munnu's face was pale as he muttered to himself, "Impossible. Impossible. This doesn't make any sense." It was only then that Elon Musk noticed Munnu's existence. His tone was a little cold. As he said, "Dr. Munnu, the truth is here. I think you should put away your prejudice against Chinese medicine." Munnu's entire body quivered, and then he said dejectedly, "I understand, Mr. Masker. I apologize for my previous remarks. I think," Elon Musk said, "the person you should apologize to is Dr. Xia." Munnu's face turned even uglier, but he still braced himself and said to Xia Ruofei unwillingly, "Dr. Xia, I'm sorry." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I'll give you a piece of advice on behalf of China's Chinese medical field. We Chinese are all about being inclusive. I think Dr. Munnu can learn more about Chinese medicine when you have time. It might be helpful to your work." Munnu squeezed out a smile and said, "I will. Thank you for your suggestion." After saying that, Munnu took a deep breath and said to Elon Musk, "Mr. Masker, I don't think I'm suitable for the position of your private doctor." 3240 Dawn 1 Elon Musk waved his hand and said, "Dr. Munnu, I am quite satisfied with your work. These few days, you and your team have done your best for little X. So, there is no need to resign." Mr. Masker, Munnu felt a little ashamed and felt that he had no face to stay any longer. Elon Musk waved his hand and interrupted Munnu's words, saying, "I still hope that you can stay, Dr. Munnu, and continue to perfect little X's treatment plan. We can be a backup option." At this point, Elon Musk looked at Xia Ruofei and asked politely, "Dr. Xia, you don't mind, do you?" Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "Of course. It's better to be safe than sorry. Even though I don't think it's necessary, I won't interfere with your decision." Elon Musk looked a little embarrassed. And Li Fu, who was at the side, also looked unhappy. He felt that Elon Musk did not trust Xia Ruofei enough. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei remained calm and did not show any emotional fluctuations. Elon Musk hesitated for a moment and said, "Then please let Dr. Munnu's team stay. After all, they still have to provide other medical services for me and my family." Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "I have no objections, but I hope that Mr. Munnu and the other members of the team can sign a confidentiality agreement." "A confidentiality agreement?" Elon Musk was stunned for a moment. "Regarding today's matter and the patient's subsequent treatment, I don't want the outside world to make a big deal out of it. So, I think a confidentiality agreement is necessary," Xia Ruofei said. Elon Musk said in confusion, "Mr. Xia, if you can cure such a dangerous disease, you will definitely become famous around the world. And, I don't want to be famous." Xia Ruofei interrupted Elon Musk's words. Elon Musk was very puzzled by Xia Ruofei's decision. There was actually someone in this world who would complain about his fame? He was in the internet and high-tech industry, so he had some deep-rooted ideas. Sometimes, good news or even an illusory concept could double the market value of a technology company. Therefore, he could not understand Xia Ruofei's low-profile approach. However, since Xia Ruofei had made his decision, he would not object. After all, it was his freedom. Therefore, Elon Max nodded and said, "No problem. Dr. Munnu, this confidentiality agreement, we'll sign it." Munnu said without hesitation. Although he didn't understand the Chinese indifference to fame and fortune, it was only good for him to keep this high-paying job. As for the confidentiality agreement, it was not a loss for him. Even if he didn't sign any agreement, he was not willing to help Xia Ruofei promote everywhere. Elon Musk nodded, took out his mobile phone, and called his assistant to arrange the confidentiality agreement. Elon Musk's company had many cutting-edge technologies, and confidentiality was of utmost importance. Such confidentiality agreements had templates, and it was not difficult to make slight changes to the terms based on the templates. "Dr. Xia, I've already made the arrangements," Elon Musk said, "after the confidentiality agreement is ready. Dr. Munnu and his team members will sign it as soon as possible." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Munnu felt that he had no face to stay any longer, and took the opportunity to say, "Mr. Masker, I'll go and perfect the treatment plan first." "All right, thank you. Let's go." Manu left the room with his team members. He had come in aggressively, but not only did he not expose the liar, but he had also been slapped in the face. In the blink of an eye, their high-end medical team had become a backup. It was really heartbreaking. Xia Ruofei said to Elon Musk, "Mr. Masker, regarding the problem of tinnitus, I have to tell you that acupuncture can only treat the symptoms." Although Xia Ruofei tried to explain the word treating the symptoms in English in an easy-to-understand way, it was obvious that Elon Musk still did not understand. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, in simple words, "It can only relieve the pain." Ah? Elon Musk was shocked. He didn't want to experience the torture of tinnitus again. That means that such symptoms will appear in the future? Then, can I do acupuncture once in a while? This can be done, but it will only treat the symptoms, and not the root cause. Xia Ruofei said, "So if you want to solve this problem completely, you need to take Chinese medicine." Elon Musk heaved a long sigh of relief. He had thought that this illness could never be cured. "No problem," he quickly replied. "I'll listen to you, Dr. Xia. We'll treat him however you want." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He asked for a pen and paper from Elon Musk and started writing. After a while, Xia Ruofei stopped writing and handed the piece of paper to him. Elon Musk took it and looked at it. It was all in Chinese. Although the words looked very ethereal, even he, who did not understand Chinese at all, felt that these words were full of spirit, but the key was that he did not know what the content was. 3241 Don_Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This is a prescription. It's all common Chinese medicine. You can send someone to Chinatown and find a Chinese medicine shop. It'll be easy to get it. In addition, I've also written the method of decocting the medicine on it. Nowadays, Chinese medicine shops all have decocting services on behalf of you, so you can just ask them to decoct the medicine for you. According to this prescription, take it 3 times a day. After meals for 7 days. Basically, the problem of tinnitus can be cured." The formula for treating tinnitus was not considered precious to Xia Ruofei, so he did not deliberately keep it a secret. Of course, if the people in the Chinese medicine shop knew what was good, it would be quite valuable to record this prescription. Elon Musk held the piece of paper in his hand as if he had found a treasure. He then called the butler over and asked him to go to Chinatown to get the medicine as Xia Ruofei had just said. He didn't even asked the housekeeper to take the prescription. Instead, he asked the housekeeper to take a picture of it with his phone while he carefully put the prescription away. The butler naturally didn't dare to delay. After taking a picture of the prescription, he rushed to the nearby Chinatown to get the medicine. Elon Musk's face was filled with gratitude as he said, "Dr. Xia, I'm really grateful to you this time. Please take care of little X's subsequent treatment, Dr. Xia." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You're welcome. There's a saying in China's Chinese medical field that doctors have the heart of a parent. We treat every patient like our own children and will do our best." "Thank you. Thank you." Elon Musk rubbed his hands and said, "I really don't know how to thank you. I originally wanted to help you promote your medical skills, but you are not willing to publicize it. How about this? Dr. Xia, no matter how effective little X's treatment is, I will pay you a treatment fee that you will be absolutely satisfied with." "No need," Xia Ruofei waved his hand. Li Yifu had already paid for the medical fees. "I think, Mr. Masker, you should be very clear about Mr. Li's intention in doing this." Elon Musk was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously looked at Li Yifu and then at Xia Ruofei. He was not sure if Xia Ruofei knew about the big business that Li Yifu had discussed with him. Seeing this, Li Yifu smiled and said, "Mr. Masker, Dr. Xia is one of us. He knows more than you think. Let's just be frank." When Elon Musk heard this, the hesitation on his face did not completely fade away. It was obvious that he still had some concerns. Li Yifu chuckled and said, "Mr. Masker, Dr. Xia doesn't have any official background in China. You can rest assured about this. Also, our deal this time has nothing to do with the Chinese government." Elon Musk nodded and then whispered to Grams, "My dear, go and check on little X next door." Grams knew that Elon Musk had something to discuss, and it was not convenient for her to be present, so she nodded and bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu before leaving the room. Elon Musk asked all the unrelated people to leave the room, leaving only him, Xia Ruofei, and Li Yifu. Then, Elon Musk smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Li, you've really given me a big problem. Aerospace technology is very sensitive, you should be very clear about that." "Of course," Li Yifu replied with a smile. "However, the sensitivity of rocket technology is relatively high, while space survival equipment, including spaceships, is not so sensitive. Right? Rocket technology involved military applications. Some long-range intercontinental missiles and launch vehicles were the same in principle. In addition, the heavy launch vehicle technology, especially the rocket engine technology, was only in the hands of a few countries. Such technology was definitely strictly blocked." "It's only relative," said Elon Musk. "NASA was very strict with their own things. Even small technology like space food had strict confidentiality procedures. SpaceX obtained some technology from NASA, but we have all signed confidentiality agreements. Once violated, my company will face very serious accusations, and I may even face prison." Li Yifu opened his mouth, but was stopped by Xia Ruofei's eyes. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Masker, I'm sure you're very clear. The equipment that Mr. Li wants to buy will not pose any threat to your national security. And we can also guarantee that these things will not be transported out of the United States. With the strength of the United States Intelligence Department, it's impossible for us to transport such a large amount of things out of the country without anyone knowing, right?" Xia Ruofei looked at Elon Musk and continued, "Also, I think with Mr. Musk's strength, He should be able to easily erase all traces. Even if we are seized by the FBA or CIB, your company won't be implicated. Elon Musk sighed and said, everything is hard to predict. SpaceX is at a critical stage. Once it succeeds, our market value may double several times. We can't afford any mistakes. However, since things have come to this. Xia Ruofei laughed and interrupted Masker, Mr. Masker, let's not talk about this for now. Let's treat the child first. Nothing is more important than the child's health now, right? Elon Musk was touched. He knew very well that although he would not go back on his word in the end, Li Yifu's strength could not be underestimated. However, there was no doubt that this was the best time for Xia Ruofei and the others to bargain. Xia Ruofei had already proven his medical skills and little X's life was in danger. He was just waiting for Xia Ruofei to save him. However, Xia Ruofei did not use this as a bargaining chip to negotiate the purchase of spacesuits and other equipment. Instead, he proposed to treat the child first, which made Elon Musk feel a trace of warmth. Elon Musk subconsciously looked at Li Yifu. He had always thought that Li Yifu was the one who made the decision. Compared to Xia Ruofei, who was too young and a doctor, he felt that Xia Ruofei would not be too involved. However, when Elon Musk saw that Li Yifu had already retreated to the side, he did not look displeased at all. Because of Xia Ruofei's arbitrary decision. On the contrary, Li Yifu's expression was normal, as if it was only natural for Xia Ruofei to make the decision. Elon Musk's observation skills were still very strong. He immediately realized that he should re-evaluate this young doctor, Xia. Mr. Masker. Xia Ruofei's voice was heard again. What do you think of my suggestion? Ah? Elon Musk came back to his senses and quickly said, thank you for your generosity, Mr. Xia. Please rest assured. I will also come up with a safe and beneficial solution for Mr. Li's matter as soon as possible. I will do my best to meet Mr. Li's needs. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Let's go. Let's go and see the patient. A heart for a heart. If you gave the other party enough kindness, the other party would naturally be able to feel it and also release kindness. Sometimes, things in the world were like this. A little more warmth was not necessarily less effective than tough means. Xia Ruofei, Li Yifu, and Elon Musk went to the next room. Gramus was sitting next to the crib, staring blankly at little X, who was still sleeping. My dear, Graham said softly, little X seems to be sleeping very well today. He was often woken up by pain in his sleep a few days ago, and his little eyebrows were always furrowed. Today, they are relaxed, and there is a smile on his lips. When Elon Musk saw his son, his eyes softened. He leaned over and said happily, it's true. Maybe he knows that he'll be free from the pain soon, so he's been smiling even in his sleep. Xia Ruofei laughed. 3242 A Doctor's Parental Heart. 1. Naturally, Elon Musk and Gramus did not know that the reason little X was sleeping so soundly was because Xia Ruofei had hypnotized him during the examination so that the child would not cry. However, foreigners love to hear auspicious words, so after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, they all smiled. I'll leave everything to you, Dr. Xia, said Elon Musk. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, my treatment plan is acupuncture and Chinese medicine. When Elon Musk heard this, he thought, isn't this the same as treating the tinnitus just now? Xia Ruofei didn't wait for him to speak. He smiled and said, the disease is different, so the acupuncture points and techniques are different. As for Chinese medicine, The prescription is definitely different. It's like a surgery in Western medicine. Even though it's still open abdominal surgery. Removing the liver and the appendectomy are definitely different. When Elon Musk heard this, his hair stood on end. However, he understood what Xia Ruofei meant. He nodded and said, "You're a doctor, so we'll listen to you. By the way, do you need us to sign an informed consent form or something?" Xia Ruofei waved his hand. "No need. For the trouble. I'll perform acupuncture while the child is asleep. Also, I need to make some Chinese medicine. I'll write a list for you. Didn't you send someone to buy medicine for you? Also, bring back the herbs I need." Alright. Alright. Yes. Elon Musk said quickly and personally went to find a pen and paper. Xia Ruofei scribbled down the list. This time, there were more medicinal herbs on the list than before, and they were all in large quantities. If the butler went there in a small car, the trunk would probably be filled. This prescription was much more valuable than the one for tinnitus. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not follow the prescription strictly. He added a lot of medicinal materials that were not actually used. In terms of quantity, every medicinal material was the same. Naturally, others could not deduce the prescription from this list. Xia Ruofei had prepared all the ingredients that would last for at least a week. Naturally, the amount was a little too much. Xia Ruofei passed the list to Elon Musk and said, "Other than the herbs, there are also some Chinese medicine boiling equipment. You should be able to buy them in the Chinese medicine shops in Chinatown. Just get someone to buy them and bring them back." Alright. I'll get it done immediately. In terms of the child's treatment, Elon Musk was now completely obedient to Xia Ruofei's words. He quickly took a picture of the list and sent it to the butler personally. Then, he called to give Xia Ruofei more detailed instructions. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei took out the silver needles, disinfectant alcohol, cotton swabs, and other things from the first aid kit. Xia Ruofei was very familiar with little X's condition. He had already come up with a perfect treatment plan during the examination just now. By right, using the petals of the spirit heart flower directly would definitely be able to completely cure him. However, this would be too easy and too shocking. The illness itself was very dangerous, and even world-class doctors could not guarantee that it would not relapse. Even if it was surgery, the child's body might not be able to withstand it, and the follow-up chemotherapy was no exception. However, Xia Ruofei had just come up and fed the child some medicine, and he had recovered in a day. This was already beyond the scope of science. Even with the magic of traditional Chinese medicine, it could not be explained. As for the second point, it was also because Xia Ruofei's medical skills had reached a certain level. Although it was difficult to treat patients with strigoi using traditional Chinese medicine, it was still possible for Xia Ruofei to alleviate the symptoms with his current medical skills. This way, the ingredients of the spirit heart flower petals needed to be used could be reduced. Xia Ruofei wanted to save as much as he could, so he decided to go for traditional Chinese medicine treatment first. Through the examination of his spiritual power, Xia Ruofei knew the size, location, and spread of the tumor like the back of his hand. The illness was quite serious, so Xia Ruofei decided to use the 9-cloud rubbing needles. Only this long-lost acupuncture technique could improve the condition. As for the prescription, it was also from a precious lost medical book. Of course, Xia Ruofei had adjusted the amount of medicinal herbs according to the child's condition. On the side, Gramus hesitated and said, Mr. Xia, the child is still sleeping. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, no problem. It's easier to perform the acupuncture when the child is asleep. He won't move around. He's so young, he must be sleeping most of the time. Don't worry, acupuncture doesn't hurt, he won't be woken up. Okay. Grams took a step back and said, we'll believe in Dr. Xia's medical skills. Xia Ruofei nodded. Mr. Masker, there's no need to keep so many people here. Please let everyone out. All right, we want to stay and watch, is that okay? Elon Musk asked. All right then. Xia Ruofei said. Thank you. Yes. Elon Musk said quickly, and asked the nurse and nanny to leave the room for a while. Xia Ruofei unhurriedly undid the child's clothes. His movements were very gentle. Little X, who was in a deep sleep, did not react at all. He was still sleeping soundly. Xia Ruofei took off the child's shirt and took a small pillow. He turned the child's body over so that he could lie on his side and put the small pillow under his body. 3243 A doctor's parental heart, 2. Then, Xia Ruofei took out the silver needles from the needle bag. He tore open a bag of gauze and spread it on the small table beside the crib. Then, he carefully disinfected the silver needles with an alcohol cotton ball. After disinfecting one, he placed the silver needle on the gauze. Then, Xia Ruofei used medical alcohol to carefully disinfect his hand. After finishing the preparation, Xia Ruofei bent down and carefully sanitized the part that needed to be injected with the alcohol swab. Xia Ruofei had thought of all the acupuncture points in advance, so he disinfected the wound very quickly. After a while, he put down the last alcohol-soaked cotton swab and picked up a silver needle. Both Elon Musk and Grams could not help but clench their fists. Especially Elon Musk. He could not see the acupuncture process just now, but now he saw Xia Ruofei holding the shining silver needles in front of the crib. His son, little X, was lying on the bed, and the small body formed a sharp contrast with the long silver needles. His heart could not help but hang. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate at all. His hands were steady and accurate as he quickly inserted the silver needle into an acupuncture point on little X's back. His movements were so fast that even Elon Musk and the rest did not see it clearly. The silver needle was already shaking on little X's back. Elon Musk and Graham subconsciously looked at little X's face. They realized that the child was just as Xia Ruofei had said. He was still in a deep sleep and did not wake up from the pain of a needle in his back. Seeing this scene, the two's hanging hearts finally relaxed a little. Xia Ruofei had already entered a state of complete focus when he was examining the 9 cloud contact needles. He needed to be extremely focused, especially when it came to little X. Little X was too small and his body was very delicate. He could not afford to make even the slightest mistake, or else he would be in danger. Even if there was danger, Xia Ruofei had the petals of the spirit heart flower to deal with it in time. Furthermore, Elon Musk and Gramus would not be able to see through it. However, Xia Ruofei had always been like this. It was fine if he did not do it, but once he did, he would do it to the best of his ability. He was always pursuing perfection. Therefore, he was completely focused. At the moment, his eyes were fixed on the patient, and his hands did not stop moving. Even though he didn't turn his head to look, he could accurately pick out size most suitable silver needle every time. Elon Musk was dazzled. In a short while, the 9 silver needles had all been inserted into the corresponding acupuncture points. Then Xia Ruofei, no one else in the room, including Li Yifu, knew anything about the 9 cloud contact needles. They were just here to watch the show. But Xia Ruofei was very clear in his heart that the moyen 9 required a high level of control for the person who applied the needles. Finding the correct acupuncture points was only the most basic requirement. The size of each needle, the depth of penetration, the order in which the needle was inserted, all had to be paid attention to carefully. There could not be a single mistake in any link. After the needle was inserted, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. So far, it was almost perfect. Xia Ruofei even felt that he had performed beyond his usual level. The following process was no easier than inserting the needles. Strictly speaking, the following series of techniques were the essence of the 9 cloud contact needles. However, for most people, it was difficult to even complete the previous step of acupuncture successfully. After all, the requirements were too high. Moreover, the patient was so special that the fault tolerance rate for acupuncture on such a young child was much lower than that of an adult. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath. As he twisted the silver needle, he transferred a small amount of yuan qi into the needle. His movements were getting faster and faster, and laymen could not see the rhythm at all. However, every action of acupuncture had a deep meaning. Any mistake in the step might have a great side effect on the treatment effect, or even cause danger. If the famous Dr. Gu Jun was here, he would definitely be mesmerized. Without a professional audience, Xia Ruofei could only feel good about himself. Using traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture to treat the patient, especially such a difficult acupuncture technique, was a very high sense of accomplishment. The acupuncture process lasted for about 20 to 30 minutes. Even Xia Ruofei, whose cultivation, especially spiritual power, was improving rapidly, could not help but sweat on his forehead. Finally, Xia Ruofei gently flicked the end of the last silver needle and transferred the last bit of vital qi into little X's body through the silver needle. Then he retracted his hand. He wasn't exactly exhausted, but it was hard to avoid sweating when he was in a state of high concentration. From the perspective of Elon Musk and Grams, Xia Ruofei's treatment was undoubtedly very difficult. Although they did not know how good it was, they were very grateful and touched when they saw the sweat on Xia Ruofei's forehead and the tired look he deliberately showed. Xia Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief and said, "These 9 silver needles need to be kept for half an hour. During this time, we have to prevent the child from turning over, so someone must be on guard at all times. I'll come back to collect the silver needles after half an hour. I'll stay here to look after the child," Grams quickly said. "Don't worry. I won't even blink my eyes. I definitely won't let him turn over." The child's back was pierced with 9 shining silver needles. If he subconsciously turned over and pressed down on these silver needles, it would really hurt just thinking about it. "All right," Elon Musk said. "My dear, thank you for your hard work. Dr. Xia, Mr. Li, let's go to the next room and rest for a while. I'll have to trouble you, Dr. Xia, in half an hour." "All right. I'm indeed a little tired." Xia Ruofei nodded in agreement after seeing that there was nothing to do for the time being. Xia Ruofei then explained, "This set of acupuncture techniques is extremely energy-consuming, and I really can't hold on much longer." "Thank you, Dr. Xia," Elon Musk said, touched. "This way, please." You should take the time to rest. Elon Musk personally accompanied Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu to the room next door. As for the nurse and the nanny, Elon Musk did not let them in since Xia Ruofei did not say anything, considering that the silver needles were still in the child's body. He let them continue to wait in the corridor. In any case, he was just looking after the child and not letting him turn over randomly. Grams alone was enough to do this job. Everyone sat down on the soft leather sofa, and Elon Musk said sincerely, "Dr. Xia, thank you." Xia Ruofei sat on the sofa and waved his hand. "Mr. Masker, I've said it before. A doctor should have the heart of a parent. Since you trust me and let me treat little X's illness, I will definitely do my best. This is also the duty of a doctor. No matter what, Grams, and I have to thank you for your hard work, Dr. Xia." Elon Musk said, "By the way, Mr. Li, about the big business deal you talked about last time, I want to know what you need first. Is it just an EVA suit? How many sets do you need?" The cost of an EVA suit was as high as $20 to $30 million. Even for a super rich man like Elon Musk, such an expense was quite large. Li Yifu's wealth was roughly the same as that of Elon Musk. But most of the industries under Li Yifu's name were industrial, which was still very different from the high-tech companies in Elon Musk. The most obvious difference was that Li Yifu's cash flow would be much more abundant than that of Elon Musk. If Elon Musk's SpaceX were to place an order, more than 10 sets might have a great impact on the company's capital operation. And for Li Yifu, it was not too difficult to gather hundreds of millions of dollars in cash in a short time. Of course, even if Elon Musk was involved in the field of space commercial operations, he would not order 10 sets of EVA spacesuits at once, because no space mission would use so many. Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu looked at each other, and a hint of joy rose in their hearts. Since Elon Musk was willing to talk about the details, it meant that the matter was basically a deal. Of course, the subsequent operations would be very complicated. If the treatment for little X was not effective, Elon Musk might change his mind. After all, businessmen were very realistic. However, Xia Ruofei would not let this happen. He was confident in his treatment. 3244 Nothing is difficult in this world. 1. Li Yifu looked at Xia Ruofei, obviously asking for his opinion. Xia Ruofei didn't plan to be a person behind the scenes. He smiled and said, "Mr. Masker, we hope to get at least 18 sets of spacesuits using the latest technology and the best materials. Of course, it would be best if you can get more." Elon Musk had vaguely guessed that Xia Ruofei was the mastermind behind this matter, so he was not too surprised. However, he was still deeply shocked when he heard the number. Just the 18 spacesuits alone were worth about $500 million US. Therefore, aerospace was a very, very money-burning industry. It could only be developed with the help of a country, and it had to be a country with a strong overall national strength. Although Elon Musk was involved in the field of commercial space transportation, he still didn't have the confidence to enter those high-cost projects, and even so, he was still reducing the cost. The booster recovery technology was also to save costs. Obviously, Xia Ruofei's needs were not limited to this. He paused for a moment and continued, "In addition to as many EVA spacesuits as possible, we also need enough oxygen supply modules. We also need these oxygen supply modules to be easy to replace. The demand for this is relatively large. Simply put, it needs to be able to support 9 adults for 2 months of continuous use." Elon Musk couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Generally speaking, an EVA suit could allow astronauts to work and survive in a space environment by hours. How could someone wear a heavy EVA suit for 2 months in a row? How much oxygen would that require? Based on a rough estimate, if 9 people were to consume it at the same time, each oxygen supply module could last for 6 hours. Each person would need to consume 4 to 5 oxygen supply modules a day. 9 people would need about 40 oxygen supply modules a day. In other words, in order to meet Xia Ruofei's requirements, he would need at least 2,000 to 3,000 of these oxygen supply modules. Elon Musk felt that his brain could not keep up. The cost of mass production of the oxygen supply module was much lower than the entire EVA suit, and it did not involve any key core technology. Plus, oxygen didn't cost much on Earth, so it wasn't a problem of money. What Elon Musk was thinking was, if these things were to be used in space, how high would the launch cost be if thousands of oxygen supply modules were sent to space with the astronauts? There probably wasn't a rocket with such a powerful thrust capable of such a task. What if it was used on Earth? What kind of environment would require people to wear heavy spacesuits on Earth for 2 months? It was important to know that spacesuits were very heavy. On Earth, due to gravity, it was difficult for ordinary people to move their arms and almost couldn't move. Only in low or zero-gravity space environments could astronauts move, but they still appeared very clumsy. Even if he had enough oxygen, he would still starve to death if he wore this for 2 months on Earth. He couldn't eat at all. And on Earth, why did they need an oxygen supply module? Couldn't he have just breathed? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Xia Ruofei's request was too strange. Xia Ruofei smiled. Mr. Masker, the technology behind the oxygen supply module isn't very advanced. The production cost isn't high either. If it's mass-produced, it should be ready soon, right? There's no technical difficulty in this, Elon Musk said with a bitter smile. I just don't understand why you bought so many oxygen supply modules, Xia Ruofei chuckled. It's not convenient for me to tell you this, but don't worry. We won't implicate you. The FBI and CIA won't be able to find any clues. Of course, the premise is that there are no flaws in the production and transportation links. I think Mr. Masker should be able to do this. Elon Musk nodded with a bitter smile and said, although it's a bit troublesome, I think it shouldn't be a big problem. Mr. Xia, do you have any other requests? It's better to say it all in one breath. I'm afraid my heart won't be able to take it, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, that's my main request. Of course, we also hope to be able to purchase your company's passenger spaceship. If I'm not wrong, it should be called the Dragon spaceship. This name is quite in line with our Chinese aesthetic. For cultivators, their ability to survive in space far exceeded that of ordinary people. They didn't need to prepare space food like ordinary astronauts. They only needed to store enough ordinary food in their storage magical equipment. With simple mental control techniques, they could easily taste these foods in space. They didn't need to change eating into the process of squeezing toothpaste. If they could buy a Dragon spacecraft from SpaceX, the exploration team members would be able to stay in the spacecraft during the voyage and would not need to wear heavy spacesuits the entire time. This was naturally a better choice. What? Elon Musk was dumbfounded. After a long while, he muttered, Mr. Xia, what do you want to do? 3245 Nothing is difficult in this world. 2. Xia Ruofei's requests gave Elon Musk the feeling that they wanted to set up a space transportation company, and that their business was bigger than SpaceX. They were just short of proposing to buy their Falcon rockets. Otherwise, they would have just acquired SpaceX. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Mr. Musk, don't be impatient. You can understand that we want to do a space survival experiment. We want to simulate the real environment as much as possible. Of course, we don't need a complete Dragon ship, at least it doesn't need a power system, communication and control system is not really needed. What we need the most is the cabin of the ship. Of course, this needs a cabin that can operate stably in space, and it needs to be able to provide oxygen continuously. If he were to use the Dragon ship, he would naturally just drag it along the back of the Black Phoenix flying ship. There was no need for a propulsion system. Not to mention that the Dragon ship's power was mainly to make fine adjustments to the orbit in space, as well as some adjustments to the orbit and speed during the process of returning to Earth. It was definitely not enough to support the flight to the moon. Your request is really beyond my expectations. But according to what you just said, the Dragon ship can't fit 9 people. Our ship's design can carry up to 7 people, and under normal circumstances, we won't fly with full capacity. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, there are many systems on the spaceship that we don't need. After dismantling them, we should be able to add some space, right? Moreover, we don't need to carry any supplies or items. I think this will increase the space. Of course, considering the comfort level. If your company can sell us 2 spaceships, that would be the best. Elon Musk was so scared that he shivered and quickly said, Mr. Xia, the construction of the Dragon ship is also very complicated. Even though many systems have been reduced, it still involves a lot of work. This is an additional option. We can discuss it later. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, however, we still hope that Mr. Masker can help us solve the problem of the EVA suit and the oxygen supply module. Of course, Mr. Masker, you don't have to worry about the cost. We can pay you in full in advance. To put it bluntly, what Xia Ruofei lacked was not money, but technology and production ability. All of these were in the hands of Elon Musk. As long as the funds were in place, it should not be a big problem for him to operate. Elon Musk smiled bitterly. He took a deep breath and said, Mr. Xia, since we've already made things clear, I won't beat around the bush. This matter could be done. But you need to give me some time. I'll find a way to contact the relevant production companies through some personal connections to produce the parts, and then I'll secretly form a team to assemble and test them. But, Xia Ruofei's eyes revealed a trace of joy. He smiled and said, what other problems do you have, Mr. Musk? Just tell us, we can solve them together. Elon Musk laughed and said, if Mr. Li can provide the required funds in advance, there won't be any major difficulties. However, there are some things that I have to make clear to you in advance. Please speak. I'll use some means to avoid the related risks, so if there's any problem, it's impossible to trace it back to me and my company. Even if Mr. Xia and the rest of you testify, I'll never admit to it. Elon Musk said seriously, so, the risks that may exist in this matter will have to be borne by you. Please think carefully, this is not a small matter. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei's heart relaxed slightly. He smiled and said, so this is what Mr. Masker was talking about. Please rest assured, there will be no problems. Even if There is a problem, it will not involve Mr. Masker. We are friends who help each other, and we will not betray our friends. In fact, to Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu, the most likely problem would be on the side of Elon Musk. As long as Elon Musk delivered the goods normally, Xia Ruofei and the others would put the things into the storage artifact and leave the United States on the flying boat. No matter how powerful the FBI was, they wouldn't be able to find any clues. When Elon Musk heard this, he nodded and said, "Then this matter is decided for the time being. I'll provide you with as many spacesuits and oxygen supply modules as possible to meet Mr. Xia's needs." But, at this point, Elon Musk shrugged and said, "Please forgive me for not being able to sign any agreement on paper with you, and I need Mr. Li to transfer the required funds to an account I specify in advance. This may require a little trust, no problem at all." Li Yifu said without hesitation, "I can pay $600 million first. If the funds are not enough later on, I can add more at any time." When Li Yifu was still on Peach Blossom Island, he had already started to prepare the funds when Xia Ruofei had just told him about the purchase of the spacesuit. Most of Li Yifu's businesses were industrial, so he had plenty of cash flow. It was basically not a problem to raise up $2 billion in a short time. 3246 Nothing is difficult in the world. 3. At this moment, Elon Musk's phone rang. The three of them stopped their discussion, and Elon Musk picked up the call. His voice was gentle as he said, "My dear, how is little X? Okay. All right. We're coming over now." After hanging up the phone, Elon Musk said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, Graham said that it's about time." Xia Ruofei looked at his watch and smiled. He could keep the needles. Let's go." The three of them got up and went to the next room. The nurse and the nanny were still waiting in the corridor and were not allowed to enter the room. Graham stayed by the crib the whole time. And little X was still lying on his side, still in a sweet dream. When he saw Xia Ruofei, he immediately stood up and went forward. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You can take the needles back now." Then, he came to the crib and used his mental power to check on little X's condition. Then, he quickly put away the silver needles. From the perspective of Elon Musk and the others, Xia Ruofei's action of withdrawing the needles was very fast. But in fact, they did not know that the process of withdrawing the needles was also very particular. There was no mistake in which needle was collected first and which one was collected later. There were also subtle differences in the technique. It was just that there was no one there who knew what was going on, and Xia Ruofei naturally would not be so free as to explain it to Elon Musk and the others. After Xia Ruofei kept the silver needles, he removed the pillow under little X's body so that he could lie on his back. Then, he calmly disinfected the silver needles and closed the first aid box. Xia Ruofei sat in front of the crib and placed his finger on little X's pulse. After taking it carefully, he stood up and said, "The effect should be pretty good. If you take acupuncture once a day and 3 times, your condition will improve significantly within a week. After that, you don't need to continue with acupuncture, but you still need to take Chinese medicine. It will take about a month for you to be completely cured." Elon Musk and Gramus were overjoyed. Although this was just Xia Ruofei's personal statement, Xia Ruofei's previous series of magical performances had given them great confidence, and it finally ignited a burning fire of hope in their hearts. "I may have to trouble Mr. Masker to prepare a room for me." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'll be staying here for the next week to focus on little X's treatment. Of course, no problem. Elon Musk said in surprise. Mr. Xia can stay for as long as he wants. If you like it, I can give this small manor to Mr. Xia, there's no need for that. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I heard that this manor is Mr. Masker's favorite environmentally friendly residence. We Chinese have a saying that a gentleman does not take what others like. Besides, I will not stay in the United States often. Real estate is meaningless to me. Li Yifu also smiled and said, Mr. Masker, it's very easy for Mr. Xia to accumulate wealth. It's just that he's a person who is indifferent to fame and fortune. He has no interest in money, real estate, and the like. Elon Musk also came back to his senses. With Xia Ruofei's magical medical skills, it would be too easy if he wanted to make money. A mansion worth more than $20 million might not be enough for an average person to earn in their entire life. However, for a medical expert like Xia Ruofei, it was just a matter of a few house visits. After all, the richer a person was, the more afraid they were of death, and the more willing they were to use money to exchange for life and health. Li Yifu continued, Mr. Xia, Mr. Masker, I won't stay here any longer. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with. Let's keep in touch. Elon Musk naturally knew what Li Yifu was busy with. It was nothing more than raising funds and some follow-up preparations. After all, such a large number of sensitive goods, the security issue was still very Chinese medicine. All right. He quickly replied. All right. Mr. Li, I'll arrange for a car to send you there. 3247 Meticulous healing _ the rich district was generally more remote. Although Li Yifu also had a business in Los Angeles, he still had to wait for a car to pick him up, so he didn't refuse Elon Musk's good intentions. He smiled and said, then, thank you, Mr. Masker. Li Yifu's family background and status were similar to that of Elon Musk. Therefore, Elon Musk naturally sent him out personally. Xia Ruofei stayed in the room on the grounds of observing and taking care of little X to prevent Li Yifu from feeling awkward. If Xia Ruofei had personally sent him off, Li Yifu would definitely be very anxious. In fact, the two of them had already come to an agreement. Li Yifu would not be of much help even if he stayed. He would leave the Elon Musk family's house first. On one hand, he would prepare the funds. On the other hand, he would talk to Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and the others about the situation. He would let them stay in the hotel first and wait patiently. This included Qin Xian and Yu Xiner. They could report the progress to their elders in the country. They had been waiting too anxiously. Li Yifu still had to go to Houston to prepare a place to receive the supplies. Elon Musk, SpaceX, and many of his partner companies were near Houston, so it was the most convenient place to receive equipment and supplies. The dozen or so spacesuits were still fine, but the key was that there were still 2,000 to 3,000 oxygen supply modules. If he could also buy a simplified version of the Dragon ship, the space needed would be even larger. Therefore, Li Yifu had to prepare a large enough warehouse in advance. At the same time, it was good in concealment and other aspects. These things could not be done by others, so he had to do it himself. Xia Ruofei waited in little X's room for a while, before Elon Musk and Grimace returned to their room. Little X finally woke up after a while. Glams quickly asked the nanny to prepare some milk because the little guy had been smacking his lips as soon as he woke up. He was obviously hungry. What made Elon Musk and Gloss more excited was that little X was not like usual. When he was awake, he would cry and squeal. Malignant tumors were often accompanied by intense pain. When it acted up, even an adult would be in so much pain that they would not be able to live, let alone an ignorant baby. When little X woke up this time, he only pouted his lips and cried a few times. Then, he began to suck on his finger. It was obvious that he was crying because of hunger and not pain. The child couldn't speak, so Elon Musk and Grimace naturally couldn't ask him how he felt. But after comparing the two could still feel that the treatment effect seemed to be very obvious. Not knowing if it was a psychological effect, Elon Musk and Gloss even felt that little X's complexion was much better than in the morning. This was only the effect of the first acupuncture, and the two were naturally surprised and happy. At the same time, they were full of hope for the future of the treatment. The nanny quickly brewed half a bottle of milk and carefully measured it to make sure that the temperature was within the right range before coming over to feed little X. As soon as the mouth of the milk bottle touched his lips, the little guy opened his mouth and began to suck in big mouthfuls. His little hand subconsciously held the milk bottle. In a short while, half the bottle of milk was finished. Mr. Masker, Ms. Grams, little X has a good appetite today, the nanny said in surprise. He knew that the little guy had been crying for the past 2 days, but he couldn't drink much every time he fed him. He would often cry because of the pain, which would cause him to vomit the milk that he had tried so hard to feed. Today, he had only received acupuncture for about half an hour, and there was such a big improvement. Grimace was so happy that his eyes were filled with tears, and he kept expressing his gratitude to Xia Ruofei. At this time, the butler, who had been sent by Elon Musk to buy medicine in Chinatown, returned. Not only did he bring back the medicine that had been boiled and sealed in a vacuum bag, but he also bought a large amount of medicinal herbs according to Xia Ruofei's request. The staff was moving the herbs to the room next to Yingying's room, which had been arranged for Xia Ruofei to live in. The herbs that Xia Ruofei needed would naturally be placed in his room. Along with the medicinal herbs, there was also equipment for decocting Chinese medicine. There were even several bags of exquisite charcoal. Mr. Xia, this medicine, Elon Musk had already gotten a bag of brewed Chinese medicine, and the rest were placed to the side. Xia Ruofei smiled. You can take one now. Keep the rest in the refrigerator. Take it half an hour after your meal. With that, Xia Ruofei reached out and touched the vacuum-sealed medicine bag in Elon Musk's hand, then said, "The temperature is a little low. How about this?" He prepared a small basin of water and heated up the Chinese medicine bag before drinking it. In the future, he would do the same thing every time he took out Chinese medicine from the refrigerator. The temperature should be around the standard of not burning the mouth. It shouldn't be too high, but it shouldn't be too cold either, or else my stomach won't be able to take it. Understood. Elon Musk threw the Chinese medicine bag in his hand back into the large plastic bag, which contained the remaining Chinese medicine. He gestured to the housekeeper to keep the herbs himself and help him heat one of the bags. Xia Ruofei also stood up and smiled. Then I'll take my leave first. Since the ingredients are all prepared, I'm going to start preparing the medicine. I'm just next door anyway, so if there's any situation, you can call me at any time. 3248 meticulous healing _ all right. Elon Musk quickly replied. Thank you, Mr. Xia. You've worked hard. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, we're just taking what we need. Mr. Masker, you don't have to be so polite. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. At Graham's. Then, he walked out of little X's room and entered the room next door. It was actually a bit like a small suite in a hotel. There was an independent dry and wet bathroom as well as a small living room. There was a closed balcony outside the living room. In addition, the bedroom even had a special cloakroom. The herbs that the butler had just bought were neatly stacked in a corner of the living room. After Xia Ruofei entered the house, he habitually used his spiritual power to check the house. He did not find any listening or recording equipment before he started to organize the medicinal herbs. He placed these different kinds of packed medicinal herbs on the coffee table. Many of them were to confuse the eyes and were completely useless. He also opened the medicine bags and placed them on the coffee table. Although they were far away, the color of the Chinese medicine was not bad. At least, they met Xia Ruofei's requirements. He skillfully picked out the required medicinal ingredients according to the prescription he had already formulated in his mind. The small scale that the butler had bought was completely useless. Xia Ruofei could accurately determine the weight with just his hand. Xia Ruofei immediately set up the pot on the balcony and started to boil the medicine. Elon Musk had also taken a dose of Chinese medicine and was waiting in little X's room next door. Although he wanted to know how Xia Ruofei's preparations were going, he did not dare to enter the room and disturb her. After Xia Ruofei boiled a pot of medicine, he took out a small bottle of the Spirit Heart Flower Petal solution from the Spirit Map space. This was a very low concentration solution. The effective ingredients in it were only about 1/5 of a petal. He poured the flower petal solution into the pot and stirred it well. Then, he poured a small bowl and placed it on the table. He then took out a clay pot from the Spirit Map space and poured the rest of the medicinal liquid into the clay pot before putting it away in the Spirit Map space. This small bowl of medicine was only about 1/4 of the amount that an adult could take. However, that pot of medicine could hold at least 10 bowls. Like this. Therefore, this small bowl of medicinal soup only contained about 1/50th of the effective ingredients of a petal of the Spirit Heart flower. Naturally, it was a very small amount. For little X, this amount of medicine would definitely be very effective. It could also prevent the occurrence of overnight recovery due to excessive active ingredients. Xia Ruofei had chosen this quantity after some calculations. While waiting for the medicinal soup to cool down, Xia Ruofei tidied up the Chinese medicinal herbs on the coffee table. He randomly picked some herbs and put them into the Spirit Map space. Since he had stored a large amount of Chinese medicinal herbs in the Spirit Map space and the quality of the herbs bought by the butler was not bad, Xia Ruofei added them to his own space pharmacy. Xia Ruofei also took some of each item, including some useless herbs that he had used to pass off as real. In this way, even if someone sneaked into the room and saw the remaining medicinal herbs, it would be impossible to deduce the actual medicinal herbs and dosage of the prescription. Of course, Xia Ruofei would spend most of his time in this room or in little X's room next door. No one would be able to sneak into this room under his watch. He was just maintaining a cautious habit. Xia Ruofei personally wrapped up the medicinal dregs and used his vital qi to shake them into powder. Then, he flushed them all away with the toilet bowl and washed the medicinal pot clean. After all the cleaning up, the herbal soup on the table had cooled down to a warm state. Hence, Xia Ruofei carried the bowl of medicine and walked into the room next door. Elon Musk and Grams were both in the room. What they were most concerned about now was undoubtedly little X's situation. There were a lot of things to deal with at the Elon Musk company, including a few urgent meetings, which he had pushed back. When they saw Xia Ruofei, the two of them quickly stood up and greeted him. Xia Ruofei smiled and handed the bowl to Grams. Then he said, "Little X has been drinking his milk for about an hour. Right? You can directly drink the medicine now." Grams carefully held the bowl of medicine as if he was holding the hope of life. She could smell the pungent Chinese medicine and couldn't help but ask, "Dr. Xia, this medicine, should we feed it to the child directly?" Xia Ruofei shrugged and asked, "What else?" But he immediately realized the reason for Graham's question, so he smiled and said, "Considering that the child is relatively small, we can put it in the milk bottle and let him suck on his own. Of course, if you're afraid that the medicine will be bitter, you can also add some sugar. It won't affect the efficacy." Grams nodded. She looked at the black medicinal soup in the small bowl in her hand and thought of the scene of adding sugar cubes. She couldn't help but smile and say, "This sounds like drinking coffee." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "They do look similar, but the taste is completely different. By the way, I have to remind you of something." "Please speak." Elon Musk and Gramus quickly said in unison. "It doesn't matter if you feed him with a small spoon, put it in a milk bottle for him to suck on, or add sugar or something. It's not a problem." Xia Ruofei said, "But you must remember one thing. No matter what, you must not let your body come into contact with the medicine, including using your lips to feel the temperature. This is absolutely not allowed. Also, if your fingers or any other part of your body comes into contact with the medicine, then this bowl of medicine must be thrown away immediately. It cannot be given to the child again." Xia Ruofei was very serious, as this was the special characteristic of the spirit heart. Flower petals. If he really touched the temperature of the petals with his lips every time before feeding the medicine, all the medicinal properties would be absorbed by the person who touched the temperature. It would have no effect on little X. Of course, the effect of Chinese medicine was still there. However, it would take a long time to treat Xia Ruofei with only Chinese medicine and acupuncture. Besides, Xia Ruofei could not guarantee a complete recovery. Elon Musk and Grams did not know the mystery behind it, but Xia Ruofei's request was not particularly strange. At least from the perspective of hygiene, it was very reasonable. No matter where one touched the medicinal liquid, there was a possibility of contamination. Especially the behavior of using one's lips to feel the temperature was highly contagious. Hence, it was normal for Xia Ruofei to make such a request from the perspective of a doctor. However, Xia Ruofei's instructions were more serious than the average doctor's, and his expression was more serious. This made Elon Musk and Gramus pay more attention to him. The two of them quickly nodded and replied, "All right. We'll definitely abide by it." After that, Grams personally operated and explained to the nurses and nannies next to him. He mainly emphasized that no part of the human body should come into contact with the liquid during the process of transferring it. Xia Ruofei watched from the side until Grams carefully poured all the liquid into the bottle and threw in 2 sugar cubes. He smiled and nodded. "Well done. In the future, you must meet this standard every time, or else the effectiveness may be reduced." Grams tightened the milk bottle and shook it while waiting for the sugar to melt. He smiled and said, "We'll definitely remember the doctor's advice." After stirring it well, Grams personally went to feed the child the medicine. Maybe it was because the Chinese medicine with sugar cubes tasted good, or maybe the child could feel that this strange medicine was his life, so he didn't reject it and directly took big gulps of it. Seeing the brown liquid in the milk bottle decrease, Grams couldn't help but smile. Very quickly, little X finished more than half the bottle of medicinal soup. Then, he actually burped, making everyone in the room laugh. The little guy's eyes were filled with confusion. He looked left and right, then simply closed his eyes and fell asleep. 3249 A free lunch, Xia Ruofei beckoned to Elon Musk, and the two of them left the room together. They came to the room next door, which was still filled with the smell of Chinese medicine. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Masker, regarding the spacesuits, I hope that some work can be started as soon as possible. You know, all the preparation work needs time and our project needs time the most, so," after a moment of silence, Elon Musk said, "No problem. I can arrange it in advance, but we don't have enough funds. One thing is for sure, we can't support the production of all the EVA suits, so, the funds that Mr. Li promised will be transferred to your account within 2 days." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, $600 million in advance. Not a single cent less. Then there's no problem, said Elon Musk. I'll make the arrangements today. Please, Xia Ruofei said. I'll leave little X to you, Mr. Xia, Elon Musk said. Don't worry, I'm not just treating this as a business deal. Xia Ruofei smiled. Because I'm also a doctor. Thank you, said Elon Musk sincerely. In the next few days, although Elon Musk did not leave the mansion, he kept in touch with the outside world. One part of it was to remotely handle the work of several companies under his name, especially SpaceX. The other part of the energy was mainly to contact the production of spacesuits and oxygen supply modules. It was not an easy task to erase all traces of this matter. However, Elon Musk had his own channels, and he had a deep understanding of the industry, so he could still do it with some cautious operations. The $600 million that Li Yifu had promised was transferred to an offshore account provided by Elon Musk the next day, just as Xia Ruofei had said. The money in this account went through a few twists and turns before it was transferred to a small company in Houston. Xia Ruofei did not care about the details of the operation. Besides, other than the first day when he took the initiative to talk to Elon Musk about this, he did not mention anything else after that. He was only focused on treating little X. Xia Ruofei completed the acupuncture every day meticulously and provided the Chinese medicine on time. Grams also attached great importance to Xia Ruofei's medical advice. Every time, he would personally feed the child Chinese medicine and not let the nurse do it. Manu and his medical team also stayed in the mansion, but they did not appear once. They spent most of their time in an auxiliary building of the mansion. 3 days later, at Xia Ruofei's suggestion, Elon Musk asked Manu's team to conduct another inspection of little X. The results of the examination dispelled Manu's last bit of hope. The tumor on little X's body had shrunk significantly, and all the indicators showed that it was developing in a good direction compared to a few days ago. Although Manu was very reluctant, he had no choice but to truthfully report the situation of the inspection to Elon Musk. In fact, When Munnu's team was checking on little X, Elon Musk was in another room on the second floor, accompanying Xia Ruofei to wait for the results. Unlike Xia Ruofei's carefree attitude, Elon Musk seemed to be a little worried. Even though little X's complexion had improved significantly, and even if he didn't know medicine, he could tell that his condition was getting better. However, Elon Musk had always only believed in scientific data. The education he had received since he was young had made him more confident in the data found by Western medical equipment. Naturally, Elon Musk hoped that the result would be good, but at the same time, he was worried that the fire of hope that had been ignited with great difficulty would be ruthlessly extinguished by reality. Therefore, he was a little restless until someone knocked on the door. "Come in." Elon Musk stood up from the sofa and stared at the door nervously. Munnu, who was wearing a white coat, pushed the door open and walked in with a complicated expression. He was holding a folder in his hand, which contained all kinds of test data, including some blood test sheets and various scans. "Dr. Munnu, what are the results? What's wrong?" Elon Musk asked impatiently. Munnu couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei, and then said, "Mr. Masker, congratulations. The tumor has shrunk significantly. The blood indicators and X-ray examination results also show that the condition has improved to a large extent." Elon Musk snatched the folder from Munnu's hands. After flipping through a few pages, he remembered that he could not understand these examination reports at all. Thus, he said somewhat awkwardly, "Dr. Munnu, please explain the examination report to me in detail." Naturally, Munnu did not want to say too much, especially in front of Xia Ruofei. That would be like slapping his own face. However, Elon Musk was his boss, and the salary he received every month was enough to make his life much more decent than most doctors, so he could not refuse Elon Musk's request. Therefore, Munnu still held the folder and explained to Elon Musk one by one. He also found the results of the last examination on the other side of the folder and compared them with the data of the key indicators. He also tried to explain to Elon Musk what the changes in these indicators meant in common language. 3250 A free lunch, _ in the end, Munnu said, "Mr. Masker, I don't know how Dr. Xia did it. However, to be able to make his condition improve so much without any surgery or chemotherapy, he had to admit that this was a miracle. Congratulations, Mr. Masker, you found an excellent doctor. Our treatment plan should be put on hold." He knew very well that no matter how hard he and his team tried, they would not be able to achieve such a healing effect due to the limitations of reality. Elon Musk's anxious heart finally settled down. He said, "Does this mean that there's a high chance that little X's illness can be cured? At least, that's what it looks like at the moment. Of course, whether it could be completely cured and whether it would relapse after the treatment would depend on the effect of the follow-up treatment. I can only say that the chances are very high." Elon Musk was pleasantly surprised, but he quickly controlled his emotions. He took a deep breath and said, "Thank you very much. Dr. Munnu, you and your team have also done an excellent job. Thank you for your contribution. This is all thanks to Dr. Xia. We didn't provide any help," Munnu said as a matter of fact. He knew that he had completely lost this competition, so he might as well be open and honest. Maybe he could leave a good impression on the boss. "Of course, Dr. Xia's work is amazing," Elon Musk said with a smile. "However, your support checks are also essential. Dr. Munnu, I still want to talk to Dr. Xia in private. I think Gramus will be very happy to hear this news. I hope you can share this good news with her as soon as possible. Manu tactfully replied, all right. Mr. Masker, I'll take my leave first. Elon Musk smiled and nodded. After Manu left the room, Elon Musk then said to Xia Ruofei excitedly, Mr. Xia, you've created a medical miracle. It's the luckiest thing in little X's life, to have met a doctor like you. Xia Ruofei smiled. To me, this is just a normal treatment. It's not a miracle. I've already expected the result. Besides, I don't want to be a world-famous doctor. At this point, Xia Ruofei winked at Elon Musk and said with a smile, I'm sure Mr. Masker is very clear about what I care more about. Of course. Elon Musk nodded and said, Mr. Xia, the production of parts for the spacesuits has already begun, but this will involve many companies. We still need to assemble them in secret, so you may have to wait a few more days. The production of the oxygen supply module is relatively simple. The factory has already pushed its production to the maximum, and I believe that we should be able to prepare enough oxygen supply modules in 2 weeks. It seems that Mr. Musk has indeed done his best. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, thank you very much. Elon Musk lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He suddenly raised his head and said, Mr. Xia, I can provide you with a dragon ship if you need it. Of course. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows in surprise. We really need it. It would be great if Mr. Masker was willing to help. However, the time, if I'm not wrong, you don't have any requirements for the ship's dynamic performance and control. Elon Musk said, in other words, you need a spaceship that can provide a space for human survival in space. Its role is to provide oxygen and a suitable environmental temperature, as well as to shield against fatal cosmic rays, right? Very accurate. Xia Ruofei gave a thumbs up to Elon Musk and added, one more thing, the space cannot be too narrow. It must be able to accommodate 9 normal-sized adults. It's best to open up a certain amount of private space. If it was a space voyage that lasted 1 or 2 months, even, the cultivators would have to solve the 3 emergencies problem. Also, there were both men and women in the expedition team. If everyone was wearing an EVA suit, they could only solve the problem by right, including adult paper and diapers. In addition, the waste had to be temporarily stored in the storage magical equipment through the EVA suit, which was a bit uncomfortable to think about. If they were in a spaceship, they would have to create a relatively comfortable environment as much as possible. Elon Musk pondered for a moment and said, it shouldn't be a big problem. He sat down on the sofa opposite Xia Ruofei and continued, the Dragon ship's design can carry up to 7 people. Even if we reduce the equipment, it's not enough to accommodate 9 people. However, when our spacecraft was designed, it was built according to the standard interface. The spacecraft can dock with the International Space Station. In other words, we can connect the 2 Dragon spacecraft together through the docking mechanism. Of course, there might not be a need for 2 spaceships. Our company has also designed some cabin modules for orbital travel, including a rest cabin. As long as 1 or 2 more such cabins are connected to the Dragon ship, the demand will be met. Is the connection secure? Xia Ruofei asked. There's no problem with the tightness and sturdiness of the interface. There's a special locking mechanism designed to maintain the docking state and operate in orbit for a long time. This way, it's like several cabins connected together on the inside, and we can distinguish the function space. It sounds great. Xia Ruofei asked, can we make it in time? It shouldn't be a big problem. A lot of the materials and parts are ready, said Elon Musk. They just need to be assembled. At this point, Elon Musk reminded, however, I have to remind you that after a spacecraft dock with multiple cabins, it will be in an irregular shape. It definitely can't be launched into space. No rocket can fit it. Also, with so many cabins and 9 people, it's already beyond the maximum load of the rocket, so it can only be used on the ground. In fact, these cabins are usually launched in batches and then docked in orbit. This is the prototype of the space station. We didn't want to launch them into space with rockets. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, that's why this is not a problem at all. Then it's okay. Elon Musk smiled and said, this problem can be considered solved. Mr. Xia, I can provide you with the spaceship and the extended cabin for free. Thank you, Mr. Masker. Xia Ruofei smiled. I want to know what price we have to pay to get the Dragon ship's extended cabin. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The more free something was, the greater the price one had to pay. Naturally, Xia Ruofei had to ask clearly in advance. Of course, even if Elon Musk was demanding an exorbitant price and caused the business to be unable to close, Xia Ruofei already knew of a relatively perfect solution. He had plenty of ways to get the Dragon spaceship and the corresponding expanded cabins from Elon Musk's company. These things were not like spacesuits. Spacesuits and extended cabins were readily available and did not need to be ordered to be produced. Therefore, it did not seem too difficult for Xia Ruofei and the other cultivators to get them from SpaceX. Of course, if he could get a spaceship and an extended cabin through normal trade, that would naturally be a better choice. Hence, Xia Ruofei still wanted to hear the offer from Elon Musk. 3251 Agree. 1. Elon Musk hesitated for a moment, and said with some embarrassment, Mr. Xia, I'm really willing to provide a Dragon ship and an extended cabin for free. But if Mr. Xia can agree to a small request of mine, that would be even better. Tell me about it first, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The more subtle Elon Musk was, the more Xia Ruofei felt that this small request might not be so simple, so he was very cautious. I'd like to hire Mr. Xia as my private medical consultant, said Elon Musk. Of course. I have a special medical team to serve you, so you don't have to stay in the United States all the time. However, if I or my family encounter more troublesome health problems, I hope to receive your help. The salary will definitely satisfy you. You can ask for a salary, and I will definitely satisfy it. After witnessing Xia Ruofei's treatment of little X, Elon Musk began to have this idea. He was undoubtedly a rich man, richer than most people on Earth. He could squander his wealth for a few lifetimes, and could basically enjoy any material conditions he wanted. However, on the issue of birth, aging, illness, and death, it was fair to everyone. If one really got a terminal illness, money actually didn't have much use. Gang leader Qiao was much richer than Elon Musk, but in the face of a dangerous and malignant tumor like pancreatic cancer, his money could only extend his life for a few years. In the end, it was not enough to turn the situation around. Hence, Xia Ruofei's magical medical skills were extremely precious. Elon Musk quickly realized Xia Ruofei's value, so he changed his previous cautious attitude and even offered to give Xia Ruofei a dragon spaceship for free, as well as a few extended cabins. To put it bluntly, he was interested in Xia Ruofei's ability to bring him back to life. If he could make Xia Ruofei his personal medical consultant, it would be like adding another layer of insurance to his life. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not easily agree to such a small request from Elon Musk. As an Oris core stage cultivator, was it not a joke to be a medical consultant for an ordinary person? What's more, it was foreseeable that he would spend more and more time on cultivation in the future. How could he fly to the United States for no reason, because of the health problems of Elon Musk? Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Mr. Masker, I'm afraid I can't agree to this. I think we should talk about business as usual. We can spend money to buy your company's spaceships and expansion cabins, and we will definitely give you enough profit space." This seemed more convenient. Of course, if Mr. Masker is not willing to sell the dragon ship, we will not force you, Mr. Xia, you've misunderstood, Elon Musk quickly said. I don't mean to use the spaceship to threaten you. I've said that. It's just a small request. If it's not convenient for Mr. Xia, just pretend I didn't say anything. However, I can still give you the spaceship and the expansion cabin for free as a token of my gratitude to Mr. Xia. You saved little X. This is not just business. Elon Musk was still clear about the basic situation. He knew that Xia Ruofei's medical skills were equivalent to the power to bring the dead back to life. Furthermore, little X's treatment was still in progress. How could he easily offend Xia Ruofei? Even if he couldn't hire Xia Ruofei as his private medical consultant, the benefits of having a good relationship with someone as powerful as Xia Ruofei were obvious. If he were to suffer from a terminal illness in the future and beg Xia Ruofei for help, perhaps he would be willing to help him because he had given him the spaceship for free today. Of course, Elon Musk didn't want to get a terminal illness in the future, but he still had the awareness to prepare for a rainy day. If that day really came, as long as Xia Ruofei cared a little about their friendship today, the spaceship would not have been given away for nothing. Xia Ruofei saw that Elon Musk was so understanding, and he had already said so much. He was too embarrassed to reject him too thoroughly. After a moment of silence, Xia Ruofei said, I can make a move 3 times. Elon Musk was stunned for a moment, and he did not come back to his senses. What? I'll be taking the spaceship. You have 3 chances to ask me for help in the future. Xia Ruofei replied, of course, it's only limited to health issues. You can use the 3 chances on yourself, your family, or even people who have nothing to do with you, but I can only help you 3 times. After that, we'll be even. Elon Musk finally understood. He said in surprise and joy, that's great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Xia. You are a generous gentleman. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you're welcome, Mr. Masker. We're just taking what we need. By the way, I need to remind you of something. Please speak. I believe that you won't use up all 3 chances in a short period of time. Xia Ruofei said, so, I can't guarantee that I'll be free when you need my help one day. I can leave you a contact number. If I can't come due to unforeseen circumstances, I'll make the appropriate arrangements in advance. I hope you can understand. A practitioner's promise was not something that could be casually made. If Xia Ruofei went into seclusion for a few years and did not come out, and Elon Musk happened to ask him for help again, he would probably be in despair. Hence, Xia Ruofei had also Made things clear to Elon Musk in advance to avoid more problems later on. 3252 agree. 2. Of course, if Xia Ruofei had to go into seclusion for a long time or was unable to contact the outside world, he would make some arrangements in advance. For example, he would leave behind a few petals of the spirit heart flower. After all, a promise meant karma. If one could not fulfill one's promise, one's Dao heart might be affected at some point in the future. No problem. No problem. Mr. Xia, I'll go and arrange the spaceship, Elon Musk said quickly. This should be relatively quick. The spaceship and the cabin are already available. We only need to remove the useless system and make some adjustments to the internal design. Then, we will do the assembly work. It won't take too long. That's great. Xia Ruofei said. In other words, the spaceship and the expansion cabin were assembled before the EVA suit? Of course. Yes, Elon Musk said without hesitation. If you need it, it can be completed in 2 weeks at the latest. Do you think? It will be delivered together with the EVA suit, or the part for the spacecraft in advance. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and asked, if it's 2 weeks later. By then, we should be able to provide some of the spacesuits and oxygen supply modules, right? Theoretically, yes. Elon Musk hesitated for a moment and said, but this way, we will need to make some adjustments to the workflow. Originally, I was planning to assemble the spacesuits together after all the parts were produced. Then I'll have to trouble you to make some adjustments. It'll be perfect if you can give us a few sets of spacesuits and a certain number of oxygen supply modules when we deliver the spacecraft in 2 weeks. Xia Ruofei said. Elon Musk pondered for a moment before saying, it should be no problem. I think it should be possible to provide 5 sets of spacesuits and hundreds of oxygen supply modules. Then it's decided. Xia Ruofei said, Mr. Masker, I'm counting on you. You're too kind. Elon Musk said, Mr. Xia, I'll take my leave first. I have to make arrangements for the spaceship's modification. Having just received 3 life-saving promises from Xia Ruofei, Elon Musk was full of energy. Please do. Xia Ruofei also stood up and said, I'll go and check on little X's condition. For the next 3 to 4 days, Xia Ruofei continued to stay in the mansion of Elon Musk, performing acupuncture on little X step by step and providing Chinese medicine on time. Although little X did not undergo a full body examination. Again, Elon Musk and Grimace could still see that little X's condition was improving day by day. The two of them were naturally very happy. Little X was diagnosed with strigoi not long after he was born. This huge haze had been lingering in their hearts for a long time. Now, the haze had finally been dispelled. In the blink of an eye, Xia Ruofei had already stayed at Elon Musk's house for a week. According to his treatment plan, the acupuncture was basically over, but the process of taking the medicine would continue for about 3 weeks. Xia Ruofei didn't need to stay here any longer. Ying Luo couldn't really stay here for a month. Of course, before he left, Xia Ruofei left a sufficient amount of Chinese medicine for Elon Musk. Xia Ruofei had brewed the Chinese medicine in advance and divided it into small portions according to the dosage of little X. For the convenience of storage, Elon Musk had also specially purchased a set of vacuum-packed Chinese medicine equipment. This way, Xia Ruofei could easily divide the Chinese medicine into small portions. He had to take it 3 times a day for 21 days, so he had 63 bags of Chinese medicine. Elon Musk had people stick a label on each bag of Chinese medicine, indicating the date of consumption. Then, he bought a refrigerator to store these medicines separately and sent someone to guard them 24 hours a day. After giving all the necessary instructions, Xia Ruofei left the mansion in Elon Musk's exclusive car, the one and only Tesla electric car. Naturally, Elon Musk and Grimace personally sent him off. Even little X, who had not left the room for a long time, was carried out by Grimace to see Xia Ruofei off. Of course, this was also because little X's condition had greatly improved. Otherwise, even if Grimace wanted to do this, Manu's medical team would not allow it. Back at the Beverly Hills Hotel in Los Angeles, Xia Ruofei immediately gathered everyone. Song Wei and the rest had been here for a week and had nothing to do. Fortunately, Li Fu, the host, had made very detailed arrangements. They did not stay in the hotel for the whole week and basically went out to have fun with Li Fu, enjoying the super VIP treatment. One should know that in this group, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were Xia Ruofei's cultivation partners. In terms of seniority, they were on the same level as Li Yifu's grandmother. Chen Xian and Yu Xianer were both well-known masters and had high status in the cultivation world. Not only did Chen Xian have a good father, he was also a golden course stage expert. Li Yifu would definitely have to serve any of these four people carefully. The wealth, status, and fame of the secular world were not worth mentioning in the world of cultivation. Everyone was gathered in Xia Ruofei's room. Chen Xian smiled and said, "Brother Xia, it's been hard on you this week. We followed you to the United States, but we didn't help much. It's all your help." 3253 agree, 3, yeah. Yu Xianer also smiled. "We've all heard from fellow Daoist Li that it's all thanks to Brother Xia that we were able to successfully buy the equipment we wanted this time." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You're welcome. We're a team. Besides, I'm the first one who doesn't advocate the use of force easily. Since my medical skills can be used and can allow us to get what we want through relatively peaceful means, I'm bound to do my best." "Oh," Xia Ruofei added, "we had agreed to return to China first, but there's a change in plans." "Oh? Did the American go back on his word?" Chen Xian said with a frown. "How is that possible?" Xia Ruofei laughed. "It would take about a month to get all the spacesuits ready, so I didn't want to wait in the United States. I told them that I'd return home after the treatment. However, it's different now. We only need to wait for another week and we'll get 5 spacesuits and a few hundred oxygen supply modules. Of course, the most important thing is that Elon Musk promised to give us a spaceship for free. He even took the initiative to add a few expansion cabins to the spaceship. This way, it is more than enough to accommodate the 9 of us. The modified spaceship and the expansion cabin will be delivered in a week, so I think we should just wait in the United States. Anyway, I don't have anything important to deal with back in the country, so I'll just take it as a vacation and relax." Xia Ruofei did not tell Chen Xian and the rest about the details of the second discussion with Elon Musk. On one hand, he wanted to give everyone a surprise. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei did not want to talk about these things over the phone because he had considered the surveillance of the United States Intelligence Department. Therefore, everyone knew that things had gone much smoother than they had expected. That means you won't have to wear a bulky spacesuit and drift in space for a month or two? Song Wei asked, in surprise. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Relatively speaking, with such a spaceship, everyone's journey will be much more comfortable. However, an EVA suit was still a must, and he had to prepare as many as possible. After all, we don't know when we'll be able to use it. It'll be a life-saving weapon in space. It seems like Brother Xia's medical skills have completely convinced this American. Chen Xian laughed. This was a good thing. Let's quickly send this good news back and let the seniors be happy. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. Let's wait. We'll take the spaceship and spacesuits and go back to our country directly. Besides, we're in the United States. Even if we use a satellite phone, I'm afraid we can't rule out the possibility of being monitored, so it's better not to talk about these details over the phone. That's true, Chen Xian muttered. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, originally, the spacesuits were only assembled after the spare parts were produced. I asked Masker to adjust the process and give us 5 sets to be delivered together with the spacecraft. This is so that we can try out our design first and see if it's feasible. At the same time, we can test whether the spacecraft is reliable in orbit. Let's treat it as a rehearsal before the official moon landing. 3254 The spaceship is in our hands. Chen Xian's eyes lit up as he said, that's a good idea. We're going to the moon this time. It's a historic feat in the cultivation world. There's no predecessor's experience we can learn from. If we can test it in low Earth orbit first, that would be great. This is indeed the safest way. I'm sure the seniors will agree. Song Wei smiled and nodded. It's only a week or so. Let's just wait here. Xia Ruofei said, there's nothing much to do if I go back in the short term. Besides, the child of the Elon Musk family is still being treated. If I stay in the United States, it'll be easier to deal with any situation. Then it's decided. Chen Xian nodded and said, I'll let my father know. However, just tell him that we still have things to deal with here. Don't tell him the details. Chen Xian obviously agreed with Xia Ruofei's point of view. He felt that too many details could easily be leaked over the phone. Xia Ruofei nodded and smiled. It'll be hard on you for the next few days. We haven't been to the United States before. So you have to show us the scenery of the United States. No problem. Li Yifu quickly replied. Marshal Granduncle. I'll definitely let everyone eat, drink, and play well. A week later, Xia Ruofei and his group, who had a relaxing tour in America, took Li Yifu's private plane to Houston, the famous space city in America. The group did not go to a hotel. After they got off the plane, they got into 2 business cars arranged by Li Yifu and left the airport for the suburbs east of Houston. Halfway through the journey, 2 container trucks drove out from an intersection and followed behind the MPV. The van stopped at the entrance of an inconspicuous factory. Li Yifu got out of the car and led everyone to the rusty iron gate. He pressed the doorbell. The camera on the iron door lit up. After a moment, a deep voice said, "Please wait." After a few minutes, footsteps could be heard. A black man in his 30s opened the iron door and walked out. Li Yifu handed him a card. After the black man took the card, he took out a device that looked like a POS machine. After swiping the card and looking at the information displayed on the screen, the guard on his face lessened a little. He then looked at Xia Ruofei and the others beside Li Yifu and asked with a frown, "Why are there so many people?" We've already made an appointment in advance, Li Yifu said indifferently. That's the number of people. If you can't make the decision, you can call and ask for instructions. The black man's eyes were cold and he snorted. No need, come in. After he finished speaking, he made way for Xia Ruofei and the others to walk into the dilapidated yard of the factory. The black man was the last to catch up. After carefully locking the door, he quickly followed. He led the way and led Xia Ruofei and the others through the courtyard to a thick gate at the side. The black man pressed his fingerprint and went through an iris scan before the door opened. A group of people walked in. In contrast to the dilapidated state outside, Xia Ruofei and the others only found a whole new world inside after passing through the door. It was a spotless factory with bright lights. The most eye-catching thing was a large container covered with a golden waterproof cloth in the middle of the tall factory. It was more than 10 meters long and much wider than a standard container. In addition, hundreds of boxes of various sizes were neatly stacked on the wall of the factory. A staff member wearing a white anti-static one-piece suit came up and looked at the black man. The black man nodded at him, indicating that he had already checked his identity. Then, he stepped aside without saying a word. The white man in a white one-piece said with a blank expression, "Hello, I'm the person in charge here. You can call me John." It was obviously a fake name, but no one cared what the staff member's name was. "Mr. John, we've been notified to come here today to collect the goods." Xia Ruofei stepped forward and said. "Everything is ready," John said indifferently. "You can check it." In fact, Xia Ruofei had scanned the goods with his psyche the moment he entered the factory. He was very clear about the situation of the goods, including the hidden door and the dozen armed security guards who had not shown themselves. In the large container in the middle of the factory, there were already assembled spaceships and expansion modules. In the boxes stacked along the wall, there were a total of 5 EVA spacesuits and 500 oxygen supply modules. There was no need to check them one by one. Hence, Xia Ruofei said directly, "No need, let's load it up. Can the car be driven in?" "Of course," John replied, nodding. Then, John shook his head at the black man. The black man understood and walked to the side. He opened a control box on the wall and pressed a button. The entire wall of the factory facing the yard began to rise slowly. It turned out to be an extra large rolled-up door that could open the entire wall. Then, the black man walked out with Li Yifu and opened the courtyard door to let the 2 trucks in. 3255, getting the spaceship. 2. The extra, large container with the spaceship and the expansion cabin was lifted and placed on one of the trucks. The other truck was a cargo truck. Xia Ruofei and the others personally loaded the hundreds of containers onto the truck in a short while. Li Yifu personally got into the first truck while Xia Ruofei and the others got into their respective vans. Soon, the 4 cars left the seemingly dilapidated factory in a single file. They did not have much interaction with Mr. John and the black man throughout the entire journey. The fleet of 4 cars did not leave Houston. Instead, they drove to the southern suburbs, where Li Yifu had prepared a large warehouse in advance. The car drove straight into the warehouse and quickly unloaded the large container. As for the other containers, Xia Ruofei and the others were still doing it themselves. In order to reduce the number of irrelevant people, no unloading workers were arranged here. Even the drivers of the few cars had no idea what They were transporting this time. After Li Yifu sent all the cars away, he quickly returned to the warehouse and locked the door. Xia Ruofei and the rest had already pried open the lead seal of the extra, large container and opened the container door. The dragon ship revealed its true appearance. It was roughly split into two parts: an orbital module and a return module. However, in the orbital module, there were a few more extended modules. The exterior of the spacecraft and the expansion cabin were not sprayed with any marks. In fact, the interior of the spacecraft was the same. All signs related to SpaceX had been removed. At the entrance of the container, there was a small and exquisite box. Xia Ruofei took the box and opened it. There was a thick stack of paper, documents inside. Similarly, they did not have any logos and were all printed on ordinary paper. These documents included the simple operation manual of the spacecraft, a quick fault checklist, and so on. In addition, there were also the key points of the EVA spacesuits, functions, introduction of various parts, and a quick replacement of the oxygen supply module. Xia Ruofei flipped through a few pages and put them back in the box. Everyone gathered around the container's door and looked at the spaceship that looked a little strange because it was connected to a few expansion cabins. Chen Xian couldn't help but chuckle. This big guy is even more powerful than a flying boat in space? I think the material is just ordinary. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "This is the power of technology." The material of the spacecraft had been tested countless times. Not only could it withstand a huge temperature difference, but it could also shield cosmic rays. The return cabin was also equipped with a special heat-resistant material that could withstand thousands of degrees of heat. This was because the violent friction with the atmosphere during the return process would produce a huge amount of heat. In addition, the overall sealing of the spacecraft was also highly demanding. To put it bluntly, it's a difference in the environment of use. It was designed to operate in space for a long time. Yeah. Chen Xian nodded. The technology of the secular world can't be underestimated. Xia Ruofei laughed. Especially in the field of aerospace. You can say that it has integrated the best parts of human technology. At this moment, Li Yifu walked over after locking the door and said respectfully, "Grand Uncle, Master, the driver has been sent away. I just checked the surveillance cameras. And there are no suspicious people nearby. We can put away these things." Xia Ruofei nodded and released his spiritual power to scan the area. Then, he smiled and said, "All right, then let's get to work. After that, we should return to our country. I guess sect leader Chen and the others are all waiting anxiously." Chen Xian looked at the huge spaceship in the container and said, "It seems that we can only rely on Brother Xia for this big guy. The space of our storage magic weapons is limited, and our spiritual power is not enough to collect such a big thing." There were only two Aurus core stage cultivators, Xia Ruofei and Chen Xian. If even Chen Xian found it difficult, they could only rely on Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled. "My storage spiritual treasure can hold it. I'll take this spaceship." With that, Xia Ruofei looked at the flying ship in the container and covered it with his mental power. Then, with a slight thought, he kept the flying ship into the mountain and sea realm in the spirit map space. The size and weight of the spaceship were much larger than the small yacht that he had put in his spatial space. Even though Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was much higher than before, he still felt a long lost sense of dizziness the moment he stored the spaceship However, the dizziness was very light and lasted only for a moment before he returned to normal. Xia Ruofei also kept the small box filled with the operation manual into the spirit map space. The container was now empty. Qin Xian raised his thumb and smiled. Amazing. Xia Ruofei laughed and pointed at the remaining boxes. Let's share some of these things. All that was left were 5 extra spacesuits and 500 oxygen supply modules. The items were not big, and everyone's storage space could fit them all. Xia Ruofei, Ling Qingxue, and Yu Xiner each collected an extra terrestrial spacesuit and 100 oxygen supply modules. As for the remaining 2 spacesuits and 200 oxygen supply modules, they were all kept by Qin Xian. The warehouse, which had been a little crowded just now, was suddenly emptied again. Xia Ruofei said to Li Yifu, I'll leave the finishing touches here to you. Also, you have to continue to follow up on Elon Musk's side. You also have to urge him to deliver the remaining spacesuits and oxygen supply module on time. Don't worry, Senior Granduncle, Li Yifu said, I'll stay in Houston for the time being until I've finished delivering everything. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I won't be coming for the next delivery. You'll be fully responsible. Just let me know when you receive it. We'll go back to China first. You'll be in charge of the affairs in the United States for this period of time. Don't worry about other things, I'll arrange everything. Xia Ruofei was naturally referring to the incident on Peach Blossom Island. However, since Qin Xian and the rest were present, he was vague about it. However, Li Yifu could definitely understand it. He said respectfully, yes. Senior Granduncle. Disciple will remember. If anything happens here, this disciple will report it to Marshal Granduncle at any time. Then I'll have to trouble you. Xia Ruofei nodded and turned to Qin Xian and the rest. Let's go back then. The group arrived at the back of the warehouse. This area was rather remote and almost unpopulated. Xia Ruofei took out the black, armored flying ship from the spirit map space. After everyone jumped onto the flying ship, he stood at the side of the ship and waved at Li Yifu. Then, he steered the flying ship in the direction of Huaxia. The Black Phoenix flying ship was much faster than an ordinary commercial plane. Even though it was not flying at full speed, the entire journey would only take 2 to 3 hours. In these 2 to 3 hours, Xia Ruofei and the others were not idle. They were all reading the thick operation manual. After all, if cultivators were in space, their survival ability would not be much better than ordinary people. Especially for qi refining cultivators like Ling Qingxue and Yu Xiner, if they were exposed to space, they would not be able to last more than a few minutes than ordinary people. Therefore, they still had to learn the operating procedures of the spacecraft and the process of putting on and taking off spacesuits. Once in space, the outside of the spacecraft was a vacuum environment. There were strict procedures for entering and exiting the cabin. Which door to open first, which door to open again, the operation of pressure release, etc. In addition, if the spacecraft had a leak, there was also an emergency evacuation process. Everyone had to remember it in their hearts. Otherwise, if they accidentally lost their lives, they would have no place to redress their grievances. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person would need to go through a long period of training and participate in various assessments in order to become a qualified astronaut. The time span was calculated by years. Fortunately, they did not need to master a comprehensive knowledge like real astronauts. Moreover, they were all cultivators, so their learning speed and memory were much better than ordinary people. Therefore, it would not take too much energy to master some operating procedures and emergency plans. As he studied, time passed by quietly. Before he knew it, the Black Phoenix flying ship had already arrived in the sky above the capital of Huaxia. 3256 Flight Verification 1. When the black, armored flying ship stopped above the courtyard in Luhai Lane, the ordinary people in the courtyard did not notice it at all. However, Chen Nanfeng and the other cultivators had long since discovered the traces of the flying ship and came to the courtyard to look up. Xia Ruofei and the rest jumped off the flying boat. Xia Ruofei did not put away the flying boat. Instead, he let it hover above the courtyard house. Chen Nanfeng smiled and walked up to him, saying, "Fellow Taoist Xia, it's been hard on you too. Cross the ocean." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Sect leader Chen, you're exaggerating. I'm just running errands. It's not a big deal. It's not convenient to talk about many things over the phone." Xian didn't explain it clearly. Chen Nanfeng asked, "Fellow Taoist Xia, did your trip go smoothly?" "I didn't fail you." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "The equipment that we need has been completed. However, the production and assembly will take time, so we will have to wait for more than half a month before we can get the equipment. Also, other than the EVA suit and the oxygen supply module, there's another surprise." "Oh? Little brother Xia, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us, what's the surprise?" Mu Sheng could not help but say. "Let's let brother Chen tell everyone." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Xian tell me." Chen Nanfeng said as he looked at Chen Xian. "Yes, father." Chen Xian replied respectfully, "This time, it's all thanks to brother Xia. He saved that American's life, and that guy didn't want to cooperate at first. Fortunately, brother Xia found a breakthrough and made him willing to produce spacesuits and oxygen supply modules for us. He also provided us with a spaceship that could travel in space for free." "A flying ship?" Chen Nanfeng narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are there airboats in the secular world?" "It's different than an airboat." Chen Xian explained, "This is specially designed to be used in space. The material used to make the spaceship can ensure that it can operate in space for a long time. Furthermore, it can produce oxygen and is extremely well sealed. It's almost the same as if a person is on the ground. Of course, it's impossible to completely meet the conditions on the ground." Xia Ruofei smiled and added, "At the very least, the problem of weightlessness is not something that can be solved with the current level of human technology. Besides, the space in the spaceship is relatively small. It will be difficult to travel for a long time." "That's true. For ordinary people." Chen Xian chuckled. "However, for cultivators, this isn't considered tough at all. It's no different from living on the surface. So, brother Xia has helped us a lot this time." Chen Nanfeng was overjoyed and said, "I didn't expect this. The technology of the secular world was actually so effective. This is all thanks to fellow Taoist Xia." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You're being too serious. I'm also joining this expedition. Of course, I want to try my best to have better conditions. I'm also helping myself. Does this mean that the obstacles in our way to the moon no longer exist?" Lu Mancha asked. Xia Ruofei said seriously, Ballet Master Lu, I can't be sure now. After all, everything in space is unknown. No one in the cultivation world has ever wandered in space for a long time. We don't have any experience to learn from. I feel that even if we find the crater on the moon, there may be many tests waiting for us. So, we can't take it lightly. Xia Ruofei paused for a moment and continued, for safety's sake, I brought the ship back in advance, along with a few extra spacesuits. We're going to take an airboat to the low Earth orbit to test it. It'll be a test flight. Lu Mancha's eyes lit up and she said, that's a good idea. Indeed, space is unknown territory for us. It's a bit too risky to launch a long-distance voyage rashly. Chen Nanfeng stroked his beard and smiled, fellow Taoist Xia is a meticulous person. He's indeed a young hero. You're flattering me, Xia Ruofei said. This is what I've been thinking. There are only 5 sets of spacesuits and 9 of us are going to explore the moon. We'll have to do it in batches. In addition, the seniors who are not going to the moon, we won't be joining in the fun. Mu Xing said readily. Chen Nanfeng nodded. Fellow Taoist Xia, I think it's best that you arrange this flight. Verification. Xia Ruofei nodded. That's my initial plan. I'm going to control the Black Phoenix flying ship, so I'll have to participate every time. This will take away one of my slots. In addition, the main thing is to consider separating the Aurus Core stage fellow Taoists to ensure that there are at least 2 Aurus Core cultivators on each verification flight. This way, in the event of an accident, the safety of the Qi condensation stage fellow Taoists can be guaranteed to the greatest extent. That makes sense. Chen Nanfeng agreed, I think this arrangement is more appropriate. Xia Ruofei said, in that case, I'll make the arrangements. This test flight won't take too long. After all, even though there's a lot of energy left in the oxygen supply module, no one knows what we'll encounter when we reach the moon. We don't know how long we'll have to stay, so we should try not to consume too much energy in the early stages. He glanced at the crowd and continued, the flight verification is mainly divided into 2 groups. The first group consists of me, Ling Qingxue, Brother Chen, Elder Willow, and Miss Xia. I'll still be participating in the second batch, and there's also Elder Muhua, Brother Jianfei, Elder Shen Tianfeng from the First Heaven Society, and Lady Euro. Does anyone have any objections to this group? 3257 Flight Verification 2. Xia Ruofei's grouping had already taken into account the situation of each sect. For example, Yang Lu and Yu Xia were both from the Flying Flower Valley. If they were arranged to be in the same batch, they would be able to take care of each other and trust each other more. The same logic applied to Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei from the Surging Waves sect. As for the First Heaven Society, there were 2 Golden Core cultivators in the first batch. Considering that there were only 5 spots in each batch, Chen Xian had to be alone. Shen Tianfeng and Su Yuro were in the same batch, so they could take care of each other. As for Chen Xian, with his cultivation, he would not have any worries if he was in the first batch alone. At least, he could protect himself. Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and Lu Mancha all smiled and nodded. Chen Nanfeng said, fellow Taoist Xia's arrangement is very good. Let's split up according to this group. Xia Ruofei smiled. If that's the case, then let's learn some of the operating procedures of the spacecraft and the things to take note of when using the EVA suit. Of course, you can also experience it in the actual operation process. As for the operation of the EVA suit, we can do a few simple exercises on the ground first. After saying that, he took out the spacesuits and the box of manuals. Chen Xian and the others also took out their spacesuits. The members of the exploration team separated the information and read it one by one. Xia Ruofei and the others had already learned some of it on the way here, so they just happened to start from the back. Mu Jianfei, and the others, who were waiting for news in the capital, started from the beginning. Everyone was a cultivator, so it was very fast to learn something seriously. Not to mention that these were some operational tips. Basically, they just had to memorize it and then practice it a little during the actual operation. Soon, everyone practiced putting on and taking off the spacesuits a few more times. These spacesuits were very heavy, and under normal circumstances, they needed the help of others to put them on or take them off. However, everyone had mental power. Although some people's mental power cultivation was very average, they had no problem with simple object control skills. So after a little practice, they basically didn't need the help of others and could put on and take off the spacesuits with more proficiency. If an ordinary person were to wear such an EVA suit on the ground, they would basically be unable to move because it was too heavy. Therefore, when astronauts carried out relevant training programs, they were generally carried out in specially built pools. They used the buoyancy of water to offset gravity and simulate the weightless environment during orbit. As for Xia Ruofei and the others, they were all cultivators. It was not difficult for them to move, but they still felt some difficulty in moving. For this reason, Shen Tianfeng, Yang Lu, and the others still had some doubts. They were worried that they would not be able to react in time if they were to be in danger on the moon dressed like this. Xia Ruofei smiled. The moon's gravity is only 1/6 of Earth. Anyone on it would be as light as a swallow. When flying in space, there's almost no gravity at all. So, the spacesuit's effects are not as great as you think. In addition, this thing is used to save one's life. Without a spacesuit, no one will be able to survive for long in a low temperature and vacuum environment. I'm afraid that even a Qi condensation fellow Taoist will only be able to last for a few minutes. Of course. Chen Nanfeng nodded and said, choosing the lesser of two evils is the best plan we can think of at this stage. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. I heard that primordial soul stage cultivators can survive in space. But at most, they can only last for 1 or 2 days. As for us golden core and Qi refining stage cultivators, without the power of technology, we can't even think about leaving Earth. It's already incredible that he could last 1 or 2 days. Chen Nanfeng sighed. The primordial soul stage is really too far away from us. Chen Nanfeng should be the one closest to breaking through to the next realm among all the Aurus core stage cultivators in the world of cultivation. However, he only saw a glimmer of hope for the nascent soul stage. He really did not dare to have any extravagant hopes for the immortal soul stage, nor did he see any hope of breaking through. After all, the current cultivation world was too harsh. In the past, with Chen Nanfeng and Chen Xian's aptitudes, breaking through to the immortal soul stage would have been a piece of cake. However, it had now become an unreachable realm. Maybe this trip to the moon will give me an opportunity to break through. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, don't be discouraged, sect leader Chen. You are already very talented to be able to reach such a cultivation. level, despite the deterioration of the cultivation environment. Perhaps you just need an opportunity, and you will be able to break through. Then I'll count on your blessings. Chen Nanfeng said with a smile. He had a chance to reach the original infant stage. He knew it clearly. Just like what Xia Ruofei had said, he was only lacking in opportunity to break through. But the primordial spirit stage, that was too far away. Xia Ruofei saw that everyone was almost done with their practice, so he kept all the operation manuals and put all the spacesuits into the boxes. Then he smiled and said, "The first group of fellow Taoists will board the flying ship with me. Let's carry out the first test flight." Qin Xian and the others nodded in agreement. Song Wei was worried. She grabbed Xia Ruofei's hand and said, "Ruofei, you must be careful. If you think it's too difficult, just give up. Don't take the risk." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Don't worry. We're just going to the low Earth orbit, there won't be any danger." He had already gone up with Chen Nanfeng and the others once before, and that time, there were no protective measures at all, so he was still confident. "You must take good care of Qingxue," Song Wei said. "If anything happens to her, I'll hold you responsible. Do you know that?" Ling Qingxue held Song Wei's hand and said, "Wei Wei, don't worry. With Ruofei around, nothing would happen. Besides, we're just going to test out the spacecraft and spacesuits. We'll be going to the moon in a few days. I'll be waiting for your good news." "At home." Song Wei nodded. On the other side, Chen Nanfeng and Lu Mansha were also giving Qin Xian and the others some instructions. After a while, Xia Ruofei, Ling Qingxue, Qin Xian, Yang Lu, and Yu Xianer greeted everyone and jumped onto the Black Phoenix flying ship. Everyone stood by the ship's side and waved to them. Then, Xia Ruofei steered the Black Phoenix flying ship and began to ascend. Very quickly, the spacecraft was at an altitude of about 5,000 meters. At this altitude, the oxygen content was relatively low. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people could breathe normally at an altitude of 3,000 meters and below. At higher altitudes, they would feel all kinds of discomfort after a long time. If it was 8 or 9,000 meters above ground, without oxygen, ordinary people might faint in less than 10 seconds. Of course, cultivators could still move freely at this height. Xia Ruofei first controlled the flying boat to hover at this height, then smiled and said to everyone, "Everyone, take a break and put on your spacesuits. We're going to fly into low Earth orbit." Xia Ruofei provided the basic data of the 9 peoples' height and body shape for Elon Musk. It was basically tailor-made, which meant that each person had 2 sets. However, the 5 sets that were handed in first were basically larger in size, so they definitely wouldn't fit petite girls. However, they could still be used. On the deck of the Black Phoenix flying ship, everyone had put on their spacesuits and transformed into bloated figures. From this moment on, everyone was breathing in the oxygen provided by the oxygen supply module. With a thought from Xia Ruofei, the Black Phoenix flying ship began to ascend again, directly flying out of the atmosphere. 3258 Space Experience 1, 10 kilometers. 50 kilometers. 100 kilometers. Unlike rockets, the Black Phoenix flying ship did not require a powerful thrust to overcome the effects of gravity. Hence, it maintained a very high elevation speed without realizing The Black Phoenix flying ship had already risen to an altitude of about 400 kilometers above the ground. At this height, the atmosphere was already very thin, close to the state of vacuum. Moreover, everyone was already in a state of weightlessness. For Xia Ruofei and the others who were wearing the spacesuits, they felt more at ease in the zero-gravity state. Although the cumbersome spacesuits still looked bloated, they seemed weightless. Sound couldn't be transmitted in a vacuum. However, Xia Ruofei and the others did not need to use their spiritual power to communicate, as the spacesuits all had an intercom system. They had set the frequency to the same channel in advance, so they could communicate directly through the same frequency. Xia Ruofei said, "We're just testing the flight. I think we should just maintain this altitude. It's almost the same altitude as the Tiangong experiment module in our country." "Brother Chen, what do you think?" Chen Xian made an okay gesture and said, "Sure." This time, Xia Ruofei was the main person in charge of the flight verification. Naturally, no one had any objections. "Then I'll release the spaceship," Xia Ruofei said. With that, he used his spiritual power to control the control panel of the Black Phoenix flying ship, expanding the protective barrier of the ship by about 20 meters. This was almost the limit of the protective barrier. Maintaining such a large area for such a long time would consume crystals at a much faster rate. However, Xia Ruofei still had to do this. If he released the spaceship rashly, many big countries would probably notice the sudden appearance of an unknown spaceship in the 400-kilometer orbit. Hence, he had to keep the spaceship within the range of the shield. After adjusting the barrier of the Black Phoenix flying ship, Xia Ruofei took out the Dragon God ship from the spirit map space. The dragon ship appeared beside the Black Phoenix flying ship in an instant. At this time, the Black Phoenix flying ship was already maintaining an altitude of 400 kilometers, flying around the Earth. The dragon ship and the Black Phoenix flying ship were in a relatively stationary state. Xia Ruofei used two straps to connect the dragon ship and the Black Phoenix flying ship together. The straps were the safety ropes used by astronauts when they went out of their spacesuits. There were several of them in every EVA suit's accessory box. Now that the two spacesuits were still and there was no pulling force, it was enough to use the straps to make a simple connection. Furthermore, even if the Black Phoenix flying ship and the dragon ship were to drift far away in space, Xia Ruofei could still control the Black Phoenix flying ship to chase after them. He would definitely not get lost in space. "Fellow Taoists, I'll be going first," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. With that, Xia Ruofei lightly stepped on the deck of the Black Phoenix flying ship and flew towards the dragon ship. Xia Ruofei did not take any safety measures. Instead, he grabbed onto a fixed rod on the exterior of the spaceship and waved at Chen Xian, Ling Qingxue, and the rest who were on the deck of the Black Phoenix flying ship behind him. It was basically impossible for an ordinary person to enter a sealed spaceship in space. In fact, in space flight, if the cabin door was opened directly from the outside, the strong internal and external pressure difference would probably blow the cabin door out directly. When astronauts went out of the cabin, they would first come to the sealed cabin and depressurize it, so that the cabin would become a vacuum without any pressure difference from the outside. Only then could the hatch be opened. Of course, this was not a problem for cultivators. Xia Ruofei grabbed the pole outside the dragon ship with one hand, then extended his spiritual power into the return cabin. The return cabin was also the cockpit of the spaceship, and all the control was completed here. Although the power system of the spaceship had been dismantled, some of the basic control units were still kept. Otherwise, the spaceship would be a big can and would not be able to meet the needs of space life. Xia Ruofei followed the operation manual and used his spiritual power to remotely control the outside of the spaceship. He turned on the main power supply of the spaceship and unfolded the solar sails to ensure that the spaceship had sufficient power. Then, he pressed the button to depressurize the cabin he was about to enter. After that, Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to pull the handle of the hatch and opened the airtight hatch. Then, Xia Ruofei easily pushed the door and entered the spaceship. Xia Ruofei died a simple check and said, "Everyone, come over." Qin Xian and the others also leaped off the Black Phoenix flying ship and made their way to the top of the dragon ship with ease. They then filed into the ship. 5 people in spacesuits entered the cabin, making it a bit crowded. Xia Ruofei quickly closed the hatch and extended his spiritual power to the cockpit to check the seal of the cabin. After making sure that the hatch was closed and there was no problem, he began to apply pressure to the cabin. Soon, the air pressure in this cabin was the same as that of the other cabins. Xia Ruofei opened the door to the other cabins and said, "All right, everyone can take off your spacesuits now. However, the chi condensation cultivators, please wait for a moment. Brother Chen, Elder Yang, and I will go first." 3259 Space Experience 2. Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian were both Aurus core stage cultivators. If there was a problem with the oxygen content in the spaceship or if there were any other dangers, their survival rate would be much higher than that of Qi refinement stage cultivators. Xia Ruofei and the other 2 followed the procedure and took off their spacesuits. They tried to take a few breaths. The feeling was not much different from that on the ground. It was just that they felt a little uncomfortable in the weightless state. However, the internal environment of the spaceship was definitely not a problem. Even if an ordinary person from the secular world appeared on the spaceship at this moment, they would still be able to survive well. Hence, Xia Ruofei gestured to Ling Qingxue and Yu Xiner. The 2 of them couldn't wait to take off their EVA suits. There was already air in the cabin, so everyone could communicate directly. Xia Ruofei said, initially, in order to ensure that in the event of danger, everyone could change into their spacesuits and escape the spacecraft quickly. All of their spacesuits were designed to be left in this cabin. However, everyone has their own storage artifacts. So, it's better for everyone to keep their spacesuits. This way, there will be more space in this cabin. Everyone nodded and put their spacesuits into their storage artifacts. After that, Xia Ruofei brought everyone around the spaceship. These cultivators were still somewhat unaccustomed to the zero-gravity environment. They always felt that the ground beneath their feet was light, and they no longer had the concept of up and down. Therefore, they stumbled as they moved forward. Fortunately, when the spaceship was designed, soft bags had been used in some of the easily bumped areas, so the protection was still quite good. Xia Ruofei and the rest strolled around and realized that the expanded cabins were not very big, but their design was very reasonable. For example, there were 2 resting quarters so that men and women could be separated. Of course, the so-called resting quarters were actually sleeping bags fixed on the wall. Because they were in a weightless state in space, there was no distinction between up and down, so everyone felt the same standing or lying down. The flying ship also had a special area for bathing and using the toilet. In addition, as they did not need to carry a large amount of living supplies, or undertaken orbit scientific experiments, they naturally did not need to carry experimental equipment, which saved a lot of space in the cabin. Xia Ruofei did a simple estimate. Even if there were a few more people, it would still be more spacious. Of course, this was all relative. If compared to the ground, the interior of the spaceship would definitely be cramped. Everyone followed the operation manual of the spaceship and practiced some basic operation procedures a few times. This was also the most basic requirement. In a 1 or 2 month-long voyage, any situation could happen. Naturally, everyone needed to be able to perform the basic operation of the spaceship independently. Fortunately, they were all cultivators, and this operation was not particularly difficult. The main test was still memory, so everyone mastered it very quickly. Xia Ruofei and the rest stayed in the spaceship for about half an hour before they put on their spacesuits and returned to the orbit chamber. Xia Ruofei locked the door to the return cabin and used his spiritual power to operate the buttons on the spaceship to depressurize the cabin. Following that, the cabin door was opened, and everyone left the spaceship in a single file, returning to the Black Phoenix flying ship. Xia Ruofei didn't keep the flying ship immediately. Instead, he started to set up an array on the surface of the flying ship. The main thing was the simple shielding formation. To Xia Ruofei, the formation itself was not difficult. The real difficulty was that he had to prepare the materials for the formation in advance and fix them on the surface of the spaceship. These materials had to be able to adapt to relatively harsh environments. When Xia Ruofei was in the United States, he had already asked Li Yifu to make preparations in advance. The material he used was a type of nephrite. Although it was not very hard, it had the best ductility among all jade materials. Even if the temperature changed greatly, it would not crack easily. Xia Ruofei placed the jade talismans that he had drawn earlier on the surface of the spaceship. For the sake of the voyage operation, there were many grooves and handrails on the exterior of the dragon ship. Xia Ruofei placed the talismans one by one according to the circumstances. After checking once, he returned to the interior of the ship. The hatch of the spaceship was not closed yet. Xia Ruofei entered the cabin skillfully, closed the hatch, and applied pressure. Finally, he came to the cockpit. This was the control center of the spaceship. Xia Ruofei had also arranged the core of the array here. Although he was wearing a heavy EVA suit, Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to set up the array. Hence, it did not affect his speed. He set up the control core of the array with great familiarity, then embedded an origin crystal in it and left the spaceship. The main function of this array was to shield the spaceship. This way, the monitoring equipment on Earth, the satellites in orbit, space stations, and so on would not be able to detect the spaceship. Even with the naked eye, ordinary people would not be able to see it. This way, the Black Phoenix flying ship did not need to keep the barrier at its maximum setting. When the barrier was at its maximum setting, it would consume a lot of crystals. It would be fine if it was just a little bit of waste, but the round trip would take a month or two, and it would not be just a little crystal waste. Hence, Xia Ruofei naturally had to make some improvements. After directly setting up the shielding array on the flying ship, one origin crystal could be used for 1 or 2 months. This kind of consumption could basically be ignored. In fact, spiritual crystals could be used in the shielding formation. However, Xia Ruofei did not want to change spiritual crystals frequently, so he used Origin crystals. In this way, he only needed to control the opening and closing of the array. He basically didn't need to worry about the energy depletion of the array during the entire voyage, which was almost free of maintenance. After Xia Ruofei left the Dragon God ship, he did not keep it immediately. He also closed the cabin door and used his mental power to remotely control the cabin. He pressurized the cabin again and turned off the power of the spaceship. However, he didn't retract the solar panels. The mountain and sea realm in the Xuanji spirit map was spacious enough, so there was no need to retract the solar panels to save space. They could be stored directly in the cabin. Moreover, collecting the solar panels frequently would increase the risk of failure, so keeping them open directly should be the most stable. After doing all this, he kept the dragon flying boat into the spirit map space and turned off the shielding array of the flying boat temporarily. Xia Ruofei returned to the Black Phoenix flying ship and immediately reduced the range of the barrier. She then smiled and said to everyone, "All right, everyone's first space experience ends here. We should return. The second batch of passengers is waiting to board the ship." Everyone's relaxed laughter could be heard in the channel. To be honest, when they first boarded the Black Phoenix flying ship, Ling Qingxue and Uxin, the two Qi condensation cultivators, were quite nervous. After all, space was filled with the unknown, and to them, fear was inevitable. However, after about an hour of experience, the fear had weakened a lot, and they were more confident. Xia Ruofei steered the Black Phoenix flying ship and began to descend. After finding a suitable trajectory, he steered the flying ship in the direction of Huaxia's capital city as he descended. The speed of descent of the airboat was very stable. This was also thanks to Xia Ruofei's precise control. As the altitude dropped, Earth's gravity began to take effect. If there was no control, the speed would definitely be faster and faster. However, under Xia Ruofei's control, the airboat could basically maintain a constant speed of descent. This made the passengers more comfortable. At an altitude of about 3,000 meters, the airboat had arrived above the capital city of Huaxia through a precise descent trajectory. Xia Ruofei controlled the Black Phoenix flying ship to hover in the air. Then, everyone changed out of their spacesuits. At this altitude, the oxygen content was sufficient. The temperature was also within an acceptable range for ordinary people. Naturally, they no longer needed the protection of spacesuits. The spacesuits that everyone had changed out of were not kept. Instead, they were left on the deck of the Black Phoenix flying ship. This was because the next batch of expedition members would be boarding the flying ship soon, and they would still need to use these spacesuits. After changing, Xia Ruofei controlled the flying boat to continue descending. It stopped a few meters above the courtyard in Luhai Lane. 3260 Everything is in place. 1. The other cultivators who had stayed behind to guard the courtyard house were already looking up from the courtyard. Qin Xian and the others stood on the deck of the Black Phoenix flying ship and waved to the people below. Chen Nanfeng smiled when he saw his son standing by the ship's railing and scathed. It was impossible to say that they were not worried. Although they had been on the Black Phoenix flying ship once before, it was far from reaching an altitude of 400 kilometers. Furthermore, they did not have an EVA suit at the time, so they did not stay for that long. This time's verification flight could basically simulate the situation on the way to the moon. If there were any problems, they would definitely be exposed, and there would be a certain degree of safety risk. Therefore, from this perspective, the first batch of people participating in the verification flight was much more dangerous than the second batch. Xia Ruofei and the rest jumped off the Black Phoenix flying ship. Chen Nanfeng went up to them and asked, "Fellow Daoist Xia, did everything go smoothly?" Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "No problem. Our plan should be feasible. We've tested the spacesuits and the spacecraft's functions. It's almost as we expected, so it should be able to support our return trip to the moon." Seeing that her soaring Flower Valley's elder willow and her beloved disciple Yushiner were unscathed, Lu Mancha's suspended heart also relaxed. After she heard Xia Ruofei's words, she asked, "Fellow Daoist Xia, a round trip to the moon will take at least 1 or 2 months. The durability of that ship, I've asked the American," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "The Dragon ship is designed to be in orbit for at least a year, so it can be in space for a long time." This was something that Valley Master Lu could rest assured about. The technological level of the secular world had long been able to reach. The Peace Space Station's service period was as long as 15 years, and it had been built in 1976. Human technology had already reached this level decades ago. The International Space Station that was in orbit now was also in orbit for a long time. The Dragon space station's design and construction had used more advanced technology and materials, so it definitely wouldn't have a problem supporting it for a few months. Unless it was hit by a meteorite or some force majeure which caused serious damage. Chen Xian chuckled as well. The probability of a meteorite impact is very low. I'm more worried about the space trash. However, the space trash is mainly scattered around low Earth orbit. Once they're far away from Earth, the space trash will be almost non-existent. Furthermore, everyone's spiritual power is not just for show. If we really encounter an impact, we can definitely detect it in advance and avoid it. If that's the case, we can rest assured," Chen Nanfeng said with a smile. "It seems that fellow Daoist Xia has already considered these factors. It seems that we have been worrying for nothing." Lu Mancha nodded with a smile. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "There are too many unknown in space. It's necessary to plan ahead. Moreover, accidents can never be completely avoided. We still have to adapt to the situation. So, we just have to do our best to prepare. As for the risk, if we're afraid of the risk, why would we form this exploration team?" Xia Ruofei's words were to Mu Xing's liking. He laughed heartily and said, "Cultivation is to fight against the heavens. Cultivators pursue longevity, and this in itself conflicts with the laws of the heavenly Tao. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. Little brother Xia, to be honest, I'm very envious of you. If I can pass the selection, even if these old bones are buried on the moon, this old man will definitely take a trip. Ha ha ha. The father's legacy will be passed on to the son. It's the same if brother Jianfei goes to the moon in your place," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he turned to Mu Jianfei and the others and said, "Elder Mu, Elder Chen, brother Jianfei, Lady Euro, please board the boat. Let's begin the second flight verification." Mu Hua and the other 3 smiled and nodded. At this moment, they were feeling much more relaxed. After all, Chen Xian and the others had already passed through the first group. Xia Ruofei saw that the 4 of them had already jumped onto the flying boat, so he smiled and said to Chen Nanfeng and the others, 3 seniors, "I'll accompany Elder Mu and the others on another trip. Thank you for your hard work." Chen Nanfeng smiled and nodded. Mu Xing and Lu Mancha also nodded at Xia Ruofei in greeting. Mu Xing then looked up at Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei, who were standing by the side of the Black Phoenix flying ship, and loudly warned, "After you go up, pay attention to your safety. Listen to little brother Xia's arrangements, and don't act on your own." "Yes." Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei quickly bowed and replied. Xia Ruofei cupped his hands at everyone and then jumped onto the flying boat. The following procedure was the same as before. Xia Ruofei steered the airboat to an altitude of 5,000 meters and had everyone change into their spacesuits. Then, they headed straight for the 400-kilometer orbit. In the orbit, Xia Ruofei released the Dragon ship and connected it to the Black Phoenix flying ship. Then, he brought everyone into the ship. Unlike the previous time, Xia Ruofei did not need to adjust the range of the Black Phoenix flying ship's shield. He only needed to activate the shield formation on the ship. At the same time, he didn't need to open the solar powered sailboard, because the sailboard was always open. Hence, Xia Ruofei only used his spiritual power to remotely turn on the main power switch of the Dragon ship. After deflating the cabin that they were entering, he opened the door and got into the ship first. 3261 Everything is in place, too. This time, they stayed in orbit for about the same amount of time. Xia Ruofei let everyone practice the basic control of the spaceship a few times and familiarized them with the various cabins of the spaceship. After rehearsing the process of entering and exiting the cabin, he brought everyone back to the surface. Chen Nanfeng and the others even steered their flying swords to the side of the Black Phoenix flying ship and inspected it carefully. The final result made Chen Nanfeng and the others feel at ease. The Black Phoenix flying ship had gone through 2 flight tests and had not suffered any damage at all. This fully demonstrated that the Black Phoenix flying ship's material was strong enough to withstand the harsh conditions in space. As for the Dragon ship, after Xia Ruofei's explanation, everyone was no longer worried about whether it could last long in space. The next few days, everyone waited patiently. Everyone used this time to familiarize themselves with the control manual of the spaceship and the spacesuits. During this time, Xia Ruofei even organized everyone to take the Black Phoenix flying ship to the 400-kilometer orbit and did 2 practical operations according to the grouping previously. The learning ability of cultivators was very strong. With these few practical operations practice, and the constant use of time to study the operation manual, basically everyone had mastered the basic operation of the spacecraft and the use of the EVA spacesuits. They had also memorized some of the things to take note of in space. This knowledge was likely to be useful in the process of going to the moon, and it might even save their lives. Therefore, everyone was very serious about learning. Other than his daily studies, Xia Ruofei also took time to go out. The purpose of this trip was very simple. He wanted to send Song Wei away first. Moreover, he did not want Song Wei to return to school or her home at the 3 mountains. Instead, he wanted her to stay on Peach Blossom Island temporarily. The mission to the moon would take at least 1 to 2 months. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were on the expedition team list. Only Song Wei had to stay on Earth because she did not pass the music selection. Xia Ruofei was still worried about Song Wei's safety. After all, Jingdan stage seniors like Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and Lu Manxia had all stayed on Earth. As for what kind of opportunities there would be during the exploration, it was still unknown. Xia Ruofei had to consider whether the forces that were still in their honeymoon period would turn hostile if the benefits were great enough. These possibilities existed. By then, Song Wei would become Xia Ruofei's weakest link. Hence, he had to make arrangements for Song Wei in advance. The Paradise Island was undoubtedly the most secretive and safest place. Initially, Xia Ruofei wanted to build a communication system so that Song Wei could keep in touch with them even on the ground. However, when he was in the United States, he had asked Elon Musk about heaven and earth communications, and he knew that it was very difficult to realize it. It required a huge measurement and control network and the support of countless communication equipment. Of course, Xia Ruofei and the rest were still in low Earth orbit. In theory, they could even hear the content they wanted to broadcast through a normal radio. However, as the spacecraft entered the Earth, Moon orbit or even the Moon, the signal would be very weak. They could only listen and not communicate, so it was not very meaningful. Not to mention, this kind of one-way broadcast could theoretically be heard by everyone within the effective area, provided that they knew the frequency band of the communication. Therefore, there was no confidentiality to speak of. It could even cause a huge uproar if it was overheard by some fanatical fans. At the current stage, China did not have any manned space missions, so it would be quite scary if the voices of the Chinese suddenly came from space. Hence, after Xia Ruofei understood the difficulty of communicating with the heavens and earth, he gave up. In this case, there was no need for Song Wei to stay in Beijing. After knowing that Xia Ruofei and the rest would lose contact with the ground during their journey to the moon, Song Wei was still worried because Xia Ruofei had told her that he would keep in touch with her. However, after hearing Xia Ruofei's explanation, Song Wei expressed her understanding. After all, Xia Ruofei would not increase his workload just for this matter. Moreover, even if Xia Ruofei wanted to work hard to complete it, it was basically impossible. The Chinese astronauts were communicating with the ground from the Tiangong experiment module. It was the result of the joint efforts of countless control stations, including the control ships that had been sailing in the ocean. No matter how capable Xia Ruofei was, it was impossible for him to build such a control network in such a short time. Of course, the astronauts' sky-to-earth communication was of very high quality. Not only was there sound, but there were also images. The synchronization of sound and image was also very good. Not only that, but the astronauts in the Tiangong experiment module could also see the images and hear the sounds on the ground. This was a real video call. After this period of interaction, Chen Nanfeng and the others had a better understanding of Xia Ruofei. The initial mutual wariness had also reduced a lot. Therefore, when Xia Ruofei and Song Wei went out alone, Chen Nanfeng and the others did not interfere and did not ask for anyone to follow them. Of course, Chen Nanfeng and the rest were not worried that Xia Ruofei would take this opportunity to fly the Black Phoenix flying ship to the moon alone. On one hand, Xia Ruofei had a large number of businesses in the secular world and the Star Caesar sect, which was closely related to him in the cultivation world. If Xia Ruofei really dared to go back on his word, Chen Nanfeng and the rest would definitely deal with the Star Caesar sect with lightning-fast methods. On the other hand, to avoid suspicion, Xia Ruofei had given all the spacesuits and oxygen supply modules to Chen Xian, Mu Jianfei, and the others for safekeeping. He only left the dragon ship behind. Without the spacesuits and the oxygen supply module, he naturally could not head to the moon. Just like that, Xia Ruofei and Song Wei took the Black Phoenix flying boat and circled the Pacific Ocean a few times. After making sure that no one was following them, they turned around and headed straight for Peach Garden Island. In reality, with the Black Phoenix flying ships speed, even if there were people following it, they would definitely lose their way after making a few turns. This was because the current cultivator's ability to ride flying swords was simply unable to keep up with the Black Phoenix flying ship speed. Even Chen Nanfeng could not do it. Unless there was a hidden Yuanying stage master, the probability of this was very low. After bringing Song Wei to the Peach Blossom Island, Xia Ruofei instructed Luo Qingfeng and Jing Yongshou, who were guarding the island, to take good care of Song Wei. At the same time, they had to be alert at all times and ensure the safety of the island. Then, he left some cultivation resources for Song Wei and hurriedly left the island on the Black Phoenix flying boat. He did not even have time to meet up with the guards. After returning to the capital, Xia Ruofei continued to familiarize himself with the spaceship's operation, manual and other materials with the cultivators from the 3 sects in the Sihiyuan. That was until he received a call from Li Yifu. Li Yifu told him over the phone that Elon Musk had produced the remaining EVA suit and oxygen supply module and delivered them. Hence, Xia Ruofei immediately told Chen Nanfeng and the others about this news. Everyone was very excited. After preparing for such a long time, the materials and equipment needed for this expedition were finally ready. Everyone decided to leave for the United States overnight to retrieve their spacesuits and oxygen supply modules. This time, even Chen Nanfeng and the others were there. Everyone left the Luhai Lane courtyard house. Xia Ruofei gave Wu Chang some instructions. After all, if everything went well, he would soon follow the exploration team to the moon and might not return to the courtyard house for a long time. Besides, Xia Ruofei had also considered the fact that there were so many people. They could not just disappear into thin air. After all, the front and back doors of the courtyard were guarded. Hence, after instructing Wu Chang, Xia Ruofei brought the cultivators and left through the front door of the courtyard house. However, they did not go far. The alley was very quiet at night. After they turned a corner, Xia Ruofei took out the Black Phoenix flying boat. Everyone quickly jumped onto the flying boat. Soon, the Black Phoenix flying boat rose in altitude and flew across the capital city's night sky like a shooting star, heading towards the other side of the ocean. 3262 set off in full gear, 1, in Houston, America. The sun was shining brightly, and there were no clouds in the sky. The Black Phoenix flying ship hovered above a warehouse in the suburbs. Li Yifu stood respectfully in the courtyard to welcome them. Xia Ruofei was the first to jump off the flying boat, followed by Chen Nanfeng and the others. Senior granduncle, seniors, and fellow Taoists, you've had a long journey. Li Yifu bowed and called out. Xia Ruofei kept the Black Phoenix flying ship as he smiled and said, "You've worked hard. You've been keeping an eye on him in America all this time." Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and the others also greeted Li Yifu with a pleasant expression. "This is what this disciple should do," Li Yifu quickly said. "Did everything go well after receiving the last batch of supplies and equipment?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Everything is going smoothly. Elon Musk didn't play any tricks, and everything was delivered with good quality." Li Yifu said, "The items are all in the warehouse. Grand Uncle, Master, please come in." Xia Ruofei nodded and the group of people followed Li Yifu into the warehouse. Half a month ago, Xia Ruofei had been here as well. He had personally received the Dragon ship and the first batch of 5 EVA suits. They had been transported to this warehouse as well. As Li Fu walked, he said to Xia Ruofei, "By the way, granduncle, Elon Musk's son just had a comprehensive examination 2 days ago, and the results showed that the tumor in his body has completely disappeared. From a medical point of view, he has completely recovered." Those United States doctors thought it was incredible. "Elon Musk specifically asked me to convey his gratitude to you." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "We're just taking what we need. By the way, I left your contact information with him, and he gave us a spaceship. I promised him that if he unfortunately gets an incurable disease in the future, he can ask me for help, and I will help him 3 times. My trip to the moon this time might not be short. If he really contacts you during this time, you have to explain it to him." "Understood, Marshal Granduncle." Li Yifu said. "Fellow Taoist Xia, you've sacrificed too much for our trip to the moon." Chen Nanfeng said. "Yup. Moo." Sheng also said, "We can't let little brother Xia suffer a loss. If this American really needs you to treat him, we will provide all the rare herbs you need." "Agreed." Lu Manxia nodded. "Also, the trip to and from the moon will take a long time, and the energy consumption of the flying boat will also be very large. We've already discussed earlier that the required origin crystals will be borne by our sex, and we'll hand them over to fellow Taoist Xia before we set off." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Seniors, you're too polite. Since we're working together, there's no need to be so calculative. Although I'm not as wealthy as you big sex, I can still afford the crystals we'll use on the journey. It's one thing that you can afford it, but we can't do that." Chen Nanfeng smiled and said, "If this gets out, we'll be the ones taking advantage of the younger generation." "It's not nice to say. That's why. We've already discussed it, so just do as we say." "All right." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Then I won't stand on ceremony with you." As they spoke, everyone walked into the warehouse. The corners of the warehouse were neatly stacked with boxes. There were 13 slightly bigger boxes, which contained the entire set of EVA spacesuits. The rest of the smaller boxes were all mass-produced oxygen supply modules. As the production of the oxygen supply module was relatively simple, apart from the ones that were delivered last time, Elon Musk had prepared a total of 3,000 sets this time. The surplus was quite large. Even if Xia Ruofei and the rest of the 9 people were to use their EVA spacesuits the entire time, it would be more than enough to use for 2 months. Furthermore, with the Dragon ship, they could spend most of their time in the ship and did not need to use the oxygen supply from the oxygen supply modules. This meant that the oxygen supply modules could last longer. Once Xia Ruofei entered the warehouse, he used his spiritual power to check all the supplies and equipment. In fact, Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and the others were doing the same thing. However, they didn't know much about spacesuits, so they couldn't see any problems. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "There's no problem with the items. Everyone, come and claim them. We'll split the oxygen supply modules equally. Everyone's storage artifacts should be able to store them, right? If you can just tell me, I can store more." The EVA suit was made according to everyone's body size. There were 9 specifications in total, with 2 sets of each. Of course, this included the 5 sets that were delivered last time. All the EVA suits were numbered, so everyone just had to find their own 2 sets according to the corresponding number. Qin Xian and the others took out the 5 spacesuits that they had used previously. Following the serial numbers, they found 2 of their own and kept them in their storage artifacts. Xia Ruofei also kept his own 2 sets. Xia Ruofei also told Ling Qingxue to keep her spacesuit. This was the safest way. There were too many unknown factors in space. Xia Ruofei could not guarantee that he would not be separated from Ling Qingxue. If that happened, and Ling Qingxue's EVA suit was with Xia Ruofei, the outcome would be tragic. Therefore, as a last resort to save their lives, everyone had to keep their own EVA suit. 3263 set off in full gear. 2. This included the oxygen supply modules. The 2 batches of oxygen supply modules added up to an average of 400 per person, which was enough to sustain breathing for 2,000 to 3,000 hours. The boxes of the oxygen supply modules were stacked together and did not take up too much space, so there was enough storage space for everyone. Everyone in the exploration team kept the oxygen supply modules properly, including Ling Qingxue. After all the equipment and supplies were distributed, Xia Ruofei said to Li Yifu, foster husband, there's some cleaning up work here in the United States. Take your time to deal with it. We'll talk about it when you're done. Li Yifu knew what Xia Ruofei meant was that he did not need to rush back to Peach Blossom Island. However, he could not say it out loud since Chen Nanfeng and the others were present. Yes, he quickly replied. I understand. This time, Xia Ruofei definitely could not send Li Yifu to Paradise Island. Besides, Li Yifu had returned to the United States by plane and entered the country through normal procedures. It was best to have an exit record when he returned. Otherwise, if he returned through normal channels, he would not be able to explain clearly how he came back from overseas without any exit procedures. Li Yifu continued. Granduncle, Master, the journey to the moon is long and full of unknown dangers. You must take care of yourself and pay attention to your safety. Xia Ruofei smiled. Don't worry about me. Just take care of everything at home. I'll be careful. Please rest assured, Granduncle. Master. Li Yifu quickly replied. There are disciples at home, so you don't have to worry about anything. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Then I'll take my leave first. Have a safe journey, Martial Granduncle. Li Yifu said respectfully. He sent Xia Ruofei and the others to the courtyard and watched as they boarded the Black Phoenix flying ship and disappeared into the horizon. There was still a trace of worry on his face that could not be erased. After all, Xia Ruofei was going to the moon, which was hundreds of thousands of miles away. Even if Li Yifu had great confidence in Xia Ruofei's abilities, he could not help but be worried. It was the moon, which did not even have air and had an extremely harsh natural environment. The power of nature was always revered by people. In that lonely land of death, if there was any danger, there was not much difference between an Oris core stage cultivator and an ordinary person. However, Xia Ruofei was an elder in his sect. No matter how worried he was, he could only bury it in his heart. He could not persuade Xia Ruofei not to go to the moon. Li Yifu valued seniority the most. He looked at the sky where the Black Phoenix flying ship had long disappeared, and let out a long sigh. He turned around and locked the warehouse door. This matter was extremely confidential. After the items were transported, he had sent all the workers away. He had to complete all the cleaning work himself, and could not let others do it. Xia Ruofei controlled the Black Phoenix flying ship and spent 1 to 2 hours before the group crossed the ocean and returned to Huaxia. However, they did not go to Beijing this time. Instead, they went to a holiday manor in Nanhai province. This was one of the properties of the first Heaven Society in the secular world. The first Heaven Society had already cleared the entire manor in advance, and all the staff members were on leave. Only a few Qi condensation disciples transferred from the sect were left to serve everyone. On the way back, everyone had already discussed and agreed that the expedition team would set off to the moon in 3 days. The reason why he left a 3-day buffer time was that he hoped that everyone could use the 3 days to rest and adjust to their best condition. On the other hand, they were going to the moon. It was an unprecedented feat, therefore, everyone had to make some preparations and replenish their supplies. Xia Ruofei also agreed to make full preparations. After all, even he was not confident in this trip. If they left in a hurry, it would be even more dangerous. In these 3 days, the First Heaven sect, the Surging Wave sect, and the Soaring Flower Valley had all made a lot of preparations for the disciples who were about to go to the moon. This included some life-saving magical treasures, talismans, spare flying swords, various practical magical treasures, spirit stones, and so on. There were even a lot of spirit crystals and origin crystals. The 3 sects were all top-tier sects in the cultivation world and were very rich. For this trip to the moon, they had also taken out their most precious treasures and provided them to the disciples who were joining the expedition team as much as possible to increase their ability to deal with risks. In addition, the First Heaven Society, as the host, had also organized people to transport a large amount of food, drinking water, and other living supplies, filling up the storage magical equipment of every member of the exploration team. Of course, apart from Xia Ruofei's spirit map space, the mountain and sea realm was an independent world. No matter how many resources there were, they could only occupy an unremarkable corner and could not fill it up. Among the food, there were quite a few compressed biscuits and other similar compressed food. These were the last survival resources. After all, compressed food took up a small space, but it could provide sufficient energy. A small piece could sustain the energy required by an ordinary person for half a day. Cultivators had a relatively small need for food. If they were really trapped in a dangerous place and could not leave, these compressed food could greatly increase the survival time of the cultivators. In fact, Xia Ruofei did not really need these things. This was because his spirit map space had a large amount of supplies stored in it. This was a normal operation for him. Ever since he had the spirit map space, he had gotten used to storing enough living supplies in the spirit map space so that he could use them at any time. This was the so-called when there's surplus food in the family, one doesn't have to panic. In addition, the spirit map space could even be self-sufficient. His hundreds of free laborers worked hard to cultivate the land of the mountain sea realm every day under Xia Qing's supervision. In addition to various Chinese medicinal herbs, they also planted high-quality rice. It could be said that even if he was trapped in a certain place, Xia Ruofei could still rely on the resources of the spirit map space to obtain an endless supply of food. At least, he could guarantee that he would not starve to death. Of course, in order not to arouse suspicion, Xia Ruofei did the same as everyone else. He stored the supplies that the First Heaven Society had provided him with into the spirit map space. Besides, Xia Ruofei had also secretly transferred some of his cultivation resources, mainly spiritual crystals and origin crystals, to Ling Qingxue so that she could keep them in her storage ring. Naturally, this was also a precautionary measure in case the two of them were separated by force majeure. With those resources and the cultivation resources, that Xia Ruofei had provided. Even if Ling Qingshui was trapped alone, she could still rely on these resources to survive. This was the worst-case scenario, and Xia Ruofei had to consider it. Under normal circumstances, Xia Ruofei would definitely avoid being separated from Ling Qingshui. 3 days passed by in a flash, and it was soon the day of departure. The night sky was filled with stars, and the bright moon hung in the sky, giving off a hazy halo. A group of people stood in a small square in the holiday villa, looking up at the moon in the sky. This would be their destination for the next few days. The black, armored flying ship hovered a few meters above the small square. Xia Ruofei and the rest of the group stood below the Black Phoenix flying ship. Opposite them were Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and Lu Manxia. Sect Leader Chen, Sect Leader Mu, Valley Master Lu, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. We'll part ways here. I'm fine. Chen Nanfeng nodded solemnly. We wish you all a smooth journey. Then, he looked at Chen Xian and said, Xian you might face unpredictable dangers on this trip. I hope you can cooperate with me sincerely. I'll wait for your good news at home. Don't worry, father. Chen Xian nodded. I will be careful. On the other side, Mu Xing and Lu Manxia were also giving instructions to their own disciples. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui were holding hands and standing at the side. For the sake of safety, Xia Ruofei had already sent Song Wei to Peach Source Island in advance, so no one was sending them off tonight. After a long farewell, Xia Ruofei and the rest of the 9 people jumped onto the flying boat. The Black Phoenix flying ship rose slowly, and a group of people stood by the ship's side, waving goodbye to the 3 sect leaders on the ground. Following that, the Black Phoenix flying ship suddenly accelerated, turning into a small black dot in the blink of an eye before disappearing into the night sky. 3264 target, the moon, 1, Chen Nanfeng and the other 2 didn't leave for a long time. They watched as the Black Phoenix flying ship disappeared from their sight and then quickly flew out of the range of their spiritual power. The 3 of them still maintained their posture of looking up at the sky. After a long time, Chen Nanfeng sighed and said, Fellow Taoists, I don't know if their departure will be a blessing or a curse. This time, not only did Chen Nanfeng send out the sect's elder, Shen Tianfeng, who held an important position in the sect, but even his own son, Chen Xian, was also on the expedition. Mu Xing's vast wave sect had also sent an elder. Mu Xing's son, Mu Jianfei, was also in the expedition team. As for Lu Manxia's soaring Flower Valley, they had also sent Elder Yang Lu and Lu Manxia's personal disciple, Yu Xiner. Hence, the 3 of them were in a similar mood. Brother Chen, even if you know that this trip is dangerous, if you choose again, I'm sure you'll still agree to let nephew Chen go. Mu Xing sighed. Yeah. Chen Nanfeng smiled bitterly. Since you've embarked on the path of cultivation, you must be prepared to face all dangers and challenges. Flowers in a greenhouse can't stand the true wind and rain. Lu Manxia pursed her lips and smiled. Fellow Taoists, why are you even more sentimental than a woman like me? Other cultivators couldn't even dream of such an opportunity. To be honest, I'm a little envious of them. If I could pass the screening of that piece, I wouldn't hesitate to join. That's true. Chen Nanfeng said, if a cultivator doesn't even have the courage to take risks, then his cultivation achievements will be limited. Ha ha ha. Brother Chen, Valley Master Lu, they've already left, so let's not stay here and worry. Mu Xing smiled and said, isn't there a saying? Children and grandchildren have their own fortunes. Even if we regret it now, we won't be able to catch up to them. That's why. Don't think about anything else, just go back and wait patiently. I've heard that you've hidden a lot of good wine and your famous wild tea. This time, don't keep searching, take it out and share it with everyone. No problem. Chen Nanfeng laughed. Let's go. I've asked the disciples to prepare a banquet, let's have a good drink. The three of them left the small square of the resort together and walked in the direction of the main building. In the near future, this holiday villa would no longer be open for guests, and Mu Xing and Lu Manxia would also be staying here. Their sex matters had already been arranged. The only thing they had to do now was to wait patiently. Before they left, Chen Nanfeng had made it clear to Xia Ruofei and the others that they would still land here when they returned. If everything went well, Xia Ruofei and the others would be back in about 2 months. 2 months was nothing for Golden Core stage cultivators. Even a small closed-door cultivation would take longer than this. Therefore, Mu Xing, Lu Manxia, and the others were too lazy to go back and forth. They simply stayed here and waited patiently. On the Black Phoenix flying ship, Xia Ruofei and the rest had been standing on the front deck the entire time, looking down at the scenery that was rapidly becoming smaller. Soon, the tens of thousands of lights on the ground were like stars, and for a moment, it felt like the world had been turned upside down. The Black Phoenix flying ship continued to rise at a constant speed. When they reached an altitude of about 3,000 meters, Xia Ruofei got everyone to put on their EVA suits. However, he did not stop the flying boat this time. Instead, he let the flying boat continue to ascend at a constant speed. Before they knew it, the spaceship had already reached an altitude of about 400 kilometers. At this moment, everyone was already in a state of zero gravity. However, they still remained on the deck. In any case, the Black Phoenix flying ship had activated a barrier and a protective barrier. So it was impossible for everyone to float outside due to the lack of gravity. On the contrary, as they continued to rise, the magnificent scenery outside became even more attractive, so no one was willing to return to the cabin. Everyone was now at an altitude of 400 kilometers. Standing on the deck of the Black Phoenix flying ship, they could already see the huge outline of the blue earth. The hazy halo at the boundary between dawn and dusk, as well as the city lights scattered all over the place, gave a rare and magnificent view that gave people a very shocking feeling. Standing on the deck of the Black Phoenix flying ship, one's line of sight was completely unobstructed, and the view was excellent. It could be said that out of the billions of people on Earth, only a few people could appreciate such a scenery. Only 1 in a million, or even 1 in 10,000 astronauts would be able to see such a scenery. Other than a small number of astronauts who had experience walking in space, the rest of the astronauts would be in spaceships, experiment modules, and even space stations. They would only be able to see parts of the Earth through the narrow porthole. How could they have such a panoramic view? The Black Phoenix flying ship was not always rising in a straight line. Its trajectory was somewhat similar to a rocket S, but it was more precipitous than a normal rocket S. However, at an altitude of 400 kilometers, the Black Phoenix flying ship was basically in a state of orbiting Earth. According to the original plan, they would have to switch to the Dragon ship at this height. Hence, under Xia Ruofei's control, the Black Phoenix flying ship stopped descending. Xia Ruofei laughed in the communication channel. Everyone, take a good look at this scenery. Once we enter the ship, we won't have such a wide view. 3265 target, the moon, too. It's alright, the view from the ship is pretty good too. Chen Xian laughed. Besides, no. One is in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery now. We'd better save it for the return trip. Ha ha ha. What Brother Chen said makes sense. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, everyone, get ready. We'll transfer into the spaceship immediately. With that, Xia Ruofei gently stomped on the ground and flew up. He grabbed the top of the Black Phoenix flying ship and clumsily arrived at the small deck area at the end of the flying ship. Chen Xian and the rest followed Xia Ruofei to the stern of the ship. The stern deck was much smaller than the prow, so it was a little crowded with 9 people in spacesuits. With a thought, Xia Ruofei took out the Dragon God ship from the spirit map space. The gigantic dragon ship appeared in the pitch black space in an instant. It was suspended not far from the Black Phoenix flying ship's stern, maintaining a relatively static state with the Black Phoenix flying ship. The moment the dragon ship appeared, Xia Ruofei had already activated the ship's shielding formation with his spiritual power. At the front of the dragon ship's mass, 5 traction ropes had been placed in advance. Xia Ruofei had asked Li Yifu to custom make them while waiting for the last batch of EVA suits. The 5 traction ropes were all made of high-strength alloy and each end had 2 hooks made of the same material. Xia Ruofei had already hung the 5 traction ropes in advance during the previous flight test. The 2 hooks at the front of each traction rope were hung on different outsides of the Dragon spacecraft assembly. Due to the lack of gravity in space, the 5 traction ropes were suspended in a twisted shape. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to grab the 5 leashers and pulled them over. Then, he hung the hooks at different positions on the side of the Black Phoenix flying ship. This kind of alloy hook had a strong spring, and it required a lot of force to unbuckle. Therefore, unless the spring failed, it was basically impossible to unbuckle by itself. 5 traction ropes were used at one time, and each traction rope had 2 hooks at each end, which was quite reliable. With so many safety measures, the probability of a problem occurring at the same time was almost 0. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had asked Li Yifu to order 10 more of the same traction rope. They were now stored in the space as backup. If there was a problem with the traction rope during the voyage, they could be replaced at any time. It could be said that Xia Ruofei had already done his best to ensure safety. After he connected the dragon ship to the Black Phoenix flying ship with a leash, Xia Ruofei then used his spiritual power to probe into the interior of the ship's cockpit. He turned on the main power switch and methodically made the preparations for the transfer. Finally, after the pressure release procedure, some of the doors of the Dragon spaceship assembly's orbital module were remotely opened by Xia Ruofei's spiritual power. Xia Ruofei turned around and looked at the crowd. The orbital module is relatively small, so we'll enter in 2 batches according to our original plan. The first group will follow me into the cabin. Everyone had already simulated this process on the ground a few times in advance, including the grouping. So, when it came to actual operation, everyone was in an orderly manner. Ling Qingxue, Chen Xian, Yang Lu, and Yu Shiner followed behind Xia Ruofei as they floated towards the Dragon God ship. After a while, the 5 of them entered the orbital module. Then, Xia Ruofei closed the hatch from the inside. The computer started to check the seal of the cabin and released the air from the high-pressure bottle to pressure the orbital module. In fact, as the main passage to enter and exit the module, the Dragon ship's orbital module carried 8 high-pressure Air tanks. Every increase and decrease in pressure were done through the air tanks. Applying pressure was the process of releasing the air in the air bottle. Only when the air pressure in the cabin was balanced with that of the other cabins could the doors leading to other cabins be opened. On the other hand, reducing the pressure was the exact opposite. By using the device inside the gas bottle to suck in air, the cabin would form a vacuum. This way, the air pressure in the cabin would be the same as the air pressure in outer space. And the hatch door to the exit cabin could be opened. In theory, the air in the high-pressure air tanks could be reused. However, there would be a certain amount of loss during each process of increasing or decreasing the pressure. There was also a chance of failure. Hence, Xia Ruofei had specially requested to bring a few more high-pressure air tanks to prevent any problems from occurring after multiple trips in and out of the cabin. Of course, even if all the high-pressure air tanks failed, Xia Ruofei and the rest would not be trapped in the spaceship. The spacecraft had also designed a manual decompression device that could directly compress the air and discharge it into space, thus forming a vacuum in the cabin. The process of applying pressure was even simpler. Xia Ruofei and the others had brought enough oxygen supply modules. If all the high-pressure tanks failed, they could just release the oxygen stored in the oxygen supply module after closing the door and apply pressure to the cabin. In a short while, the orbital module was pressurized. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power detected that the control panel in the cockpit showed that the air pressure in the orbital module was exactly the same as the other modules. The air quality met the requirements. Hence, Xia Ruofei asked everyone to take off their spacesuits and put them into their storage artifacts. Then, he opened the door to the other cabins. Following the original plan, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue went to the cockpit at the front of the spaceship. Chen Xian, Willow, and Uxian went to the other resting cabin that was about the same size as the orbital module. Chen Xian was the last to leave the module. He locked the airtight doors that connected the module to the other modules tightly. This way, the module was completely separated from the other modules. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue sat in the cockpit. According to the design, this cockpit could accommodate up to 4 astronauts, and they would be 4 astronauts wearing EVA suits. Hence, it was still very spacious even though it could only accommodate Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, who were wearing their work clothes. Xia Ruofei found the button in the cockpit to depressurize the module and pressed it. The control panel showed that the module had returned to a vacuum state. Xia Ruofei then used his spiritual power to remotely open the module door. Then, he said in the communication channel, "Elder Shen, the ship is ready. Please bring your team into the cabin." According to the drill, Shen Tianfeng of the First Heavenly School was the person in charge of the second group. He led Su Yuro, a Qi refinement disciple of his school, and Mu Xing and Mu Jianfei of the Songlong School. A total of 4 people also successfully floated towards the Dragon spaceship mass and entered the orbital module in order. Shen Tianfeng personally closed the airtight door leading to outer space. Xia Ruofei operated the cockpit and pressurized the module. Again, when the air pressure in the orbital module returned to the same level as the other modules, Xia Ruofei told Shen Tianfeng and the others in the communication channel that they could take off their spacesuits. Shen Tianfeng and the others took off their heavy spacesuits and put them into their storage artifacts. Then, they opened the airtight door to the other cabins. This way, all the cabins in the Dragon ship were connected, and everyone's activity space was relatively spacious. In terms of the size of the living space, the combined body was even larger than the Tiangong series space laboratories in China. After all, it was made up of several cabins. If this mass was built using conventional means, it would take at least several rocket launches, and then fine orbital changes, docking, and other operations in orbit, which would cost a lot. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei had placed the spaceship in the spirit map space and traveled to the 400-kilometer orbit in the spaceship. It was simply too easy. After everyone had entered the cabin, Xia Ruofei, who was sitting in the cockpit, laughed and said, "Is everyone ready? We're going to the moon." 3266 Space Life 1. This time, the people sent to the moon by the sects were all elites of their respective sections. These people's psychological quality was not worse than the astronauts, so even though they were in deep space, everyone did not feel too nervous. In a state of zero gravity, there was no such thing as up or down. Qin Xian was standing at the entrance of the cockpit. His body was perpendicular to Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. He peeked at Xia Ruofei from the entrance and said with a smile, "Everyone can't wait. Let's go." "All right." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Everyone, sit tight." As he spoke, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had already extended out. He remotely controlled the Black Phoenix flying ship, leaving the 400-kilometer orbit and continuing to fly higher. The Black Phoenix flying ship was activated, and the 5 lease lines that connected the Dragon ship's mass slowly tightened. Xia Ruofei and the rest felt a slight tremor in the spaceship. Then, the spaceship began to move to a higher orbit under the pull of the Black Phoenix flying ship. Under Xia Ruofei's intentional control, the Black Phoenix flying boat's acceleration process was relatively slow. Hence, the pulling rope did not exert too much force. In the history of human exploration of the moon, whether it was a manned moon landing or an unmanned exploration, the process of going to the moon was basically the same. It was to change the orbit of the aircraft in the process of revolving around the Earth, so that the orbit would become higher and higher, and the circle would naturally become larger and larger, and finally, it would enter the Earth-Moon transfer orbit. Only then would it decelerate and enter the Moon's orbit. The Black Phoenix flying ship's journey to the Moon was similar. However, as the Earth's gravity did not affect the Black Phoenix flying ship much, the process of raising its altitude was much faster, and the curve was naturally more steep. Of course, in terms of time, the Black Phoenix flying ship had taken more time to reach the Moon than any moon exploration in human history. The reason was very simple. It was simply his speed. Using a rocket to send a probe or an astronaut to the Moon was a continuous acceleration process. For the Apollo 11 manned moon landing mission, in order to enter low Earth orbit, the rocket had already accelerated to 7.67 kilometers per second, and when it entered Earth-Moon transfer orbit, the speed had reached 10.5 kilometers per second. Hence, it took Apollo 11 3 to 4 days to send the astronauts to Earth. On the other hand, although the Black Phoenix flying ship was much faster than ordinary commercial aircraft, it was still much slower than the high-thrust rocket. Its advantage was that the array had already offset the influence of gravity, so it did not need to travel at an extremely fast speed to get rid of the Earth's gravity. It could even fly directly to the Moon at a constant speed. However, no matter what, the straight line distance of about 300,000 kilometers still had to be covered by flying, so it naturally took a little longer. After the Black Phoenix flying ship was activated, all the Exploration team members and the dragon ship had to do was wait patiently. There was nothing much to do in the cabin. Many people chose to fix themselves on the wall and take out spiritual crystals to cultivate. Although Xia Ruofei had to control the Black Phoenix flying ship, he only had to use a trace of his spiritual power to monitor the flying condition most of the time. This was because the Black Phoenix flying ship only had to fly at a constant speed in the direction away from Earth. In fact, from the 400-kilometer orbit, the Black Phoenix flying ship would need more than 10 days to reach the traditional Earth-Moon transfer orbit at its current speed, which was about 60,000 to 70,000 kilometers from the Moon. In traditional space flights, the further away from Earth, the less the effect of the Earth's gravity. When the spacecraft was about 60,000 to 70,000 kilometers away from the Moon's gravity would take the lead. The spacecraft would be captured by the Moon's gravity and fly around the Moon. After continuous adjustments, it would finally fly around the Moon steadily, in preparation for the next step of landing on the Moon. The Black Phoenix flying ship's array ensured that it would not be affected by gravity, so the journey to the Moon was not that complicated. However, the route was basically the same. In other words, the Black Phoenix flying ship would have to drag the Dragon ship's combined body for more than 200,000 kilometers in these 10 days. This process was, of course, very boring. Moreover, there was nothing in space, so there was no need to choose a flight route, so the control was very simple. Xia Ruofei only needed to make sure that the Black Phoenix flying ship was at its maximum speed. It was similar to the cruise control of a car, or even simpler, as there was no need to control the steering wheel. Of course, for safety reasons, they still had to monitor the flight status. In fact, although the Dragon ship had been reduced by a lot, the technology was still very advanced. After a period of learning and practice, everyone was very familiar with the basic control of the spaceship, so everyone had arranged the duty schedule in advance. When the time came, 2 people would take turns to guard the cockpit and monitor the flight state. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, had to take care of the Black Phoenix flying ship. He had to split a small portion of his mind power at all times. Of course, to Xia Ruofei, this was not tiring at all. He could even divert his attention to other things. In the initial stages of the flight, considering that they were still relatively close to Earth and that there were various satellites, space stations, and experiment modules in orbit, the situation would be more complicated than later. Thus, on the first day, Xia Ruofei decided to be on duty personally, and his partner was naturally Ling Qingxue. 3267 Space Life 2. It was very quiet in the spaceship. Everyone was cultivating in the cabin behind them. There was only the dim light of the display screen and the muffled sound of the cooling fan in the cockpit. Xia Ruofei said to Ling Qingxue, why don't you sleep for a while? Or you can just cultivate for a while. It's too boring to stay here. Ling Qingxue had been leaning sideways in front of the oval-shaped porthole of the spaceship. When she heard Xia Ruofei's words, she did not get up. She said without turning her head, I don't want to sleep yet. The scenery outside is so beautiful. Xia Ruofei turned his head and looked out of the porthole. They could see the huge outline of Earth from this angle. The blue Earth was like a gem. Although they couldn't see the entire Earth, the shock they felt was even stronger. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, let's rest for a while. In the next 10 days, you'll see the same scenery. No matter how beautiful it is, you'll get tired of it soon. I know. Ling Qingxue said, but I can't help but want to see it. Then, Ling Qingxue said, I would never have dreamed that I would one day go into space and look back at the home that gave birth to human beings. Ruofei, my life has become so wonderful after meeting you, Xia. Ruofei laughed and said, the most exciting things are always in the future. This is only the beginning. Xia Ruofei stretched his back and said, Qingxue, I'll take a nap for a while. Call me if anything happens. You can sleep. Ling Qingxue said. Xia Ruofei put his hands in his pockets and closed his eyes. In such a weightless environment, the sleeping posture was not important. It was the same even if he was standing upside down. Of course, there was no up and down in a weightless environment, so there was no such thing as handstands. Everything was relative. However, it was best to keep both hands on the body. This was also specifically mentioned in the spacecraft operation manual. The reason was simple. When a person was unconscious after falling asleep, their hands would naturally float in the air. When a person woke up and saw his hands floating in front of him like a zombie, he would definitely be shocked. In fact, in a weightless environment, people would lose their sense of direction, and the body fluid would also be redistributed. This was also the reason why many astronauts had swollen faces in space, so there was actually quite a big difference compared to on the ground. Especially for people who were in space for the first time, they would feel very uncomfortable and not easy to fall asleep. However, to Xia Ruofei and the other cultivators, this little bit of discomfort was nothing. It was easy to overcome. Hence, Xia Ruofei quickly fell asleep. He opened his eyes after a few hours of sleep and subconsciously turned his head to take a look. Xia Ruofei realized that Ling Qingxue, who was beside him, was not sleepy at all. He could not help but rub his eyes and said, Qingxue, are you really not tired? I'm not sleepy at all. Ling Qingxue turned around and smiled. You're awake? How was your sleep? It's pretty good. Xia Ruofei replied, I don't think it's any different from the ground. I fell asleep. As soon as I lay down, Xia Ruofei looked at his watch and said, it's 5 o'clock in the morning in China. Qingxue, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Ling Qingxue thought for a moment and said, sure. It's time for breakfast. Xia Ruofei unbuckled his seatbelt and said, wait for me. I'll go wash up and then we'll eat together. The simplest thing on the ground, brushing teeth and washing face, would become a difficult thing in space. The main reason was that in a weightless environment, liquid was floating in balls. If it splattered everywhere, it could easily cause danger such as short circuits. It was the same for eating. In the early days, space food was made into a paste and stored in a toothpaste-like container. The process of eating was to squeeze the toothpaste into the mouth. Although it had improved later on, it was still a very troublesome matter on the whole. However, it was much easier for cultivators. As long as he used his mental power to bind the liquid, they would be obedient and would not run around. Xia Ruofei came to a special cabin. This small cabin was equivalent to a men's bathroom. Washing up and going to the toilet were done in this cabin. There were 2 such small cabins at the 2 ends of the spaceship mass, and the other one was naturally the women's bathroom. He took out a small bucket of spirit pool water from the spirit map space. After the bucket of water was taken out, it immediately turned into a floating ball of water. However, under the restraint of Xia Ruofei's spiritual power, the water ball did not go out of control and obediently hovered in the air. Xia Ruofei opened his mouth and sucked in a mouthful of water. Then, he gargled and spat the water out. The water that he had gargled with was bound by his spiritual power and floated to the side. Then, Xia Ruofei squeezed some toothpaste onto a normal toothbrush and started brushing his teeth. During the process of brushing his teeth, some foam would inevitably fly out, but he used his mental power to restrain it so that not a trace of it would dissipate. The process of him brushing his teeth was basically the same as when he was on the ground. The only difference was that after brushing his teeth, there was an extra ball of wastewater. Xia Ruofei kept the unused spirit pool water back into the spirit map space. Then, he took out a sealed bag and locked the wastewater in it before throwing it into the spirit map space. Cultivators like them had a great advantage over ordinary people when they used spaceships, and that was that almost no garbage would be produced inside the spaceships. The garbage produced could be directly sealed and stored in storage magical treasures. Since it wouldn't produce garbage, there was naturally no need for a device to deal with garbage and waste, and there was no need to calculate the load of the garbage, which reduced the burden on the spacecraft a lot. After brushing his teeth, Xia Ruofei started to wash his face. Washing his face was even easier. He directly used his spiritual power to control it, draw water in the spirit map space, wring a towel, and then take out the towel to wash his face. Similarly, the small amount of water droplets that escaped could be directly bound with spiritual power and stored back into the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei washed up quickly and pulled on some of the handheld devices in the spaceship, floating back to the cockpit. He was getting more and more familiar with moving in zero gravity. You should go wash your face too. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'll just watch over here. Ling Qingxue nodded and got up to stretch. She then left the cockpit and went to the women's bathroom at the back to wash up. When Ling Qingxue returned, Xia Ruofei took out some food from the spirit map space. After all, they were in space, so they naturally couldn't cook and fry like they did on the ground. It was relatively simple for everyone to eat. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue chose a simple sandwich and milk for breakfast. Even though the spacecraft had reduced a lot of equipment, the microwave was still there. Xia Ruofei heated the sandwich in the microwave and then ate breakfast with Ling Qingxue. The milk was also normal milk in a box. It was impossible to suck it directly in zero gravity because there was no atmospheric pressure outside. However, they still used a straw, but they used their mental power to push the milk into the straw. It was inevitable that some food residue would be produced while eating the sandwich. However, with Xia Ruofei around, Ling Qingxue did not have to worry so much. She could just eat heartily. Xia Ruofei would naturally use his spiritual power to collect all the food residue and put them into a sealed bag. After breakfast, the two of them even extravagantly brushed their teeth again. They then stayed in the cockpit for another 2 hours. Before Willow brought Yu Sheener to the cockpit, they would be in charge of the cockpit for the rest of the day. 3268 A long voyage. 1. Over the next 10 days or so, the Black Phoenix flying ship maintained a constant speed as it flew toward the higher Earth-Moon orbit. Maintaining such high-speed flight for over 10 days in a row was also quite a large consumption of origin crystals. However, before they set off, Chen Nanfeng and the rest had gathered 50 origin crystals and handed them to Xia Ruofei. With the increasing shortage of cultivation resources, it was not easy for even a top sect to take out 50 origin crystals. Xia Ruofei had stored these crystals in the Black Phoenix flying ship in advance. During the flight for more than 10 days, whenever a crystal was exhausted, he would use his spiritual power to remotely control the object and replace it with a new crystal to ensure that the flying ship would have a continuous supply of power. Within the dragon ship, the 9 members of the exploration team lived a very regular life. They took turns keeping watch in the cockpit, while the others cultivated and rested in different cabins. As the flight distance increased, the number of times they went to the porthole to watch the scenery also gradually increased. 2 to 3 days after leaving the 400-kilometer orbit, everyone could see the entire Earth through the porthole. The blue planet hanging in the pure black sky gave a very strong visual impact. Moreover, as the Earth became smaller and smaller in their field of vision, everyone also had a deep feeling of being far away from home. Even though they were all cultivators, and they were going to the moon as a group of 9, in the lonely space, seeing the blue Earth hanging there all by itself, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of loneliness in their hearts. This wasn't the loneliness of their physical bodies, but the loneliness of humans in the vast universe when they looked back at Earth from space. After more than 10 days of flight, everyone was already very used to life in the spaceship. Cultivators had much better physical fitness than ordinary people, and with the help of mental power, the discomfort in the weightless state only lasted for a short time. Now, each of them could walk through the cabins with ease. They were also very flexible in the process of floating around, unlike when they had first entered the spaceship, where they bumped into things from time to time. At this moment, the Black Phoenix flying ship had already flown about 250,000 kilometers with the Dragon ship. In fact, their position had already passed the Earth-Moon transfer orbit point and was closer to the Moon. Today, everyone will follow the plan and move to the Black Phoenix flying ship to complete the final part of the journey. This was because after reaching the Moon, there would definitely be some deceleration, orbital change, and other operations. The Dragon ship itself did not have any power. Over the past 10 days, the Black Phoenix flying ship had been dragging the Dragon ship's mass forward at a constant speed. If the Black Phoenix flying ship were to slow down during this process, there would be no such thing as air friction in an environment that was infinitely close to a vacuum. Hence, the Dragon ship's mass would still maintain its original speed, and there would only be one result: a rear end. As such, when the Black Phoenix flying ship neared the Moon and needed to carry out some relatively complicated operations, it would be time to store the Dragon God ship's body away. If not, it would not matter if the Black Phoenix flying ship was hit or not. However, the Dragon ship's bulk would not be able to withstand such a collision. As long as the outer shell cracked, the airtight seal of the cabin would not be guaranteed. Then, during the return journey, everyone would have to wear an EVA suit for the entire journey. How torturous would it be to be cooped up in a cumbersome spacesuit for 10 to 20 days? Besides, Xia Ruofei and the rest had also considered that once they got close to the Moon, the unknown dangers might increase. If they encountered any danger during the subsequent voyage, they would not be able to react in time since they were in the Dragon spaceship Massachusetts. Not only was it cumbersome to put on a spacesuit, but they also had to wait for the pressure to be released when they left the cabin. After a series of standard procedures, it would be too late. Hence, everyone felt that they should gather on the Black Phoenix flying ship at the end of the voyage. This way, they would be able to deal with any possible danger as quickly as possible. As for the Dragon ship's mass, it was a warm nest for everyone on their return journey, so it naturally had to be properly preserved. After passing the Earth-Moon transfer orbit point, the Black Phoenix flying ship continued to fly at a constant speed towards the moon. Meanwhile, Xia Ruofei and the rest had already begun their preparations to return to the Black Phoenix flying ship. Everyone cleaned up the interior of the spaceship, then began to follow the procedure and prepare to leave. The first 4 to return were Mu Hua, Mu Jianfei, Shen Tianfeng, and Su Yuro. They put on their spacesuits and checked the oxygen levels before closing the hatch. Xia Ruofei, who was in the cockpit, pressed the button to release the pressure. Soon, the orbit module was in a vacuum. Mu Hua and the other 3 opened the cabin door and once again entered the vast universe. They followed the rope and floated back to the Black Phoenix flying ship. Then, Xia Ruofei used his mind power to close the exit of the module and check the seal. At the same time, he released a high-pressure bottle to increase the cabin's pressure. After the cabin pressure was at the same level, Xia Ruofei brought Ling Qingxue, Qin Xian, Willow, and Uxin to the orbit module. He still had to put on the spacesuit, check the spacesuit's performance and oxygen content, lock the hatch, and relieve the pressure. Finally, Xia Ruofei and the rest left the Dragon ship. 3269 A long voyage. 2. Xia Ruofei was the last one to leave. He held on to the railing and used his power of the will to close the hatch. Immediately after, he extended his power of the will to the cockpit and pressed a button to perform an airtight seal on the orbital module. He then began to apply pressure. After that, Xia Ruofei cut off the main power supply of the spaceship. The control computer was shut down and all the lights were turned off. Xia Ruofei still did not put away the solar panel. He followed the leashed rope and pulled slightly, floating towards the Black Phoenix flying ship. In fact, throughout the entire process, the Black Phoenix flying ship and the Dragon ship were still heading towards the moon at an extremely high speed. However, the speed of the two was exactly the same, so they were relatively still. As such, when Xia Ruofei returned to the deck of the Black Phoenix flying ship and released the hooks of the 5 leashes, there was no change in the distance between the two. After Xia Ruofei released the traction rope, he directly moved the Dragon ship into the spirit map space. Now, only the Black Phoenix flying ship was left alone in space. They didn't return to their cabins. Instead, they came to the front deck of the airboat. Xia Ruofei kept the Dragon ship and returned to the front deck. Xia Ruofei said in the communication channel, "Fellow Taoists, everyone has to be alert. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to reach our destination soon." Qin Xian grabbed onto the side of the Black Phoenix flying ship to control his own body. Raising his head to look at the moon, he sighed. "This is the first time in my life that I've seen the moon from such a close distance." Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard that. Indeed, everyone had the experience of looking up at the stars when they were young, and they would certainly have all kinds of fantasies. However, none of them would have thought that they would one day come to observe the moon at such a close distance. Other than the Apollo program's astronauts, they were the only ones who had personally observed the moon from this position. Of course, this conclusion might not be accurate, because, according to the magical illusion that the music had brought everyone into, if there was such a paradise-like place on the moon, then at least someone from the cultivation world must have been here before. Otherwise, who would have left behind that mystic realm? Xia Ruofei looked back at the lonely blue earth and added, "This is also the furthest we've been from home." Everyone felt the same way, and they all nodded somewhat awkwardly. The scene in space was indeed spectacular. No one was willing to return to the cabin, including Xia Ruofei, who stayed on the front deck. This place was definitely an invincible universe observation deck. He used his mind power to control the Black Phoenix flying ship while he remained on the deck. In fact, this method didn't consume a lot of spiritual power, and the benefits were obvious. The view was secondary, but the view was excellent. If they stayed on the deck, they would be able to find out immediately if there was any danger. It was also more convenient for them to find the place they had seen when they were listening to music. There was still about 50,000 kilometers to go. The Black Phoenix flying ship slowed down slightly and drew a large arc in the air. As it flew toward the moon, it began to enter the moon's orbit. The next flight took about 2 days. For the past 2 days, everyone had been cooped up in their spacesuits, so naturally, it was not as comfortable as staying in the Dragon ship. The oxygen supply module would run out of oxygen every 6 hours or so, and everyone would have to replace it. In addition, eating, drinking, and pooping were also problems. Fortunately, cultivators were not like ordinary people, who had to eat every few hours. During this time, everyone tried to eat as little as possible. The process of eating was also very strange. Everyone took out the food from their respective storage artifacts, and then the food would appear directly under the spacesuit's masks. Naturally, they didn't use their hands, so the whole eating process was controlled by their mental power. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would be shocked. As for the 3 emergencies problem, eating less would naturally mean excreting less, but it was inevitable. After all, cultivators were not mayflies that could only take in, but not out. At this time, the adult diapers that he had prepared on Earth came in handy. After 2 days of flight, the Black Phoenix flying ship was already very close to the moon's surface. Although the moon was much smaller than the Earth, that was relative. When they reached the moon, Xia Ruofei and the others still saw a huge celestial body. The craters on the moon's surface were much larger than they had imagined. When everyone looked back at the Earth, they realized that the Earth they were looking at now was almost 10 times bigger than the moon they saw from Earth. Moreover, the Earth from this angle was also much brighter than the moon they saw from Earth. In reality, the 9 members of the exploration team had all experienced the wondrous illusion produced by the music. The scene of the illusion started from the Earth flying to the moon, but the speed was much faster than when they were on the Black Phoenix flying ship. Therefore, the 9 of them had a rough idea of the location of the place in the illusion. Xia Ruofei controlled the Black Phoenix flying ship and descended along the moon's orbit. When the flying ship reached the dark side of the moon, it began to accelerate and descend until it was about 300 kilometers away from the moon's surface. Then, everyone began to search for the landing spot in the illusion. A cultivator's memory was quite amazing, not to mention that the experience of the musical illusion was imprinted in everyone's mind. So, when they approached the moon, they quickly found a familiar ground landmark, a huge crater. Like everyone else, Xia Ruofei was overjoyed when he saw the crater. At the same time, he did not hesitate to control the flying boat to descend quickly towards the crater. At this moment, everyone was completely sure that the scene in the illusion was real. Everyone was even more confident that they would be able to find the secret realm that was shown in the song. The Black Phoenix flying ship's altitude continued to drop. In the end, it was only about 1,000 meters away from the moon's surface. This was considered a low-altitude flight on Earth. As Xia Ruofei maneuvered the Black Phoenix flying ship across the moon's surface at high speed, Qin Xian and the Rest were also observing the situation below. In the illusion of the music, they had cut into the moon from this huge crater, then flew at a low altitude and high speed for a long distance, almost crossing half of the moon, before coming to a valley behind the crater, and then the portal appeared. The Black Phoenix flying ship was fast, but Xia Ruofei's control was extremely precise. He was practically reenacting the musical illusion that everyone had experienced. The environment below was almost exactly the same as in the illusion. As Xia Ruofei controlled the flying boat, he sighed with emotion. The rising dragon order could be traced back to at least 3,000 years ago. Although it would be reassembled every few decades, he didn't know if the illusion would be the same as this one. However, nothing had changed in the illusion even after thousands of years. This could only be possible on the moon because the environment here was dead silent and there would be no human overdevelopment. Unless a meteorite hit the moon's surface again, it would not change. Xia Ruofei controlled the Black Phoenix flying ship and flew along the route in his memory for about 5 hours. However, it was only a short time in the illusion. The Black Phoenix flying ship was still too slow. Finally, the 9 of them cheered in the communication channel. They saw a familiar ring-shaped mountain, which meant that if there were no accidents, they would reach the end of their journey by turning to the valley at the back. 3270, finally reaching the target. 1. Although everyone had experienced the process of traveling from Earth to the back of the crater in the illusion, it was a completely different feeling to experience it in person, and it was a lonely voyage that lasted more than 10 days. Even though they were all cultivators, the lonely journey in space still brought them a lot of psychological pressure. Now that their destination was close at hand, everyone felt a sense of relief. Of course, Xia Ruofei and the others did not relax completely. On the contrary, they were even more vigilant. Up until now, everything they had experienced in the illusion had been confirmed on the moon. If the portal really appeared at the final destination, it meant that this must be a secret realm set up by the cultivators. In that case, it was very likely that there would be various unknown dangers and tests waiting for them. Hence, the 5 golden core stage cultivators, including Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian, expanded the range of their spiritual senses and raised the alert level to the highest. As for Ling Qingxue, Uxian Mu Jianfei, and Su Yuro, the 4 Qi refining stage cultivators, they did not release their spiritual power. Their spiritual power was not strong to begin with, and it would be too exhausting to keep their spiritual power on alert all the time. Moreover, their spiritual power could only sense a small area. If there was any danger, Xia Ruofei and the others would have sensed it long ago. Thus, they did not have to waste their energy. Xia Ruofei controlled the Black Phoenix flying ship to lower its altitude. It flew at a low altitude of about 1 to 200 meters above the moon's surface, and adjusted its flight attitude as the moon's altitude rose and fell. The black, armored flying ship flew at high speed along the periphery of the huge crater. When Xia Ruofei discovered a small crater, he immediately steered the black, armored flying ship to approach it. At the same time, he kept increasing his flying altitude. This small crater was an obvious landmark when they were in the illusion. In the illusion, they had climbed from this crater to the top of the crater and then to the valley at the back. Xia Ruofei controlled the Black Phoenix flying ship and flew over the small crater. The Black Phoenix flying ship flew close to the mountain ridge and soon reached the top. Everyone's eyes suddenly brightened up. What appeared in front of them was a huge crater with a diameter of at least 10 kilometers, and it looked unfathomably deep. One could imagine how violent the impact of the meteorites that formed this crater was. The black, armored flying ship soared into the sky, then quickly descended into the valley behind the ring-shaped mountain. As the moon's surface was in a vacuum, there was not the slightest sound of wind despite the Black Phoenix flying ship's extreme speed. Other than the faint static from the communication channel, everyone could only hear dead silence. It was currently night on the dark side of the moon. The crater formed by the huge crater was pitch black, like the gaping mouth of a bloodthirsty monster. In the dead silence, it gave people an inexplicable pressure. Xia Ruofei and the others were still calm. At the same time, the Golden Core cultivators expanded their spiritual power to the limit and maintained a high level of vigilance. As for Ling Qingxue and the other 4 Qi condensation cultivators, they were also standing on the deck, helping to verify the coordinates. If the Black Phoenix flying ship's flight path deviated, they would be able to warn them in time. However, under Xia Ruofei's control, the Black Phoenix flying ship's flight path was extremely precise. It was almost completely following the flight path that everyone had experienced in the illusionary realm. Of course, this was also thanks to the magical music. As long as one experienced a musical illusion once, everything would be deeply engraved in their mind. Every detail was clear and impossible to forget. The Black Phoenix flying ship flew for about 15 minutes inside the huge crater. Everyone's eyes looked at a spot about 50 meters ahead in unison. Xia Ruofei had already made his preparations and slowed down the speed of the Black Phoenix flying ship. There was a moment of silence on the communication channel. Then, Xia Ruofei's voice came through everyone's headphones. "We're here. It's not easy." Fellow Taoists, Qin Xian said, "Everyone, get ready to go down." At this point, the Black Phoenix flying ship was basically hovering in the air. Xia Ruofei controlled the flying ship to descend slowly until it was about 2 meters above the ground. Then, the Black Phoenix flying ship finally stopped moving. Xia Ruofei looked around and said, "Let's prepare to disembark. Everyone, please check your spacesuits again." The 9 of them immediately checked their spacesuits in an orderly manner, and at the same time, they tested the flow of communication. After confirming that everything was normal, Xia Ruofei said, "Now, everyone, change all the oxygen supply modules in your spacesuits to new ones. No matter how many you use, replace them now." He had taken into account that the situation down there was still unknown. He didn't know what he would face if he went down. If it was too dangerous, he might not even have time to change the oxygen supply module. If he changed to a new module now, he could at least last a little longer. Everyone did as they were told and changed the oxygen supply module. In terms of experience, Xia Ruofei was definitely not as experienced as Yang Lu and Shen Tianfeng, especially when Shen Tianfeng was an intermediate Golden Core cultivator. However, Xia Ruofei had made a huge contribution to the expedition this time. If he had not taken out the Black Phoenix flying ship, everyone would have been stuck on Earth, staring at the moon. It would have been impossible for them to cross the harsh space environment and fly more than 300,000 kilometers to reach this place. Besides, during the flight, Xia Ruofei also showed strong leadership skills and was very careful. Therefore, everyone started to regard Xia Ruofei as the center. 3271, finally reaching the target, too. Although the exploration team did not have a clear leader, Xia Ruofei was undoubtedly the leader now. After everyone had changed their oxygen supply modules, Xia Ruofei said, "Let's start landing on the moon." "Brother," Chen and I will lead the way, while Elder Shen, Elder Yang, and Elder Mu will bring up the rear. The 4 qi condensation cultivators will be in the middle. Does everyone think this arrangement is acceptable? No problem. Chen. Xian was the first to speak up. Let's do as Brother Xia says. Seeing that the young sect leader had agreed, Shen Tianfeng naturally did not have any objections. Furthermore, he would not be at a disadvantage even if he were to cover the retreat. After all, everything down there was still unknown. Thus, he said very readily, I agree. Since the 2 golden core cultivators of the First Heaven Society had no objections, the rest of the people naturally didn't have any objections either. Everyone expressed their agreement to this arrangement. Hence, Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian exchanged a look. Then, they stepped lightly on the deck at the same time. The 2 of them flew over the side of the ship and landed on the surface of the moon. The moon's gravity was only about 1/6 of Earth's, and ordinary people could be as light as a swallow on the moon. People who had watched Apollo program related movies knew that when the Americans landed on the moon, even though they looked clumsy in their bulky spacesuits, they could easily pick out the level of Earth's sports masters. As a result, the astronauts preferred to jump like kangaroos on the moon's surface. Ling Qingxue, Mu Jianfei, Yu Xin and Su Yuro followed behind Xia Ruofei and the others. They jumped out of the Black Phoenix flying ship and landed on the surface of the moon. Shen Tianfeng and the other 2 did not waste any time and quickly left the Black Phoenix flying ship. Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian were the first to land. After the 2 of them landed on the surface of the moon, they jumped more than a meter high and took another step forward with inertia, leaving 2 pairs of clear footprints on the moon. Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian stood still and turned around to wait for the others. Looking at the footprints he had left, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I suddenly thought of Benjamin Armstrong's famous quote. A small step for me is a big step for humans? Qin Xian asked with a smile. Yup. Xia Ruofei said, I'm thinking. If humans were to land on the moon again in the future and come to the crater on the back of the moon, would they be scared to see these footprints, as sound could not be transmitted in a vacuum? Everyone was communicating through the radio. Naturally, everyone could hear Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian's conversation clearly. Elder Mu, Hua the Surging Wave sect, Shen Tianfeng, and Yang Lu had just jumped off the flying ship. They had just landed on the surface of the moon and left behind a pair of footprints. When Mu Hua heard this, he laughed and said, the dust on the moon is so thick. The footprints will soon disappear. How can it scare people? Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, Elder Mu, you may not know this. On the moon, footprints would not disappear easily. The first time that Americans landed on the moon was in 1969, which had been decades since then. However, the footprints left by Armstrong still existed to this day, and there were almost no changes. If you're interested, we can go around to the other side of the moon to take a look when we return. The moon was much smaller than Earth. At its fastest speed, the Black Phoenix flying ship could circle the moon once in an hour. Therefore, it was not particularly troublesome to visit the historical footprints. However, everyone was now focused on unraveling the ultimate secret of the Rising Dragon token, so they naturally did not have the mood to visit it. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, even the elder of the Flying Flower Valley, Yang Lu, was very interested. She couldn't help but ask, why is that? Could it be that the footprints will solidify? Yu Shiner had a series of education experiences in the secular world. She even had a master's degree, so she naturally knew some common-sense questions. When she heard an elder from her own sect ask such a trivial question, she couldn't help but be a little stunned. Before Xia Ruofei could reply, she hurriedly explained, "Martial Uncle Lu, there is no air or water on the moon, so there will be no wind or rain. The dust on the moon's surface will not be washed away by rain or blown away by wind. As long as no one destroys it, the footprint will never disappear." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "It's not that absolute. The moon will occasionally shake slightly, just like the earthquakes on Earth. However, the magnitude of the tremors is very small. It basically won't affect the footprints. In addition, solar wind and cosmic particle flow could also cause wear and tear on the moon's surface, but 1 millimeter of wear and tear would take tens of millions of years, so it could be ignored. Therefore, unless someone deliberately damaged the footprints, or a meteorite or asteroid happened to hit the location of the footprints, it would naturally be destroyed. Of course, the probability of that happening is too small." Ling Qingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xia Ruofei. "Xiner, this guy is just bickering. But there's nothing wrong with it." Yu Xiner laughed. "The logic behind it is very strong." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I'm just joking. Everyone, get your spirits up. The token secret is right in front of us, whether or not we can solve it will depend on us. Fellow Taoist Xia, I think the key is still the 8 spots of light that we've all seen. They should be the key to solving the secret and opening the door," Shen Tianfeng said as he walked forward. The few people who had landed on the moon that day had all passed the music selection. Everyone had experienced that wonderful illusion and clearly remembered that in this valley, there were spots of light that lit up one after another. They lit up 3 times in total, and then a gourd-shaped instrument made of ceramic appeared. Then, the door appeared. They could even feel the drooling spirit chi through the door and see the beautiful scenery that was like a paradise. The most direct way to understand it was naturally the 8 light spots in the music illusion. They were demonstrating the way to open the door to the secret realm for everyone, and they were even demonstrated 3 times in a row. Xia Ruofei nodded. "My suggestion is to use your spiritual power. Follow the order shown in the illusion and stab at the 8 spots of light. See if there will be any reaction." "Agreed." Mu Hua nodded. "Let's stand on the outside and use our spiritual power to control it from a distance. We'll see if it works so that we can avoid danger in time." Yang Lu and Chen Xian also expressed their agreement. With that, the 5 golden core cultivators were of the same opinion. "In order to ensure smooth operation, I suggest that it should be done by one person," said Xia Ruofei. For a golden core stage cultivator, it was not a particularly difficult thing to use their mental power to probe the 8 positions according to the order of the illusionary realm demonstration. At least, the 5 of them could do it. Therefore, no one had any objections to Yinglua's smooth completion of the task as a few people working together. Since the ability could be achieved, why would they deliberately increase the difficulty? Since no one has any objections, I'll give it a try first. Xia Ruofei said, "If it doesn't work, I'll ask the other fellow Taoists to help." Shen Tianfeng was the intermediate stage golden core cultivator with the highest cultivation in the expedition team. He had planned to do it himself, but Xia Ruofei suggested to try it out before he could say anything. This way, Shen Tianfeng could not reject her, or it would be too offensive. Shen Tian said with relief, there's no harm in letting him try first. If he really can't do it, I'll make my move. As for Qin Xian and the rest, their cultivation levels were about the same as Xia Ruofei's. At least, Mu Hua and Yang Lu thought so. Qin Xian knew that he had been left far behind by Xia Ruofei. Therefore, they naturally did not have any objections. Hence, Xia Ruofei adjusted his breathing and adjusted his condition to the best. Then, he decisively released 8 wisps of spiritual power to explore the position of the light spot in the illusion. 3272 The scene reappears. 1. Although Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was invisible, it could actually be used. Furthermore, within the range of his spiritual power, the speed was extremely fast. Of course, mental strength couldn't be used directly to cause a serious physical attack to the enemy. In terms of pure strength, it was very small. It was naturally not a problem to use it to control things and the like. It was also not a big problem to use mental strength to trigger the possible information of traps. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power quickly and accurately touched the position of the first light spot, raising clouds of moondust. The moment his spiritual power touched that spot, Xia Ruofei immediately felt a trace of abnormality under the 10-centimeter thick lunar dust. This spot was obviously different from the other spots. There was a standard round stone slab below. His spiritual power could even feel a trace of spiritual power on this small stone slab. Xia Ruofei didn't think too much about it. He quickly touched the stone slab with his spiritual power. This was only the position of the first light spot. According to the demonstration in the illusion, although the 8 light spots seemed to be connected and lit up, there were subtle differences in their order. Hence, Xia Ruofei controlled the 8 wisps of spiritual energy at the same time and probed the 8 spots of light. This was also thanks to his profound spiritual power cultivation, which allowed him to control it to the finest detail. After the first light spot was touched, the remaining 7 spots were touched by Xia Ruofei's spiritual power in sequence and time. The entire set of actions could be said to be done in one go. Shen Tianfeng, Chen Xian, and the others nodded in agreement at Xia Ruofei's actions. At the same time, they made a comparison in their hearts. If they were in Xia Ruofei's shoes, would they be able to do it so easily? Could it be accurate to the point where it was not the slightest bit off? In the end, Qin Xian, Yang Lu, and Mu Hua, the 3 Aurus core stage cultivators, came to a conclusion. Even they themselves could barely do it without error, but they definitely couldn't do it as easily as Xia Ruofei did. Shen Tian made a comparison in his heart and felt that he could only reach Xia Ruofei's level at most. After all, he was an intermediate golden core cultivator. In fact, Shen Tianfeng's spiritual power cultivation was slightly inferior to Xia Ruofei's, but he did not know it. When Xia Ruofei's spiritual power quickly touched the positions of the 8 light spots, everyone held their breath and stared intently in front of them, afraid of missing any detail. However, nothing happened after all 8 encounters. Everyone felt a little startled. Xia Ruofei was the first to react. Without any hesitation, he followed the time difference in the demonstration and immediately started the second attempt. After he finished, he repeated it for the 3rd time. In the illusion that everyone had experienced, the 8 dots of light had lit up 3 times in a row. The order and rhythm were exactly the same each time. Hence, when there was no reaction after the first contact, Xia Ruofei made a decision in a split second. He would do it 3 times as demonstrated in the illusion. In fact, Xia Ruofei was still very confident. This was because his mind power had already detected that the positions of the 8 spots of light were not ordinary lunar soil under the floating dust. Instead, they were all circular stone slabs of the same color. It was possible for 1 or 2 of these standard-shaped objects to be naturally formed, but for 8 of them to be exactly the same, and in the exact same position as in the illusion, this was definitely not a coincidence. Xia Ruofei was sure that the 8 round stone slabs were man-made. After all, this was the dark side of the moon, a place where humans from the secular world had yet to set foot in. There were only 2 possibilities for an artificial object to appear here. One was that it was left behind by aliens. Wasn't there always a rumor that there were mysterious aliens living on the dark side of the moon and that they were constantly monitoring Earth? The other possibility was that it was left behind by a cultivator. Considering that these 8 positions completely coincided with the positions of the light spots in the illusion, it could be basically confirmed that these were left behind by the cultivators. In fact, after Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy had circulated 3 times, the 8 positions immediately began to emit a blinding light, just like how it was demonstrated in the illusion. Beams of light shot into the sky. There was no air on the moon, so when everyone looked up, all they could see was the dark universe. And these 8 pillars of light also shot straight up, directly shining into the universe space. The order in which the light pillars lit up was the same as the order in which Xia Ruofei touched them. In other words, the light spots that appeared in the illusionary realm were exactly the same. Then, a gourd-shaped ceramic instrument slowly rose. The moment the ceramic instrument appeared, Xia Ruofei and the other golden core cultivators couldn't help but look at it. They all shouted in unison, "Spatial dimension laws." That's right. The moment the instrument appeared, the golden core cultivators felt an obvious fluctuation in the rules of space. In other words, the ceramic instrument looked like it was rising from a thick layer of lunar dust in the demonstration. But it was actually summoned from a small space. However, after it appeared, it began to rise again, so it looked like it was being lifted up from the lunar dust. 3273, the scene reappears, too. After the gourd-shaped ceramic instrument appeared, it quietly floated about a meter above the moon. Everyone was staring at the ceramic instrument, hoping to hear the intoxicating music that they had heard in the illusionary demonstration. It was strange. After everyone experienced that wonderful illusion, everything they experienced in the environment was engraved in their minds. It was extremely profound, not missing any small details. However, they couldn't remember the melody of the music played by the ceramic instrument. They only had a very intuitive feeling that the music was so beautiful that they couldn't help but be intoxicated. At first, Xia Ruofei thought that he was the only one who could recall the exact melody. However, after asking the other 8 members of the exploration team, he realized that they were all the same. They could not recall the exact melody. However, after waiting for about half a minute, the ceramic instrument did not move at all. It just floated there quietly. "What's the situation?" Qin Xian couldn't help but mutter to himself. "It can't be that they want us to play it, right? We can't remember the melody of the song." Mu Jianfei asked, "By the way, what instrument is this? I've never seen it before." The elder of the soaring Flower Valley, Yang Lu, stared at the ceramic instrument and said, "It looks like an ancient musical instrument called the sun." "Elder Yang, do you recognize this instrument?" Xia Ruofei asked. Yonglu nodded slightly and said, I do have some understanding of E. If I'm not wrong, this should be Tao Feng. Please introduce us. Chen Xian said. Willow said, the sun appeared about 7,000 years ago. It is one of the oldest wind instruments in China. Most of them are round or oval. Gourd-shaped ones are really rare. But did everyone notice that there are 6 holes on this gourd-shaped ceramic instrument? There are 2 rows of 3 holes in each row, Xia Ruofei. And the others looked closely and realized that it was true. This is one of the distinctive features of the Leviathan, Willow continued. Under normal circumstances, if one were to hold it with both hands and play it to the mouth of the pot, the 6 holes were the sound holes. By closing and opening them as well as different combinations, they could make different sounds. The principle was similar to playing a flute. The sound produced by the sun is very beautiful, and at the same time, it has a unique ethereal texture. I've really gained some knowledge. Xia Ruofei smiled and continued to ask, so, Elder Yang can play this ancient instrument? Uxiner smiled and said, Marshal. Uncle Yang's musical foundation is the strongest in our Flying Flower Valley. I've never seen a musical instrument that can stop her. Willow smiled bitterly. It's no problem to play a simple instrument. The principles of the instruments are similar, but even if I barely know how to play it, we can't remember the melody of the song. It's useless. That's a problem, Xia Ruofei could not help but frown. At the same time, he tried to recall the illusion he had experienced. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember anything about the song. It was as if he was looking at flowers in the fog. He could not remember any specific melody. Shen Tianfeng, Qin Xian, and the rest were also trying to recall their experience in the illusion. However, just like Xia Ruofei, they could not recall anything from their expressions. At that moment, Ling Qingshua's eyes lit up and she said, Elder Yang. Do you think it's the song that brought us into the illusion? Ling Qingshua's words seemed to have opened up a door, making everyone feel as if they had suddenly been enlightened. That's quite a possibility. Qin Xian exclaimed excitedly. In any case, this is the first time I've heard such a magical song in my life. If I were to ask what song this ceramic instrument is most likely to play, I think it might really be that song. Xia Ruofei calmly analyzed, let's analyze it together. If it's that song, why didn't we remember this part of the illusion demonstration? Do you think it's because we're already in the illusion constructed by the song, and we can't hear the melody clearly in the illusion? We can't even hear a single syllable. Shen Tianfeng opened his eyes and said, you don't know the true face of Mount Lu and are only fated to be on this mountain? This is what I meant. Xia Ruofei said, what do you guys think? Interesting, Shen Tianfeng smiled. No matter how likely it is, I think we should ask Elder Yang to give it a try first. What if we're right? Everyone turned to look at the willow. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Elder Yang, you're the most proficient in musical instruments here, no one else can. It seems that I can only trouble you. By the way, you probably haven't forgotten that song, have you? I do. Remember the tune, said Willow with a smile. It shouldn't be a problem for me to play it with the sun. If I was on Earth, I would just practice a few more times, but now. How can I brag? Everyone was wearing a bloated spacesuit. In fact, the spacesuit was like a miniature survival cabin. Everyone was completely isolated from the outside world. The head was a transparent cover that didn't affect one's vision at all. The inside of the spacesuit was normal atmospheric pressure, and oxygen was constantly being absorbed from the oxygen module, so the environment inside the spacesuit was basically the same as Earth. Of course, everyone was on the moon, and the gravity they felt was only about 1/6 of Earth's. Then, here came the problem. How could he play this instrument when he was wrapped up so tightly? Willow thought for a while and said, "How about I take off my helmet? I should be able to hold on for a while in such an environment." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. "You can't blow this vulture even if you're directly exposed to the vacuum. There isn't even air here, and sound can't travel." Yang Lu was stunned for a moment and said, "I really didn't think of this." "Then what should we do?" Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "It's obvious now. It doesn't matter if we're right or not. At least we have to make this thing sound. But it can't be done in a vacuum, so why don't we try to put it into the storage space and then take it out directly into the mask? Then we just need to control the holes with our spiritual power and we should be able to play it." Yang Lu hesitated for a moment and said, "Directly put it into the storage magic treasure? It's very likely that this was left behind by a powerful cultivator. We can only try this now." Shen Tianfeng supported Xia Ruofei's opinion, following which, Qin Xian and Mu Hua also expressed their approval. As for the opinions of the qi condensation cultivators, they weren't important. Hence, Yang Lu decided to take everyone's advice. She took a deep breath and used her mental power to probe Tao Feng. Then, she had an idea. At this time everyone was on guard, afraid of any unexpected danger, especially Willow, who was more careful. However, Tao Feng disappeared into thin air without any accidents. Immediately after, Willow revealed a look of surprise and said, "It's really in. I'll try to release it into my mask." Then, everyone saw Tao Feng appear behind the transparent mask of the Willow. The spacesuit's interior was quite spacious. And since Tao Feng wasn't that big, the space inside the spacesuits could easily accommodate it. Willow first used her mind power to support Tao Feng, then said, "I'll try to play that song." After she finished speaking, she held Tao Feng's breath in her mouth and used 6 wisps of mental power to seal the 6 vocal holes. Then, she began to test the sound. 3274, the secret realm finally appears. 1. In fact, Willow's current appearance was a little funny. She was just holding Tao Feng in her mouth and blowing hard with her mouth. However, Xia Ruofei and the others were all focused on the Willow and listening to their earphones. They did not think about anything else. Yang Lu tried to blow a few notes, then temporarily spat Tao Feng out and used her spiritual power to hold him up. She then said, "It should be no problem. This is a 6-hole Tao Feng. I've played an 8-hole Tao Feng before, and the principle is similar." Xia Ruofei and the rest were overjoyed. They were worried that Tao Feng could not blow the flute. Moreover, whether this thing was a musical instrument like the sun was only Willow's analysis. No one was sure. Now, all his worries were gone. "Elder Yang, then I'll have to trouble you to try to play that piece of music," Xia Ruofei said. The Willow nodded slightly and took Tao Feng's vocal cords in its mouth again. After a moment of silence, it began to try to play the instrument. Xia Ruofei and the others were selected through that song. They had a deep impression of this song, so everyone could tell that Willow was a little choppy at the beginning. Some of the notes were not standard, and sometimes, because she was not familiar with it, she would stammer. But no matter what, he could still hear the familiar melody. After Willow tried it once, her proficiency improved significantly when she played it a second time. Cultivators had strong mental power, so it was very easy for them to get familiar with such technical items. Xia Ruofei and the others held their breaths as they watched the willow play the song. In fact, everyone was not confident. It was not that they did not have confidence in Willow. With Willow's ability, she would definitely be able to perform the song almost perfectly. Soon. What everyone was worried about was whether this song was the song that Tao Feng had played in the illusion. Besides, Xia Ruofei and the others had another concern. The moon was a vacuum, and sound could not travel. The willow was playing inside the spacesuit's helmet, and everyone could only hear it through the radio. Since sound couldn't travel, even if the song was chosen correctly, and Willow's performance was fine, it might not be effective at all. Therefore, everyone was actually a little worried about the gains and losses as they watched Willow try again and again. Before he knew it, Willow had already played the instrument 7 or 8 times. It could be said that she was more skilled with each play, but there were still some flaws in each performance. By the 9th time, everyone was still listening attentively. Willow soon finished the last note, and even she didn't realize that her performance was quite perfect. At this moment, the 8 dots of light suddenly changed. Originally, the light produced by these 8 points was straight to the sky, but after the willow played the song perfectly, the 8 rays of light suddenly began to slowly shift, from perpendicular to the ground to slowly form an inward angle. This way, the 8 rays of light naturally began to converge above. As the angle increased, the intersection point also began to slowly move downward. It only stopped moving when it was about 3 meters above the moon. Xia Ruofei and the rest stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. Willow was even more stunned. She did not even realize that Tao Feng was still in her mouth. Even when Tao Feng fell out of her mouth and into her mask, she did not realize it. When the 8 rays of light stopped moving, the circle of light at the intersection point began to gradually expand downward and to both sides. In a short while, it formed a light curtain that was 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. When Xia Ruofei saw this, the only guess in his heart was denied. Before this, he had been wondering if there was another possibility, that the rising dragon token was actually left behind by an alien civilization. This was because the encryption method of the floating point patterns on the rising dragon order and the music score that they had finally cracked with the help of a supercomputer did not look like the work of a cultivator. Instead, it looked like it had been created by an advanced technological civilization. In addition, the location was on the moon, so people couldn't help but speculate in this direction. However, when the screen finally appeared, Xia Ruofei felt that the possibility of it being a technological civilization was extremely small. That was because when the light screen appeared, Xia Ruofei could feel the obvious energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation was not ordinary energy. It had the obvious characteristics of the cultivation world and was dense with spiritual qi. In the process of the light screen appearing, everyone could feel traces of spiritual energy dissipating. Obviously, this was not something that could be done by any technology. If this was really left behind by an alien civilization, it should be a masterpiece of an alien cultivation civilization. Very soon, that light screen gradually stabilized. Just like what they had experienced in the illusionary realm, the light screen was like a door, and everyone could feel the abundant spiritual energy inside this door. And after the light screen stabilized, everyone could even faintly see the fairyland, like seen inside the door. Everyone's breathing became heavy, and their eyes shone. Wasn't all the preparation work done in the early stages, and the arduous journey in space for more than 10 days all for this moment? 3275 The secret realm finally appears, too, the ultimate secret of the rising dragon order, everything he had experienced in the illusionary realm had finally come to the final scene. At that time, the illusionary realm that everyone had experienced had their consciousness rapidly sucked back to Earth after this light screen had appeared. Then, the entire illusionary realm experience had ended. And now, they had finally seen the formation of this light screen in reality. In fact, even though the journey was tiring, it was very smooth overall. It was so smooth that Xia Ruofei and the others could not believe it. They didn't encounter any danger, nor did they encounter any major difficulties. Just like that, they steadily made it to the final step. In the beginning, everyone had made sufficient preparations for the difficulties, but they did not expect that none of them would be used. Seeing that the light curtain had already stabilized, the next step was naturally to enter the portal. Otherwise, everyone had worked so hard to come here just for sightseeing? Moreover, no one knew how long the door would be open, so they naturally had to enter as soon as possible. At this moment, Willow also came back to her senses. She put Tao Feng away in her storage magic treasure. Even though everyone did not know if this Tao Feng would still be of use, Yang Lu had done a great job this time. She had kept Tao Feng away, and no one said anything. In any case, someone had to keep him. They couldn't just leave Tao Feng here again, right? Then, everyone came to the light screen. Fellow Taoists, I think we must enter in batches, Xia Ruofei said. Let's quickly discuss the order. Chen Xian nodded and said, that's right. We don't know how long this gate will be open. It'll be troublesome if we delay for too long and the gate closes again. No one knew if the door would open again after it was closed, so everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, the only mid-stage golden core cultivator in the exploration team, Shen Tianfeng, cleared his throat and said, I'll tell you first. We can discuss the order of these people again. Elder Willow, I hope you can take the rear. Yang Lu immediately realized Shen Tianfeng's intention. She smiled and said, no problem, I'll be the last one. This way, if anything happens to the door, I might be able to use Tao Feng's music to stabilize it. I think so too. Shen Tianfeng smiled and nodded. In addition, my cultivation is the highest among us, and I have more experience than all of you. Why don't you let me go first? I'll go in first to explore. If there's any danger inside and I can still go back, I'll come back to warn everyone. Shen Tianfeng's suggestion was reasonable, and everyone nodded in agreement. Even though the first one to enter might have the highest chance of obtaining an opportunity, it was also the most dangerous. As an intermediate golden core cultivator, Shen Tianfeng took the initiative to ask to be the first one to explore the way, and no one had any reason to refuse. Next was the order of the others. Because of time constraints, no one was particularly conflicted about who was first. After a short discussion, the order to enter the door was decided. Except for Shen Tianfeng, everyone would be in pairs. Shen Tianfeng was the first to enter, followed by Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei. The third was Qin Xian and Su Yuro, the fourth was Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, and the last was Yang Lu and Yu Xiner. There were 2 minutes between each group. Shen Tianfeng cautiously released his flying sword and used his spiritual power to control the sharp flying sword to circle around him. He then took a deep breath and said, With a smile, fellow Taoists, I'll go in first. Elder Chen, take care. Qin Xian called out with a grave expression. Shen Tianfeng cupped his hands at Qin Xian and said, "Thank you, young sect master." After that, Shen Tianfeng cupped his hands at everyone again, then turned around and strode into the light curtain door. Shen Tianfeng's vital qi was exposed, and his flying sword was circling around him. He was ready to deal with any danger. Xia Ruofei and the others also looked at Shen Tianfeng nervously. In the blink of an eye, Shen Tianfeng had already walked to the light screen without any danger. After Shen Tianfeng stood still, he took another deep breath and maintained a high state of vigilance. He first reached out his right hand to the door formed by the light curtain. Xia Ruofei and the others did not even dare to breathe as they looked at Shen Tianfeng without blinking. No one, including Shen Tianfeng, knew how to enter the door. They also did not know what kind of danger they would face when they passed through the door. This was because the illusion that everyone experienced did not involve these things. After the door was opened, the illusion ended very quickly. However, even Shen Tianfeng did not expect that his right hand would pass through the light curtain without any resistance. Shen Tianfeng had been prepared to use force to break the spell, but he did not expect that there was no need to do so. What was even stranger was that after his palm reached into the light curtain door, he could not sense his own palm at all. It was clearly a part of his body, but it seemed to be missing. Furthermore, he could not sense the existence of his palm with his mind power at all. Shen Tianfeng was shocked. He subconsciously retracted his hand. He turned it over and looked at it for a while. His palm was intact, and he was secretly relieved. Since the door did not have any resistance, Shen Tianfeng had nothing to worry about. Even though he still did unknown what would happen after he entered, he had already come this far. There was no reason to retreat. Furthermore, Shen Tianfeng had already reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. If he did not have any good opportunities, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through to the late stage of the golden elixir realm. The secret realm in front of him was not simple at all. There might be a super great opportunity inside. For Shen Tianfeng, it might be an opportunity to break through to the late stage of the golden elixir realm. Even if he knew that there might be fatal dangers inside, he would not retreat. Shen Tian calmed himself down and did not probe any further. Instead, he filled his body with yuan qi and walked into the light screen. Xia Ruofei watched Shen Tianfeng's movements intently. At the same time, a wisp of spiritual power was also locked on Shen Tianfeng. Shen Tianfeng stepped into the light curtain door and disappeared. Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy was blocked outside the door. The moment Shen Tianfeng entered the door, he could only vaguely sense the dense spiritual qi and nothing else. Besides Xia Ruofei, Mu Hua, Yang Lu, and Qin Xian also released their spiritual power. However, everyone was the same as Xia Ruofei. They did not find anything. Moreover, after Shen Tianfeng entered the door, everyone tried to use their mind power to check it out. However, they realized that although the light curtain did not block Shen Tianfeng, their mind power could not penetrate it at all. It was as if they had encountered an impenetrable iron wall. Soon, Xia Ruofei and the others gave up trying and stood still. According to the previous agreement, the second group to enter the portal would be Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei, and they would enter in 2 minutes. The reason why they waited for 2 minutes was that they hoped that Shen Tianfeng would be able to scout the way for them. if there was any danger. They also hoped that Shen Tianfeng would come back to warn them. Just now, Shen Tianfeng had also said that if everything was safe inside, he would come back in time to inform everyone so that everyone could enter together. Of course, if Shen Tianfeng was instantly killed after entering, or if there was no way back, then everyone's waiting would be meaningless. However, the situation inside was completely unknown, so this arrangement was also a relatively cautious approach. Time passed by, and everyone was very quiet. No one spoke, and everyone stared at the light screen door, hoping to see Shen Tianfeng again. 3276, caught off guard. 2 minutes passed by quickly, and the light screen door was still standing there quietly. Shen Tianfeng did not appear again. While they were waiting, everyone's communication channel was silent. Obviously, after Shen Tianfeng entered the light screen portal, his communication with everyone was cut off. This was expected. Everyone was a cultivator, and they knew that although the entrance to the mystic realm appeared on the moon, it was possible that the mystic realm was not on the moon at all. Instead, it was located in a folded space. No matter how far the effective distance of radio communication was, it was impossible to transmit radio waves across space. Everyone's spacesuits came with multi-function wristwatches. Mu Hua raised his hand and looked at the countdown on his wristwatch. He secretly sighed and said, "Time's up, we can't delay any longer. Jianfei, let's go in too." "All right." Mu Jianfei answered without hesitation. No one knew how long the light screen would last. So, since the agreed time of 2 minutes was up, Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei could not wait any longer even if Shen Tianfeng did not return. Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei stood in front of the light curtain door. Mu Hua turned around and smiled faintly. "Fellow cultivators, we, uncle and nephew, will also take our leave first. If possible, I will come back to report the news in 2 minutes. Elder Mu, brother Jianfei, take care," Xia Ruofei said seriously. There were too many possibilities. He might have been caught in danger and couldn't get out in 2 minutes, or he might have been killed as soon as he entered. It was also possible that the light curtain door was a one-way passage, and there was no way to come back after entering. There were many other possibilities. But no matter which possibility it was, it meant danger. Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei were the second group to enter, so they naturally took a great risk, especially Mu Jianfei, who was only a qi refining cultivator, and his cultivation was too low. Xia Ruofei had a good relationship with Mu Jianfei, so he was worried for him. Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei didn't say anything more. They just smiled and waved at everyone, and then stepped into the light curtain door without hesitation. Xia Ruofei and the others watched as Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei disappeared into the light curtain. The light curtain only shook a few times and quickly returned to normal. This time, Xia Ruofei and the others tried to use their spiritual power to probe, but as expected, they found nothing. After Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei entered the door, there were only 6 people left. Outside, they were Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, Qin Xian and Su Yuro, Yang Lu and Yu Xiner. In fact, this group was divided according to the sect. Other than Shen Tianfeng, who was in the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm, who was the first to enter the mystic realm alone, the other 8 people were all in pairs from the same sect. The other group was Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, the pair of cultivation partners. They were also a combination of one Golden Core realm cultivator and one Qi refinement realm cultivator. This way, everyone would be more at ease when grouping, and they could also take care of each other. Xia Ruofei and the other 5 stood quietly outside, staring at the light screen door. After Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei entered the portal, Chen Xian calmly turned on the timer on his watch, telling them that he and Su Yuro would be the next group to enter. After a minute, Chen Xian gestured for Su Yuro to get ready to enter the virtual screen. Then, he turned to Xia Ruofei and the others and said, "Brother Xia, Elder Yang, I don't think Elder Mu will be able to return. I think you can wait for a while after Su Yuro and I go in, but I don't think it's necessary to wait for 2 minutes. Once I enter, if I can turn back, I will immediately turn back. In addition, if I can't come out after I go in, I think there's no need for the 4 of you to split up again. You might as well go in together. After all, we don't know how long this door of light will last." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "That makes sense. We'll judge based on the actual situation. As for Brother Chen, we don't know anything about the situation inside, so you must prioritize your safety and not enter rashly. Don't worry." Chen Xian nodded and smiled. "I treasure my life the most." At this time, Chen Xian's watch showed that 2 minutes had passed, but the portal was still silent. After Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei entered, there was no more news from them. "Haha." Chen Xian laughed and said, "It's finally our turn. Yuro, get ready, we're going in." "Yes." "Young sect leader." "Yes," Su Yuro replied. "Brother Chen, take care." "Young sect leader." "Chen, take care." Xia Ruofei and Yang Lu said in unison. Chen Xian smiled and said, "We'll meet again in the secret realm. I wish everyone good luck. Yuro, let's go." After that, Chen Xian and Su Yuro strode into the light door without hesitation. Xia Ruofei watched as Chen Xian and Su Yuro's figures disappeared into the light curtain door. He looked at the willow and said, "Elder Yang, what do you think of Brother Chen's suggestion?" Yang Lu pondered for a moment and said, "Xin and I will be the last batch to enter. We've been waiting for so long anyway. I think the light gate won't collapse in another minute or two." 3277, caught off guard, too. No matter what Willow's considerations were, Xia Ruofei would not force them. He was even more willing to split up. After all, both parties could not trust each other completely. If they entered together, they would have to be on guard against the dangers in the mystic realm as well as the other party. After all, money could move people. Moreover, there might be some great opportunities hidden in the mystic realm. As long as the temptation was big enough, it was easy for them to turn against each other. Hence, Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "All right then. Then we'll go in first." With that, Xia Ruofei turned to Ling Qingxue and said seriously, "Qingxue, after we go in later, no matter what happens, remember to follow me closely. Don't stray too far from me." "I'll remember that, don't worry." Ling Qingxue nodded. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. How could he be at ease? Seeing that Shen Tianfeng and the others had gone in 3 batches, and there was no news at all, he was not confident at all. He even regretted listening to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue and bringing Ling Qingxue along. If he was alone, he wouldn't have so many concerns. If there was any danger, he still had the spirit painting scroll as his trump card. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "If we get separated as soon as we enter, don't panic. Try to contact each other through radio communication first. If we're both in the secret plane, maybe we can use the radio. In short, we must stay together as much as possible." If we are separated, we must find a way to gather at the first moment. I know. Ling Qingxue said. If we get separated, you must first ensure your own safety. Xia Ruofei said, you've learned how to use the spacesuit, right? This multi-function watch can detect the air quality, oxygen content, and the temperature of the environment. You have to make sure the environment is suitable for survival before you can take off the spacesuit. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. Didn't we already plan for this on the way here? I remember everything, don't worry. I'm really going to get nervous if you keep nagging. Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, I was indeed a little too nervous. Willow couldn't help but laugh and said, fellow Taoist Xia, fellow Taoist Ling, the two of you are truly a loving couple. You Xian giggled and said, he fed me dog food on the moon. It's fine to eat dog food on Earth, but I didn't expect that I still couldn't hide even when I'm on the moon. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but blush and rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, laughed heartlessly. However, with this interruption, the tense atmosphere from before eased up quite a bit. Xia Ruofei did not look at his watch and said, it's almost time. Let's go in. Ling Qingxue nodded, then turned to Shiner and said, Shiner, I'll go in first. Go ahead. You. Xian said with a smile. With fellow Taoist Xia taking care of you, you'll definitely be fine. We'll be there soon. Ling Qingxue and Yu Shiner were about the same age, and their cultivations weren't that far apart. Yu Shiner had only been accepted as the personal disciple of the Valley Master of the Soaring Flower Valley, Lu Mansha, by chance after she had obtained her master's degree in the secular world. Thus, she had a lot in common with Ling Qingxue. In the past 10 days of lonely travel, the relationship between the two of them had also become much closer, and they were already very good friends. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, I wish everyone good luck. We'll meet again in the mystery realm. All right. Yang Lu laughed. I hope everyone can get a great opportunity. See you in the secret realm. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue held hands and waved at Willow and Yu Shiner. Then, they turned around and walked into the light screen. At this moment, Xia Ruofei was on full alert and as vital. Qi was all over his body. Although he didn't release his flying sword to be on guard, he was still connected to the spirit map space with a trace of his mind. If there was any danger, he would be able to react at once. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue's bodies entered the light screen. Xia Ruofei only felt that the light screen became very eye-catching. His eyes were almost blinded by white light and he could not see anything. In addition, he could also feel that he seemed to be bathed in warm sunlight, and his whole body was warm. The spacesuit was supposed to keep the high temperature out, but he could still feel the warmth that seeped into his soul. Xia Ruofei, who was bathed in the white light, did not stop walking. He continued to walk forward for 2 or 3 steps before the white light in front of him suddenly disappeared. There wasn't the shifting of the stars that he had imagined, nor was there any pulling force. He just walked over lightly. After the white light disappeared, what appeared in front of Xia Ruofei was an emerald green grassland. It was a very comfortable green at first glance. The grassland seemed to have no end, extending to the limit of his vision. Xia Ruofei turned his head slightly and was shocked to see that Ling Qingxue had already disappeared. When they entered the light curtain door, Xia Ruofei was clearly holding Ling Qingxue's hand as they walked in. The whole process felt like A few seconds, and they had already passed through the white light area. In those few seconds, Xia Ruofei did not even notice that Ling Qingxue had disappeared. The two of them had walked through the door hand in hand. Ling Qingxue had disappeared so mysteriously, yet he had not noticed at all. This was simply too outrageous. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but panic. He quickly called out in the communication channel, "Qingxue. Qingxue. Where are you? Can you hear me?" Other than the faint sound of electric current, there was dead silence in the communication channel. "Qingxue. Please answer if you can hear me." Xia Ruofei's voice was trembling. Before they came in, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had predicted all kinds of situations, including the possibility of them getting separated. Xia Ruofei had even specifically told Ling Qingxue a lot of things to pay attention to. However, when things really came to a head, Xia Ruofei still felt very flustered for no reason. Ling Qingxue was only a qi refining cultivator. Now that she had to face everything in this secret realm alone, the danger level was obvious. Xia Ruofei was filled with regret. He regretted bringing Ling Qingxue to the mystic Luna realm. At that time, Ling Qingxue had insisted on coming along and Song Wei had spoken up for her. Xia Ruofei thought that since he had the spirit map space, if there was any danger that he could not deal with, he could just put Ling Qingxue into the spirit map space. Now that Xia Ruofei, Ling Qingxue, and Song Wei had established absolute trust, it was not impossible for him to let Ling Qingxue know his biggest secret if necessary. Hence, he felt that his safety should be basically guaranteed. However, he had never thought that the secret realm was not what he had imagined. The two of them had entered together, but were forcibly separated. All the preparations he had made were useless. Everything that followed would have to be faced by Ling Qingxue alone. Xia Ruofei forced himself to calm down. He kept calling for Ling Qingxue, Qin Xian, Shen Tianfeng, and the others in the communication channel. However, no matter how he called out, no one responded. Calculating the time, Willow and Yu Xiner should have entered the secret realm by now. Xia Ruofei turned around and looked around. He realized that he was in the middle of the grassland. There was no white light at all. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. In other words, the passage through the light curtain was simply one way. After entering, if one wanted to leave, it was impossible to return the same way. This also explained why no one returned to report the news of Qin Xian and the others entering the secret realm. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself, "Calm down. Calm down. Qingxue's storage ring has enough oxygen supply modules, a spare spacesuit, a large amount of food and water, and the cultivation resources I gave her. If she's in a similar environment as me, she shouldn't be in any danger for a while. Qingxue is so smart, she'll definitely be able to protect herself." 3278 The Journey 1. Xia Ruofei forced himself to calm down and not think about Ling Qingxue. He knew very well that the more difficult the situation was, the more he couldn't mess up, or it would only get worse. Furthermore, this was not the worst situation. At least, there was no danger in his current position. If Ling Qingxue had come to such an environment like him, she would be safe for the time being. Xia Ruofei took a few deep breaths and gradually calmed down. He first raised his hand to look at his watch. After pressing a few buttons, he saw the information on the watch. The air quality here was very good and completely suitable for human breathing. The surrounding temperature was also very suitable, about 23 or 24 degrees. Hence, Xia Ruofei turned on the lock and removed the spacesuit's mask. He took a few breaths and confirmed that there was no problem. He then took off his spacesuit and put it into the spirit map space. In fact, the moment they entered the mystic realm, Xia Ruofei could already feel the huge difference between the environment on the moon and the one on the moon. First of all, the gravity here was much stronger than on the moon and was basically the same as on Earth. If it were not for the fact that the physical strength of cultivators was far superior to ordinary people, they would have found it difficult to move even a single step in their heavy spacesuits. Besides, even though he was wearing a spacesuit, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power could still feel that the spiritual qi in this secret realm was very rich, even more so than that on Peach Blossom Island. After taking off the spacesuit's mask, this feeling became more intuitive. The rich spirit qi hit his face, making his mind clear. Of course, according to Xia Ruofei's intuitive feeling, the concentration of spiritual qi in this secret realm was still a little worse than that in the spirit map space. However, the difference wasn't that great. In the world of cultivation on Earth, this was definitely a cultivation paradise, or even a cultivation sanctuary. Even the best cultivation place in the heavenly sect couldn't have such dense spiritual qi. Only by using a spiritual gathering formation to gather the surrounding spiritual qi in a small area at all costs could such an environment be formed temporarily. After Xia Ruofei kept the spacesuit, he took out a set of ancient clothes and changed out of the undergarments that he was originally wearing under the spacesuit. These undergarments were quite tight, fitting. He couldn't possibly run around in a set of tight, fitting clothes. The reason why he had changed into an ancient costume was, on one hand, for the convenience of moving around. On the other hand, considering that this mystic realm had existed for at least a few thousand years, no one could be sure if there were cultivators in it. So, it was more convenient to wear an ancient costume than modern clothes. If he really encountered an ancient cultivator, at least he wouldn't be regarded as an alien. After quickly changing his clothes, Xia Ruofei checked his surroundings. The biggest feature of this place was the rich spiritual energy. Other than that, there was only a sea of green. No matter which direction he looked, he could only see the green grassland that stretched into the distance. Moreover, to Xia Ruofei, the grassland was too flat. It could be said that there were no ups and downs, just like Minecraft's super flat mode. Apart from that, it was worth noting that this place was really very, very quiet. It was reasonable to say that no matter how quiet the grasslands on Earth were, there would still be some insects chirping in the grass. However, there was no sound at all here. It was so quiet that Xia Ruofei felt a little flustered. In fact, in such an environment, he could clearly hear his own heartbeat. Xia Ruofei was suddenly in a dilemma. Everything looked the same except for the grassland. If he wanted to explore this secret realm, which direction should he go? There was no sun, moon, or stars in the sky, so it was impossible to tell the direction. If one were to explore rashly, it would be easy to get lost. The place where Xia Ruofei was standing now might not be able to find the way back, but at least this was the place where he entered the secret realm. If the exploration was fruitless, he would definitely have to return here to look for other clues. Perhaps he would need this place to return to the moon. Hence, Xia Ruofei could not leave so easily, in case he could not find her again. It would have been fine if this really was Minecraft's super flat mode, and they could just set up a beacon here. No matter how far they went, they would be able to see the pillar of light that shot into the sky, so they definitely wouldn't get lost. But that was a game, after all, and there was no way to achieve it in reality. Xia Ruofei couldn't just stand there and not leave. He had entered the secret realm Tozark for possible opportunities. Moreover, he had been separated from Ling Qingxue. How could he stay in the same place? He definitely had to find Ling Qingxue first. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to make a mark at this location in the hope that he would be able to find his way back. Xia Ruofei's method of marking was very simple. He took out a 2-meter tall steel pipe from the spirit map space, wrapped it with a large piece of red cloth, and made a simple flag on the ground. Other than the primitive symbol, Xia Ruofei also placed a signal transmitter beside the flag. This was a rescue facility that came with the EVA spacesuit. When an astronaut was in danger, they could turn on this signal transmitter and continuously send out radio signals within a range of 50 kilometers. The astronaut's wristwatch could directly receive the signal and locate the position. Considering that the terrain here was very flat and there was no cover, the range of the signal could probably be further. 3279 The journey, too. Moreover, the transmission and reception of this kind of signal did not need satellite relay. The wristwatch could directly receive the signal. Xia Ruofei gave it a try. He could clearly locate the signal transmitter on his watch from tens of meters away. This meant that at least radio waves could be transmitted here, which made him feel more at ease. The signal transmitter had a very low power consumption, and the battery it came with could last for about a month. It could also work continuously even in high temperatures, underwater, or other harsh environments. Of course, the radio could be transmitted here, but the other members of the exploration team couldn't be called through the communication channel. This also meant that the other members were very far away from him, out of the effective range of the communication equipment. They might not even be in the same space as him. Xia Ruofei had the spirit map space, and his understanding of the rules of space was deeper than most of the cultivators on Earth. He knew that there might be more than one space in this secret realm, and they might have been transported to different spaces. If that was the case, radio communication equipment would naturally not work. Now, Xia Ruofei could not think too much. There was no way back, and Ling Qingxue was also lost. He could not just sit and wait for death. Therefore, he had to move first. As for which direction to go, there was no condition for reference at all, so he could only rely on his feelings. Xia Ruofei decided to use his ultimate killing move. He took out a boot from the spirit map space and threw it up. When the boot landed on the ground, he put it back into the spirit map space with a thought and flew in the direction the tip of the boot had pointed to. Xia Ruofei walked a few hundred meters before stopping. In fact, all he saw was the same grassland. If he did not look back and see the flag that he had just raised, he would have thought that he had stayed in the same place. Xia Ruofei felt that this was too slow. He had no idea how big the grassland was. If he had to run on his own feet, how long would it take? Thus, he summoned his flying sword from his dantian and wanted to explore the grassland by riding on it. However, as soon as the flying sword left his body, it fell to the ground with a clatter. No matter how he tried, he couldn't control the flying sword to float, let alone ride it. He could use his mental strength to lift the flying sword, but that was not riding a sword, and it was impossible to rely on his mental strength to fly at high speed. Xia Ruofei had no choice but to keep the flying sword in his body. He then tried the Black Phoenix flying ship. Actually, Xia Ruofei had already given up hope. After All, sword kinesis, flight, and the Black Phoenix flying ship's flight were based on the same principle. Since sword kinesis flight was not possible in this secret realm, the Black Phoenix flying ship was most likely not usable either. As expected, after Xia Ruofei took the black, armored flying ship out of the spirit map space, it fell on the grass. The control formation of the flying ship seemed to have lost its effect. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei was prepared. He did not follow his previous habit of throwing the Black Phoenix flying boat into the air, so the flying boat was not damaged. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly as he kept the Black Phoenix flying ship. He could now confirm that the secret realm he was in was a small space, and the rules of this space were not something he could understand with his strength. But at least he could be sure that the rules were very different from the outside world. Regardless of whether it was controlling the Black Phoenix flying ship or flying on a sword, they all relied on the assistance of formations to offset the effects of gravity. At the same time, they gave the flying ship or sword the speed to rise, fall, advance, and retreat. This naturally involved spatial laws the most. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not know much about the Black Phoenix flying ship and the flying sword's array formation. It was enough that he knew how to use it. Whether it was on Earth or on the Black Phoenix flying ship to the moon, or even further in the universe, they all belonged to the same space. The rules of space were universal, so the Black Phoenix flying ship could still be used normally in space. However, in this secret realm, both the Black Flames flying ship and flying swords had lost their effectiveness. This meant that the laws of space had changed greatly, causing the arrays on the flying ship and flying swords to be completely ineffective. But the amazing thing was that in this space, radio waves could still transmit normally. This made Xia Ruofei not know whether to laugh or cry. He'd rather not use the radio here than not be able to use the flying sword or the flying boat. This was equivalent to binding his hands and feet. Without the help of the Black Phoenix flying ship and flying swords, he could only measure this grassland with his feet. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He stopped thinking about taking the shortcut and started to explore again. Xia Ruofei did not know how long he had been walking. He could not see the sun, the moon, or any other celestial bodies in the sky. But there was a natural and gentle light. However, the light would never change. In other words, there was no change in day and night here. The scenery around them remained the same, and even the ambient light did not change at all. It was like driving on an overly monotonous highway, and it was inevitable that one would feel drowsy after a long time. This was also why the highway was designed to add some turns to prevent the driver from dozing off. Walking in this secret realm was much more monotonous than driving on a high-speed road. Ling Qingxue was still on his mind. As he walked, he tried to call Ling Qingxue and the other teammates through the radio, but there was no response. Xia Ruofei, who was physically and mentally exhausted, was about to stop and take a break when he suddenly looked in front of him and his eyes widened. Less than 100 meters ahead, there was a towering tower. The tower was over 1,000 meters tall, more than 100 meters higher than the tallest building on Earth, the Burj Khalifa. The strangest thing was that Xia Ruofei had been heading in this direction. Logically speaking, he should have been able to see such a tall building from a distance. How could he have only noticed it when he was less than 100 meters away? Besides, Xia Ruofei was sure that the 1,000-meter-tall tower was empty just a few seconds ago. Just now, he had only lowered his head to catch his breath. When he raised his head again, the tower appeared in front of him out of thin air, as if it had teleported over. All of this was filled with a strange atmosphere. However, it was better to change than not. If they continued walking, the surrounding scenery would be the same forever. Xia Ruofei felt that he would really go crazy. Now that a tower had appeared, no matter if it would be dangerous or not, it was at least a possibility. The appearance of a variable often meant new possibilities. The so-called crisis had always been an opportunity hidden in danger. Hence, Xia Ruofei only hesitated for a moment before he quickly ran towards the tower. Even though he was slightly tired, he did not use up much energy. So he did not need to adjust his state of mind. Even if he was a little tired, he did not want to waste any more time to recover. He had to find Ling Qingxue as soon as possible. The distance of 100 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Xia Ruofei had already filled his body with yuan qi and was in a state of high alert. He even summoned his flying sword. Although he couldn't use sword secrets, he still used his mental power to wrap around the flying sword. Once there was danger, although he couldn't control the flying sword as easily as he controlled it with sword secrets, he could at least use it as a sharp weapon. Moreover, the flying sword was so sharp that even if it was just a simple slash, the power would not be small. 3280, the Grand Tower, 1. In the blink of an eye, Xia Ruofei had arrived at the base of the tower-shaped building that was 1,000 meters tall. It was even more shocking when he got closer. The octagonal base of the tower covered dozens of acres, and each side was 1 to 200 meters long. Xia Ruofei walked closer and felt that the tower was really majestic. Just by standing there, there was an inexplicable sense of oppression. In addition, the biggest feature of this tower was its height and size. It seemed to be an enlarged version of the towers commonly seen in China. The base of the tens of acres was hundreds of meters high from the ground. There were 18 steps in 8 directions leading to the vast base, and each step was 5 or 6 meters high. Each floor of the 9-story tower was close to 100 meters tall. And the bells hanging on the eaves of each floor were actually huge copper bells. Xia Ruofei stood in front of the 2-high steps and looked up at the 1,000-meter-tall tower. It was as if he had suddenly arrived in the kingdom of giants. Since he was already here, he naturally had to enter the tower to take a look. The 2-high flight of stairs was not a problem for Xia Ruofei. Although it was impossible to fly on a sword in this secret realm, a cultivator's physical fitness would not be weakened. Moreover, the sculpted marks on the huge stone steps were very obvious. The rough marks left by knives and axes were scaled to an equal scale. Hence, there were many leverage points on the vertical surface of the steps. Even if Xia Ruofei was not a cultivator, he could easily climb up with the skills he had trained in the Special Combat Assault Team. Now that he was a golden core cultivator, a height of 5 to 6 meters was naturally not a problem. He stood on the same spot and jumped 4 or 5 meters high. Then he reached out and used a carved mark on the vertical side of the stairs to pull himself up again. He easily climbed up the stairs. It was more like a huge platform than a flight of steps. The width of this flight of steps was 70 to 80 m and the depth was 20 to 30 m. The sculpted marks on the surface of the steps formed deep ravines. Xia Ruofei jumped through the ravines and soon reached the second step. Just like that, Xia Ruofei continued to climb up the stairs. He climbed up 18 steps in a row. During this process, Xia Ruofei was on full alert and did not dare to relax. However, he had not encountered any danger so far. Although the tower looked majestic, it was just like the grassland he had just explored. Everything was relatively calm. On both sides of the 18 steps, there were stone railings that were 20 to 30 meters high. Only the steps had a passage that was 80 meters wide. Xia Ruofei passed through the passageway and finally arrived at the base of the tower. In fact, this was the true base of the tower, and the base was already 100 meters above the ground. It was clear how spectacular the tower was. The tower was built on this foundation, and its bottom was also octagonal. It should be in the same center as the foundation, but it was smaller. However, the length of each side of the tower's bottom was about 100 meters. Xia Ruofei stood on what could be described as a vast platform, like a tiny ant. He ran towards the bottom of the tower. The base of the tower was also made of huge bluestone. Xia Ruofei did not know where the builder of the tower had found such a huge bluestone. He finally arrived at the bottom of the tower. In front of him was another 5 steps, 2 stories high. After climbing up, he came to a corridor that was tens of meters wide. This corridor surrounded the entire bottom of the tower. Xia Ruofei did not enter the door of the tower, but he could still see the huge stone embossed on the first level of the 100-meter-tall tower. These relief sculptures looked very ancient and primitive. The contents of the embossed were not the bodhisattva, arhat, or vajra that were commonly seen in Buddhism. Instead, they were scenes of cultivation. Xia Ruofei walked along the huge corridor and admired the embossed on the outside of the tower. He finally saw the entrance of the tower after going around half a circle. It was a huge stone door that was 80 meters tall and 20 to 30 meters wide. The tightly shut stone door looked very heavy. Even if Xia Ruofei, a golden core stage cultivator, were to come and hit it, he would not be able to open it with all his strength. There were also very complicated patterns on the stone door, but the patterns on it were very different from the calm cultivation scenes outside the tower just now. The stone gate was carved with scenes of a tragic battle. The army-sized cultivators were releasing all sorts of magical treasures, fighting to the death with a horned race. Every battlefield was filled with corpses, both of the horned race and the cultivators. That kind of somber atmosphere hit him in the face, and the thick killing intent seemed to be like embossed. Xia Ruofei had no choice but to use his spiritual power to resist it. Otherwise, he would uncontrollably have the urge to kill. Xia Ruofei also noticed that in the background of each battle scene, there was a space tunnel that looked like a black hole. From it, monsters with horns on their heads were constantly rushing out and killing their way into the battlefield. 3281, the Grand Tower, 2. After seeing the embossed on the stone door, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but click his tongue. Although the embossed were rough, they were able to vividly show the battle scenes. In a daze, Xia Ruofei even felt as if he was on a battlefield. Vital qi, true qi, and magical weapons were flying all over the place. The bloodthirsty thought made his blood boil. After watching the last battle scene, Xia Ruofei looked away with lingering fear. He felt that if it wasn't for the fact that his spiritual power cultivation was relatively profound, he would be affected by the stone door and might even be possessed by the devil. The brutal battlefield made Xia Ruofei feel a sense of danger from the bottom of his heart. If this scene was real, it would be a catastrophe for the cultivation world. All the cultivators on Earth were not enough to fill the gaps of Their teeth. Even though he had retracted his gaze, Xia Ruofei could still feel the murderous intent that was about to burst out of his chest. He could only suppress it. Xia Ruofei was very clear that his current state had been greatly affected. It was definitely not a wise choice to try to open the tower door. If there were more powerful embossed in the tower, he would probably lose himself in an instant. After all, Xia Ruofei had not fully recovered and was starting to get anxious. Xia Ruofei thought of the embossed and frescoes that he had seen when he was walking around the huge corridor. The scenes of cultivation looked ordinary, but they faintly revealed a kind of peaceful and tranquil aura. This was also an important reason why he did not lose his mind when he saw the battle scene on the stone door. Earlier, Xia Ruofei had made a big detour before arriving at the entrance of the pagoda. Hence, there was still a small part of the embossed that he had not finished viewing. Now that his condition had been greatly affected, the embossed on the tower were just nice to calm him down. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to look at the carvings again. Therefore, he decided to ignore the door for the time being and continued to walk in the direction he had just come from. As he walked, he looked up and admired the embossed sculptures on the wall. He soon arrived at the starting point, but he did not turn back. Instead, he continued to move forward along the huge corridor that surrounded the bottom of the tower until he was back in front of the tower door. This round took about half an hour, and Xia Ruofei had purposely increased his speed. Back at the tower's entrance, Xia Ruofei's mood had become very calm. The violent and bloodthirsty negative energy had disappeared without a trace. Therefore, he decided to try to open the huge stone door and explore the tower. Such a large stone door could not be pushed open with physical strength unless the person who built and used this tower was a giant who was tens of times taller than Xia Ruofei. Hence, Xia Ruofei felt that there must be a mechanism that could open the door. Thus, he released his spiritual power to investigate the nearby area, hoping to find the mechanism to open the door. He carefully released his mental power to search inch by inch. At the same time, he paid special attention not to use his mental power to sense the murderous aura on the embossed stone door, for fear of being affected again. Actually, Xia Ruofei was really anxious. He was mainly worried about Ling Qingxue. If anyone else, including Ling Qingxue, had experienced the same environment as him and also encountered this tower, they would probably have quickly lost themselves in front of the embossed of the stone door. They would have fallen into the violent and bloodthirsty aura and would not be able to extricate themselves. Ling Qingxue was no exception. It was because of his experience that Xia Ruofei knew how powerful the embossed on the stone door were. That was why he was even more worried. However, he was also very clear that the more urgent the situation was, the more he couldn't lose his mind. He had to calm down, and calm down. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to help Ling Qingxue, but he might also suffer a crushing defeat here and be trapped in this mystic realm forever. It was not an easy task to carefully inspect such a huge stone door and find the mechanism. Xia Ruofei was busy for half an hour, but there was no progress. Of course, before that, he also held a trace of hope and tried to push the stone door. The result was as he had expected. He had used all his strength without holding back, but the stone door did not move at all. That was why Xia Ruofei gave up and tried to find the mechanism to open the stone door. After all, he had followed the guidance of the Rising Dragon Order to come to this secret realm. It could B said that this secret realm was definitely suitable for Huaxia cultivators to explore. In that case, there should not be a situation where he could not even enter the door. Just as Xia Ruofei's patience was wearing thin, he suddenly heard a bone-chilling creaking sound. Then, he saw the stone door slowly open. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't help but think of a funny joke. He couldn't push the door open with all his might, so he hired a maintenance worker, but the door opened with a light pull. The door was clearly pulled open, but you just had to push it open. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Xia Ruofei did push the door hard, but he did not try to pull the door open after he gave up. Moreover, he had been seriously looking for information about the mechanism in the past half an hour. He did not try anything rashly. His mental power was also used to investigate. He would not touch any place without confidence. However, he clearly did not do anything, so how did the door open by itself? Xia Ruofei was also puzzled. However, when the door was pushed open, he still subconsciously jumped back a dozen meters. On one hand, he was worried that there would be danger and that he would be able to deal with it more easily if he stayed further away. On the other hand, it was also because the door was open outward. If he didn't move away quickly, he would be hit by the door. Of course, he was standing in the middle, so he didn't need to retreat too far. Xia Ruofei was on high alert as he looked at the giant stone door that was slowly opening. Only when the door was opened could they see that the stone door was 7 or 8 meters thick. In other words, the door frame was also 7 or 8 meters thick. How was this a door frame? It was simply a city gate. Seeing such a thick stone door, Xia Ruofei was even more certain that he could not open it himself. Even if he were to increase his strength by 10 or even 100 times, he would not be able to push such a heavy stone door. The 80-meter-tall stone door slowly opened with a rumbling sound. The first thing that appeared in front of Xia Ruofei was a black crack. Then, the crack continued to widen. When it was 2 or 3 meters wide, Xia Ruofei's eyes suddenly narrowed and he was on high alert. He wrapped his spiritual power around the flying sword and was ready to fight at any time. He saw a figure walking out of the tower. While he was getting ready for battle, Xia Ruofei was secretly glad. Although it looked scary, at least the person who walked out was about the same height and size as him. He was a normal human and not a 60 to 70 meter tall giant. This person didn't wait for the stone door to fully open before he stepped out of the tower. When he came out, Xia Ruofei finally saw him clearly. The man in front of him was wearing a green Taoist robe and had the face of an Eastern Huaxia. However, he looked very young and was only 15 or 16 years old. Judging from the way he was dressed, he should be a Taoist child. In fact, the cultivation world and Taoism had a deep relationship. Many cultivators dressed up as Taoist. Even if they were not monks, many cultivators liked to wear Taoist robes. In comparison, Buddhism had much fewer monks. Of course, there were also monks who cultivated, but they were in the minority. Hence, Xia Ruofei was not too surprised to see this little Taoist. The Taoist child quickly came to Xia Ruofei and said, "The Buddha of immeasurable longevity." Since this scholar had come here, why was he loitering outside the door? "Please come in for a chat." 3282 The Strange Child Taoist. 1. Xia Ruofei had never expected that the first person he would see in this secret realm would be a little Taoist boy. Ever since he entered this secret realm, he had always been alone. Moreover, the vast grassland was completely silent, not even the sound of insects could be heard. A living person had suddenly appeared, which really caught him off guard. Xia Ruofei calmed himself down and said, "This little Taoist priest is too polite. May I ask who left behind this tower and what mystery lies within it?" The little Taoist boy's face was as calm as an ancient well as he said indifferently, "Scholar, please come in." The little Taoist boy had a young face, but he gave Xia Ruofei a feeling of lethargy. Seeing that the other party didn't respond to his words, Xia Ruofei felt helpless. He could only nod and say, "Thank you for your trouble, little priest." The Taoist boy nodded and turned to walk into the tower. Xia Ruofei looked at the little Taoist's back and felt that something was off, but he could not tell what it was. He frowned slightly and thought for a moment, but still decided to follow them first. Xia Ruofei took 2 quick steps and caught up to the little Taoist. Then, he asked, "Little Taoist priest, may I ask how old you are this year?" The little Taoist slowed down and turned to look at Xia Ruofei. "Scholar, please come in." The tone, speed, and expression of this sentence were almost exactly the same as before. Even the short pause after the words "scholar" was almost the same. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. He looked deeply at the little Taoist and asked, "Little Taoist priest, is there a mission for me to enter this tower?" After the little Taoist heard this, his face finally showed some expression. He said, "I've heard that you're exceptionally intelligent. Our Truyang temple has recently encountered a strange matter, and I hope that you can help us dispel our doubts and solve this difficult problem." Truyang temple? Xia Ruofei asked subconsciously, "Little Taoist, are you saying that this tower is actually a Taoist temple?" The little Taoist regained his calm expression and said, "Scholar, please come in. It's here again." Xia Ruofei already had a guess in his heart, but he could not be completely sure. At this moment, the two of them had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the tower. The huge stone door had been completely pushed open, forming a huge doorway. When the two of them stepped into the tower, the 2 stone doors began to close by themselves again, but this process was very slow. Xia Ruofei followed the little Taoist, but he was walking very slowly. The little Taoist did not rush him, but also slowed down to wait for Xia Ruofei. Just as the stone door was about to close, and there was only a 1-meter gap left, Xia Ruofei suddenly tiptoed and leaped backward, directly jumping out of the gap. After leaving the tower and entering the circular corridor outside, Xia Ruofei saw the Taoist boy's figure through the gap of the door. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to suddenly run out of the tower like a rabbit. The Taoist boy did not react for a moment before the stone door was closed heavily. Xia Ruofei looked at the stone door thoughtfully. After a while, he started to walk around the circular corridor to observe the embossed on the wall. To be honest, it was not that Xia Ruofei was not anxious. It was just that he knew that he had to be more careful in times like this. He had to confirm his judgment before he could make the right choice in the following process. In addition, although these embossed were all scenes of cultivation, and looked very ordinary, after careful observation, one would still find it very charming. Just like some girls, they might not be stunning at first glance, but they belonged to the type that was very long, lasting, and the more one looked, the more comfortable it was. Xia Ruofei patiently went against the clock and walked around the circular corridor. To be precise, it should be an octagonal corridor. He looked at all the embossed again and finally returned to the huge stone door. Xia Ruofei stared at the tightly shut stone door. He was actually a little nervous. Although his choice just now was not an impulsive one, it still carried some risks. If he could not enter the stone door again after he came out, it would not be worth it. However, Xia Ruofei's judgment was that the possibility of that was very low. As expected, when Xia Ruofei tried to use his spiritual power to check the stone door again, the stone door creaked open. Xia Ruofei finally confirmed that he didn't need to do anything with this door. The last time he tried to open the stone door, it was meaningless. Xia Ruofei stepped back and stared at the door that was slowly widening. Sure enough, the little Taoist boy in the blue Taoist robe appeared at the door again. The little Taoist boy walked up to Xia Ruofei again. This time, Xia Ruofei observed carefully and realized that the distance between each step of the child was about 65 to 70 centimeters. It was as if he had measured it with a ruler. The distance of each step was exactly the same. The little Taoist boy bowed to Xia Ruofei as if it was his first time seeing Xia Ruofei. He said directly, "The Buddha of immeasurable longevity." Since this scholar had come here, why was he loitering outside the door? Please come in for a chat. 3283, the strange child Taoist, 2. This was the same as the first sentence the little Taoist said to Xia Ruofei when the stone door was opened. The tone, intonation, speed, and rhythm were all the same. It was like Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V. Xia Ruofei was almost certain that the little Taoist was not human. This was not an insult, but a statement of an objective fact. From the start, Xia Ruofei felt that the little Taoist boy gave him a strange feeling, but he could not put his finger on it. After a few simple sentences, Xia Ruofei still felt that the little Taoist boy was somewhat mechanical, or rather, rigid. After that, Xia Ruofei asked a question about the mission. Perhaps this keyword had triggered some response mechanism of the little Taoist boy, and he had obtained information about the Truyang Temple. Although the answer was no longer the same as before, Xia Ruofei was even more suspicious. As a result, he did not hesitate to leave the tower at the last moment, taking the risk of never being able to enter again to test the waters. The appearance of this little Taoist and the same words confirmed Xia Ruofei's suspicion. Xia Ruofei wasn't trying to make things more difficult for himself. It was still very important to confirm the situation of the little Taoist. A real person and a created puppet would naturally be completely different. Xia Ruofei smiled at the little Taoist and said, "Then I'll have to trouble little Taoist priest. Scholar, please come in." The little Taoist said indifferently, his expression still as calm as an ancient well. As expected, it was still the same sentence. A smile appeared on Xia Ruofei's face. He followed the little Taoist and walked towards the door again. Little Taoist priest, do you have a girlfriend? Scholar, please come in. Little Taoist priest, have you eaten? Scholar, please come in. Little Taoist priest, how many people do you have in your family? Scholar, please come in. Little Taoist priest, they told me that I must be ruthless towards the previous mission. I absolutely can't let the lotus root break and the thread continue to pull and tug. What do you think? I've heard that you're exceptionally intelligent. Our Truyang Temple has recently encountered a strange matter, and I hope that you can help us dispel our doubts and solve this difficult problem. The little Taoist boy revealed the same expression as before and said sincerely. As expected, the key word was mission. As long as they were connected, even if the meaning was completely wrong, it would trigger the little Taoist to respond accordingly. Xia Ruofei held back his laughter. He could not help but think of some weird keyword blocking mechanism. Of course, Xia Ruofei wasn't being mischievous. He was just trying to make a second judgment and confirmation. Now, he could finally confirm it. This little Taoist was a man-made puppet. And its intelligence level was several streets lower than the spiritual puppet Xia Qing in the spirit map space. Basically, this little Taoist boy was a mechanical answering machine, similar to the service robots in some scenic spots. It was triggered by keywords and then played a certain recording, that was all. Of course, the Taoist boy's level of realism was still quite high. At least from the outside, it was impossible to tell that he was a fake person. Even the tone of his voice was not mechanical or electronic at all. It was full of emotions. Xia Ruofei followed the Taoist boy and entered the tower again. The stone door behind him closed slowly. This time, Xia Ruofei did not run out. Although he knew that there was no threshold set at the door of the first floor, and that the little Tao child would not be angry at him for repeatedly causing trouble, he did not want to waste any more time. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not look back even after the two heavy stone doors were closed. He followed the little Taoist boy and tried to trigger other keywords, but all he got was the same sentence, Scholar Xuanji, please come in. Until Xia Ruofei asked, if I help you, will there be any reward? Xia Ruofei saw that the expression on the Taoist's face had become more varied and knew that there was hope. The word reward was obviously a key word. As expected, the little Taoist said seriously, our true Yang temple will always express our gratitude to our friends who have helped us. If you can help us solve this problem, we'll share an interesting secret with you. Secret? What kind of reward is this? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but mutter to himself. After he finished speaking, he immediately showed a bitter smile. He still unconsciously treated the little Taoist boy as a normal human being, but for a moment, he forgot that the boy was not a real human. Moreover, he accidentally triggered the keyword reward again. As expected, the little Taoist said in a serious tone, our true Yang temple will always express our gratitude to our friends who have helped us. If you can help us solve this problem, we'll share an interesting secret with you. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't know who had left behind this tower. To be able to build such a magnificent tower, it must have been an almighty. Why would they leave behind a puppet with such crude functions as a guide? This was not even comparable to some basic artificial intelligence in the secular world. He was simply an artificial retard. Xia Ruofei then tried to trigger new keywords, but to no avail. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. It seemed that he had to follow the little Taoist to the destination first so that he could provide more information. Then, he could try to trigger new keywords based on the information he provided. Although this kind of puppet with simple functions was a little speechless, it had an advantage, and that was that it would not have any precautions at all. As long as a keyword was triggered, it would definitely provide the corresponding answer. Xia Ruofei followed the little Taoist through the door and walked for a while. Suddenly, the view in front of them opened up. The first floor of the tower was finally revealed to Xia Ruofei. This floor was more than 100 meters high, equivalent to a 30 to 40-story building on Earth, and it covered more than 10 acres. It was completely different from what Xia Ruofei had imagined. There was a mini-town on the first floor. Although it was called a small town, due to the limited space, there was only one street. On both sides of the street, there were dozens of houses of different heights. The tallest of these houses was only 3 stories and less than 10 meters tall. Most of them were low-rise bungalows. Between the houses on both sides of the street, there were naturally some narrow alleys. This mini town almost took up the entire space of the first floor. At the end of this street was a hill that was only 20 to 30 meters high. On the top of the hill stood a small Taoist temple. And a small path led to the Taoist temple. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power extended forward and quickly sensed that there was a board with a missing corner hanging above the door of the dilapidated Taoist temple. On it were the words True Yang Temple. Although the plaque was broken, the 3 words were extraordinary. The color was a little dull, and the gold powder had fallen off in many places, making the 3 words look very mottled. However, one could still distinguish the sharpness of the words. Even if he used his spiritual energy to examine it, Xia Ruofei could still feel the aura from the 3 words. It was only when they almost talked about this Taoist temple that Xia Ruofei suddenly realized. It turned out that the True Yang Temple that the little Taoist boy had mentioned was just a small temple on the first floor of the tower. At first, Xia Ruofei thought that the tower was called True Yang Temple. The little Taoist led Xia Ruofei forward without a word. Soon, the 2 of them stepped onto the only street. The street was paved with blue stone, giving it a simple and ancient feel. Just as Xia Ruofei stepped into the street, the door of a bungalow not far away suddenly opened. A middle-aged woman in coarse clothes came out with a basin of clothes. At the same time, there were people coming out of many houses, and there were faint footsteps coming from the deeper alleys. Xia Ruofei even saw someone leading a horse and stepping onto the street. In addition, there were also some people who had set up stalls on both sides of the street. Some sold Chinese medicine, some sold general goods, and some sold breakfast. For a time, the originally quiet and empty mini-town suddenly became lively, adding a bit of human fireworks. 3284 Liveliness is they underscore Xia Ruofei had a strange look on his face. From afar, he had seen that this mini-town was dead silent without any signs of life. However, the moment he stepped on the road of the town, it was as if he had pressed the play button and the whole town suddenly came to life. This was naturally very sudden. Besides, Xia Ruofei observed as he walked. He soon realized that the town was bustling with people and the stalls on both sides of the street were in a mess. This was what most small towns were like. However, Xia Ruofei could still feel that there was an invisible order in the town. The townspeople and street vendors, regardless of whether they were white-haired old men or yellow-haired children, seemed to have planned their every move. There was a precise order in the chaos. As such, Xia Ruofei felt that his appearance in this mini-town was very sudden. It was as if he had thrown a bomb into a pool of stagnant water. The balance of the mini-town seemed to have been destroyed. Of course, this was entirely Xia Ruofei's personal feeling. However, his intuition had always been very accurate. Xia Ruofei did not interact with the townspeople. He just followed the little Taoist through the street and observed quietly. The street wasn't very long, and it didn't take long for them to cross from one end to the other, leaving the mini-town. After observing for a while, Xia Ruofei had determined that the residents of the small town were not real people. They were man-made puppets, just like the little Taoist in front of him. Not only that, but even the horses they led, the dogs they raised at home, and even the crickets that a few children played with were not real living things. Although it was very realistic, under Xia Ruofei's spiritual power, nothing could be hidden. Although these puppets could block out the detection of mind power, and Xia Ruofei could not directly check their internal structure, under the monitoring of mind power, no small action could escape Xia Ruofei's eyes, including the small animals mentioned earlier. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power cultivation was already stronger than the average late-stage golden core cultivator. Therefore, his brain development was far more developed than ordinary people. Even when he processed so much detailed information at the same time, he could still make an accurate analysis in the shortest time. In short, the words and actions of the townspeople and the lifelike little animals were strictly bound by logic. Their seemingly casual movements were actually arranged, like a large-scale stage play that had been rehearsed countless times, and could be easily performed by the actors with their eyes closed. Xia Ruofei's curiosity grew. However, he knew that it would be difficult for him to get any useful information from the little Taoist, so he held back his questions and decided to follow him to the Truyang Temple. This little Taoist was equivalent to an NPC in the game. If he was treated as a real person and communicated with, even the best-tempered person would be furious. Xia Ruofei did not want to make things difficult for himself. After leaving the town, they set foot on a winding mountain road. Of course, the road wasn't long, because the hill wasn't steep at all. At most, it was just a little uneven. Even so, this was already the highest point on the first floor of the tower, and Truyang Temple occupied this position. In a short while, Xia Ruofei followed the little Taoist to the entrance of Truyang Temple. Xia Ruofei walked closer and finally saw the true appearance of Truyang Temple. It was indeed a dilapidated Taoist temple. The walls of the courtyard were slightly crooked, as if it would collapse at any time. The door might have been painted red before, but the original color had faded away after so many years. Besides, the temple was very small. Xia Ruofei scanned it with his spiritual power. Other than some places that he could not see through, he had a general idea of the temple. There were only two entrances into the temple, the front hall and the back hall. The front hall had the statue of the three pure ones and was filled with incense. The back hall looked like a living area. It was a small Sahyuan structure with only a few rooms. The little Taoist boy came to the front of the temple and pushed open the two old and broken doors. He turned around and bowed to Xia Ruofei. "This scholar, we've arrived. Please come in." Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, casually, "Little Taoist priest, how many people cultivate in your temple?" Initially, Xia Ruofei thought that this question would be useless. Unexpectedly, the little Taoist actually answered him, "Only little Taoist and honored master are here, relying on each other. Scholar, master has been waiting for a long time, please come in quickly." Xia Ruofei was speechless. He had initially thought that this magnificent tower was the so-called Truyang Temple. He didn't expect to see that Truyang Temple was only a very small Taoist temple on the first floor, and there were only two Taoist priests, one old and one young. He didn't know what was going on with the old one, but he was sure that the young one was a puppet. 3285 Liveliness as they underscore this difference was too great. However, Xia Ruofei did not have the time to lament. This was the only place where he could find clues. Even if there was any danger inside, he could not back out now. Hence, Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He followed the Taoist boy and entered the Truyang Temple. After walking through the gate, there was a small and dilapidated courtyard. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and it was Obvious that it had not been maintained for a long time. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but think, it seems like this little Taoist is also a lazy puppet. He didn't even bother to maintain his own courtyard. After passing through this dilapidated courtyard and walking up a few steps, they would reach the front hall of the Taoist temple. Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks. He took an incense stick from the side and lit it up respectfully for the Three Pure Ones, holy man. Even though Xia Ruofei was not a Taoist, it was only right for him to show some respect to the statue of the patriarch. The little Taoist naturally did not rush him and just waited at the side. At first, Xia Ruofei had wanted to give some incense money, but he only had Chinese dollars. Or US dollars. He thought that these earthly currencies were useless here. So, he looked at the dusty merit box. And finally gave up the idea of being happy. After they finished burning the incense, Xia Ruofei followed the little Taoist from the side of the main hall to the back. After going down a few steps, they arrived at the back of the hall. The building of the back hall was much lower than that of the front hall. In fact, it was a relatively small sehiyuan. The building of the front hall was one side of the small sehiyuan of the back hall. The other three sides were one-story single-story houses, with about 7 or 8 rooms. As soon as Xia Ruofei arrived at the rear hall, he heard footsteps. He couldn't help but be invigorated. At the same time, he raised his guard and was ready to release his flying sword to fight at any time. Xia Ruofei looked up and saw an old Taoist walking out of a room with a smile. The old Taoist's hair and beard were all white, and he was wearing an old Taoist robe that had been washed a little white. He even had a sword on his back. Although this old Taoist looked very old, his face was very ruddy, and his skin was very smooth, with almost no wrinkles. In addition, his legs were tied with greaves, and he walked like a tiger. One look and you could tell that he had some cultivation. The white-haired old Taoist walked in front of Xia Ruofei, bowed and said, "The Buddha of immeasurable longevity. May I know your name?" Xia Ruofei bowed slightly and said, "I'm Xia Ruofei." "May I know your Dharma name?" "So it's Scholar." "Xia, it's a pleasure to meet you." The white-haired Taoist said with a smile, "I'm Jinyang. I'm cultivating here with my disciple, Qing Feng." It turned out that the Tao child puppet also had a name. However, the name Qing Feng was too common and it was difficult to leave a deep impression on people. Of course, the white-haired Taoist priest's name wasn't that advanced. It was unknown whether he had taken over the Truyang temple and decided to call it Truyang, or if it was because his original Taoist name was Truyang that he named the temple Truyang Temple. In any case, no matter what the situation was, it was definitely an act of laziness. Of course, this wasn't because Taoist Jinyang was slacking off, nor was it because the little Taoist Qing Feng was slacking off. It was because the Almighty Being who had created them was slacking off. Yes, although it was only a short contact, Xia Ruofei could basically judge that this white-haired old Taoist Jinyang was still a puppet, even though he was much more realistic than the Taoist child Qing Feng and had a higher level of intelligence. When he saw Qing Feng outside the tower, Xia Ruofei could not make a quick judgment. However, after interacting with Qing Feng and observing the residents of the mini-town, he had gained a lot of experience in judging. At first glance, this white-haired Jinyang Taoist was basically flawless. However, Xia Ruofei had already gained a lot of experience. After a little test, he could confirm his judgment. For example, when Xia Ruofei was speaking, he seemed to have moved a few times. Under normal circumstances, the other party's gaze would definitely follow Xia Ruofei's movements to show courtesy. In fact, the white-haired Taoist Jinyang had indeed done so. However, his reaction was slightly slower than a normal human's. Hence, the final effect was that Xia Ruofei moved his feet, while Jinyang continued to smile at the position where Xia Ruofei had been standing before quickly adjusting himself. The delay was only for a second, but it was enough for Xia Ruofei to make a judgment. Of course, he had also used a few other tricks to test this white-haired old Taoist Jinyang. The conclusion was that there was a 90% chance that this old Taoist wasn't a real human, but a puppet. To be honest, Xia Ruofei was a little disappointed to come to such a conclusion. He really wanted to meet a real human. Now, because he knew that communicating with these NPCs would not yield any results. Unless the other party wanted to tell him the information in the first place, he would not be able to get anything out of them. Besides, Xia Ruofei was the only living person in the secret realm so far. To be honest, he was still very lonely. Especially when Xia Ruofei passed by the bustling streets of the mini-town, the sense of loneliness was even stronger. It was as if the bustling scene described in Zhu Ziqing's essay Moonlight in the Lotus Pond belonged to them, and I had nothing. Xia Ruofei's mood was only down for a short while. He quickly adjusted his mood and smiled. So it's Taoist priest Jinyang, this one offers his greetings. May I know why you asked little Taoist Qing Feng to bring me here? Even though Xia Ruofei felt that Taoist Jinyang was much more advanced than the little Taoist Qing Feng and could at least have basic communication, he still spoke in accordance with the customs of the ancient people. He even specifically said, "What's the matter?" He thought that this should be able to trigger the next mission, right? The white-haired Taoist Jinyang smiled. This poor Taoist indeed has a request. I've taken the liberty to invite you here. Please forgive me. If there's anything you need, just say it. Xia Ruofei said, as long as it is within my power, I will do my best. Thank you, thank you. The white-haired Taoist Jinyang said, Scholar Xia, please follow this poor Taoist. Let's sit down and slowly talk. With that, the white-haired Taoist Jinyang led Xia Ruofei into the quiet room facing the front hall. Xia Ruofei looked around. Although Jinyang looked dilapidated, this quiet room was tidied up very neatly. Although the furnishings were simple, there was nothing more than a bed, a table, and a chair. There were no unnecessary decorations, but it appeared very clean. The simple furniture was spotless. There was even a sandalwood incense burning on the table, emitting smoke. One must always be on guard against others. Xia Ruofei secretly held his breath in case the sandalwood scent was strange. In any case, with his current cultivation level, holding his breath for an hour was no problem at all. He could hold on for such a long time just by relying on internal breathing. After old Taoist Jinyang invited Xia Ruofei to take a seat, he instructed, Qing Feng, why aren't you pouring some tea? Yes, Master. Qing Feng, the Taoist boy who was standing at the door, bowed and said. Xia Ruofei quickly said, Taoist Jinyang, there's no need to drink tea. If you have anything to say, just say it. As long as I can help, I won't hesitate to help. Ha ha ha. You're very straightforward, Master Xia. Old Taoist Jinyang smiled and said, I took the liberty to invite you here because I have a few questions to ask you. To tell you the truth, these questions have troubled this poor Taoist for many years, and I haven't been able to find an answer, so I urgently need someone to answer them. At this point, old Taoist Jinyang looked at Xia Ruofei and continued, of course, I won't let you help me for nothing. As long as you can answer my questions, I'll definitely thank you. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, this should be the successful trigger of the mission, right? I'd like to see how difficult this mission is. Xia Ruofei said without hesitation, what problem has troubled you for so many years? Taoist priest, why don't you tell me so that I can also consider it? 3286 Victory of Mathematics _ the white-haired Taoist Jinyang revealed a happy expression and said, that's great. As expected. Scholar Xia was a straightforward person. There are a few questions that have been bothering me. The first question is. At this point, old Taoist Jinyang shook his head and said, today, there are 35 battle rabbits in the same cage. There are 94 legs below. May I ask where each of the battle rabbits is? Xia Ruofei had a strange expression on his face. He couldn't tell. This thick-browed and big-eyed old Taoist Jinyang was actually a math enthusiast. No matter how genteel his question was, it couldn't change the fact that it was a mathematics question. Wasn't this the original version of the chicken and rabbit problem? If the words of Taoist Jinyang were to be translated into the modern language, it would be, a chicken and a rabbit were locked in the same cage. There were 35 heads on the top and 94 legs on the bottom. How many chickens and rabbits were there? In ancient times, this might have been a very clever mathematical problem, but in this era, a middle school student could easily solve it by solving a linear equation of two variables. How could this be called a problem? After Taoist Jinyang finished speaking, he smiled and said, Scholar Xia, you have the time it takes an incense stick to burn to answer this question. As soon as he finished speaking, the little Taoist boy, Qing Feng, had already brought in an incense burner that had been prepared long ago. There was a newly lit incense stick stuck in the incense burner. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Taoist Jinyang, there's no need to go through so much trouble, I've already solved this problem. Old Taoist Jinyang raised his eyebrows and said, Scholar, you're actually so fast? Then tell me, what's the answer? 23 chickens and 12 rabbits, right? Xia Ruofei smiled and asked. Of course, old Taoist Jinyang was not really trapped by a difficult problem. The question he asked Xia Ruofei was actually a test. Xia Ruofei believed that if the other members of the exploration team, including Ling Qingxue, had entered this scenario, Taoist Jinyang would have used the same tone to throw the question at them. As soon as Xia Ruofei gave this answer, Taoist Jinyang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, this is indeed the answer to this question, so, I've solved this problem? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Hold on. Old Taoist Jinyang said, I'd like to know, what kind of calculation did Scholar Xia use to be able to solve it in such a short time? Xia Ruofei thought, a linear equation of two variables. Can't you just do a verbal calculation? However, Taoist Jinyang definitely did not know about linear equations of two variables. When Xia Ruofei was thinking about how to change the solution to an easy-to-understand way to express it, he suddenly thought of an interesting solution he had seen on the internet. Although it looked a little ridiculous, it could indeed be calculated quickly. Hence, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, my method is very simple. Taoist priest, there are 35 heads, which means that there are 35 chickens and rabbits in total, right? Old Taoist Jinyang nodded. his head and didn't say anything, because this was basically nonsense. Xia Ruofei smiled and continued, if the chicken and the rabbit both raise 2 legs, then there should be 70 legs less, right? Out of the 94 legs, there were only 24 legs left. As the chicken only had 2 legs, after it lifted them up, the remaining 24 legs would all belong to the rabbit. Each rabbit had 2 legs raised, so they were all standing on 2 legs. The 24 legs naturally corresponded to 12 rabbits. There were a total of 35 chickens and rabbits. There were 12 rabbits, so naturally, there were 23 chickens. Isn't the answer already out? Old Taoist Jinyang was dumbfounded. He didn't think that he would get the answer so easily. After a long while, he said with a strange expression, why would the chicken and rabbit obediently raise their feet? Also, the chicken is raising both its legs, what kind of position is this? Xia Ruofei almost burst out laughing. He held back his laughter and said, Taoist priest, this is not important, it's just a hypothesis. The main point is that this method can get the answer the fastest, right? Old Taoist Jinyang thought for a moment and said, Scholar Xia is a genius. This method of solving the problem is very clever. This poor Taoist is impressed. In that case, I've solved this problem? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Of course. Old Taoist Jinyang said, this poor Taoist still has a question. I hope that Scholar Xia will not be stingy with your advice. Taoist priest, please speak. After a moment of silence, old Taoist Jinyang said, there are things that I don't know the number of. 2 is left from 3, 3 is left from 5, and 2 is left from 7. Where is the item? Fine. It was another classic ancient mathematics question, and it was also from Sun Tzu's computational canon. If this question was translated into modern words, it would be, there's a pile of items. If you count 3, you'll have 2 left. If you count 5, you'll have 3 left. If you count 7, you'll have 2 left. Please find the number of items in this pile. Xia Ruofei had a faint smile on his face. This question had a trap. The answer to this question was not unique. To be precise, it should be an equal difference column with a difference of 3 by 5 by 7. If the ancient people who had not studied much mathematics faced this problem, they would have gotten the answer by testing the numbers one by one. However, it was likely that they had neglected the fact that there were many answers to this problem. If they only said one, it was likely that they would not be correct. 3287 Victory of Mathematics After Taoist Jinyang finished his question, he looked at Xia Ruofei with a smile. Xia Ruofei looked relaxed. He thought for a while and said, Taoist priest, the answer to this question is not unique. There should be at least 23 items in this pile, then 128, then 233, and so on. Each answer, plus 105, would give a new answer, so there are countless answers. Xia Ruofei's answer could be expressed mathematically as 23 plus 105 n, where n was a whole number greater than or equal to 1. Xia Ruofei's answer was very rigorous and flawless. Even if old Taoist Jinyang wanted to find any flaws, it would be impossible. Therefore, he only pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, Scholar, you're a genius. This problem has been solved. This time old Taoist Jinyang didn't even have the mood to ask Xia Ruofei to explain the calculation method. He immediately judged that Xia Ruofei had solved the problem successfully. Very quickly, old Taoist Jinyang continued, I have one last question, and I hope that you can answer it. Xia Ruofei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that these basic math questions would go on and on. Although they were not difficult for him, they were a waste of time. Moreover, the test on the first floor of the tower was mathematics, which was really unexpected. Fortunately, the Almighty who set up these levels was not too mischievous, and only arranged 3 questions in total. Hence, Xia Ruofei only had one thought in his mind, and that was to end it as soon as possible. Hearing old Taoist Jin Yang's words, he quickly said, "Taoist priest, please speak. The last question is quite difficult, but I can only give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I hope that you can continue to work hard and solve all the problems in one go." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Please speak. I'm all ears." "There are 20 trees today, 4 in each row," Xinjiang replied. "How do I plant it to obtain the 16-element tree?" Hearing this, Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned. This time, old Taoist Xinjiang really brought out a world-class mathematics problem. However, this 16-row chart was not very challenging, because as early as the 16th century, mathematicians from ancient Greece, ancient Rome, ancient Egypt, and other places had completed the 16-row chart, and it was widely used in the decorative patterns of some elegant Western buildings. However, Xia Ruofei thought about it again. This secret realm had existed for at least a few thousand years. At that time, the 16-line atlas had not been created, so this question was very difficult. If Xia Ruofei did not know the answer in advance, he would not have been able to figure out the correct drawing method in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei was well read and had seen this classic mathematical problem before. Hence, after Xia Ruofei heard the question, he was confident that he could pass this round. "Taoist priest Xinjiang, can I have a pen and paper?" he asked with a smile. Old Taoist Xinjiang thought that Xia Ruofei needed to do some deduction, which was normal. Many people had used up enough paper to fill a room to solve this question, but they might not be able to solve it. Hence, Xia Ruofei could not deduce it directly in his mind. He still had to use pen and paper. Old Taoist Xinjiang nodded with a smile and gestured for Qin Feng to bring paper and a brush. He even specially instructed Qin Feng to grind the ink for Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei walked to the side of the table, laid the paper flat on the table, and pressed it with a paperweight. Then he picked up the wolf-hair brush, dipped it in the ink, and began to draw on the paper. A square quickly appeared on the paper. Xia Ruofei marked the 4 corners black and then accurately marked 2 points on each side. After entering the golden core stage, Xia Ruofei's physical fitness had improved. He also had a strong spiritual power and was excellent in fine control. Therefore, he didn't need a ruler at all. The square he drew was quite accurate, and every line was straight, as if it was printed on. Then, Xia Ruofei connected the 2 points on each side to the 2 points on the opposite side and the point on the other side, which was further away from them. Another 24 straight lines were drawn without any error. This way, an octagonal shape was formed inside the square. Xia Ruofei smiled and marked every top of the octagon that was formed by the intersection of the internal lines in black. Before Taoist Xinjiang could react, Xia Ruofei had already placed the brush against the inkstone and said with a smile, "Taoist Xinjiang, I've already completed it." Old Taoist Xinjiang thought that Xia Ruofei was just making a draft and doing some calculations. He didn't expect Xia Ruofei to start answering immediately and even finish it in such a short time. This was a joke. Xia Ruofei was given 5 minutes to think and answer each question, but he always came up with the answer without thinking. Not to mention one question, even after he finished the first part of the 3 questions, he only burned 1 head in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. It's done? Old Taoist Jinyang was in disbelief, but when he looked at the diagram that Xia Ruofei had drawn, he immediately knew that Xia Ruofei had solved the problem. Even cultivators who were proficient in mathematics would be stumped by this problem. It was rare to find someone who could solve it in the time it took to burn an incense stick. However, Xia Ruofei had finished the question in less than 10 seconds. He did not even hesitate to write down the answer as if he did not even need to think. Taoist Jinyang, is my answer correct? Xia Ruofei asked. Taoist Jinyang came back to his senses with a wry smile. Yes, this means that I've helped you, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Of course. Old Taoist Jinyang said, Scholar Xia is indeed exceptionally intelligent. This old Taoist is in awe. Where? You're overpraising me. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, actually, the arrangement of the 16 lines isn't that difficult. I can still arrange 18 or even 20 lines. What? When old Taoist Jinyang heard this, his eyes widened. Scholar Xia, are you serious? Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, of course it's true. However, the Taoist priest's question only asked me to draw out the arrangement of 16 lines. So I answered according to the requirements. Yes, yes, yes. This poor Taoist didn't deny Scholar Xia's answer. Old Taoist Jinyang hurriedly said, however, if you don't mind, can you also draw out the 18-line and 20-line diagrams that you mentioned? After saying that, old Taoist Jinyang quickly added, this can also be counted as the answer to the last question. If the answer is even better, then our true Yang Temple's gift of thanks to you will be even more generous. Scholar Xia, how is it? Can you draw another one? This was equivalent to an additional question. If Ying answered correctly, she would get extra points, but if she answered wrong, she wouldn't lose any points. As someone who had gone through 9 years of compulsory education, Xia Ruofei was already familiar with this model, so he was not surprised. However, when he was a student, Xia Ruofei was too lazy to study the additional questions. But today, when he heard that the more lines of atlases he drew, the more generous the gifts would be, his eyes lit up. Obviously, that was to say, the higher the quality of the answer, the greater the final mission reward. How could Xia Ruofei reject such a free gift? Furthermore, this might be a difficult problem for other cultivators, but for Xia Ruofei, it was a free-point question. Because of this 20 trees question, in the 18th century, the mathematician Gauss had already guessed that he could arrange the 18 lines. However, until his death, he did not take out an official chart. It was not until the 19th century that the United States' interesting mathematician Lloyd completed Gauss' conjecture and drew an 18-line chart. At the end of the 20th century, electronic computer technology flourished. With the help of computers, 2 experts successfully completed the 20-line chart. Xia Ruofei had seen these 2 atlases and had memorized them. As long as he could draw out the diagram that he had already memorized, he would be able to get more generous rewards. Why not?